What do we call this? It is a Nosebleed Seats morning show takeover, or is this like a 50... I don't really know the percentage of the G-Bag Nation.
Nosebag Nation.
We would be.
The Nosebag Nation. I like that. Peyton
like
Russell.
That?
We'd go Nosebag Nation.
Look at you, man.
I think you got to, right?
Nosebagging.
Peyton's got his wits about him at freaking 5:30 in the morning.
I love that.
Dude, I've been up since 3, man. I don't want to talk about it.
You got
Nice
up at
work.
3 for this.
No,
3:05, but, you know.
3:05.
Almost hit the snooze, which would have been the off button, actually.
Peyton, because Peyton's got to get up and work out and do a whole bunch of things. Like, he's got to take care of himself physically.
Yeah,
Peyton is looking good.
Actually.
You think this guy just shows up in here willy-nilly, not having already exerted himself? He's in a caloric deficit in this very moment. Peyton Russell's an absolute animal machine.
He is sweating already.
I was able to watch the 4 o'clock news for the first time in like 3 months. So
very happy for you, Peyton. Nice work. I think... I mean, I like Nosebag Nation. I mean, ultimately, listen, man. We're members of the G-Bag Nation. It's like we could say...
I was very conflicted, but then Sean teased us as like, hey, the Nosebleed Seats are going to be sitting in for us. Remember those guys? So I'm like, well, I was ready to say Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation. You can listen to us from 2 to 7, but then it's... Well, when it is just the two of us, Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo in for Sean and RJ today, together... We are the Nosebleed Seats.
Yeah, no, it is 100% fair. It's 100% fair. I guess we can just do whatever feels right. I mean, what is your body telling you?
My body is telling me that we're the Nosebleed Seats, but I wonder if Spitzy will say, don't bleep and do that. You know you're on the G-Bag Nation. So yeah. I think we're going to have to combine forces and go Nosebag Nation.
Nosebag Nation. I'm cool with it. We are 2/5 of the G-Bag Nation, which is pretty killer.
What percentage is that? You know I struggle with the numbers. I need RJ for that. That's a 40%?
Yeah, that's 40, a 40 burger.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, nice work. See, this guy.
We're all North Texas,
he's
Mean
on
Green
fire.
Here. We all have our degrees. You just did a better job in school than I did, Peyton.
Which is shocking to literally no one.
No, not at all.
It's good to see you, though, man.
Yeah, good to see you. You came in with some of the best pajama pants I've ever seen.
Okay, so we have 2 pajama guys in here. We have Peyton and we have Wolchuk.
Peyton's wearing pajamas?
No, as soon as you guys saw
not wearing
me,
anything.
Yeah, Peyton's not wearing pants. You know better than that, Wolchuk. You guys both looked at me now. Okay, Peyton by way of hello said, pajamas.
Not even a hi, Eric, or nothing.
No, it wasn't. It was by way of good morning. It was, pajamas. Very condescending. He was looking down upon me. But you could also sense the slight jealousy in his voice as well. Like, damn it, I should have thought of that. And then, Wolchuk, you just said pajamas. I'm a pajamas guy. But you guys are pajamas guys, and which is fine. I mean, honestly.
Oh,
no
the pronunciation. Okay.
Oh, so this is like a tomato type of thing.
Yeah, like we have a couple of pajama guys up in here. We got one pajama, and then everybody else can kind of file in.
Can I just call it PJs?
You absolutely
or
PJs. PJs are safe. I think jammies are safe.
What about jammas or jamas? Or are we going too far into this?
It's
Have
fair.
I just abused this already?
I'm pajamas. But I would never say I'm going to get my jammies. I'm going to get my jammies.
Yeah, the jammies is weird.
So it is a jammy, not a jammy, but I'm a pajama, you're a pajama. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, baby. 877-881-1053. This is a great way to kick off the morning on the truckwreck.com text line. 2 questions to get you involved here, okay? As you drive on into work or take the kiddos to camp or whatever you're doing, how are you kicking off your Monday morning here on your DFW sports station, home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers? It is Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo in on the morning show all week long for Sean Sharif as he's on vacation. I do believe Gaylord Choppy is going to join us. He's going to be back tomorrow through the rest of the week, but you just have us 2 schmucks to party with you today, along with Peyton Russell, who will be in this week for the legendary Aggie himself, Troy Hughes. We got Ryan running the fan cam for you, twitch.tv/Dallas fan cam, and on YouTube as well. Never have known the YouTube URL link to send you. Just go to YouTube, search Dallas fan cam, maybe. I don't know. But you'll be able to find it there. Just look for fan cam on YouTube, and you'll be able to get us. But what are you thinking when it comes to pajamas or pajamas with the spelling? And how early did you wake up? Can anybody top Peyton Russell's 3 3 a.m., okay? 469, you all sound stupid talking about PJs. So already we're getting the negative
That's
Nancy's
perfect, man.
at 5:35 a.m.
Just
in
like
the
the
morning.
nosebleed seats,
Good
man.
bleeping morning to you,
The same
too.
text y'all got then.
I mean, how can you wake up? I mean, at this early in the morning, how can you really be positive about anything? Like, I would expect the first hour of the show to be mostly just curmudgeons.
No, you're 100% right.
You know?
I would be texting in very negative things as well, and you're true. This is true. I would like to get slapped over the head with sports talk. I'm not tuning in for this crap to hear about you talking about pajamas and pajamas, Eric.
Okay.
Way to derail the show.
Okay,
Okay.
run us through the Rangers baseball weekend in your Rangers t-shirt.
Thank you. All right, because I am very sportsy with my Texas Rangers shirt. It was not a good weekend for our Texas Rangers as they dropped 2 of 3 against the Washington Nationals. So can we stop talking about the easiness of the schedule now? I don't think it matters who the Rangers are playing. We tried to do this with the Tigers. We tried to do this with the Nats. We're thinking, here we go. Great opportunity against lesser opponents to claw on back at above 500. It didn't work out as the Rangers split with the Tigers last weekend, or I guess I should say a week ago. And then this past weekend, they dropped 2 of 3 against the Nats. Glenn Otto getting smashed around in the first 2 innings, and then the bullpen comes in, gives you 7 innings of shutout baseball. But they lose yesterday 6-4 to the Nationals. They tried to rally there in the 9th, put up 3 runs. Jonah Heim, I believe, also hit a homer in that. But overall, Josh Bell had a pretty darn good, phenomenal series. The Jesuit product coming back home. Yesterday, he went 3 for 5 with a double, had an RBI, scored a couple of runs there. Nelson Cruz had a nice return to Texas as well. And it just didn't go the Rangers' way. Now, they did have a walk-off victory on Saturday night to win it 2-1. That was their only victory, 3-2. That was their only victory of the series. Joe Barlow ended up getting credit for that victory, and John Gray gave another solid 7 innings, and they fell on Friday night 2-1. Here was how the Adolis Garcia walk-off homer sounded on Saturday, the only celebratory moment we had over the course of the weekend for the Rangers.
Right-hander set, and here's the pitch. And there's a high drive, deep left center field. Back goes Robles at the wall. That ball is history. This game is over. Adolis Garcia has won it. The Rangers in those retro uniforms stream out of the dugout and await the arrival of El Bombi at home plate. It's the first walk-off home run for the Rangers this year. And Adolis is doused with water as he arrives. Here comes the sport drink. The Rangers have won it 3-2 on Adolis' 15th home run of the year.
Oh, nothing like a good walk-off victory. The Hall of Famer Eric Nadel with the call there. So we're thinking, okay, maybe you can get the victory. Yesterday just didn't go the Rangers' way. They made a bunch of moves over the course of the weekend. They sent back down Ezekiel Duran, also Taylor Hearn. The question, though, is what happens with the rest of this rotation? You've got 2 studs, of course, with Martin Perez, who has the 2nd-best ERA in the American League. John Gray, you're feeling good with that 1-2 punch. Dane Dunning's been solid as your number 3 starter, but I don't know. I mean, you've got Glenn Otto. Yes, he was coming back off of COVID, but he certainly struggled yesterday. Rangers are going to have to make a decision what to do at 4 and 5. Does Spencer Howard force your hand? Does he continue to pitch well at AAA, end up forcing you to make a call up? I'm sure they're monitoring what's happening with Cole Reagans as well. That was one of the names when I was filling in with Hicksey out and Eric Nadel out that the media had asked Chris Woodward about, and he was brought up. So we'll figure out what happens with this pitching situation. Rangers will be in Kansas City. We'll have the 6:30 pregame for you later tonight with Jared Sandler.
Yeah, I believe my favorite text that I saw here sitting on the truckwreck.com text line from 12 hours ago, Walchuk. This guy was just lamenting the Rangers, saying that people and us here at the station need to stop talking about the Rangers' quote-unquote opportunities to win. I don't care who they play, says the texter in the 817. They can and will lose. Let's stop, okay, because they suck.
Oh, okay.
Well, that was the first text message I saw awaiting us when we hopped into the saddle this morning. Hell of a weekend.
It was a hell of a weekend. Also, the Colorado Avalanche won their first Stanley Cup since 2001. Kayla Mccarr awarded the Conn Smythe Trophy. And what a season for the Colorado Avs. One of the most dominant single seasons in the history of sports, if you ask me, what they were able to do just ripping through the regular season, and dominant in the postseason is the Tampa Bay Lightning, unable to complete the three-peat as a 4-2 series victory for the Avs, as the 23-year-old Kayla Mccarr ends up winning the MVP, essentially, for the Stanley Cup Finals. He scored 8 goals and 29 points in 20 games this postseason, just 23 years old. Won the Norris Trophy last week, making him the third defenseman to win both the Norris and the Conn Smythe in the same season. So congrats to the Avs.
Yes, big time congratulations there.
You were chuckling. I know you've got something.
No, well, there's some great texts in here. One guy is alleging that it is the single quickest channel change ever for the morning show. That was 5 minutes ago, the 214. So we're on fire right now. The texts are rolling in. We got a lot of people that have not even gone to sleep yet, Walchuk.
Did you make that one up? I'm not seeing that one.
No, I'm dead ball serious.
Okay.
I'm dead ball serious.
Well,
quickest channel change ever for the morning show, says the 214. Which is pretty incredible. Thank you, Mad Dog, for waking up with us early this morning.
That guy is a jerk.
We have, a lot of people have not slept yet. We have Johnny in LA. He's out there in California, still has not gone to sleep. We have a couple of people that, shout out to the 469 who woke up at 3:45 in the morning, jumped into a cold shower. The cold shower is the healthiest way to do it. Science tells you it's good for your immune system and stuff like that. So if you have what it takes to wake up to frozen showers,
I don't.
It's actually supposed to be the way you're doing it. We have one guy that's boozing on his porch. He did the night shift, so he gets home, crack a coldie. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's 5 o'clock here, Walchuk. Don't worry about that AM PM stuff.
Thank you. I'm going to make sure that I start boozing at 5 a.m. from now on. Okay, we will get through some more of these texts. We didn't get enough pajama replies, but we did get some more texts.
They're still spelled the same. That's the tough thing. It's a pronunciation thing.
Yeah, that is tough. That is tough to read. We did get some texts about how early people woke up. We got a lot of 2:30s. We got some 3:37s, and we got a 2:15. We got a 3:45. We got some people that are beating you out there, Peyton. So wake up earlier next time. Okay, rest of the morning. Need you to make
4
sure
more days of this crap,
you're the quickest to wake up. Appreciate all the feedback early. We love all of you for listening, whether you hate us or not. We appreciate you. And if you don't like us, trust me, you're going to grow to love us by the end of the week, because we have that effect on people.
Trust me, don't trust me.
But love me. All right, coming up next, Eric, how bleeping hot is it going to be today? And did he survive taking care of his 2 daughters on his own as wifey was working all day on Saturday? We'll get an update from Eric Chiafalo on that and more next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next I mean, can't you just say on the weather report now, just like hot as balls and just move on? Like, at what point is it just like...
Well, I don't know that that's morning show appropriate.
What's the difference between 100 degrees and 110? I mean, every time I step outside, it feels...
very hot outside.
It's like offensively hot. Like, maybe that's how they could just label it, offensively hot again. Same as yesterday, same as tomorrow.
Proofread.
I believe it is going to... I mean, right now it's 74 degrees, okay?
It feels good.
51%?
Okay, so we got a text that said I thought my thermometer was broken in the car. I thought the same thing.
Why? Because it like felt like there's no way it could actually be a respectable temperature
in the 70s,
even at like 5 in the morning.
No way.
I'm not up early, or like this early to know, but like when I usually get up at like, you know, I'll probably open the door at like 7 a.m. and just kind of get a feel for it every day, and it's always like extremely hot at that point. I'm like, yeah, it already feels like we're like at 90 degrees and it's 7 a.m. I'm not used to being up this early to see how hot it usually is. But right now, 74 degrees, not terrible. But just give it a little bit of time, and then it'll be terrible again, I would imagine. Let's see. What is the high for today? I mean, today's high is actually not going to be terrible, dude. Look at this. I think it's going to be like a high of 90 today. What a huge victory.
Okay.
Let's start the week off with, maybe without having to put the baby powder down south.
Oh, no, I still do.
Still do?
Now it's just become a routine.
So what's
every morning?
Every morning, no questions asked. Is there a temperature where you say, okay, I don't necessarily need this?
Nope.
Or it's just like, hey, if I know it's a spring or summer month, I'm just putting this on no matter what.
At this point, it's just, I feel weird without it on.
Even if it was like, once you get into middle of football season, it's brisk, it's fall, you're still just going to go baby powder?
I think
why
as
not?
a male, there's always a good chance of mustiness.
Okay. No, that's a veteran in the game right there, and I appreciate your vulnerability in this matter and sharing that with us.
I'm always too open, most would say.
Yeah, I agree. Still got some great texts rolling in, ladies and gentlemen. Sarah in Forney woke up at 4:38 a.m. this morning, which is really, really good. Let's see here. Got some other good ones, but more than anything, it's just great to be here with the G-Bag Nation nosebleed seats takeover here. Sean and RJ. Sean Sharif is on what I imagine to be a lovely and luxurious vacation. Same with Troy Hughes. Gaylord Choppy, I think, just said, you know what? My week's going to start on Tuesday this week. And he's going to be allegedly in the safe space with us from Tuesday to Friday.
It was surprising, though. I was thinking this was just going to be us all week.
You thought it was just going to be
the
me
only
and you.
reason that I said yes. And it's no disrespect to RJ. I love working with RJ.
Oh, Gaylord Choppy is one of my favorite human beings.
I do actually think the two of us with RJ is one of my favorite combinations we have on this station. I always feel good about the product we're putting out there. I think we do fun shows. I enjoy them. But, man, it is nice getting to be back in the saddle and just having it be the two of us.
It feels good.
It does feel nice. Now, I was a little worried. I don't get to do these shows often anymore. It's a lot of Rangers baseball for me.
Which is good because you're a baseball guy.
It's the heart of the summer.
You bleed baseball.
Doing a lot of fill-ins. I didn't know if I was going to remember how to do this.
Well, I think you're off to a,
Has this been okay, Peyton? What do you think?
I think he's off to a half-decent start here. But it's true.
I rate the show 4 to 10 so far.
No, I'm hoping for at least above 3.
Okay. Well, then
so I'm happy. I'm satisfied.
We do have a ton of really good sports content to bring you over the next, 4 hours and 9 minutes or so. But you're right. This is not something we get to do a ton these days because, we've had this tantric run around with welcoming others or being welcomed into other people's situations. And now it's like, you know what? Now it's like mommy and daddy we're getting back to just the basics here, I am
a little bit missing the crustiness of Broadus, though.
Yeah, me too.
And hey, this is my guy, but let me just go ahead and rip this dude from Gavin Dawson.
Yeah, that's outstanding. And then just the general zooming vibes of the wonderful Lucius Alexander, who will all be on the air together from 2 to 7 later today. And, of course, the KNC Masterpiece coming up here in just a little bit. I watched the babies this weekend, 2-year-old, 1-year-old Saturday. It was kind of all on me. Took him to the donut shop in the morning, came out of the gates on fire. And then it was fine. You're just kind of on damage control.
I saw the picture.
You're not
Was that at the
reinventing
donut
the
shop?
wheel here. Yeah, that was at
You
the
had
donut shop.
you had Jules, who is Eric's youngest daughter, 1 year old.
Yep.
On the table.
Yep.
No shoes, socks, anything.
No.
Just mugging.
Yeah, we're not wasting time on
And then little Maya, who's the 2-year-old, is just like chilling, hanging out in the seat. And she looked like on a cell phone maybe you had given her.
No, she was on a sprinkled donut. That was a sprinkled donut.
That was a sprinkled donut?
Look at you. You're on soda now, and you don't even remember what a donut looks like. I am so proud of you,
Maybe
man.
mentally I've made the donuts look like other objects, so I'm not enticed to put them in to eat them.
Whatever it is you're doing,
I
it
saved
is
myself
working.
from saying something. I don't know if you noticed that.
I didn't, but you are.
I was going to say eat the donut.
This is really, really good, man. You are mind bleeping yourself into getting, just not even knowing what a donut looks like anymore. I am beyond proud of you. Beyond proud of you. Yeah, I got the sprinkled donut. It worked out. It was a fine day. Like I said, when you're daddy duty and you got these babies, it's just straight damage control. Keep them alive. Keep them fed.
Is it terrifying? I think I would be terrified and overwhelmed.
Early on, yes. Now it's just kind of like, you know what? We've been here before, so we're gonna act like we have.
It's like the one, not bad. I think her and I, we'd bond. It'd be a great time. 2, especially a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old,
Gets a little bit challenging.
it's like, oh.
Gets a little bit challenging.
And are they fighting for attention with one another?
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's attention fighting constantly. It's, hey, look at this. Hey, look at me. My 1-year-old can't really say anything at this point, so it's just kind of like, and then like
And
pointing and that kind of deal. She's hungry as hell all the time. We're going to crank open 6 a.m. Club here shortly, but I know you had a hell of a weekend as well. You're losing weight precipitously. You're on Hinge.
Yeah.
Did you double up on the Hinge date? Did you have
No.
another Hinge date, or did you just go cold turkey on that girl? You had a lovely date, you said the other day.
I didn't go cold turkey.
Okay.
Still chatting.
Still chatting.
There was the chance of another meetup yesterday, but I just kept it easy, man.
Good for you.
Well, because I ended up falling in love with a new show that I'm going to mention later to the audience. If you're not watching this show, just a tease, I'm going to tell you this show that you've absolutely got to get into if you haven't already.
Okay, look at that. I did the Thor Miles Teller Netflix thing. I started it. That movie that came out, Spiderhead, I believe is what it's called.
Oh, was it good?
Interesting situation. I just started it. I'm maybe like 30 minutes in.
Oh, so you didn't finish it.
I popped a Benadryl last night just to try and get to sleep early. And I'm actually paying for the price now, I think.
I think I took 10 milligrams of a melatonin last night.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Couple gummies.
guy.
There you go. Couple of gummies. There you go. Yeah, I ran out of my CBD American Shaman gummies. I'm like, what can I do? My wife's like, well, we got Benadryl. I'm like, yeah, I need something because I will not go to sleep at a proper time because my body's not ready yet. Once I get to about Thursday of this week, I'll be knocking out at the time I need to. So nonetheless, great to be here. It is the Nosebag Nation, at least for the time being, until we get corrected, and then it'll just be Two Fists of the G-Bag Nation. In for Sean Sharif, in for Gaylord Choppy, in for Troy Hughes. Great to have you in on a Monday. Let's kick off the 6 a.m. Club with some 6 a.m. headlines for you. Of course, we have some Jalen Brunson conversation. NBA free agency going down this week. What's the deal? The Knicks are coming after our guy. 6 a.m. headlines. If Brunson does leave for New York City, are you holding it against him? Or are you just like, hey, I get it, bro. 877-881-1053. It's next right here on The Fan.
Stick around. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
2 seconds, 1 second. It's over. They did it. They did it. The job is done. The Colorado Avalanche are Stanley Cup champions. And they will lift Lord Stanley a mile high. They're pouring off the bench. Colorado has defeated Tampa in 6 games to claim their 3rd cup. Ladies and gentlemen, the cup is coming back to Colorado.
It took over 2 decades, but the Colorado Avalanche have indeed won the greatest trophy in all of professional sports. The Stanley Cup is going back to Colorado as the Avs knocked off the Lightning 2-1 as they were able to 3-2 and were able to get that win over the Lightning to ruin the potential three-peat for Tampa Bay, and Colorado completing one of the most dominant seasons in the history of the NHL and really all sports. When you look at the regular season into the postseason, Kayla Mccarr ends up getting the Conn Smythe Trophy for the most valuable player. He was absolutely fantastic. And a huge win. Former Dallas star Andrew Cagliano ends up getting his first ever Stanley Cup. Also, his teammate on that Stars Stanley Cup team from a few years ago, Corey Perry, ends up losing his 3rd straight Stanley Cup final. He lost with the Stars a few years ago, then went back last year as a member of the Montreal Canadiens, and then went back a 3rd time as a Tampa Bay Lightning and lost. So heartbreaking for Corey Perry. Those are the 2 sides of the coin there. But the Colorado Avalanche, your Stanley Cup champions, and they were no doubt the best team in the NHL this year. So that is part of your 6 a.m. headlines. If you missed it last night, Lord Stanley, his trophy was hoisted by the Avs. It is a Nosebag Nation, the morning show takeover here. Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation, formerly of the Nosebleed Seats. You can usually hear us 2 to 7 right here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, your DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. In for Sean and RJ today. RJ, Gaylord Choppy, will be joining us tomorrow through the rest of the week. Sean will be on vacation this week. And then we got Peyton Russell in for Troy Hughes. Thank you to Ryan for running the fan camp for us. Appreciate all the Twolos and the Tubers who are watching us there. 877-881-1053, always to tune in and join the conversation via the truckwreck.com text line. And make sure you stick around. We got a pair of tickets to see Chris Rock on November 4th. We're giving those away during the 8 o'clock hour, so you want to make sure you're listening in for that.
Man, going to see Chris Rock would be this would be a good time to go see Chris Rock, right? Because he's going to address a lot of different things, the slap, stuff like that.
Yeah. And if he doesn't, then what the hell, man? That's got to be a reason why a lot of people are going to see him.
I guarantee you, I mean, I imagine Chris Rock is selling out all the time no matter where he is going, but that has another heightened reason to make you be like, okay, this is probably a show I'd like to see.
Yeah.
And I saw Akash, who we did the show with.
Did you go see him?
Yeah, I saw him
at Hyenas.
Hyenas in Fort Worth. Yeah, Hyenas in Fort Worth, and it was Saturday night, a little date night with the wife. It was fun, man. If you're not doing comedy shows, put that in the wheelhouse. I've always been a stand-up comedy guy, just in terms of there's something on Netflix or whatever. Like I've always enjoyed watching it. Never went to a live show until like 6 months ago. I saw Bert Kreischer. And it was a whole new world for me and my wife. We were like, oh my gosh.
Oh, they're a blast.
We've got to do this thing. So then it's like, boom, Hyenas Dallas, Hyenas Fort Worth, whatever, Addison, or
Plano.
if there's a big dog coming in. So yeah, going to a comedy show is such a fun time. And we laughed our balls off on Saturday night.
It was
awesome.
You get sent free tickets. All you got to do is just buy a drink a piece when you go there. The one thing that I will say,
the chairs.
Yeah.
Oh man, the chairs.
They make the tush numb.
I will, yeah. As much as I love the experience, Hyenas, all that comedy show, great time. You're laughing. You're sitting in potentially the single worst chair of all time. And I was reminded of that on Saturday. We got there and we're sitting in, it was like 10 minutes. Then it dawned on me, like, oh my gosh. Yeah, we're going to be in for a long ride.
Was our
here.
buddy Tony Casillas a part of this one? I think he's in Austin.
Yeah, he was not a part of this one. I was hoping to see him again, who went to UNT with us. But yeah, he's in Austin now, and he was not a part of the show. But it was a really good show. All the openers, everybody. It was a night of laughter. And I'm telling you, go to a comedy show and enjoy yourself. Chris Rock coming in November. We're giving away tickets at 8 o'clock hour. That's strong.
Can't wait for that. And, of course, it is the 6 a.m. Club. Appreciate you waking up early, Toloing, turn it on, leave it on with us here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers, not a great weekend against the Nats, but they did get a win on Saturday. It was on walk-off fashion, and it sounded like this.
Right-hander set. And here's the pitch. And there's a high drive, deep left center field. Back goes Robles at the wall. That ball is history. This game is over. Adolis Garcia has won it. The Rangers in those retro uniforms stream out of the dugout and await the arrival of El Bombi at home plate. The Rangers have won it 3-2 on Adolis' 15th home run of the year.
Boom. El Bombi coming up big. That was the only Ranger win of the weekend as they dropped 2 of 3 to the Nats. John Gray was really good on that one on Saturday. He went another 7 good innings, 3-2. The Rangers got that walk-off victory, but they fell on Friday night to the Nationals 2-1, and they fell yesterday 6-4. Glenn Otto getting roughed up early in this one, giving up 6 runs to Washington in the first 2 innings. The Rangers bullpen entering and pitching 7 scoreless frames, but the rally fell short for the Rangers as Nathaniel Lowe and then Jonah Heim had his 10th home run of the season in the bottom of the 9th, but the Rangers unable to get the win. They dropped 2 of 3, and as I mentioned a little bit earlier when we opened the show, I think it's time to stop talking about the schedule. The Rangers able to take advantage of that. You know, the competition doesn't mean anything with this team yet. They're not good enough to just pencil in wins because of the starting pitching. They've got 2 really good starters at the top of the rotation right now, and Martin Perez and John Gray. Perez still with the 2nd lowest ERA in all of the American League, and John Gray has really bounced back nicely now that he's healthy. You've got Dane Dunning. Glenn Otto, once he gets, fully comfortable and back from, maybe the COVID effects, he can get back. We've seen good and bad from Glenn Otto, but Taylor Hearn, option to AAA Round Rock. They've got to figure out what they want to do with that spot in the rotation. Will it be Spencer Howard getting called up? Will they end up stretching out Matt Moore? We'll end up finding that out, but there's some questions right now with the Rangers. They put Josh Smith up to lead off to try and get a spark over the weekend with that lineup. They option Ezekiel Duran as well. They will start a set in Kansas City against the Royals, 6:30 pregame with Jared Sandler. First pitch a little after 7 o'clock with the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks. We also had a brawl yesterday in Major League Baseball.
Oh yeah, we will. When we do best of the weekend, 7 o'clock hour, we will have some fun with that because there are some more ancillary stories involved around that one that are pretty fun.
Also, finally, to wrap up your 6 a.m. headlines, College World Series. Ole Miss, the Rebs, they stun Oklahoma. Oklahoma was leading this one to try and force a Game 3, but Ole Miss comes back and they get the victory. And this is how it sounded.
1-2 pitch. Struck him out! From last 4 in to last team standing, Ole Miss has won the College World Series.
The Sooners giving up 3 unanswered runs in the 8th inning. They lose 4-2. Shout out to the Rebels as they were able to win the College World Series in Omaha. And unfortunately for the Sooners, I know we got a lot of those that listen, but we do have some Rebel fans as well. Back-to-back years, the Mississippi School has now won the College World Series. It was Mississippi State. Shout out to Dak Prescott and the Bulldogs. But this year it was Ole Miss representing the state of Mississippi. The big news this week, though, is going to be NBA free agency. What happens with Jalen Brunson? And I didn't feel any concern about Jalen Brunson leaving the Mavs to go to the Knicks. We know the Knicks are going to be the team that's going to take the biggest swing to pry Brunson away from the Mavs. 877-881-1053. Are you going to hold it against Jalen Brunson if he decides to leave Dallas to go to another opportunity? Say, take the money, go to the Big Apple. Nico Harrison on with our friends, the KMC Masterpiece on Friday. These were his thoughts on what the Knicks were doing to make room for a possible run at Jalen Brunson.
Well, yeah, I mean, first of all, it's probably the worst kept secret in the NBA or in sports. So, yeah, everybody was watching that. We were watching it. There's, it's obvious, but we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. It's still not a done deal. We have, only time will tell.
Only time will tell. He doesn't seem overly concerned about it, and I would imagine they have been preparing like, hey, this is a real possibility. And it seems like over the last week, it's like Jalen Brunson not being a part of the Mavs, or more specifically, Jalen Brunson going to the Knicks has become more and more viable. And it seems at this point, I've done a total 180. This time last week, I was probably like 90-10. He's staying with the Mavs. And then the Knicks do all these different things that they're doing on draft night, so much so that they have to come out and apologize. Leon Rose, who's the guy who's kind of running things there in New York now, and he has the family ties to Jalen Brunson. We know Jalen Brunson's dad is on staff now as an assistant coach there in New York, but Leon Rose had to come out and basically apologize to Knicks fans and explain to them what it was they were doing on draft night, which is, hey, we're clearing everything. We're clearing assets. We're trading for draft picks for later down the road. We're giving up our current assets, trying to just open up as much money now to bring in Jalen Brunson. And everybody knows it's for Jalen Brunson. And to me, that is really, really funny. Wow, how far you have fallen, New York and the Knicks, the mecca of basketball, where it's like, hey, usually you're gearing up for a run at Carmelo, LeBron, Wade, Bosh, Kevin Durant. This isn't for Kyrie. Yeah. This isn't for Bradley Beal. You're not trying to work out some big thing for a huge name superstar. No, it's for Jalen Brunson, which is pretty dang funny. But now it's like, okay, this is a real thing. And I know the Knicks are incompetent, and it will not shock me. It might slightly surprise me. It will not shock me or anybody if they completely fall on their face here, because they're being very loud about it. They're being very open about it. Hey, we're doing all this, and it is for Jalen Brunson. Everybody knows it's for Jalen Brunson. His dad's on staff, Leon Rose, the family ties. He's from this area, mecca of basketball. But if they drop the ball on not being able to get Jalen Brunson here, and they have to pivot, and it's not pivoting to Kyrie or anything there, it's like, oh my gosh, they are going to look so foolish and so stupid. But they are rolling out the red carpet for our guy Jalen.
Oh, they are.
That is what
East
they are
Coast
doing.
Kid, Philadelphia guy. I mean, look, I'm never going to be upset with a guy to go get his money. And the way that the Knicks, to your point,
but it's not even go get his money, because he
can go be the guy.
Go be the guy,
right?
Yeah, because he would get more money here in Dallas.
And Jalen Brunson certainly. Well, that's true. But to your point, he technically could get more money here in Dallas. But I wonder if the Mavs are really willing to go up to as high as the number as the Knicks are. Because I do think, and you and I...
And it looks like the Knicks are going 4 years, $100 million.
Like the Knicks are talking...
So it's $25 a year.
Right.
The Mavs could
Crazy numbers.
Mavs could do 5 years, $125 million.
Sure.
So it's the same yearly. It's just, hey, because you're re-signing with the team that drafted you, you can have an extra year of that. So you're basically, if you're Jalen Brunson, you're saying, I'm turning down an extra year and an extra $25 million to go to New York.
And the caveat is, when I'm playing with Luka, I definitely have to alter my game versus I can go to New York. I can be at the main stage at MSG and I can be the guy. And you saw how he was able to flourish in those 2 games without Luka. Maybe it was 3 games against Utah, and he was putting up 30 to 40 points a game. And I don't know that that's sustainable throughout an 82-game season, but we'll see. I mean, Jalen Brunson, I can understand the enticement factor there. Now, Brad Townsend of the Dallas Morning News just had an article out. The Mavs can't afford to repeat the mistakes leading to Steve Nash and at that departure with Jalen Brunson. My first initial reaction is I just don't even think that Jalen Brunson is a comparable player to Steve Nash. Like, I don't know that Jalen Brunson is an all-star. And I know that there are some within the Mavericks organization. They like Jalen Brunson. Don't get me wrong. I think JB is a really good player. But I wonder if there's a limit. Like, I think we just saw the peak of Jalen Brunson. I just think we saw how the best basketball that he can play. He's not an elite defender. He's not an elite passer. He definitely can go get you a bucket when needed. I don't know that he is an elite three-point shooter. I mean, there's
37%.
There's certain.
He's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. I mean, there's certain
solid.
There's certain flaws within his game. There's no question about it. So when you're talking about how high this price range is getting, are these one of those where you're going to regret the cost overall. But for the Mavericks, I mean, I just don't know that they can afford to lose out on the asset overall, because that's what you're talking about, right? You lose Jalen Brunson, you let him just walk out of the building for free, you got nothing to show for it. If there's a way you can maintain a sign and trade, if it gets that risky, you can get assets back from the Knicks, whether it's a Julius Randle, for instance, or some of these other things that we've talked about. Yay, big win. But if it's nothing, then you're sitting here and it's like, well what are we doing? Mm-hmm. So that's the scary factor of this all.
Yeah, that's why the worst case, I think, is Jalen just leaves you and you don't get much in return for him. The Mavericks have to be getting ahead of this, knowing it's a real possibility he's not going to be here. You've got to be talking with the Knicks about how you can work something out. And because right now, as it stands today, the Knicks cannot just sign Jalen Brunson because they don't have the cap space for it. I think they're still probably $6 or maybe $7 million away or something from being able to just offer him straight up, hey, I don't have to do anything with the Mavericks. I don't have to do anything else. All I got to do is just sign you, Jalen, because we've cleared out enough space. But the Mavs could just be the dance partner with them because the Knicks are going to have to clear out a little bit more money. So why can't the Mavs be the team that say, okay, Jalen, if you're going to leave, then all right, but let's do something here where we can get something in return. Is there some type of draft pick? Is there some type of player? Can we get a top-end? Can we get anybody, even if it's not a Julius Randle?
Sure.
Can we get something?
Maybe the Knicks don't want to part with him.
Yeah, and there's all sorts of money stuff that's in play here. You can't get somebody, like you're only going to be able to get back in return a certain amount of millions of dollars, so it's not going to be more than likely a Julius Randle type player, I would think.
The Knicks still have to clear another $6 to $9 million.
Okay, something like that. So the Knicks have to do some more work here. Why not be the team that they're doing the work with to open up? They get to open up what they need to get Jalen, and then you get to have something in return. Because the worst thing is the Knicks clear out money and they don't do it with the Mavericks, and so they just say, "Hey, we don't have to do anything with the Mavericks. We can just sign you, Jalen." And that would be the worst thing, because then the Mavs get nothing in return. It's not like it opens up a bunch of cap space for the Mavericks because Jalen Brunson is leaving. So that's the big scare there. Where do you draw the line? So much more to get into with the Jalen Brunson stuff, and we will, as it is the Nosebag Nation. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation, formerly of the Nosebleed Seats, in for Sean and RJ on a Monday morning.
All right, up next, are you buying... Oh, we're doing around the picks. I'm sorry. I was going to skip ahead. Then this is, I haven't teased out here in a while.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, Rusty Wolchuk.
Let's go around the picks. We're going to go around the picks. Eric, what the hell are you thinking here with these picks?
I got a lot of good stuff here. Luka made an appearance in some photos.
I saw the Luka pick.
Are we buying Luka? And plenty more in Around the Picks next right here on The Fan.
All day, every day.
1-800-Lawyers. If you are struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS, credit card, or medical debt, you do not have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to living life again. Call Mark right now at 1-800-Lawyers.
Thank you, Peyton. It is Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo, the G-Bag Nation, in for Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy. Gaylord Choppy will be back tomorrow. Sean Sharif out all week. Troy Hughes out all week. Peyton Russell producing the program. Luka Doncic, we all saw the photo. Are you buying it? Are you feeling fantastic right now? Luka getting the body right as he is playing for Slovenia right now. They crush Italy 90-71. My homeland gets taken down by Luka and Slovenia. And it was 12 points, 5 assists, 7 boards, 23 minutes for Luka. First action he's seen since the end of the Mavericks season. And he looked really, really good. He looked really, really good. He was making some shots. Like, you can go watch some highlights there of it. And he's in total control, man. He had like a just behind the back over the head pass as he kind of entered the paint area and then kicked it back out behind his head for a Slovenian 3-point shot. Of course, he was missing some free throws and then hitting some crazy step-back threes. It's just a weird deal, but Luka was dancing on Italy. They win by 19, and he has himself a good day. Now, we will hear from Luka in just a minute. He was talking about Goran Dragic, who's on the Slovenian team and heavily rumored to be a member of this Dallas Mavericks team.
Which I'm on board with, especially if you lose Jalen Brunson. Not saying that he is going to be able to fill those shoes, but you will at least need another serviceable guard as your third guard coming off the bench to just give you, 12, 15 minutes a game.
Yeah.
I think a guy that can still provide you with some quality minutes.
And he can be the Bobby replacement in terms of Luka's bestie on the team.
Yes, for locker room morale. I agree with you there.
Okay, so and not even locker room morale, just Luka morale. Yeah, but I'm just Luka-centric right now.
Still keep Luka happy. That's an important thing around here.
All right, around the sports picks we go. We start in Slovenia where Luka made an appearance. He was dapping up his teammates as they were sitting on the bench. He's got a fresh fade. He's looking good. He's taking care of himself.
Looking tan.
It's not the fresh fade, though. It's not the nice kind of 5 o'clock shadowy beard that he's rocking. It's the body. Now, I don't know about you, but when I saw that picture, Walchuk, the first thing I noticed was a lack of chins. I'm only seeing one, maybe 1.5 there. And the 1.5 is fine. Because I watched the movie, started the movie last night with Thor, Chris Hemsworth, and Miles Teller.
Yes.
And even at certain angles, the very, very beautiful, sexy Thor, Chris Hemsworth, certain angles, you can see a little bit of his kind of half chin.
You are a jerk.
So if Luka's got a 1.5, I'm good there. And then you start looking down the body here as he's in his Slovenian national uniform, Jumpman style. It's they're sponsored by the Jumpman Michael Jordan. Looks really good. I saw for the first time on Luka, I saw a bicep.
Okay, that was the first thing I noticed.
Okay.
Was biceps.
That bicep, man.
Where your vision goes, interesting.
I went right to the chin.
Immediately, holy cow, he's looking muscular. He's got some bicep work.
Svelte.
Very svelte.
I'm like, and we know we've seen him pushing the sleds. We've seen him doing the Bulgarian squats. I know Lucius has been like, hey, squats, the form, looks a little bit tight. Looks like kind of maybe hasn't done much in the way of squatting over the years, which is probably not fair to Luka, but also understandable when you look at the videos. But that's not the point. I'm not here to correct form. I'm just here to say thank you, Luka. You're actually putting and I know we always make fun of the Instagram workout athletes. They're always showing, hey, look at me. I'm working out. I'm working out.
He's one of these guys.
He's the guy that more than ever, I need this every day. I need a Luka workout update on my social medias some way, somehow, every single day, just to give me that confidence and just take the weight off my shoulders that when we show up for game 1 for the Maverick season in late October, whatever it is, I will be expecting to see a svelte and in shape looking Luka. Are you buying this picture? I am. I think Luka's. I think the flip has switched.
I'm 100% buying it.
The switch has flipped.
I'm also. I'd like to say another reason to be optimistic about this is the time in which this body transformation is taking place. Would your season end a month ago? You lose to Golden State?
Yeah.
Roughly?
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking a month of just hitting the gym, and you're already seeing a nice change and some muscle tone.
100%. And the thing is, though, and anybody who's like been in shape at one point and then lost it knows
Well,
it
you're
actually.
gonna need to tell me about that. This is the first time in my life I'm starting to get sexified.
Well, what you will realize,
thanks to
Walchuk,
my friends, it's soda.
That's correct.
Say it with me now. State of the art. Hugs and less pounds, everybody.
Nice work. What you'll notice, Walchuk, is it's gonna, the process of getting where you want to be physically can actually take a considerable amount of time.
Well, yeah,
and then losing
it does take a considerable amount of time.
All it takes for Luka is 2 weeks of hookah, mama's cooking, and just like a little bit of kicking your feet up relaxation, and he can go right back to a bit doughier than we'd prefer. So that's the thing. The consistency matters
the
here.
shamer that I know and love.
Coming out of the gates in the summer here, Luka looking sharp. And all it takes is that 2 weeks of hookah Doncic, maybe a little McDonald's run here, a night out with the boys there, a couple of mamas cooking here, and then boom, now we're back to square one. So, Luka, we just pray that you keep it rolling. But off to a good start here.
It's so
for the
true.
Luka summer bod.
And the temptations are all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
I've gone on a couple of YouTube rabbit holes. And I found a show on YouTube that's awesome. And I don't know why it's taken me this long to find it. Good Mythical Morning. Have you ever watched Good Mythical Morning?
I have not watched Good Mythical Morning. I've never heard of it.
Recommend it enough. I hadn't heard of it till about a month ago. Rhett and Link, both on this show. They're fantastic. I love them both. Oh, they're great. You're going to love them when you check it out. But they do a lot of stuff where it's like food.
Okay, then
things,
I have seen this. I know exactly what
and they'll
this
do
is.
like blindfolded taste tests, or they'll like see, hey, are these foods worth the money? Well, they'll have like 4 different foods where one's a freezer option, another one's a fine dining, another one's fast casual, and they'll choose which one they like the most, and they'll see like, okay, is this food really worth the price that you pay for it, etc.
Nice.
A lot of temptation. So I watch these things and I'm thinking, gosh, it'd be great to get a Popeye's chicken sandwich right now. But Luke, I'm sure it's very tempting. He sees all these little things out there, no, you can't do it. Mind over matter, Luke. I've learned this during the entire weight loss journey. It's all about the mental strength.
Thank you, Walchuk. Look at that, man. This is a new Walchuk.
You just gotta want it, man. You gotta want it.
Walchuk said a sentence he's never said in his entire life before. He said it last week, which involved him taking out Brussels sprouts out of the oven.
Oh, I burned the crud out of myself. Look
so
at that.
proud
You
of
can
you.
still see the mark on my arm.
So you did the YouTube rabbit hole thing, the Chris Arnold
Good Mythical
style
Morning is
rabbit
so
hole.
good. It was really just a Good Mythical Morning rabbit hole.
Well,
so good.
Yeah, so you didn't go too deep down the rabbit hole, Chris Arnold style, then, because no one goes deeper into the hole of the rabbit than Chris Arnold. So you approached it, but you didn't quite go down just full 2-time Hall of Famer style down the rabbit hole.
Yes,
good for you. Okay, so there's the first pick. Actually, let's hear from Luka. He spoke yesterday about Goran and potential new Mavericks teammate, current Slovenian teammate, longtime bestie in the basketball world. And so here's Luka talking about potential new Maverick, Goran Dragic.
Super, mislim da je najhitrejši od vseh, tako da njemu ni problema, ampak kakor ste videli, je še zmeraj v zelo dobri formi. Naš kapetan, naš vodja, tako da nam bo zelo veliko pomagal v te 2 tekmi, pa upamo še naprej, ne.
Forgot to get the English version of that.
Well, of course, I mean, guys, obviously he said when talking about Goran Dragic, he's super. I think he's the fastest of all, so for him, it's no problem. As you saw, he's still in very, very good form. Our captain, our leader, he will help us a lot in the 2 games versus Croatia and Sweden, and then we hope even more after that. Like, obviously, that's what Lucas said.
Obviously.
So, like, come on, guys. Come on. Okay, around the picks we continue. Did you see what Dodo was up to this weekend?
No. Was he also lifting weights?
He was not lifting weights. He was pictured alongside his alleged new horse.
Okay, I thought you were going to say something else for a second.
Holding his baby, and
he has a horse
sitting next to his son. Allegedly, according to the MFFL Twitter account, Dodo got himself a horse.
That's an awesome looking horse.
He's standing in the stable.
Looks like JJ Barea for a second. Is that JJ Barea?
That is not JJ Barea next to him. That's the cattle rancher, I assume, that Dodo
JJ's
bought the horse
birthday was
from.
yesterday.
Happy belated birthday, JJ Barea. But how about it, man? Dodo says, all right, I got the big contract, and I started really playing well, and now I deserve this. I'm going to go get me a horse. His son looks very excited. He's holding his other child. The baby who's in Dodo's arm looks a little bit surprised to see the horse, because why wouldn't you? Probably the same face I made when I saw the photo itself. But you could find Dorian Finney-Smith of the Dallas Mavericks on a horseback near you. And it kind of reminded me of the Rugi thing. Isn't that what Rugi did? Rugi got paid and was like,
oh, yeah, he
I'm
did.
getting a horse.
He got paid in horses.
Well, I don't know. Maybe Dodo is planning on a Finney farm. But right now it seems like he's coming out of the gates with just one horse, and we'll see where it takes him. But I feel like that was a fun off-season update for Dorian Finney-Smith, who said, you know what, bleep this. And I don't know if Dorian Finney-Smith has complete like bleep you money, but it's pretty close where it's just like, yeah, I'm just going to go get a horse because I want to.
If I could get a horse, I totally would get one.
You would get a horse. Have you ever ridden a horse?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
There's a joke about feeling bad for the horse there, but I'm not going to say it.
Well, I haven't
care
ridden
about
one
you
since I was like a kid.
No, I know, but you said in your soda spot that you've been fat your whole life.
But
so I feel bad for the horse
third grade
still.
on, specifically.
Okay, and this was before third grade. So this was before you really took
a
physical turn for the worse.
The camel that I rode in Israel, that thing took a beating. That was Fat Wool Joe.
Okay, man. My God, that's good. Poor damn camel. Okay, so
those things are really uncomfortable to ride. I don't ever want to do that again. Like, it was a cool experience.
It's uncomfortable for you. How do you think the camel felt?
I think it was more uncomfortable for me.
All right, well.
They wouldn't have put me up there if it really was going to do any damage.
No, that's fair. Because I see plenty of things where there's like 4 or 5 people on a camel.
Yeah.
So
those things, they got 2 humps for a reason.
All right. Uncle Shannon, as we continue to go around the sports picks from the weekend, we do have, let me hit a couple of these here because we have a picture. Damian Lillard. Okay, this is why I love the NBA in the offseason, and it is NBA free agent week, so it's going to be outstanding. The rumors are going to be swirling, and these guys kind of make it happen on their own, these NBA players. So it's a Photoshop Damian Lillard Instagram stories, a Photoshop version of Kevin Durant next to him. They're both wearing Portland Trailblazer uniforms. So it's like, oh my gosh, okay, this is Damian Lillard on the recruiting trail. We'll hear from KD later on in the show, actually, as he's talking about the Kyrie stuff. But Damian Lillard's like, okay, if there's even a slight chance, KD's not even a free agent. But if Kyrie blows it up in Brooklyn, Kevin Durant may say, okay, get me out of here. And Dame's saying, hey, come with me. Look at you. Look how good you look in the all-red Portland uniform. So that's a fun one. Then we have LeBron James working out. And it's a kind of the angle of the photo makes it look a little bit weird because LeBron's laying on a foam roller and you see him from the back, and everybody else like Kevin Love and Donovan Mitchell, they're all looking at him from the front. And it's just kind of a weird angled picture, I will say. But New York City, LeBron James, Donovan Mitchell, Kevin Love, all working out together. What does it mean? I don't know. Just wanted you to know that photo exists and they're all working out together. Then Uncle Shannon Sharp, 54th birthday. Did you see this? Holy dear God, is this guy a specimen?
He really is.
54 years old. He decided to take a front and back shirtless flexing pic of himself. And we can make fun of Shannon Sharp all we want for being a goofy goober with old Skip. But gosh, 54 years old.
Skip.
This guy is still a freaking monster. I mean, as lean and jacked as you can imagine. Look at the definition there. Ripped up like Rambo, 54 years old. Shannon Sharp looks like he could still get it done. There it is around the sports picks. Sean and RJ on a Monday morning. It's 2/5 of the G-Bag Nation. Eric Chiafalo, Zach Walchuk in for the fellas. Gaylord Choppy back tomorrow. Thank you so much for waking up with us here until 10 a.m. And we got plenty to bring you. Of course, top of the hour, 7 a.m. headlines. Get your week started with your radio sports page. But let's take a look at some NFL teams. Are you buying these teams improving the most? And I guess it's been out for a little while now. Have you seen the Lightyear movie? Looks like Walchuk saw it. I think he said it sucked. We'll find out next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It's a Monday show. We'll take a look at NBA free agency as it gets going later.
All right, so we're about to get into some of the NFL teams that this NFL.com writer believes will improve their win total the most in 2022. Which teams do you think made the cut? 877-881-1053. Now, the Cowboys were a 12-win football team. They're not going to make this list in terms of improving their win total the most. Be hard to improve a ton off of a 12-win season. They were pretty darn good last year.
Yeah, especially it's difficult to improve when a lot of talent leaves the building.
If anything, they're probably going to drop a couple wins. That would be my guess. They lose 2 wins from that frame. I mean, I'm kind of projecting a 10-win season.
At best, do you think the ceiling is probably 10 wins?
If I had to project right now where they stand, I'm thinking a 10-7 year.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm not going to say that they're going to go win 12 games like they did last year. Their schedule is relatively easy, so you would think 10 games shouldn't be that should be the standard.
Right, you've got offensive line questions. What are you going to do at your receiver position, especially the first few games without Michael Gallup?
Mm-hmm.
Defensively, you're feeling probably the best you did since after that 2018 season, but I think we saw, even after 2018 going into 2019, it's really tough to project defenses year to year. We feel great about Dan Quinn. You feel great about Micah Parsons, about Diggs, but and I know, Sean and RJ have talked about this on their show, and RJ, who will be with us from tomorrow through Friday, Gaylord is iffy on Diggs. You and I are both Trayvon Diggs fans, but if he doesn't have those 11 picks, I know RJ's questioning how good of a corner is he. You and I both believe sky's the limit. He's just scratching the surface on his potential.
Sky's the limit.
Really hasn't played the position for very long. So, I mean, when you keep that in mind, I think he's just going to continue to get better. But it's tough to continue the turnover success. They led the league in takeaways last year. So, will the Cowboys be able to improve their win total? I think that's highly unlikely.
Yeah.
They're most likely going to regress. So, Jim Trotter of NFL.com listed his 5 NFL teams he thinks are going to improve in wins.
Trotty.
Which teams do you think make this cut? You want to do a little guessing game here?
Yeah, I'm more than happy to do that. Peyton, feel free to play along. Let's see here.
Yeah, Peyton, you're a football guy.
Peyton, are you a football guy?
I watch a lot of football.
Yeah.
Most on this show.
Most on this show.
Okay.
Well, out of the 3 of us, sorry.
Back off!
Mm-hmm.
I
used to watch Kay Adams.
Well,
she's-
I think we all used to watch Kay Adams.
If watching Kay Adams makes us a football guy, then I think the entire country
I just meant early in the morning,
Well, Good Morning Football was a phenomenal show. I'm upset that she's no longer on there, although I do love to watch Jane Slater as well when she fills in. She's fantastic. And I'm excited for Kay's new role on
Amazon.
The Amazon.
Yeah, the Amazon. They are
in the Amazon.
They at the Amazon are crushing with just adding talent. Every time I turn around,
Richard
it's
Sherman.
Yeah, Pat McAfee's doing the multicast. It's Herb Street. It's Michaels. And then it's Kay Adams. And yeah, they're doing it big over there. But I do like the way you slid in. Hey, I like watching Jane Slater on Good Morning Football because it's our new friend Jane Slater.
I know.
We got to meet her at OTAs. We're doing the Cowboys practice. It's like, oh my gosh.
Did y'all fangirl?
Oh, we fangirled
No, we were
hard.
pretty cool with Jane.
Well, I mean, we played it cool,
inside,
but internally,
yes.
Oh, inside, you're
I think
going
we're
great.
both like, holy smokes, dude.
We're talking to her about her new puppy.
We've made it. Two new puppies, by the way. Jane
There's
Slater.
2?
Yeah. She's an incredible dog mom.
She really is.
All right. Teams that improve, that we feel like will be improving. The 817's coming out of the gates. Dolphins will be improving with the adding talent. They already have a good defense, and then they add talent offensively.
Here's what the one thing I want to consider here, because Tolos, play along. 877-881-1053. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo in. Rajan and RJ. Yes, I had a burp. Okay. Keep in mind the win totals of these teams for last year.
Yeah, because it's about improving.
It's about improving. So if a team won 4 or 5 games, the odds of them improving that win total, especially if they made a bunch of offseason additions, a quarterback, for instance, would be a great chance of leaping to double that win total. So the Dolphins won 9 games last year.
Yeah, I don't see them improving.
Are they going to get 12 wins and improve by, 4 or 5 games? I don't know that they're going to make that big of a jump. So, no. While I do think the Dolphins have had a great offseason, the questions with Tua, I think it's fair that they're not on this list.
Well, I think it's fair just because they did end up winning 9
maybe
games
they
last year.
improve by a game or 2 and they win 10 or 11 games. but I don't think that they're going to improve by that much more.
Okay. The 817's going with the Colts. Another 817 saying you would hope the Jags improve, right? It would be hard not to. They won, 2 games last year?
Jags are on the list. They were 3-14 last year. Trotter's saying that they improved by 5 wins by adding their new head coach, Doug Peterson.
Doug Peterson and his visor.
They've added several other personnel upgrades, including the number 1 overall pick, Trayvon Walker.
They're thinking about switching positions already.
Out of Georgia. What are they doing with him now?
Well, they brought
moving
us
inside?
No, it's like being like a stand-up
outside linebacker. Body type there does fit that a little bit. I can understand that. I do think Doug Peterson is a good head coach. And I think he's going to help overall that entire team because they had the complete blow-up that was Urban Meyer.
Yeah, it was actually the 2021-2022 Bleep Poll of the Year.
Yes, he was.
Urban Meyer.
Yes, he was.
Congratulations on that one, by the way, Herb.
That finger, the infamous finger.
I think the Ravens have to be on that list.
The Ravens.
They went 8-9 last year.
Okay, the Ravens isn't a bad one. How many more wins?
Hold up. Walchuk said the finger, the infamous finger. And I think we should provide a little bit of context here. Let's remember Urban Meyer decided not to get on the team flight back from Cincinnati to Jacksonville after getting an ass kicking on Thursday Night Football. He stayed back, went to the local Ohio State bar that's named after him, and then he was seen on a dance floor and his fingers were in places that they shouldn't have been. Very stinky.
Thank you for reiterating that. No, Ravens not on the list.
Raven's not on the list.
No.
Okay.
That's a stupid list, then.
Yeah, it's a dumb list.
They won
a big,
8 games.
List.
How many more games do you think they're going to win?
1? They can go 9-8.
With
Lamar? Okay,
yeah,
if Lamar
they
goes
should
the
have
full
made the
season.
list. That would improvement by the game. Damn it. Damn it, Jim Trotter.
I think
Darn
it's like,
it, I should say.
It's who's going to improve the most, Paige. So improving by 1 game it's not like improve at all.
I thought it was just improve. Well,
Yeah,
it's a list. There are like 3 teams on this list?
There's 5.
There's 5 teams. The Jags are one of them.
There were several bad teams, buddy.
Several bad ones.
Okay, what about the
Peyton?
Broncos then?
Oh, the Broncos. That's a good guess,
Now we're
Peyton.
starting to play.
Now you're starting to show that you watched Good Morning Football with Kay Adams.
But I think they just go 9-8.
They went 7-10.
Well, no, I think this year they'll go 9-8.
Well, Jim thinks they're going to have the biggest improvement with 6 wins.
Okay, yeah, this list sucks.
Thanks to the addition of Russell Wilson.
100%. I get it. And they've added some. They got our guy Randy Gregory, right? And then they bring in, and I know Fangio, great defensive mind, but Nathaniel Hackett, I think getting that offense going from the LaFleur branch of coaching. The Broncos are an obvious one. Now, they are going to be in the most difficult division we've basically ever seen in the AFC West, so that's something to keep in mind. But, yeah, that makes a bunch of sense. Some people, the Giants, the Eagles getting mentioned, the Chargers, the Lions, the Texans.
Okay, the Lions do make the list. The Lions are at number 2, right behind the Broncos. They were 3-13-1. Trotter thinks they win 5 more games this year.
The Texans?
No, the Lions.
Oh, the Lions.
That's going to be a tough one.
Man Campbell drinking his coffee. They are going to be on Hard Knocks.
They were competitive last year. They did lose some heartbreaking games. But that's a tough to win 5 more games. I just don't think that team got that much better.
I don't either.
They did get Aiden Hutchinson. I mean, if they did, it's organically through the draft.
But I could see them biting off so many opposing teams' kneecaps.
So true.
That they're like, inevitably, we won the game. There was a bunch of kneeless individuals we were playing against by the 4th quarter.
Now, the rest of the list, the Fantex has nailed this. The Seahawks are at 4. They were 7-10. They think 5 more wins for the Seahawks.
That's
ridiculous.
Are you kidding me,
I don't
Jim
know what
Trotter?
Trotter's thinking, but the Jets.
Trotter just lost all respect.
The Jets are at 5, 4-13 with 4 more wins. I could see the Jets. The Jets' offensive line's better. They add Breece Hall. I do think the Jets are going to get a little bit better.
Well, and they have a guy who's stepping in
Gardner.
year 2 at quarterback, where it's like, oh, okay, you should be seeing some improvement there from your quarterback. You get a little bit more weaponry around him, but the Seahawks one is where, like, what do you think? The combination of Geno Smith and Drew Lock is going to lead the Seahawks to a better record than what Russell Wilson had them at last year?
Come
on,
the Seahawks
man.
one's bizarre. All right, who has seen Lightyear? Now, it's been out for 2 weekends. It has continued to really underwhelm at the box office. Here was your weekend box office update. It was a great weekend overall for the box office. People went to see the movies this weekend. If you went and saw anything, let us know. 877-881-1053. I did see Lightyear. It came in at number 5. It pulled in $18 million. over the weekend. It was a tie at number 1. Technically, Top Gun Maverick ends up reclaiming the number 1 spot.
Attaboy Mav.
It came in at $31 million, just edging out, I guess, by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Elvis, which premiered to $31 million. Jurassic World Domination came in at third at $26 million. And The Black Phone, Ethan Hawke's new movie, came in at $23 million.
Is that a scary movie?
It is, but it's more so suspense, because I saw that on Thursday night on that Hinge date. More so a suspense movie than it is scary.
I'm in on that.
But it's worth watching. He's fantastic in it. Lightyear, though, very average. I didn't love it. And I will say, I was prepared for it because it's not Tim Allen. It's Chris Evans who voices Lightyear.
See, that's my thing.
And I went into it mentally ready for it. But as soon as the movie starts, it just threw me for a loop.
Yeah. I seriously, Walchuk, if they don't change anything else about the movie, they just dub Tim the Toolman Taylor's voice into Buzz as opposed to Captain America's, the movie becomes exponentially better, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to change the story arc. You don't have to change the plot. You don't have to change anything, the writing, all the score, right? Isn't that the music, the score?
Yes,
Nice.
it is.
I learned something in my, I don't know, film class, I guess, in college. Shout out to UNT. But if they just change the voice to Tim the Toolman Taylor, I think that movie goes from what seems to be about a 4 to you right now to a hard 7.
I think so, too. Man. And I agree with the text that said that the cat was the best part of the movie from the 619. They loved it. They said the cat killed them in a positive way. I thought the cat that he has in it, it's a robot cat named Socks, steals the show.
Okay.
Was my favorite character in the film.
Nice. Well, the guy who did Captain America, Chris Evans,
yes,
he Instagrammed out that he was switching iPhones, and he's alleging that he has been using the iPhone 6S for however long that phone has been out, and he's finally getting an upgrade to like a newer version of the iPhone. And I'm like, really? That's what we're doing? Worth $80 million, and you're just going to show everybody that you're still such a normal person, general population, that even Chris Evans, have a cell phone. I mean, it's like he's Broadus. Broadus just got a new cell phone for the first time since 1994, and I think that's what Chris Evans is doing here. He's just trying to be a man of the people.
Yeah, it's weird to think about. I mean, you're somebody that's in Hollywood. You think you'd be on your phone all the time, but good. I'm glad that he finally upgraded, much like our crusty Brian Broadus.
Was there? Well, I'm not even going to ask that question, but people are alleging things happen in the Buzz Lightyear movie that I didn't know.
It's literally a hello, door opens, and this is my wife and son.
Is it two?
Two women.
Oh, two. Oh, okay.
That's why it was bound.
Well, then it's fine.
Banned in Saudi Arabia. It is a complete overreaction.
Okay. Overreaction Monday morning quarterback.
Yes. Ridiculous. Okay. Coming up next, we got your headlines for you, and we're going to talk some more Jalen Brunson. What's your Brunson panic meter that he's about to leave the Mavs? And if he does, you're going to be upset about it. 877-881-1053. We'll talk about that next on the Fan.
Text away your Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
We have a new champion on the ice as the Colorado Avalanche won their first Stanley Cup since 2001. Avs Radio with the final call last night.
2 seconds, 1 second, it's over! They did it! They did it! The job is done! The Colorado Avalanche are Stanley Cup champions! And they will lift Lord Stanley a mile high! They're pouring off the bench. Colorado has defeated Tampa in 6 games to claim their 3rd cup. Ladies and gentlemen, the cup is coming back to Colorado.
Kayla Mccarr finishing the postseason 3rd overall in scoring, 8 goals and 29 points in 20 games, just 23 years old. He won the Norris Trophy last week, making him the 3rd defenseman to win both the Norris and Conn Smythe in the same season. He was the first unanimous Conn Smythe winner since the Professional Hockey Writers Association began tracking 5 years ago. Kayla Mccarr, an unbelievable player at such a young age. The Stars had a chance to draft him, but they went with Miro Heiskanen instead. Certainly that hasn't been a disappointment for the Stars, but Kayla Mccarr, the better of the two. I know that's something that the hockey hog Gavin Spittle is annoyed with to this day, but congratulations to the Colorado Avalanche. One of the most dominant seasons in any sport, in any era, and they get to hoist, in my opinion, the greatest trophy in all of professional sports, Lord Stanley's Cup.
I don't think it's a competition. I think you're 100% right. Lord Stanley is the single best of the professional trophies, the championship trophies. Now, I believe it already has a dent in it, though.
Oh, they did something last night. They drop it?
Well, it was not even like a party animal situation. Who knows what happened after this? But this was they're doing like a team photo on the ice, championship celebratory photo, and one of their players, I can't tell who it is just on the angle of the video, but he's skating into the team photo. Everybody's there. Team's ready. They're all getting ready to take the picture, and one of the players on Colorado has the Stanley Cup, and he's skating to get into the front row of the picture, and he slips and falls, and he's just comes crashing down, and he's holding the Stanley Cup, and I believe it's already dented maybe on the bottom of it, which is pretty incredible. So nice work, Colorado, man. And you know that thing's about to go through a whole bunch of craziness.
No doubt. Shout out to former Dallas star Andrew Cagliano, part of that Stanley Cup final run team a few years ago in the bubble. Got his first ever Stanley Cup championship for the Avs last night. And Corey Perry, who was also part of that Stars team that made it to the Cup final, losing to the Lightning. He was now a member of the Lightning. 3rd straight year he's made it to the Cup final and been on the losing end. Next up in your 7 a.m. headlines here with Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, part of the G-Bag Nation, formerly of the Nosebleed Seats. It's a Nosebag Nation morning show takeover as we're in for Sean Sharif and Gaylord Choppy. We got Peyton Russell in for Troy Hughes. Ryan making our video cast work today as we got the fan cam for you on twitch.tv/Dallas Fan Cam. Also available on YouTube. Appreciate you waking up, turning it on, leaving it on with us here on your DFW sports station, home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. Speaking of the Rangers, they did get a walk-off win Saturday night. Adolis Garcia, Eric Nadel, the Hall of Famer. How'd it sound?
Right-hander set. And here's the pitch. And there's a high drive, deep left center field. Back goes Robles at the wall. That ball is history. This game is over. Adolis Garcia has won it. The Rangers in those retro uniforms stream out of the dugout and await the arrival of El Bundy at home plate. The Rangers have won it 3-2 on Adolis' 15th home run of the year.
That was the highlight of the 3-game series against the Nats. As Washington comes in, they take 2 of 3 against the Rangers. They'll be back at it tonight as they have fallen to 34-37, still 3 games under 500 on the year. 6:30 pregame with Jared Sandler. They start a series in Kansas City against the Royals. Martin Perez on the bump, still has the 2nd lowest ERA in the American League against Chris Bubich for the Royals. First pitch at 7:10.
Chris who?
Bubich. Yeah, I knew you'd get a laugh out of that. Jeez, get your mind out of the gutter.
Dude, my mind wasn't in the gutter. You forced.
That's his name.
Right. I mean,
I'm just saying somebody's name.
What's the first name?
Chris.
But the last name?
But it's Chris. I'm just going to say Chris.
Okay.
Because you can't.
No,
you're not mature enough to handle his last name.
I'm a huge fan of the Bubich family.
Uh-huh.
There's actually, people don't realize this. There's a long lineage of Bubiches here in the DFW Metroplex.
Bubich doesn't sound much better.
No. Well, actually, I think it does.
Sounds funnier.
No, it doesn't sound funnier. Bubich, I don't think you can beat from a funny standpoint Bubich.
Yep.
Okay?
Yeah,
so, congratulations. So, it's Perez versus Bubich.
Yep.
We got Bubich on the bump tonight.
We're ready to party.
Nice.
Oklahoma. Oh, man. They had a lead trying to force a Game 3 in the College World Series. Ole Miss rallies with 3 unanswered runs, and they end up victorious.
1-2 pitch. Struck him out! From last 4 in to last team standing, Ole Miss has won the College World Series.
Shout out to Ole Miss, Mississippi, back-to-back years. Mississippi State last year, Ole Miss this year, College World Series champions, as the Sooners unable to force a third game. So the Rebs, the College World Series champions. And
Oxford is going to be just absolutely on fire. How many bros right now are just road tripping to Oxford? They have no affiliation with the school.
That's why RJ's off today.
They just yeah. I like that. I like RJ. I like Gaylord Choppy just barreling into Oxford, Mississippi, repping his Tennessee Volunteer gear and just living it up with all the Ole Miss Rebels.
We got a text, and where have y'all been late night? Well, we now are members of the G-Bag Nation. You can catch us from 2 to 7. The new late night show, The Get Right, with Reginald Atatula and Kevin Gray. Anytime the Rangers are off, you can hear that beautiful show, and it really, really is a great show from 7 to 11 p.m. weeknights right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Travelers Championship, shout out to Xander Schauffele, who was victorious over Patrick Cantlay in the 2022 Travelers Championship. It was Schauffele's second triumph of this season and 6th of his career as he was in the winner's circle. So congratulations to him on that win yesterday. And 8 ejected after a wild brawl between the Seattle Mariners and the LA Angels yesterday. Ended in a couple of double barrels, if I can get that out of my mouth, from Jesse Winker to the rest of the Mariners crowd.
Dude, Winker was on fire yesterday, and we will do some best of the weekend coming up here in a few minutes, and we'll get a little bit more into the benches clearing. People are saying brawl. I mean, they're going as far as to say this was a full-on brawl. I mean, there was some shenanigans for sure. I would go as far as to say maybe even some tomfoolery and a bit of fisticuffs. I don't know if I can go full-on brawl, but we'll make that decision here in a few minutes. And there is the single greatest pizza delivery story of all time that is centered around Mr. Winker and this fight.
Ooh, I cannot wait to get to that. The biggest news, though, of the week is going to be NBA free agency. A lot happening there. Our focus, though, Jalen Brunson and his decision. Does he re-sign with the Mavs? Does he end up going to the Big Apple, where the Knicks are going to be the biggest suitor for him? Nico Harrison on with our friends KMC on Friday. If you missed that audio, here's Nico's thoughts on the Knicks making room for a possible run at our guy, Jalen Brunson.
Well, yeah, I mean, first of all, it's probably the worst kept secret in the NBA or in sports. So, yeah, everybody was watching that. We were watching it. There's, it's obvious, but we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. It's still not a done deal. We have, only time will tell.
Time's going to tell. How would you feel if Jalen Brunson left, went to the Knicks? Are you worried about it? Are you confident that he stays with the Mavs? I was confident up until Friday.
I think we all were.
And now I'm thinking,
Thursday night.
What? Yeah, Thursday night. Now I'm thinking, maybe this does happen where Jalen Brunson leaves and goes to the Knicks and this price just gets too high and the Mavs think, I don't know. Maybe we don't think that he is that caliber of a player. We like him. He's really good, but this might be getting out of our price range. I think the conversation becomes, all right, look, if we can't get anything in return from the Knicks via a sign and trade, they just say, no, bleep you. We've cleared the room. We're not doing a sign and trade. Do the Mavericks just say, all right, we're going to match the offer, Jalen, we want you, because we feel that, one, we'd rather just not lose you, get no compensation back, and two, worst case scenario, we still feel like you're a movable asset and it's better to have you with us so we can just keep you as a potential trade chip versus letting you just walk out the building.
Yeah, that's the worst thing that can happen here. My gut feeling is that, and again, this is my gut now. This is not even me. This is just my gut, and it is feeling like it is going to end up in the Knicks and Mavs dance a little bit together here and work out a way for Jalen to get what he wants, which is go to New York. The Knicks obviously getting what they want because they are making their entire offseason. I never had this happening, that there would be a franchise, especially the one that's considered the mecca of basketball in New York City, that is building their entire offseason and centering it around Jalen Brunson. It's pretty funny. It is pretty funny. Now, we all have respect for Jalen Brunson. We know he's a solid player. Good for him. But the one thing you have to keep in mind, though, is he's not a restricted free agent. It's not like the Mavs can just say, you know what, we're going to match the offer. You're staying here. Who knows how much higher the offer has to be from the Mavericks in order for Jalen to say, you know what, it is worth it to stay here in Dallas, because he is unrestricted. So, I mean, the Mavs could say, hey, we want to give you $30 million a year, and we can give you an extra year. And Jalen still might say, yeah, but I just want to go to New York. I'm from the Northeast area. My dad is an assistant coach on this staff now. Leon Rose running things is a family friend of ours. He was the agent of my dad when my dad played in the NBA. They're rolling out the red carpet for me. I'm getting an opportunity to show the world that I can be the Jalen Brunson who was leading the Mavericks to round one victories without Luka Doncic. And so I totally understand where Jalen Brunson's coming from this. I won't be bleep you Jalen kind of guy when it comes to this if he decides to, as a free agent, leave Dallas. Because when you look at it, it's like, okay, there's the winning and then there's the money on the contract that are probably the two main pros for being on the Mavericks. I can get more money. Not only am I paying less in taxes here, but they can just give me an extra year of $20 to $30 million, $25-30 million, which is nothing to scoff at, and then I can do some winning here. But if you're Jalen Brunson, what do you want? Do you want to go back up to the area that you're kind of from? It is still the mecca of basketball. They're rolling out the red carpet. They're showing you, hey, Jalen, we want you. We love you. We want you to be our guy. And if you're Jalen, you're probably thinking, dude, I am a stud. Like, we all look at Jalen the way we look at Jalen, which the 409 literally just texted in, Jalen is overrated. Okay. But if you're Jalen Brunson, you're looking at yourself like, dude, I was the man in high school. We won considerably. I was the man in college. We won considerably. Anytime Luka's out during the regular season, I step up in a big way. When he was out in the playoffs this year, I stepped up in a big way. Give me more opportunities. I want to show the world that I am the guy. So all that makes, it makes a ton of sense. And I get to kind of oblige my dad. I get to go and that's the other thing.
The interesting thing is I think that's such an overrated point with the dad stuff.
Really?
I think so, because college is a perfect example of that. His dad was a Temple guy. He doesn't go to Temple. He goes to Villanova. Like, he's already made that decision at one point in his life where he didn't follow his dad. He didn't go to his dad's alma mater. He chose his own path.
Yeah, but now his
I don't think he's a guy that cares about that.
Maybe you're wrong, but even if that doesn't matter, his dad is clearly in the know on this, and his dad, they're probably within the organization. They're talking to his dad quite a bit. What's it going to take to get Jalen here? And the fact that they're doing all this, you would think there is a conversation of, hey, I know what my son's going to want. If we do this, if we give him X amount of dollars, we roll out the red carpet, we show him how much we want him, he will want to come here. You have to imagine he is being consulted on this plenty,
sure.
He being the dad.
No question. But I think it's the money and the opportunity that's speaking more so than just his dad being there for me.
Yeah, but it's not the money, because he's taking less money.
He's taking less money just because it's another year that he's turning down. To me, it's like, oh, well, it's 4 years instead of 5 years. You're still getting a crap ton of money.
No, you're still getting a crap ton of money, yes, but
and you're also the guy. There's tons of also pros that go along with that.
Oh, for sure. Being the guy.
I think those are all more pros than, hey, I'm just going and playing for my dad. think the dad thing's a nice storyline, but I don't think that's really making the decision for him.
I don't know that it's making the decision for him, but I think it's making the decision for the Knicks to say, okay, we can really
Probably
go
helping
all
them
in
out,
here.
like know what we need to do.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I do think it's interesting. A lot of the fan text is saying, he's a role player. I think we're going to be good without him. And I do like the comparison because Brad Townsend had a story. The Mavs can't afford to lose Jalen Brunson and have essentially a relive over what happened losing Steve Nash. We had a Texan that was comparing him to J.J. Barea. Like when Barea left to Minnesota, got a big deal. Didn't work out.
I think it's more than JJ, less than Steve.
I agree. But I think he's more comparable to a Barea than a Nash, personally.
Okay.
I think he's closer to that.
I won't fight you. It's not like set the world on fire. Oh my gosh, we're going to lose Jalen Brunson here. Now, it would suck if you aren't able to work a deal with the Knicks and get something in return for him, but it ain't like we're losing Luka.
No
So
doubt.
we can all chill a little bit here.
All right, coming up on the other side, best of the weekend. Where are we going with that?
We have the brawl. Was it a Donnybrook? Was it just some tomfoolery? Was it shenanigans? And we also have the greatest pizza delivery story involving that bench clearing brawl in Major League Baseball yesterday. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up at 10.
Brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Do you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of high gas prices? Well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel, visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
A Dallas Cowboy got engaged, allegedly, over the weekend, and the Avs have won the Stanley Cup, which has a Cowboy tie-in, believe it or not. Best of the weekend, about to kick it off here in the Nosebag Nation. In for Sean and RJ. Sean Sharif on vacation, same with Troy Hughes. Gaylord Choppy out today, back with us. The rest of the week, we'll be here all week. Zach Walchuk and myself, Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation. Catch us 2 to 7 here on your home of the Cowboys and the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Great to have you in. Thanks for waking up with us. Before we get to Cowboy engagements, Cowboy tie-ins with Stanley Cup victors, and some Donniebrooks full-on brawls going down in Major League Baseball. Best of the weekend. We do need to show some love. I believe we have a very, very special birthday today here in the Metroplex, and I know Boban's not a Mav anymore.
Oh, don't tell me.
We had a great relationship with him. Friend of the show, friend of the Wooly Bully, and I don't know if he's still open to these things, but I would love, Peyton, if you I know you're trying to dial him up. If we can get him, we'd love to do our usual birthday Boban shout-out stuff, but if Boban's not really feeling it, I know he's kind of bummed still being traded from the Mavs. So talk to me. If he's available, great. If not, then we'll just wish a happy birthday and we'll move it along unceremoniously.
He's ready right now, actually.
He's ready!
Oh, Bobby.
All right. Well, very, very happy birthday. A 46th birthday to the manager of the Texas Rangers, Chris Woodward.
Want to wish you happy birthday, my friend. All best, all best. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. And you guys have wonderful, wonderful, wonderful birthday. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. Bye-bye.
See you, Bobby.
Happy birthday, Woody.
Woody appreciates
so
it.
good hearing from you. Bobby,
All right. Best of the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. I take you to @Path2Great-Work. That is Neville Gallimore of your Dallas Cowboys. He tweeted out 11 hours ago. It was still the weekend at that point. Just asked my best friend to marry me.
Congratulations, Neville.
Now
he got to do his first ever interview here in DFW when he was drafted.
That's right. Draft night was a good time. I say that he's engaged, but I don't know if there was a follow-up here. I mean, we know he asked, but that doesn't mean that the best friend said yes. So I say it's best of the weekend. For him, I mean, it technically could be worst of the weekend. He could have asked his best friend to marry her, and maybe she said no. I don't know. He didn't follow up with what went down, but we do know that at one point yesterday, Neville Gallimore asked his best friend to marry him. We just don't know anything after that. So it's kind of up in the air.
Follow-up pictures.
There was no follow-up. I didn't look
somebody
at
would want to post the ring, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe she did. He didn't retweet it if she did.
We don't know her name. I'm going to do some research.
Not really sure here. But I want to say congratulations to Neville Gallimore, but I don't want to also overstep my bounds here. I don't know what the result was. So we'll just leave it as is. But hopefully we find out soon that Neville Gallimore's best friend did say yes. Nonetheless, it happened this weekend, so it makes an appearance here. RJ Ochoa, blogging the boys, says that the last time the Colorado Avalanche won the Stanley Cup, the Dallas Cowboys opened their season at home against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, it wasn't a good year.
Dallas lost that game. 3 more. Start the season off 0-4.
I actually went to that game.
The Bucs game?
Yeah, I remember that.
Brad Johnson?
Went with my dad.
Who's the quarterback?
For the Bucs?
For the Bucs.
I think you just said it.
It was Brad?
It sounds like the right time.
Because he doesn't have the year here. I guess I could easily look it up. But
it sounds like around the right time frame.
But the Avalanche just won the Stanley Cup again, and the Cowboys do host the Bucs in week 1. So hopefully we're not doomed for another 0-4 start. Now, Walchuk, I know you get a little bit superstitious about some of these things. So
That's a bad one.
You're not worried about it?
No.
Okay. Okay. Walchuk likes to pick and choose what worries him, what doesn't. He's not going to be concerned with an 0-4 Cowboys start.
It was Brad Johnson.
History repeats itself. There you go, Brad Johnson.
Our buddy Sean King was backing up.
Oh, yeah. You asked him a dumb question. You said the school.
No, I just
university,
flipped. It wasn't a dumb question.
It was South Florida and
it
Central
was just
Florida?
South Florida and Central Florida, and he was the coach at South Florida.
And you said
and
Central.
I called it Central Florida.
It's okay. We also have this 3 years, 3 teams, 3 straight Stanley Cup final losses for Corey Perry.
Yep.
Did you mention that in the headlines?
Oh, I've mentioned it twice today. Yeah. Because it's one, I used to hate
Sorry
Corey
for not
Perry,
paying attention to you.
but I did like him when he became a Dallas Star.
Yeah.
He was really important for the Stars Cup run in the bubble, but gosh, that's heartbreaking.
It's a tough deal, man. It's a tough deal. Okay, now we also, we need to get into this because there was, I would call it pandemonium going on with the Angels and the Mariners yesterday. This was magnificent. All right, Jesse Winker went, he just went ham. That's what he did. He gets hit by a pitch. He's batting for the Mariners, and they're in Anaheim. So this is beautiful. This is the road crowd, and he's like, I'm not going to take this from you. I'm not going to get hit by a pitch. So then he starts mother bleeping everybody, and then boom, it starts. It being like a 3-minute benches clearing brawl situation. And it felt like Jesse Winker of the Mariners versus, I'm not even going to say the Angels. I'm going to say the entire state of California. At one point, he's double birding the Anaheim Angels fans, and they call it a brawl. I think Donnybrook is probably the best way to do it.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like there was hundreds of punches being thrown at once. There's a lot of people pulling people back, the two teams converging together, and it's Jesse Winker in the middle of it. At one point, Anthony Rendon with his
who's injured.
Right, who's injured.
Out.
He's injured on his right hand. He's got like a little cast on it.
He had
with
surgery.
So with his left hand, he does a face mush to Winker, which was pretty disrespectful. But nonetheless,
he does the Juwan Howard?
Yeah, he did the Juwan Howard thing. That's exactly right. Just the mush to the face, which is more disrespectful than the Will Smith slap and more disrespectful than just a full-on punch to the grill. Now, all this is happening, and it's fun. It's worth the 2.5 minutes to go watch the video if you haven't seen it, because these things can oftentimes be fun. But Winker, he was the man. He was fired up. He's double middle birding the crowd, and it was a good time. Definitely the highlight of the baseball weekend, I would think. But then we see the Twitter thread from Sophie at Sophie Ballgame, who is apparently a Mariners fan, and she decided that she was going to order a pizza for Jesse Winker from a place called Mountain Mike's Pizza in Anaheim. And she tweets out, I just ordered a pizza for Jesse Winker from at Mountain Mike's Pizza in Anaheim. You deserve it, big guy. At Mariners. She screenshots like the DoorDash order or whatever. And then boom, we see what happens. And then she just constantly gives updates, preparing the order. Okay, great. Okay, the order's been picked up. Outstanding. The guy who is picking up the order, his name is Simranjeet. And Simranjeet is texting with her back and forth. Hey, I'm your dasher. I'm on the way with the pizza. She says, hi, Simranjeet. Thank you. When you get to the stadium, please take it to any gate and tell them it's for the visitors clubhouse and the pizza is specifically for Jesse Winker. He says, okay, Sophie, sure. I will let them know. Okay, great. Then she's giving the update. She's screenshotting him en route to the ballpark. So oh my gosh, we are delivering a pizza to the ballpark. This is incredible. Boom, screenshot. The dasher has arrived. Okay. She's like on pins and needles.
Play by play.
Okay, like he's there. He's at least going to attempt this thing. Can we get the pizza in? Can we sneak the pizza in the same way the fake bloated Klay Thompson snuck in to the Chase Center in Golden State?
Why do you have to throw in the bloated remark?
Well, just because it's about journalistic integrity. It's about the facts, Wolchuk. If this was a pepperoni pizza, I'd tell you it's pepperoni. I don't know what the pizza is, so I'm having to leave it open-ended.
That's opinionated.
Mountain Mike's does sound like it's probably delicious, doesn't it?
It does.
Now, I don't know what type of pizza this
sounds
is. I don't know.
A thick crust.
Sounds thick. It sounds like it's. I'm gonna go meaty. I'm gonna go meat lovers. Because I think Jesse Winker, he's a testosterone-filled man.
I'm with you there.
He's like
double barrels.
Give me the protein. Yeah. So she goes, okay, boom. The dasher arrives. Boom. Okay, this is great. Hey, Sophie. Then now she gets the text. She gets the text from him. She screenshots it. Hey, Sophie, your pizza's delivered. Sorry for the delay. Actually, it's busy and it was hard to find parking, but I delivered the pizza. I left it with somebody at the gate. Not really sure what's going to happen next. Are they going to actually get it where it's got to go? She says, thank you. You're amazing. If you have Venmo or Cash App, I'm going to tip you even more because this is such a clutch thing. Next thing you know, a couple hours later, the game's over. Screenshot from Sophie, who's telling this story. She's the one who ordered the pizza. And it is a Twitter DM from the Wink Man himself.
No.
Jesse bleeping Winker, who just went 1 versus a million. Winker versus the state of California is what the fight was yesterday in Anaheim. He gets ejected. Boom, he's in the visitors clubhouse. He's hanging out. Next thing you know, there is a pizza from Mountain Mike's being delivered right to him. And he messages her. She screenshots it and he says, Sophie, I got the pizza. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. And she says, thank you for being awesome, Jesse. Ton of people on Twitter who love you right now, man. And then she screenshots the text exchange once again with the driver, Samanjrit, because she Venmo'd him and she tipped him a bunch of money for doing the good deed. Is that not incredible?
That's an amazing story.
I don't know if this is...
I'm proud of the ballpark. They actually got the pizza.
There's so many people to be proud of here. It starts with Jesse and his testosterone and his ability to not be able to control his anger. And that's honorable. And then for Sophie to say, you know what? This is a guy that looks like he needs some damn pizza. Okay? Everybody knows the look of the guy.
And the willingness to eat that money. Who knows if it gets there?
Right. Yeah, this is a huge shot in the dark from Sophie here. Respect the trust that she has and the ability to just say, you know what? If I lose the money, I lose the money. It was worth a shot for my guy, Jess. And then the driver, Samanjrit, who says, I'm going to make this mission the most important thing in my life. He delivers it, and then whoever it is, you're right, at the ballpark, who said, I'm not going to let this pizza go to waste. And, not even go to waste. Like, I could just consume this pizza myself.
Could just keep it.
Jesse Winker's never going to know. I like meat lovers. I like Mountain Mike's. Now, there was no ranch, so the guy was like, okay, if there's no ranch, I can't eat the pizza. I'm going to deliver it down to the clubhouse.
But there was
That
hot
is one of
sauce.
the most amazing stories. I don't know if I've ever heard a story about any food whatsoever. In the middle of a game, like, that's so random for it to actually get delivered to someone in the clubhouse, or the locker room, whatever. That's impressive, man. That is a really cool story.
It honestly beats the brawl.
Best story of the weekend. Certainly better than what Ben Affleck and his 10-year-old son experienced. His son Samuel, who dinged a Lamborghini Urus in Los Angeles.
Oh, no.
That's going to be an expensive ding. Okay, around the NFL, it is a nosebag takeover. We are Zach Walchuk and Eric Chiafalo, the G-Bag Nation. In for Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Troy Hughes. Gaylord Choppy back tomorrow, and we'll be in all week alongside him. Around the NFL, how Josh Allen was jinxed before the Bills playoff game in Kansas City, and how long could Deshaun Watson actually be suspended? Around the NFL, next right here on The Fan.
Coming up today on the KNC Masterpiece, we
Barricade Rentals. Byers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at ByersBarricades.com.
Shout out to all those, the Twolos in the Twitch chat right now, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. You can also check us out on YouTube. Appreciate Ryan, who is running all of that for us. We got Peyton Russell in for Troy Hughes. It is indeed a Nosebag Nation morning show takeover. Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo in for Sean and RJ this morning. Gaylord Choppy will be joining us tomorrow through the rest of the week, as the 817 texted in. We really have these guys for the rest of the week. And yes, you're welcome. We do. You side of crusty. You sure do.
Was somebody lamenting like, dang it?
Yeah. Unless, hey, you can always take text out of context. I'd like to think of it like, we get these guys all week? Yeah.
I don't imagine that was the tone of the text
not.
there, but it's okay. We're fired up to be here, and it's great to have you in with us, man.
Absolutely. We were about to go around the NFL. Then we're going to do some Cowboy conversation here on your home, the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan on the other side as we rock with you until 10 a.m. And then the KMC Masterpiece will be joining us. Already got to have a conversation with Mike Bassick, who is up. He is up early, as he always is, toloing. He turns it on and leaves it on like the rest of us, as he was giving me some Maverick conversation. He's always thinking of ways to better improve the Mavericks. So look forward to picking his brain when we cross with those fellas at about 9:40. But let's go around the NFL, shall we? Deebo Samuel. Well, it's been a little while since we heard the latest Deebo rumors, and it does appear that he still is wanting out of San Francisco. I don't think it's going to happen, but the latest is that he still has not rescinded that trade request. He did not attend the mandatory minicamp. He has not taken part in the offseason program there with San Francisco. The 49ers have been unwilling to grant Deebo that trade request. Not exactly a surprise. He's one of their best players. Without question, he helps make that offense go. I just don't see anything happening there this year. There's just... It doesn't make San Francisco better in any way unless some team has an injury in camp at receiver. They're desperate. They need to make a move, and they just make the Niners an offer where it's, all right, look, we're not going to be able to make a deal with Deebo. He's going to leave next year, and we just have to take the deal.
Yeah, Deebo is, I don't blame him for doing what he's doing here. And why would he rescind that? Like, when you look at, if you broke down the best contracts in the sport, other than like the quarterbacks on the rookie deal, like a Burrow or a Herbert or somebody like that, it's hard to find a better contract for the team than Deebo Samuel, which in turn makes it probably the single worst contract for any player, and specifically in this case Deebo. Like, he's getting paid virtually nothing, and he was one of the most electric offensive players in the sport last year, and he completely changed the trajectory of their season when they realized, okay, we need to start using this guy in a multitude of different ways. Let's not pigeonhole him into just being a wide receiver, because he's so much more than that. Let's get the ball in his hands in a multitude of different ways. And when they started using him as a running back, and like, that changed their entire offense, and then they went on a nice roll, and we saw it firsthand here in the playoffs. Like, that dude's a beast. That dude's a beast, and the style in which he plays, if I was him, I'd be doing everything I can to lock me in on a good contract, because that can slip away very, very quickly. That dude is a battering ram, and he's not really built like one. He's not Derrick Henry stature. He's kind of a normal-sized dude. He's relatively thick. Like, good
he
thighs.
Fills out the pads well. He really, really does. Like, that's
he takes
the
a
thing.
beating.
When you take the pads off, and, we were talking about this a few weeks ago when people were saying, hey, can Tony Pollard fill that role? When you see them on the field with pads on, Deebo Samuel plays and looks like a much bigger individual than Tony Pollard. When you take the pads off, they are similar-sized individuals, but the style in which Deebo Samuel plays is a very physical role. So I agree with you. I think that's a great point. Yeah, if I'm Deebo, I'm looking to cash in as soon as I possibly can. A lot of Deshaun Watson stuff is going to come down this week, as the NFL is going to have their disciplinary hearing for him starting tomorrow. Now, there's already been some leaked reports on what kind of suspension the NFL is going to pursue for Deshaun Watson. According to the Wall Street Journal, the NFL is preparing to argue that Deshaun Watson should be suspended indefinitely and for no shorter than 1 year, with his hearing set to begin in the coming days. I will say this is not a surprise personally. I know some people have said, well, hey, he missed all of last year. That was by choice. Deshaun Watson sat out because he didn't want to play for the Houston Texans. That had nothing to do with disciplinary action for this entire lawsuit and everything that he's been dealing with these accusations about the massages and the accusations with these women. So this is going to be very interesting what ends up happening. Also, this fully guaranteed contract with the Browns, Sports Illustrated and the Wall Street Journal each reported there's been some discussions, including the possibility of Watson's contract with Cleveland being delayed a year if suspended for the entire season. So it wouldn't kick in until the following season, so the Browns wouldn't be on the hook for any compensation during the season in which Deshaun Watson is suspended.
Yeah, I think a year-long suspension is something that is very much so on the table because, he didn't play last year, as you mentioned. That was kind of on his own accord, and he was still able to make money last year. Like, he hasn't really actually had anything. He hasn't really served much in the way of punishment at all. So it makes plenty of sense for him to get suspended for a year. I wonder what the Browns, because you have to think, and it's kind of like the Knicks, where we're watching them do this Jalen Brunson stuff, and the incompetence of the organization, and so nothing can really surprise you. But you would think that the Browns were decently in the know on what we're kind of looking at here, what's best case scenario and what's worst case scenario on what's going to happen, because they gave him the monster contract, the monster guaranteed contract of well over $200 million. And you're not just going to do that without having some sort of assurances, I would imagine, on the front end of what are we looking at here. So maybe they knew, hey, a year-long suspension is definitely on the table, and that's probably as far as they'll take it. And then the Browns might have looked at it and said, okay, it's still worth it for us to give him the big money deal. And if we have to just kind of punt on this season and then, boom, we start our Deshaun era next year, so be it. But I wonder how much on the front end the Browns were doing on this.
I do too, because I think it's one of those things where when it happened, you had Carolina in there, you had Atlanta in there, and the Browns might have just been saying, we're doing whatever we can to just make sure we get him.
Yeah, we're not going to, and we'll deal with the rest later.
We'll deal with the ramifications when they come. We just want to make sure we get the quarterback. Another fan's...
they're so desperate. I can see that being the case. We just need a quarterback not named... Brissett
Baker.
Or Charlie Fry or any of these guys,
Baker,
man.
Right? Okay, so the other fascinating wrinkle in this is, if Watson's suspended for the year, what do they do at quarterback? They still have Baker Mayfield. Do they turn back to Baker? No. A report from ESPN. If Watson's suspended, they would roll with Jacoby Brissett as their starting quarterback and not Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, and I don't even know how much of that's their decision. Do you think Baker is gonna turn around and say, "Oh, okay, cool. Now you want me? Great, I'll play along." Absolutely not. Baker Mayfield does not have the type of personality that feels overly forgiving. He uses that as motivation, and he's going to wait this thing out until they flip him. Now, I love the idea of him going to Carolina. And that's still, it seems like the Panthers and the Seahawks are the two teams that keep being talked about as maybe ones that would be willing to trade for him. And the Browns have already said, we're willing to eat most of this contract. We'll eat the 10 million or whatever we got to do in order to just get rid of this dude. But if he goes to Carolina, I'm pretty sure the week 1 matchup for the Browns is versus the Panthers. And I do love Baker getting traded to Carolina, beating out Sam Darnold, and then taking the Browns to the woodshed in game 1 because they're trotting out Jacoby Brissett.
The old revenge game. That would be absolutely fantastic. Josh Allen was recently on Bussin' with the Boys, the podcast. And he was on it.
Lewan.
Yeah, he was on it with George Kittle. They both were co-guests on the pod. And he was talking about they asked him about the loss to the Chiefs in the playoff game. So they asked him, what was worse about that game? Losing the game, what went into it? You lose the coin toss in overtime. So when you reflect back on it, it's interesting because people are asking Josh Allen about this all the time. They talk to him about the game, but Josh Allen talks about how he was actually jinxed by the CBS producers when it comes to the coin toss. And this is something that I had not heard about until Josh Allen
pointing the finger,
spilled the jinx beans on the Bus and the Boys podcast.
The coin toss. I was up to that point, I think I was 9-0 throughout the season. And in our production meeting, it was jinxed. And I was 0 for 2 that game.
They talked about in the production meeting?
Jinxed. Yeah, I don't
Wait, stop. Wait, what'd they say?
What was They brought up that stat. You're 9-0. Yeah.
You guys are terrible.
Yeah.
Who brought it up? Who brought it up?
I'm not gonna burn.
But like,
not gonna burn.
Well, let's find out who CBS Sports, who the announcers of this game. You don't even have to tell us. But like, come on. What are we doing?
No.
It's football. Everyone here is a little stitious. Everybody is, right? Just a little
little stish.
Like, come on. You can't bring up that type of a stat.
So I go 0 for 2 on coin tosses that game. And
Josh, that makes it worse, dude.
Same.
That's terrible.
I switched it up.
Because
you beat yourself up for it?
I went heads first, and then I went tails at the end, and it was obviously flip-flop. So.
Oh, man.
He gets in his own head about it. I'm pretty sure it was a Romo Nance game. It had to have been.
Yeah, but was he blaming the producers, or was he blaming those guys?
It's in the meeting.
So the producers put that stat together.
So he meets with Romo and Nance before the game, and I'm sure there's some producers in there as well. So maybe it was one of the CBS producers that did it, but it could have been Romo or Nance as well that bring it up. Either way, he's saying he got jinxed, and I didn't know he had that much success before that when it came to the coin tosses, but he's still not over it.
No, I mean, I don't blame him. And then he took an L to Brady and Rodgers on the Lynx a couple of weeks back, right? So, been a tough few months for Josh
Gotta circle those
Allen.
wagons, Josh.
Yeah, he does.
Gotta circle those wagons. All right, stick around. We got the pair of tickets to see Chris Rock on November 4th. We're going to give those away during the 8 o'clock hour, and we're talking Cowboys next. Should the Cowboys sign this player to a long-term deal? And no, it's not Dalton Schultz. We're going to talk about that next on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk.
Should the Cowboys get ahead and sign this player to a long-term extension before the price rises? 877-881-1053. Good morning. Appreciate you waking up with us. Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo in for RJ Choppy. Sean Sharif, I was about to call you RJ when I was thinking, hey, we're in for Sean and RJ. It's like one of those things where your brain and your mouth just aren't working simultaneously.
Just not on the same page together.
One's going way too fast for the other.
Just a little speed bump there. Nothing to freak out about.
Absolutely. It is a nose bag nation, as we are now members of the G-Bag Nation. You can catch us usually 2 to 7 right here on your afternoons, formerly at the nighttime here of the Nosebleed Seats. Now you can catch the Get Right with Reginald Atatula and Kevin Gray when the Rangers are off, 7 to 11 weeknights here on your DFW station. Home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. 877-881-1053 to join the conversation on the truckwreck.com text line. We also have Peyton Russell in for Troy Hughes, and Ryan is working that fan cam for you. Appreciate all the Twolos and the Tubers watching us on the fan cam on Twitch and on YouTube. We will, on the other side, be having a fun conversation regarding a text that Dan Orlovsky had. Now, this one is not controversial. Normally, when Dan Orlovsky has a tweet, it's very controversial. It's usually anti-Dak Prescott or it's very anti-Cowboys. It's not so much. Do need to recap some of the headlines real quick. If you're maybe just now heading into your car to work, the Colorado Avalanche are your new Stanley Cup champions as they knocked off the Tampa Bay Lightning in Game 6 last night, 2-1. They win their first Stanley Cup since 2001. And the Texas Rangers dropped 2 of 3 over the weekend to the Washington Nationals. They got a walk-off victory on Saturday, but they lose yesterday 6-4. So the Rangers back in action later tonight. Martin Perez on the mound, and that will be a 6:30 pregame and a 7:10 first pitch with the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks. We will, of course, be on Jalen Brunson watch this week as NBA free agency will be underway. Will Jalen Brunson re-sign with the Mavericks, or will he be making his way to the Big Apple as the Knicks have been creating all kinds of cap relief to try and make a strong push at prying away Jalen Brunson from the Dallas Mavericks? But this was interesting. Bleacher Report put out an article, and this is something the Cowboys haven't necessarily been great about in terms of getting ahead of contracts. Usually they wait around, and we either overpay for a guy, the Cowboys overpay for a player, and we've seen this happen when it comes to Dak. We've seen it happen when it comes to Zeke. They'll probably end up getting into this conversation in a few years with CeeDee Lamb, with Trayvon Diggs, right?
Well, with Zeke, didn't they get ahead of the Zeke thing? And when
Zeke forced their hand on it.
Right. So they did get ahead of that one, but that was the one that we all wish they would have never done.
Why would you do that?
Why would you do that? They did it with La'el Collins. Did they do it with La'el Collins? I think they kind of gave him a deal, and to me, that one worked out. I thought that one worked out because, outside
when you cut the guy 2 years later.
I need to see exactly when they did it, but initially it felt pretty good to me because they were paying him $10 million to be one of the better right tackles in the league. I thought that was
at the time. You're thinking, okay, this was good. So this would be similar. Now this would be a fraction of that price. The player that Bleacher Report's talking about here is actually Terrence Steele. Now, this is not something that I ever considered, and at first when I was reading this, I'm thinking, are you out of your mind? Why? I think the whole benefit of having Terrence Steele is the fact that he is an absolute steal for the price, right? That's why he's such great value.
Terrence Steele of a deal?
Yeah, you're paying him pennies on the dollar to be your starting right tackle. He's an undrafted rookie free agent, and that's why you're loving it. He's a guy that's working his tail off, and he's performing way over value. And, they talk about how he was not very good in 2020, which we know, but he made massive strides and improved to be a solid starter for you last year.
Mm-hmm.
The hope is he continues to do that. And when we've been out there with Broadus and been able to go to the minicamp and OTA practices, Terrence Steele has looked good. We haven't seen him, getting his tail whipped by DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons and the variety of different edge rushers they've thrown his way, Dorrance Armstrong and Sam Williams, and you name the player. He's been fine. He's held his own out there. He's going to turn 25 he already turned 25, okay? So he's 25 years old. So he hasn't hit his prime. He's played 27 games, and he's played 82% of the offensive snaps since he entered the league. So he's got quite a lot of play under his belt. His average salary is the 40th highest paid player at the right tackle position. His average base salary is $265,000 a year.
Gosh, that's incredible.
It's amazing.
Got him on a great deal right now.
So let's say the Cowboys still even tried to get him on an even better extension where it's like, look, you're making $265,000 a year. If you were to even just throw out a number like a 4-year deal, we'll give you $3.5 million a year. That's still a steal when you're considering $265,000, a bump up to $3.5 million. But if you're considering a starting right tackle salary, it'd rank him 17th in the league among highest paid right tackles. And we know Mike McCarthy loves this kid. I mean, he started him as a rookie undrafted player week 1 against the Rams.
It was one of the single worst coaching decisions I'd ever seen, was having him start versus the Browns and just go one-on-one with Myles Garrett his rookie year.
Yeah.
It was just like, man, not fair at all to Terrence Steele. Now, he was the most improved player on the team last year. There's no question about that. Solid player. I mean, I like the idea of just kind of keeping him where he's at. And this is the last year of his deal. This is the last year of his deal. So you get around to...
And all of a sudden you're in a bidding war.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean...
Because that's the risk you're looking at. So that's why, at first, I was where you are. Now I'm kind of swayed the other way. And I'm thinking... Smart money might say, yeah, this wouldn't be a bad decision for this team to make.
I guess because if you're doing it on your own terms, you're using the leverage of, hey, Terrence, you haven't really made much in the way of like legit NFL money at all. Here's a contract.
This is a big raise for you. You've done a great job here. We're looking at you to be our starter for the future, which it appears this team is.
Yeah, it's probably not a terrible idea to approach him about that, and the Cowboys get together and say, hey, here's where we're comfortable at it. We still feel like we're getting a great deal here. We trust that this guy is going to be our tackle for the next 4 years or so. Like, I guess if you feel that way about him, I just don't know if the Cowboys feel like, hey, this is a guy that's here right now and he's super valuable, but we feel like he is extremely replaceable and we can find another Terrence Steele almost anywhere. I don't know where they view him, but I think he would be on the short list of guys that maybe you would want to get ahead of from a contract standpoint. I don't think there's many on the list here for the Cowboys that I look at. I'm like, man, you should try and get a deal done early with this guy. You look at like Tony Pollard. I'm not paying the running back as much as I want Tony Pollard to be a huge focal point of this offense this year. When it gets around to free agency next year, I'm not trying to. I'll have a number in my mind. Hey, if you're willing to take this number here, then sure, we'll sign you. But for the most part, running backs were turning and burning, so I don't really want to. I'm not really trying to go long necessarily with Tony Pollard, just really because of the position that he plays. I think Anthony Brown brought this up with us in G-Bag in the last couple of weeks, maybe, of like Anthony Brown might be a guy you want to go ahead and lock in because
he's so polarizing. Because I think fans immediately just think Anthony Brown's not very good. Because what comes to mind is that the Bucs and the Raiders games where he gets burned.
Thanksgiving Day was a terrible day.
And
I was supposed to be thankful on Thanksgiving, and Anthony Brown and all the penalties made me extremely unthankful. I'll be honest with you.
But man, outside of those 2 games, and I get it, those are bad games. The numbers show he was one of the best cover corners in football last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was a really good player. He was a really good player last year, and all these corner lists and press coverage.
It's amazing. You would never guess it.
It's like Anthony Brown was actually a pretty solid player.
Yeah, Brown's a fascinating conversation. I was out on this when it came to Terrence Steele, and I've done a complete 180 on him. I like it. I wouldn't be opposed to this idea if the Cowboys wanted to get ahead and sign Terrence Steele, especially the deal that was put forth there. 4 years, $3.5 per, 17th highest paid player at his position. Maybe his agent would say no deal, as Mooney the Mayor texted in. It's possible. But if your client's going from $765,000 a year to $3.5 million a year, it's a pretty nice bump in salary there. So who
for the
knows?
agent as well. The agent's like, okay, now I can actually start making a little bit of money on this guy.
Absolutely. So I think that's fun to consider. Now we're all there was the Kyrie Irving news that came out last week.
Mm-hmm.
There's also the Kevin Durant impact of the Kyrie Irving news as we shift focus to the Mavs. We've talked quite a bit about Jalen Brunson this morning, what's going to happen with his decision. It's seeming the Knicks is a very real possibility. You have the dad connection there. You've got the former agent connection. You have all the money that the Knicks seem to be willing to throw at him. KD was talking about the Kyrie decision and the impact that could have on his future with the Nets.
There's no involvement at all. I mean, I can't be involved with, this is this man's livelihood. You know, this is much bigger than me. You know, this is, being a free agent is one of the most important times in your career. You know, so that can't be swayed by anybody else. And so I just do me and wait for the time. I mean, there's nothing can happen right now. I mean, I don't think he even make a decision on opting out until 29th, I think. So I just kind of let things play out and see what happens. But keep the regular contact up with Kai and see what happens, man. It's something that's so much out of my control that I don't want to be a part of it. You know what I mean?
Okay, so Kevin Durant's like, I'm hands off with this thing. Kyrie's going to do what Kyrie wants to do. Now, we came together a few years ago and said we wanted to be teammates. We're in this thing together. Now, all of a sudden, Kyrie is saying, well, maybe we're not in this together, and Kevin Durant's allowing him to do that. And so on one hand, good for Kevin Durant, but it's also, that's Kevin Durant's personality on the court too. Okay, Russ, you want to be the guy? You want to do it how you want to do it? Sure, I'll be here, and then I'll end up leaving, but I'm not going to force the issue, even though Kevin Durant probably felt like he should be the guy with the ball. Russell Westbrook was the one who was kind of in control of things there. And now we get to flash forward to now, and it's like, yeah, Kyrie, sure, if that's what you want to do, you go do that. And then Kevin Durant will kind of take a step back and see what he wants to do. Zach Lowe of ESPN, NBA Insider, says that the max deal, from everything he's heard, is not going to come for Kyrie Irving. Meaning the Nets are not going to give him the max deal extension. Kyrie Irving's got one more year left on his deal, but it's a player option. So he has until Wednesday of this week to say, hey, I want to opt in and I'll just do one more year on this deal with the Nets, or maybe he could opt into it, $37 million, but demand a trade immediately. Or he could just say, I'm opting out completely, and I'm going to test free agency, and I'm going to go somewhere else in its entirety. And then Kevin Durant will have a decision. Zach Lowe says the Nets are not going to be held hostage by the threat of Kyrie and then Kevin Durant following them out the door. I think Brooklyn's so fed up with the way the Kyrie KD era has gone, which is, it's like, it's just a glorified AAU team. The players are running the whole show. What they want, when they want, how they want is what they get. And it's just, I think, probably most people in that organization are just frustrated with the whole situation, and they're like, you know what, Kyrie, it ends now. So if you want to threat that you're going to leave, and you want to threat that if you leave, KD's going to leave too, then you know what, so be it. We're done with both of you guys, and I can understand that sentiment. But I am excited to see what KD decides to do here, because Kyrie's not going to get exactly what he wants from Brooklyn. So the way I see it, my prediction right now on all these things, Jalen Brunson ends up a Knick, and the Knicks and the Mavs work something out to where the Mavs aren't just left at the altar completely empty-handed, and Kyrie ends up one way or another getting out of Brooklyn, and KD does the same thing. I think that's what we're in for here.
It'd be interesting, right, with the Kevin Durant stuff. Now, I'm not into the Kyrie Irving deal.
For the Mavs?
Not interested in that
not at all.
Now, Kevin Durant's fascinating. The Jalen Brunson stuff, now Dalton Trigg, who does great work covering the Mavericks for SI, had an article about the possibility of, what happens with this Knicks-Mavs deal if Brunson goes, and then how could the Mavs maybe get into the Kevin Durant sweepstakes? So he says, given that the Mavs are over the luxury tax, even without Brunson re-signing, doing any kind of a sign and trade with the Knicks is going to be tricky, which we know. Dallas would first have to find a way to dump salary of their own to get value and get below the $6 million luxury tax line before being able to execute a sign and trade. The Mavs do possess that $10.9 million trade player exception that expires today. What if the Mavs absorbed Alec Burks, $10 million from the Knicks, or Nerlens Noel, $9.2 million with their TPE in exchange for the Knicks giving back their 2023 pick? That frees up the rest of the cap space the Knicks need to offer Brunson his hefty payday. Also gives the Mavs the ammo needed for making a run at Kevin Durant. If this scenario happens, the Mavs, in theory, could offer Brooklyn Dorian Finney-Smith, Tim Hardaway Jr., Davis Bertans, Josh Green, and then first-round picks in 2023, 2025, 2027, and pick swaps in 2024 and 2026 to get Kevin Durant. So now all of a sudden, there is a decent trade package you could offer the Nets to get KD.
I can't get my hopes up. I think Kyrie's out of Brooklyn. I think KD's going to be out of Brooklyn as well. But I just don't see the Mavericks having much in the way of ammunition. I think that's
the best way to get something.
No, that's the best way to get something.
Previously, it was like, I'm with you. There's nothing, but at least you're able to get some form of picks and assets to give yourself a chance.
If you're Brooklyn, you want more than that, and there's teams that can give you more than that.
Of course you do, unless Kevin Durant says, Dallas is my team.
Correct, and that's kind of where I was going here. If Kevin Durant really wants to force it and say this is the only place, like Anthony Davis style, I want out of New Orleans, and the only place I'm going is the Lakers, figure it out, then Brooklyn might be left with no choice. But very, very, very extremely unlikely.
Pipe dream for sure. Dan Orlovsky tweeted that he tried a Wendy's Frosty for the first time in his life, and it was glorious. What the heck? That dude is not young. Got us thinking, what's something you've recently tried or something you've never tried that people would think is crazy? Let's talk about that next on The Fan.
We're taking over your
Lawyers, if you are struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS, credit card, or medical debt, you do not have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to living life again. Call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS.
All right, so I have something that the Cowboys did during OTAs and minicamp. We'll see if they do it in training camp to help mitigate the penalty issue that they had last year. Good God, that was one of the biggest nightmares and storylines of the 2021 Cowboys season. All the penalties. It was just terrible. And they're taking a step here to try and fix that. So we'll see what we think about their tactic here. It is Sean and RJ on a Monday with formerly the Nosebleed Seats, now members of the G-Bag Nation, Zach Walchuk, myself, Eric Chiafalo. In for the fellas, Gaylord Choppy will be back with us tomorrow and the rest of the week. Sharif and Mr. Troy Hughes out on vacation for the week. Great to have you in. Thank you so much for waking up with us, getting the week started here on your DFW sports station, 105.3 The Fan. Now, Dan Orlovsky, he is a perpetual bad take haver when it comes to sports and other things. He had a tweet about something he tried for the very first time, which was a little bit eye-opening. He tried something for the first time this weekend, and I'm curious, what is something that maybe you just recently tried or something that you have not ever tried in your entire life? And I'm thinking about food, but it could be anything. Maybe it's a movie. I know a lot of people, there's movies that they haven't seen. It's like, really? You've never seen that movie? You've never seen Jaws, or you've never seen Braveheart, something like that. And it's like, okay, wow, that's surprising. Is there anything in your life like that? Maybe you just tried it or maybe you haven't tried it. We'd love to hear from you, 877-881-1053.
I had Euros for the first time.
Okay. So, well, look at that, Peyton.
I had never thought about eating it before, and then family got it. I was like, yeah, I'll try this. And I had 2 of them.
You had 2 of them.
So
you liked it so much.
I really liked it, yeah.
Did you go with the lamb?
I did go with the lamb, yeah. Had the sauce and stuff on top, all the tomatoes, onions, and stuff like that, too. Wrapped it up and ate it.
There's got to be a place somewhere
9
in
out of 10, too.
DFW. Okay, so you're a huge fan. You just tried the Euro, and now you would call yourself a Euro guy.
Expert, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, an expert.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's some serious Euro hubris there, Peyton. And
all
you know what?
2.
I'm gonna let you have it. All it took was 2. There's a CD Lamb Euro floating on a menu in DFW somewhere, right?
Why, is he a big Euro guy?
No, I'm just saying, haha, we're Cowboys fans.
I
you can get the CD Lamb Euro.
Yes.
Something like that. I find them to be disgusting, though, Peyton.
Why?
So
you can get them in chicken.
Okay, I haven't had a chicken one.
You can get them in chicken. You can get them in different meats.
Maybe
you don't like the lamb.
I guess I'm not much of a lamb guy.
Yeah. Otherwise, they're delicious. But you're an expert. What's the sauce called, Peyton?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
See, I just saw the white sauce, threw it on there. And
it's tzatziki sauce.
Yeah, see, that's what I couldn't pronounce it. That's why I didn't want to say it.
I thought it was the yum yum sauce.
No, that's sake hibachi.
That's right. My bad.
That
which
yum
is
yum
really
sauce
good.
is good. Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the yum
sauce,
yum.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we will get to that conversation. Thank you, though, Peyton, for the contribution of the Euro there. I do really actually appreciate it. Now, the thing that the Cowboys did, and I did not notice this, Walchuk, when we went out to practice a few times during mini camps, but I guess what the Cowboys did was they added extra officials.
Oh, yeah, they were out there at the last practice we went to.
Well, they were there. I mean, they always have officials there, but they had more than usual.
Yeah, the last one we were there were definitely more.
Okay, so you noticed it. You noticed the zebras. I wasn't paying attention there, but they did add extra referees to basically just say, we're not missing anything here. And I'm surprised that it wasn't just a flag on every play. Now, we did see
there might be.
There was a stretch where there was a ton of, offsides here, illegal formation there, false start here, offsides there. So the laundry was definitely making an appearance, but that's the step the Cowboys are making. It's just let's just add more referees, and I don't know if that's going to help them.
That was what was funny, is the Cowboys decided, okay, we're going to cancel the last 2 mini camp practices. We got our full install in. We feel like we're great. We don't need to do the last couple of practices. Everyone is where we need to be. Well, if you were at those practices, and now we split up. You were with Bobby Belt on one side, and I was with Broadus on the other side. Now, I was sitting next to Barry Church and Kyle Yeomans, and we were chatting, and I was with Broadus as well.
Pick up those names.
Calvin Watkins was sitting with us too, and we were just blown away at how just sloppy the practice was. But I think the highlight is they're trying to do a 2-minute drill, and they're doing it going towards the end that has no upright. And the whole point of it is to get Garibay to, they're trying to get the offense off the field, the kicking team on the field, and to try and get this kickoff before the clock hits 0.
Yeah, end of game
which
scenario.
They failed to do.
Yeah, they did.
And Garibay missed the kick. We think. We wouldn't know because there's no upright there to tell if he made the kick or not.
Yeah, it was a phantom field goal.
Fascinating execution. So, I don't know. The whole thing was bizarre, but good. I'm glad that they're doing this with the officials.
Yeah, I mean, whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes. And maybe when we go to training camp, we'll see some extra referees out there as well.
Hey, I'm pumped.
And it's just going to be a penalty party, man. Cowboys training camp. Looking forward to it. Okay, now here it is, boys and girls. Here is the tweet from Dan Orlovsky, a perpetual bad take haver. The same Dan Orlovsky who ran out of bounds in the back of the end zone as a member of the 0-16 Detroit Lions and continued to play through as if it was completely legal to run out of bounds. That Dan Orlovsky, who poops on Dak plenty and just, again, has poor takes. He tweeted yesterday, just had a Wendy's Frosty for the first time.
What?
Won't lie, it's glorious. Okay, so at least he has a good opinion on how delicious the Wendy's Frosty is. And I would put the Wendy's Chocolate Frosty toe-to-toe with any fast food milkshake or really any fast food like dessert item there is. They do it right there. They 100% do it right. The Wendy's Frosty, the chocolate one, not the vanilla one.
You don't like the vanilla
one can kick rocks. I recently had an experience going to a Wendy's, and it was just for the Frosty. Me and my wife were like, let's go get a Sunday afternoon Frosty. Sounds incredible. We pull up, we order it, and I was even thinking when we pulled into the line, I'm like, I hope that they're not going to tell us that the Frosty thing's not working. We pull off the order, and it's great. It's like, yeah, no problem, man. 2 chocolate Frosties. We'll see you at the window. Beautiful. We get there, and they're like, only have vanilla. The chocolate's, the chocolate's on the fritz right
I had
now.
driven to the next closest Wendy's.
And I wanted to, man. I wanted to. We took the vanilla. It was disappointing. And then I rolled through a Jack in the Box and got a chocolate shake. That's what I ended up doing that time. But the Wendy's Frosty is dominant. Dan Orlovsky now realizes it. I'm shocked that a middle, 30 plus, maybe in his 40s now, Dan Orlovsky just tried a Wendy's Frosty. What is something you just recently tried or maybe have not tried yet at all, and it would be kind of mind-blowing, okay? 877-881-1053. Some people are talking about like movies, like never seen Top Gun.
Yeah, we actually got a text from someone who said that they were in the Marine Corps, born in 1989, and they hadn't seen the original Top Gun until a week ago.
Okay, nice. Well, okay, I like this from the 479 because I can actually relate to this. I'm 40. I've never tried a McRib. Is something wrong with me? I never tried the McRib.
No, nothing's wrong with you.
Something will be wrong with you the first time you ingest that, though. I can't imagine that's something that will
do it.
That your bowels will appreciate. So I've never tried the McRib either. From a fast food standpoint, I feel like I've run the gamut.
So there's two.
Peyton thinks he's a Euro expert, which you debunked in 4 seconds, Chuck. He doesn't know the name of the sauce. Tzatziki sauce. Tzatziki sauce.
Yeah, but how do you spell it?
T-Z-A-Z?
I think there's a T in there.
There's another T. There's 2 T's.
2 T's? Mm-hmm. Wow, that's a lot of T's. A lot of silent T's, man.
Man, so many T's.
But fast food wise, I think I would be, in an expert kind of realm. I feel like I've kind of tried it all, except for the McRib, and never set foot, and my mouth has never experienced the taste of a Carl's Jr. or a White Castle.
Okay. I have had both of those. Actually, yes, but I've never had Hardee's, and I've never had Zaxby's.
I've never had Hardee's either. I have had Zaxby's. They have a pretty good sauce.
And I've never gone to Panera Bread.
You never gone to Panera?
No.
They call that overpriced hospital food.
I've also never had...
They got a really good kitchen sink cookie, though.
Oh, you have told me about
the kitchen sink.
And someone was like, you got to try their mac and cheese. But I've seen...
The way it's made?
Yes.
And you've experienced the Chick-fil-A mac and cheese as a manager there, and you've seen how that's made.
Which is actually not that bad, but it's not. I've been there and seen how it's made.
Okay.
But I just don't think it's that good.
The mac and cheese from Chick-fil-A.
It's just like, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Stouffer's mac and cheese. It's average. But I never had Hardee's, never had Culver's, and never had Zaxby's.
Okay. I don't think any of those are terrible.
And Church's Chicken.
I've never had Zaxby's. You've never had Church's Chicken?
Never had Church's.
So
Always would go to Popeyes.
Well, I'm not going to hate on that. Popeyes greater than signed Church's, but Church's has really solid bone-in fried chicken, bro. There's no question about it. $4.69, Ryan and Rowlett. I tried Pokey for the first time at the low-key Pokey joint.
Okay.
And it was magical. I've never had Pokey, I don't think. Not really sure. I don't know if I've ever had Pokey.
I think my mom's gotten it, and I think I've sampled.
How is it possible that the 214's never tried seafood? Now, maybe they just say, I've not tried seafood, like at all. Never tried any seafood. Maybe you're allergic to it. I can understand. But how do you even know you're allergic to it, I guess, if you've never tried it?
Never had any shrimp before?
Yeah, no shrimp, no scampi, no...
I get it. Lobster's expensive.
No, yeah, I know.
Scallops.
Scallops.
My
A
favorite.
little salmon or something. I don't know. Somebody's never tried crawfish.
Why are you saying bleep me? Church's is awesome. Like, why am I getting... Don't swear at me here. I'm
Yeah.
not saying anything negative against Church's. I just haven't... There isn't one in my area. That's the only reason. I don't think there's a ton of churches around, guys.
Walchuk lives in a highbrow area.
Oh, it's very
there's no
highbrow.
churches
No, I
over
live
there.
in central Plano. I'm not over on the west side here,
you're
sir.
a west side guy.
You should go drive around your area. Yours is the highbrow area.
I live in Bedford.
I could freaking build another house in your backyard.
That's my parents, okay? So that's a different deal.
Either way, it's still very nice.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My parents are going to appreciate that as well. If my mom's listening right now, do you appreciate her decor? Do you like what she's done with the place?
I think they've done fantastically well with the place, and I love both of your parents. But I would go to churches. I'm not crapping on churches. I just haven't been there before.
Yeah, you can crap on somebody else's church. You don't crap on mine.
No.
Sir.
And I've been to Wahlburgers in Vegas. I thought it was very good.
Really?
Yeah, somebody texted in, have you guys been to Wahlburgers?
214 says they just saw Ferris Bueller's Day Off for the first time this weekend. Gosh, what a great movie that is. I wish I could go back to the first time I saw that movie. That is awesome. The 817, I've lived in Texas all my life, 29 years, just went to Buc-ee's for the first time last month. Oh, man, people literally take road trips just to go to Buc-ee's. Actually, I think Broadus was the one that was recently telling me that. He's like,
I love Buc-ee's.
Me and the girlfriend will just load up sometimes and just go hit a Buc-ee's. They're like, we've hit all the Buc-ee's in the great state of Texas. I'm like, okay, Buc-ee's is strong. Somebody's never tried a Whopper in the 214, and I will say good for you. Your life is better because of it.
I think the Whoppers are okay, man.
Oh,
it's the only thing at Burger King worth getting.
Get out of here.
No, a Whopper's not bad. That flame grilled patty is not bad.
I don't think there's anything, quote unquote, worth getting at Burger King.
No, you're
even
wrong.
the $1.49 nuggets.
And that
that's
King
still
isn't
not
bad
even
either.
considered worth it to me.
No, the nuggets are disgusting.
614 White Castle, some of the worst food I've ever had in my entire life.
I was underwhelmed.
972 Churches is garbage. But another 972 says, I don't think I've ever heard someone say that they have never had Churches.
I don't ever have anyone that's like, you got to go to it.
Let's see. Oh, 817 had some Lisa's chicken and seafood for the first time this week. Pretty good. Yeah, I've had a taste of Lisa before. Not a bad deal.
We had somebody text and say they've never had a Big Mac before.
Okay, now we're starting to cross lines here. I didn't want to get to a disrespectful place. You've never had a Big Mac, bro? Never had cottage cheese, says the 972.
Okay.
Cottage cheese is actually supposed to be a pretty healthy cheese, but it does not look very appetizing. 469, never had In-N-Out. And that's because I'm a Texas guy, and it's all about Whataburger. Salute to you, sir. Someone says that in the 817 that QT mac and cheese is where it's at.
Ooh, okay.
Gas station mac and cheese. Never really considered it, but
The QT does not have bad food.
if you've ever had their breakfast pizza, like if you need to clear it out, maybe you're doing some sort of detox thing or whatever, and you're cleaning the pipes, go get one of their breakfast pizzas.
Okay.
You'll be riding porcelain for the
I'll
next
have to wait
24
till
hours.
I get done with soda.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. I think you just put on 5 pounds just talking about all this food.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry
I
about
feel
that.
sick.
All right, Rangers keep or sell on this pitcher. Walchuk tells us a show that if you haven't watched, we have to watch. And plenty more sports next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Monday show.
Wiener Schnitzel is their favorite fast food spot. That's another one I've never had, but always wanted to have Wiener Schnitzel.
Is it just the schnitzel that you've never had?
None of it.
The whole thing, huh?
I've never had any of their delicious items.
I honestly didn't know that there were Wiener Schnitzels still out there and alive.
There might be.
I didn't know the heart was still beating on the Wiener Schnitzel.
The one location in Plano, I believe, is now a Dickie's.
Little barbecue?
I think it is.
Nice.
It's that, or it's now a Kolache place. One of the two.
Either way, it sounds like an upgrade.
Yeah, over what was a Wiener Schnitzel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Off Coit and 15th there, off Plano. But yeah, I don't know where the nearest Wiener Schnitzel would be. I'm sure there's got to be some around.
There's so many good texts on the what I haven't tried yet thing, and the Wiener Schnitzel is one that I would add. I've never been there.
I'm sure
never
they're
tried
good.
it. I'm sure they're outstanding.
Outstanding. The Rangers dropped 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Nationals. Very disappointing. They're back in action tonight. They'll be taking on the Royals here in your home in Texas Rangers baseball. It'll be a 6:30 pregame with Jared Sandler. Martin Perez takes his 1.96 ERA on the hill. 7:10 first pitch with Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks. Now the question is, what about Martin Perez and his future? As the Rangers are kind of in limbo, where they're 3 games under 500. And they're still in the wild card chase. They're not quite bad enough where they're 100% sellers, but they're not quite good enough where, all right, you're 100% buyers. Now, Perez was asked yesterday about his future with the team, and he said, quote, I want to be here, and I want to stay here 100%. And no, make it 300%. I've been in 2 other places, and nowhere have I felt like as good as I feel here. I feel like if I don't do my job on the field one day, I can still do it in the clubhouse. I can help these guys. It's just not about me and my career, but about this team. And we're nearing the trade deadline. The Rangers, I'm sure, going to get offers for Martin, who continues to pitch well. He bounced back after a couple of bad starts and has looked good. And it'll be interesting. 877-881-1053. Would you be in favor of the team holding on to him? He's on a 1-year, $4 million deal, maybe looking at keeping Martin, or would you rather them try and deal him if they're able to get an offer for Martin Perez at the deadline? Where do you stand as a Texas Rangers fan right now? 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line.
So I am still very future-oriented with my Rangers mindset, and I think we got to continue to have the patience here. I know it's frustrating. I know they get to 500. We're throwing a party. It's very, very exciting, but we still have to understand where this team's at in the midst of their rebuild, and it was a really good offseason to kickstart that. And adding some talent, and there's some young guys that are going to be coming up. Of course, we know the Lighters and the Winds and stuff like that from a pitching standpoint that are going to bring some youth and excitement and some hope as this thing keeps moving on here. But right now, this is not a season. Like, how much do you think maybe next year you feel like you can really compete for a wild card spot?
When I listen to Chris Woodward and the vision that this team is in, just reflecting their words, they are looking at this offseason to have this team to where they are all in from next year and beyond. There is no more rebuild. They're not talking about that. From this offseason on, this team is looking at postseason. So if that's the case, the way Martin's been pitching, they're going to look to add another arm this offseason. But, you do have some guys in your farm that you're excited about in Cole Winn and Cole Reagans. Maybe you get to see those 2 guys. Spencer Howard's a big question mark, right? AJ Alexi has a bunch of walk issues right now. Yeah, Jack Leiter is exciting. But we've seen what happens with these prospects. You never quite know. So maybe it's lightning in a bottle here with Martin, and who knows if he fades. But it seems like a lot of the text that we're getting is you keep him.
I know, and that's what's surprising to me right now. I'm watching these come in here, and almost every single one, I would say 80% at least, are saying keep him, extend him, hold on to him, culture, help build the thing, help let him work with the young pitchers. Like, we're getting a lot of, hey, we need the veteran presence, that kind of stuff. And I'm surprised 817 keep Perez for the young guys coming up. Like, I don't know, maybe there is some considerable value there. I don't know. To me, like, I think the most logical explanation is,
and you're right. I mean, it is big picture.
Yeah, you got to be big picture on this, and you just have to ask yourself, how much do you think he can really contribute next year and moving forward? And maybe some of that. I mean, a lot of people here on the text line is just almost the intangibles, just being in the clubhouse, being the vet around the young guys, and it's hard to put a price on that. And so if that's how it is and that's how they feel, then hey, so be it. But I think you are catching lightning in a bottle here. I don't think it's overly realistic to think the Martin Perez that we've seen here as of late is the guy that you're going to get for the next couple of years. Is he going to contribute to winning when the Rangers are supposed to be winning? And hopefully that is next year, at least in terms of legitimately fighting for a wild card spot or like a legit playoff spot. Then hey, cool. But to me, I'm thinking, man, I would like to be able to capitalize. Now, it's not just a give him away situation. Hopefully he's playing like dominant level baseball once you get to the deadline here that allows you to get something. I mean, I don't know,
blown away by a package.
Can you get a top 100 prospect for this guy? I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be interesting on what the return could be, but I'm leaning towards keeping Martin as well. I really do feel like this offseason, the Rangers are going to be looking at trying to get a legit number one starting arm in your rotation. And then you've got John Gray and Martin Perez, who are 2 and 3 options in your rotation, and you're feeling pretty good about where this thing's at. And you continue to just fill out your lineup. And who knows? 409's like sell.
I get that. You want to get something in return here. You're not just giving him away.
Right.
But
I don't think the Rangers
untouchable.
Sure. No one's untouchable, but I just don't think the Rangers are going to sell, right? And I think they're more interested in let's keep this and let's ride this thing out than they are selling. But if you get an offer that you can't refuse, you make me an offer that I cannot refuse, which leads me into the show that if you're not watching or if you haven't watched, you need to. So Lucius Alexander told us about this on the G-Bag Nation a few weeks ago. My dad watched it. It's like, you've got to watch this show. So I said, all right, Lucius has said to watch it. My dad said to watch it, and I have heard others say that it's really good.
Okay.
You're Italian. We're on a show. Usually Gaylord Choppy's here. He's very Italian.
That's right. Me and Gaylord Choppy are Italian brothers.
And we had
Walchuk is our resident Caucasian, South African, American, Jewish host here at the station.
Yes. We've had a couple of people that text in the previous segment say a movie that they'd actually never seen is The Godfather. Up until a couple of years ago, I had never seen The Godfather.
And you're a better man because of it now.
Absolutely.
Like, the trajectory of your entire life has changed since the moment you watched that movie.
Sure.
We're all better off because of it.
On Paramount Plus, there's a show called The Offer. And it's the Miles Teller summer, thanks to Top Gun Maverick. Well, he also stars and was an executive producer in this show, The Offer.
And he's in the Spiderhead with Thor on Netflix, which is like one of the biggest Netflix things that's out right now. It's on like their top lists and stuff like that. Miles Teller absolutely crushing the summer.
Yes. 972 said, yes, you need to watch Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan, also very good.
Which is a really good bounce back for Miles, because wasn't he like, it was all about him like a unfair punch fight situation with Aaron Rodgers and his clay-eating girlfriend last year in Hawaii?
I think there's still some out there that like, hey, Miles Teller might not be a very good guy. I get it. Hey, he's killing it acting-wise right now.
Great bounce back year for Miles Teller, and the only reason he wasn't Bleep Hole of the Year last year is because Urban Meyer existed.
Sure. The Offer on Paramount Plus, unbelievable, amazing show. It's all about how they got The Godfather made, what went into the making of the movie, and I had no idea the hoops that these people had to jump through, just how much of a challenge it was to just get The Godfather produced, filmed, and made. so that the greatest movie, arguably, of all time was even around for us to see. Every episode, you're thinking, oh my goodness, this, that. I mean, it's just one thing after another. I mean, after every episode, it's like when you watched Breaking Bad for the first time, or name your favorite show. You got to watch the next episode. It just keeps you wanting more and more and more. I can't recommend it enough. The Offer, Paramount Plus, it's outstanding. You'd absolutely love it.
No, I'm excited to watch it. And I appreciate the recommendation. You said your dad really likes it?
He liked it a lot.
Okay, well, I have something on the other side that your dad's not going to like.
Okay.
And it's about darts, brother. It's about heaters. It's about squares. For all the cigarette smokers out there, I got a little bit of bad news for you. And I'd actually like to know, 877-881-1053, how old were you when you tried your first smoke?
Ooh, okay. We'll also get into the Cowboys have multiple depth issues as we get closer to training camp. We'll talk about that next on The Fan.
Miss anything from your Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
The Rangers dropped 2 of 3 over the weekend, but it does appear that Ranger fans want Martin Perez to be a Texas Ranger. Maybe not only this year, but for future years to come. You got to claw with your fingernails for that inch.
Yes, you do, Al Pacino, and any given Sunday.
Yes, you do. Now, the Rangers are back at it, and so is Martin Perez, who will be on the mound as we have Rangers at Royals tonight, 6:30 pregame with Jared Sandler. First pitch at 7:10 with the Hall of Famer Eric Nadel and Matt Hicks. You'll be able to hear that on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We also have a new Stanley Cup champion as the Colorado Avalanche knocked off the Tampa Bay Lightning 2-1 last night. That ruined the three-peat for the Lightning as the Avs win their first Stanley Cup since 2001 as they hoist the greatest trophy in all of professional sports. Congratulations to them. Ole Miss knocked off Oklahoma in the College World Series yesterday. Back-to-back years, a Mississippi school has won the College World Series. It was Mississippi State last year. It was Ole Miss this year. So those are some of your headlines as we kick you off here on a Monday morning. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo of the G-Bag Nation, formerly of the Nosebleed Seats. It's a Nosebag Nation morning show takeover here in for the fellas. And we have Peyton Russell in for Troy Hughes. Ryan is producing for us or running the fan cam for us as well on Twitch and on YouTube. Appreciate all the Twolos and the tubers who are in watching us there. 877-881-1053. Eric has some cigarette story that he wants to get into that's going to make my dad apparently very, very upset.
Well, Papa Wolchuk is he's a walking ashtray.
He really is.
This guy is mowing through darts in a way that we haven't seen since like the 50s.
No, he could win the Smoke Olympics.
It's pretty dang incredible. He could win. I think he would be like the mascot for the Smoke Olympics.
He might be.
Love that guy.
Yes. Now, before we get to that, though, we
Just
are the home of
clean bill of health. I mean, he is what peak male athleticism, alpha dominance looks like.
Now, okay, the 682 said the greatest trophy in all of sports is the World Cup. I love the World Cup trophy. I don't think it's better than the Stanley Cup, though.
All right, I'm going to check this out here.
Now, the World Cup is an amazing trophy.
Gosh, it's a good-looking trophy,
Just don't think it's better than the Stanley Cup. 877-881-1053. What do you think is the greatest trophy in all of sports?
Well, is it a size thing for you? Because the World Cup is not... Like, the Stanley Cup is a massive monster of a trophy. The World Cup is a little bit more concise, seems very detailed, and it's a good-looking trophy.
It is. It's absolutely beautiful. I just think it's everything that goes into the Stanley Cup. You have the tiers, you have all the history of it with all the previous winners that are named on it as well. The size does help, but I don't know. To me, it's just glorious.
Yeah. No, it's hard to push back on that. But the World Cup, I get it. If that's your thing,
that's probably number 2 for me.
It's a good looking trophy. I just think if you expanded the World Cup, if you doubled its size maybe, and perhaps even tripled it, we might be talking about. But then, like, the soccer players are small, so then it becomes wow, the trophy's bigger than the players. Like Messi is going to be like, seriously, dude, trophy's bigger than me.
Can't lift this one up. Before we get into the cigarettes, and we will go around the rim coming up on the other side, then we will have crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece at 9:40-ish. I know Baskey's been ready to rock here to call this. Was talking some Mavs hoops as we're on Jalen Brunson watch this week as well. But the Cowboys, as we get nearer and nearer to training camp, we are less than a month away now, as July 26th will be the date that we will be heading to Oxnard. But
oh, man, my body is so ready.
There was, I was reading about the Cowboys have multiple depth issues as training camp approaches. So wondering, do we agree with that and some of the positions that might be the weakest when it comes to depth? So one of the spots that, Blogging the Boys was talking about was a backup for Ezekiel Elliott. Are you nervous about that? Because you have Tony Pollard, but if there's issues, I guess they're looking at running back 3.
Okay, so we don't have what we'd like to have at our third string running back. Come on,
last
man.
year that certainly wasn't an issue.
You're gonna have to pick and choose here. You're gonna have to make some sacrifices. I, Wolchuk, as a team builder, am willing to sacrifice my third team running back for some other things.
I think it's okay.
If the first big oh no on my depth list is my third string running back, I feel great about where I'm at.
I feel okay about that too. Enrico Dowdle looked fine, in preseason last year. I think that he'd be fine for you if he can stay healthy. So I think you'll be all right in that area. Now,
really not concerned. I can find a third string running back virtually anywhere.
Now, wide receiver is one where you might have some issue.
Yeah, that'll make you queasy.
This is a spot where we've been out there for OTAs and minicamp, and when you haven't had Michael Gallup practicing and you haven't had James Washington practicing, you are thinking to yourself, oh no, is this a spot where you might need to bring in a veteran in training camp to help this out? Because you're going to be asking Jalen Tolbert as a third-round rookie to do a lot for you. Okay, you're asking Simi Fehoko, who didn't play much last year. He's starting and running with the ones. And Simi, I thought, had a great last practice, but that's still a lot of unknown there. And we're pulling for Simi. He's a friend of our show. He called himself, we were best friends with him, actually, and he's a great guy. Still.
Great hair.
It's a big jump for Simi Fehoko. Hopeful that he can do it. I know there's a lot of fans in this area, Wichita Falls, Rider Zone, Texas Tech, TJ Vasher. And Vasher's shown some potential, but can he line up? Right? That was one of the things with him, like knowing the playbook, knowing the offense, knowing where he needs to be. Wide receiver is certainly one area where there's some options, but there's not a lot of known depth there.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is, that's where we're going to be for, I would imagine, for a while here, like when it comes to the first part of the season and stuff, until Gallup comes back, and who knows what type of shape he's going to come back in, not like conditioning shape, but just like, is he going to be himself or coming off the ACL? Is it going to take a little while for him to get back to being the Michael Gallup that we've all seen here? So the wide receiver position is definitely of concern right now, and the Cowboys made that deliberate decision. This isn't like oh no, we find ourselves here. They did this. So, if you get a CeeDee Lamb injury, you're bleeped, man. Michael Gallup might not come back until the third, fourth game of the season. I don't know. So if that's the case, gosh, you don't need a CeeDee Lamb hamstring to go down in training camp. All of a sudden he's missing time because, like you said, you're depending on Jalen Tolbert, who we all have, high hopes for and feel like he can be. And watching him, he missed a little bit of time in OTAs, but when we got to see him, he looked pretty sharp. Don't get me wrong, but like South Alabama, go ahead and now be a starting NFL receiver on the Cowboys in week one of your career. That's a lot to ask right there. So, and then, I know we kind of laugh at the Dalton Schultz thing, but if they're using him as a wide receiver, because they have to right now. They don't have the bodies. James Washington has been banged up. And Bobby Belt had a nice little case for just kind of, hey, who could be a breakout guy? And James Washington was on his short list of guys that you think, hey, he might have kind of a renaissance sort of season here.
Be big for Dak if
that would be
could.
Welcomed. But gosh, dude, one of my biggest fears is, okay, CeeDee Lamb goes down, and especially if it's early when Michael Gallup's still not there. But even if Michael Gallup's back, I don't view Michael Gallup as a number one wide receiver. James Washington's certainly not. Tolbert, no. TJ Vasher, Simi Fehoko, you're dealing with a lot of 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s as your wide receiver. So right now it's tough. But if Gallup comes back and he's himself, CD stays healthy, then you're fine. Because then it's like, okay, then you got Tolbert, then you got Washington. You're sitting in a good place. But, man, you better not lose CeeDee Lamb for any portion of the season.
Backup offensive tackle's interesting. With your swing tackle right now is Matt Waletzko. And I think there is a lot of upside and potential there, but he is a rookie mid-round pick who played in North Dakota. So offensive tackle is maybe your backup there is a weakness, but it could end up being a strength in the future. I think you're fine at tight end personally. Linebacker depth-wise might be a question. I think you'll be okay with Jabril Cox back. Just when will you get him back? And then otherwise, I think you're all right. I think your defensive line is super deep. I love what they've done there. And then secondary, I think you're okay. You've got depth at corner. You just don't have a backup free safety. That's your biggest problem. Like if Malik Hooker goes down, you don't have a free safety on this roster.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I like the trio that they have between Hooker and Curse and Donovan Wilson. But you're right, because Curse is a strong safety and Donovan Wilson is a strong safety as well. I think they have Donovan Wilson a little bit interchangeable, but he's not necessarily what you want as a guy being a center fielder for you. And I like him a lot. He brings a ton of value to the defense. And Dan Quinn does a great job doing the three safety looks and stuff like that. Big nickel. Okay, Jaron Curse, you're kind of a linebacker now. Donovan Wilson come into the game. I think Malik Hooker, I'm really excited for the season that I think he can have if he's going to stay healthy. I think he could be really, really strong for you. But you're right. If Hooker did go down, the free safety spot, you're going to be asking Donovan Wilson to do some things he's probably not overly comfortable with.
All right, so there's some of the depth issues as training camp approaches, just stuff to think about, and hopefully we feel better about that as we get to give you all the information, your best station for Cowboys news, and of course when training camp gets here, we'll be out there and we'll have it all covered for you here on 105.3 The Fan. But all right, what's up with the cigarette stuff? As I'm sure all the young kids getting ready to go to camp today and to the pool want to hear all about this.
Well, you sound down about it.
No, well, I know my dad's going to be. I'm going to have to hear about, like, oh, great, Eric put me in a great mood as I was heading into work today.
You know, I was trying to get our guy Peyton to find the sound of me mid-jewel rip asking a question live on the air during an interview when it was unintentional. And I'm still hopeful that Peyton will find that.
Did you stock up on those before they stopped selling them?
No, I have been out of the Juul game for a while, okay, and I'm proud of myself. The FDA did say, hey, the little e-cig, the little Juul thing that the high schoolers have been using for like a half decade now, yeah, that's no longer allowed to be sold. The FDA said after a 2-year, 2 years of trying to investigate on, I guess, the way these things are made and what's in them, FDA came out last week and said, okay, bye-bye to the Juul. All right. And that's tough for a lot of people, man. And I did see there were like viral pictures and stuff of people going into, because they're still technically being sold right now, but they're about to go off the shelves. And so some people are going into like gas stations and just stocking up, spending tons of money to just get as many Juul pods as possible so they can keep their unhealthy habit going for as long as possible. Now, there's obviously plenty of other e-cig stuff like that, but let's get to the original. Let's get to the pioneer of all things nicotine buzzing, and that's the heater itself. Just kicking it old school, man. Okay, we're opening up the Sunday paper. I'm not doing a digital newspaper. I'm doing the real thing here. Just like Papa Walchuk. How does Papa Walchuk, an avid cigarette smoker, for what I imagine from the moment,
disgusting pack you can find,
but like I imagine him coming out of the womb, sort of ripping a heater, which is great. But like, does he look down? I am curious. Like, does the old school, tried and true cigarette smoker look down on the e-cig smoker?
Yeah, I tried to get him one, and he
scoffed at you.
He wasn't interested.
He flicked it away. He said, "Get that away from me."
He wasn't interested.
Very disrespectful.
It was a waste of a Father's Day gift.
Hey, Dad, happy Father's Day. Here's a Juul.
Now, to my dad's credit, he did quit cold turkey and was cigarette free for about 10 years.
For about 10 minutes.
10 years.
He went 10 years. Yep. And then he said, forget this, man.
And then he started smoking cigars, and the cigars rolled right back into picking back up the cigarettes.
That's why people always say, like, cigars are the gateway smoke.
Yeah.
Gateway drug. Now, I am curious what age you were, if you've ever tried the classic tried and true cigarette.
972 says 3 years old.
How old were you? 3 years old. Okay. That reminds me of my dad telling me that when he grew up in the 70s in South Florida to drug-addicted parents, that he gave up smoking pot in the 3rd grade. Huh. That's a true story. Oh. My dad wanted to be an athlete. He said he'd watch Monday Night Football. One of the players would pop on a commercial, do a little PSA. Kids don't do drugs. My dad's in 3rd grade going, well, I smoke pot all the time. And he's like, okay, well, if I'm going to be a football player, I can't smoke pot anymore. That was the 3rd grade wisdom from my incredible father. Now we have the 903 first cigarette, 11 years old. Now, here's the reason why we're doing this. It's because now that the Juul was banned, we have this here from time.com, where the U.S. is seeking to limit nicotine levels in cigarettes. So basically, the new administration that we have up in here okay, said is going to be issuing a new rule mandating that tobacco companies cut nicotine levels in cigarettes in a bid to reduce smoking-related deaths in the U.S. How many smoking-related deaths, smoking-related disease, like how many of those are you getting a year for people? Would you like to guess a number?
You throw it at me. You know I'm not good with numbers.
Roughly 500,000 people a year are dying.
I was going to say a million.
Okay, so you would have been halfway right there. And so the FDA commissioner says that making cigarettes and other combusted tobacco products minimally addictive or non-addictive would help save lives. The non-addictive cigarette, that's where we're headed here. So nonetheless, the nicotine levels might be plummeting in your heaters, which all that's going to do is just force people to buy more heaters.
Right.
It's like instead of one, I'm going to need two or whatever the deal is there. So that's the story. Now, how old were you if you've ever tried the cig? How old were you when you did it? 903, first cigarette, 11 years old, still smoking today. 972, I was 8 years old. 682, I was 13 years old, and now I'm 33. 561, 15 for my first smoke. Started regularly at 16, and I quit at age 22. So there is a handful. Now, this is my favorite text of the day, and I told this texter that. The 817 texted in. Says, I've never smoked because I was born after 1980. Anyone choosing to start smoking after the 80s is a candidate for a Darwin Award. Sorry, but I immediately judge anyone my age or younger that smokes as a wildly unintelligent person. That is just absolutely brilliant. Nice work there. I get it. I mean, we all know how crummy it is for your health and your longevity to be consistently smoking cigarettes, but you've never had one at all.
No,
so your dad,
that's because of my dad.
Your dad's a walking ashtray.
Yes.
You have cigarettes littered throughout your house.
Yeah.
You go into the pantry, you're looking for chips. Sorry, son, just smokes. Here's some Virginia Slims.
Yeah.
Enjoy your Saturday. Like, Dad, I'm 4 years old. It's like, I know, son.
You've
never tried it.
Never tried one.
Man, I will say, so I am not a cigarette smoker, okay? Not a smoker. Big E in the 432 says real men dip anyways, Eric, come on. Now, the dip stuff, I grew up in a high school. It was like pretty country, just to Northwest. Everybody was doing the dip stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Tried it.
Got several buddies that dip.
Made me sick as a dog. Like, dip thing's not for me. One of my buddies was a cigarette guy. So I had a handful in high school, handful in college. And I guess the first one I ever tried, I was probably like maybe 17. Trying a little cig. The 214, I remember cigarette vending machines. It's a hell of a time. Chase from Terrell.
Vending machine.
Started smoking cigarettes at 15. 440, first dart whenever I was 14. So there's a lot of young cigarette smoking going on here for a lot of our listeners. I like the way one person put it, and now I'm trying to. How did this guy text it in? It's being lost here because we're getting so many. But one dude was like, I forget the wordage or the verbiage that he used, but it was really, really good. 15, 12, and I'm 32. 15, 11, 14, 12, 10, 15. So many teenagers. 903 started at 12. I'm now 86, and I'm still at it, boys. Gosh, that's good. My grandmother, Grandma Frances, my great-grandma, she started smoking at like 10 years old and lived to like 100.
Well, 100-year-old grandma.
But she's the exception, not the rule, kids.
All right, up next, let's go around the rim, and we might have time for 60 seconds of trash with Peyton Russell. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Be a part of the show.
as well, think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel, visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
My dad texted me saying it was second grade, not third grade, that he elected to stop smoking pot when he was a kid.
Well, get the facts straight.
And he says, listening to me is too revealing and I'm grounded. I guess he didn't know about some of my the cigarette era in my life that really did not last very long.
Shame on you.
Yeah, shame on me. Shame on me.
It's just weird because Hagee's in the prep room over there. He looks angry.
I think it's just his game face.
His face?
I think it's just his game face.
And Mike's foot looks huge right now.
How are you? Oh, he's got his feet kicked up. You're not a foot guy, so I'm surprised you're even looking in that
No,
direction.
but I like shoes, and I'm interested in getting a new pair. I actually I sent Reg a text the other day.
Trying to get shoe tips?
Because you know me, I have zero fashion.
Well, I'm actually a little bit disappointed and off-putted that you didn't text me asking me for
Why
shoe
would I
advice.
text you? You wear Crocs every day.
Exactly.
Now, I'm not looking to get a pair of
comfort.
Crocs. And if there's one guy that I do think has great fashion taste, it's Reginald. So I'm like, look, Reg, I need some advice. Where should I go for my shoe game? So he gave me some options. A little pricey, but
will you,
I'm interested.
Will you share them with us, or are you concealing these?
I'm concealing.
Okay.
Because I'm going to make it a surprise if I decide to splurge.
Don't you go splurging on some super expensive shoes.
I guarantee you I'm going to have to debut them in Oxnard, sir.
I look forward to that. Okay, we are about to go around the rim. Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up in a few minutes. Thank you so much for waking up with us on a Monday. In for Sean and RJ, it is the Nosebag Nation, two-fifths of the G-Bag Nation, formerly the Nosebleed Seats. Myself, Eric Chiafalo, we got Zach Walchuk, Peyton Russell producing the program. Before we go around the rim, speaking of Peyton, it's actually time for this.
60 seconds of trash radio with Preston Russell. We got Peyton Hillis.
I'd go finger in the peanut butter.
It's a good move. It's a good
No
move,
respect
Preston.
for the name, as always. Yeah. Guys, I know y'all talked about it earlier, the bench clearing incident in Anaheim yesterday between the Angels and Mariners.
Yeah, Jesse Winker.
Did y'all see what happened? I believe this is after they separated both teams, sent them back to their dugouts. What Iglesias did to the Angels?
No. It is the throwing of the seeds?
There was so much happening. He ran out of the dugout with a box of sunflower seeds and threw it towards the Mariners dugout. Didn't come anywhere close to the dugout, but threw the seeds everywhere. Should they start regulating this? You know, I mean, you get in a little brawl or something, but I mean, if you had dugouts throw like gum, Gatorade at the opposing dugouts, I think that's entertaining, right?
I think the entire fight was entertaining.
The fans could get behind that.
Yeah, I'm looking at the video right now. Wow.
It was a hell of a throw.
It just
that was the most pointless thing in the world.
It was pointless, but the distance he got on it, I thought was impressive.
Right, and it was still only about 10% of the distance that he needed it to get.
That was one of the most heavy, though, right?
The most wasteful use of sunflower seeds I've ever seen in my entire life.
Not for the birds.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, it was. It was for the birds. That's actually a saying. Like, it was for the birds.
Yeah, and those
not
birds
for anybody else.
They're gonna nosh all
Maybe it
over
was
them.
like dill pickle flavor or something. Maybe he didn't like the flavor.
It really
Is there a
doesn't
flavor
make
of
any
sunflower seeds that you would throw out like that?
No, I love sunflower seeds.
No.
And I'm a tried and true, just traditional.
The ranch is really good.
The ranch is strong.
I haven't had a bad flavor.
Had some good flavors. Why would you do that? It really doesn't make any sense. He's throwing it onto the field.
I liked it. I didn't have a negative thing to say about it. I mean, it was silly, but
I didn't know Walchuk. I mean, look at you. Now you're on soda. You're like, yeah, sure, waste food. Who cares? No problem. Waste
there's
delicious
sunflower
snacks.
seeds, and those guys have so many of them. It's not like they have a shortage.
But if you threw bubble gum, you could get some air underneath a piece of bubble gum, right?
He needed to run it up another like probably 50 to 60 feet and then launch it so he could actually like maybe get it to their dugout, hit somebody. I don't know. It just felt very useless and wasteful.
Well, it was, but I still think
was
the
entertaining
distance
nonetheless.
on the throw was
good.
incredible.
It was impressive. Iglesias, hell of a shot putter.
And that was trash, Peyton. This was silly to even bring up.
Thanks for the garbage, Peyton. We appreciate you.
Do
It's all right.
better next time.
You have all week to get your bleep together, Peyton. Okay.
I don't even think RJ's going to let us do this tomorrow.
Is it Preston? Yeah, that's true. Gaylord's going to come in here and he's going to
put his foot down.
Put his foot down. Yeah, he is. His very disgusting bare foot he will be putting it down on us. All right, thanks for the
It's gonna
garbage.
be a full day of Arch Manning talk.
Few minutes away from Crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation, but right now it's time to cut the lights out, put the kids down for a very, very early morning nap, and the adults going all the way around the rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
Rain
I
dance.
gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Very special occasion when it is free agency week in the NBA. Lots of storylines to address. Jalen Brunson to the Knicks. Is it going to happen? It's starting to feel that way, ladies and gentlemen. We've discussed it plenty, and we will continue to do so throughout the remainder of the week and as news starts to sort of trickle in a little bit. But we are 2 days away from a Kyrie Irving decision as well. How will that impact Kevin Durant? A lot to discuss there. And then you had Damian Lillard over the weekend. Instagram story with a photoshopped Portland Trailblazers uniform on Kevin Durant. So the recruiting has already begun before Kyrie's even made his decision. And then, of course, Kevin Durant making his once. And Kevin Durant's still under contract with the Nets, but that's the way the NBA goes. If Kevin Durant decides he's unhappy, and if Kyrie Irving leaves Brooklyn, he might decide that, then boom, he becomes available. Teams will be jockeying for him. And Dame Lillard wants him to know and wants the world to know that he and the Trailblazers will be in the Kevin Durant sweepstakes. A lot of people listing the Suns as a very good option for Kevin Durant because it is a good team and they apparently have enough assets to maybe make it worthwhile for the Brooklyn Nets, and they get to get him out of the Eastern Conference and get Kevin Durant into the West there. So just rumorooskies at this point, but nonetheless, wanted to make sure we noted that. We did have Zach Lowe today on ESPN saying that he is hearing that Kyrie Irving will not be receiving a max long-term deal from the Nets. So then Kyrie is going to be placed with a decision, and will he want out of Brooklyn? And apparently the Nets are not going to be held hostage by the threat of Kyrie and then Kevin Durant just leaving. And I think there's some frustration in Brooklyn of just the way the whole era has gone with Kyrie and KD. And they're like, you know what? You guys have been running things for the last few years, and look where it's got us. We're sick of it, and we're not just going to fold to the pressure that you and your boy might be leaving. So that's going to be a fun one to monitor. We have Mark Stein reporting that a lot of teams are already assuming that PJ Tucker is going to be signing with the 76ers, 3 years, $30 million. That's more than what the Mavericks would be able to give him. And then we had Brian Windhorst actually doing a conspiracy about LeBron and the Cavs because he was on ESPN talking about, hey, if you want a conspiracy theory, watch the Cavs moves over the next couple of weeks. They're going to be extending certain guys. They're going to be doing certain things, and they basically will have an opportunity to create a pathway to getting LeBron back. And Windhorst, we know, was basically the LeBron beat writer for a long time. So just something to keep in mind there.
The Cavs are trying to get LeBron back.
He's just throwing it out as a conspiracy. I don't know if it's actually in the works or something that's going to happen.
Wouldn't LeBron just go back there if he wanted to go back there?
Yeah, I mean, yes, if he could easily just say, make it known, make it public, this is where I want to be, and it would happen. That's just the way the NBA works these days. Superstar wants to go somewhere, and he usually ends up getting his wish. Now, speaking of LeBron, Kendrick Perkins, who's in the midst of a hell of a feud now with Draymond Green, where Draymond Green's calling him out and calling him names on his podcast, and then Kendrick Perkins is having to come back out and defend himself, and there were some not so nice words being thrown out, particularly from Draymond to Kendrick Perkins, and that whole deal is happening. But Kendrick Perkins did mention over the weekend alongside JJ Redick and on his podcast, Old Man and the Three, he said, we actually played the Cavaliers in 2008. It was Game 7. This was when Kendrick Perkins was in Boston and LeBron was still with the Cavs. He says, we had just lost Game 6, and I ain't going to lie, man, I was scared as hell going into that Game 7 against LeBron James, and this was the only time that I actually prayed that something happened to him in practice.
Oh, no.
He says, I was like, let us get breaking news that LeBron has tore his ACL or something. That is legit words from Kendrick Perkins there. Like, you get to a point of desperation of,
like, I'm so terrified we're going to lose. I need this dude to hurt himself.
The only way we have much of a chance here is if LeBron does the unthinkable for LeBron, which was, especially in the prime of his career, getting hurt. That was just not something that happened. But Kendrick Perkins was at such a point of desperation where he felt like he had to throw up those prayers. We did see video this weekend that Christian Wood and the newly drafted Dallas Maverick Jaden Hardy were getting reps together, apparently in Dallas at some type of local gym. So very, very cool to see those guys here and getting things done. We saw the photo of Luka Doncic over the weekend as well, looking svelte, looking lean. We saw a bicep for the first time on Luka. Much less in the way of chins, much less doughy. He looked really good. Slovenia crushed Italy, and everybody was very excited that, okay, Luka seems to be putting that work in physically, getting it done. LeBron was pictured in New York City working out with Kevin Love and Donovan Mitchell. Might they be cooking up something here? We know Donovan Mitchell and the Jazz. That situation is a bit on the fritz right now. So they're all hanging out with LeBron. You never know what's up his sleeve. Bradley Beal, according to Woj, is very likely to opt out of his player option, only to re-sign for the max 5-year extension with the Wizards. So the Bradley Beal thing, we've talked about him for years as a guy that could be traded or just could be available. Will he ever leave? And at this point, Woj is saying no. Now, I still think ultimately Bradley Beal wants to win, and so he'll opt in. He'll probably play out this year, and then, make sure he gets the big money and the big contract. At some point, he's going to force his way out of Washington, but doesn't seem likely it's going to be this offseason. John Wall, gosh, dude, John Wall is making crazy money. Opted in for well over $40 million for this year. Hasn't played in forever, but Mark Stein saying serious murmurs, as he puts it, that John Wall could be successfully negotiating a buyout with the Rockets, and that it would be the Clippers and the Heat that would be very interested in his services if he gets bought out there. So, John Wall becomes available.
Be interesting.
A little something.
Yeah. It feels like forever since we've seen John Wall.
That's because I think it literally has.
It's been at least 2 years.
Yeah, it has been forever. And then this is incredible. Skip Bayless tweeted over the weekend, Lakers acquire a second-round pick, take Michigan State's Max Christie, who shot only 32% from three last season. Perfect. He'll fit right in with LeBron and Westbrook. Spelled it Westbrook. We know Russell Westbrook doesn't like that. He says, yo, he quote tweeted it, yo, Skip, watch your mouth. Don't say anything here you wouldn't say to my face. It's like, all right, cool. I wonder if Skip's going to back down. Of course, Skip is not going to back down.
Why would he?
Are you kidding me?
It's not like Skip saw it, though. He doesn't follow anybody.
That is a good point, but he did respond. He says, and he tags him this time. Skip says, hey, at Russ West 44, happy to talk face-to-face about the nickname I believe I originated in 2012. Join me on TV/podcast. Let's talk about how you'll make $47 million next year after being, all caps, the worst three-point shooter in the NBA. Most overpaid player ever, ? Please join me.
Yeah, let me keep recruiting for the show.
The cartoonish Skip Bayless.
No way he created Westbrook. Giving yourself way too much credit, Skip.
Yeah, well, because he does have some like Team Obliterator. I think he was doing with T.O.
I remember the Team Obliterator. He does, but Westbrook, no. I don't think he's the one that created Westbrook.
I'll never trust a word that comes out of his mouth. Okay, well there it is around the rim here in the nosebleed Nosebag Nation. The Nosebag Nation. In for Sean and RJ all week long. Gaylord Choppy back tomorrow. We look forward to that. But let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. It's a Monday show.
Barricades.com. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at BuyersBarricades.com.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece as we wind down day one of this Snowsbag Nation takeover. It was fun.
Yeah?
It was a good time.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how good was your show today?
I feel it was. Look, I said if it was above 3, I was going to be satisfied. Peyton, overall,
we're in the clear, I think.
Where are we going?
Yeah, 6 out of 9.
6 out of 9.
Okay, perfect. Don't ask the texter in the 775 though how the show went.
Most of the text was all positive.
Every show has at least one person that thinks your show is not your show, but
Right.
your respective show is
the
the worst.
337 for me. They hate me. I think it's Michael Tenney is his name.
Oh my gosh. Every show has one person, at least one person that's like, I hate your show more than anything in the world. I'm like, oh, well.
I'm really glad you said at least there, because I
At
said
least.
the 775, but there was plenty more than just the texter at the 775.
Are you ever
Everybody's
are you
got it.
amazed that they keep listening?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, thank you for hating me, but you keep listening. I'm
that's
confused
fine with
on
me.
that. I hate this guy. I hate his opinions. I need to hear what he has to say.
It's a secret love, I think. It's a love-hate.
Oh,
yeah. Well, people love a little bit of misery. You know?
Absolutely. I think
I'm glad we can provide that.
this is going to be a fun week with NBA free agency. There was an interesting article. I was going to say fascinating. I don't know if it's fascinating. It was interesting. So I know your favorite, Kevin, Brad Townsend of the Dallas Morning News.
Yeah.
Oh.
If Mark Cuban said it, Brad Townsend will write it.
All right. So do you think this is something that Cuban said? Mavs can't afford.
Who wrote this?
Brad did.
Then yes.
So the Mavs can't afford to repeat mistakes leading to Steve Nash's departure with Jalen Brunson.
Is Brad Townsend a Bradley or a Bradford? Do we know?
Ooh, I think he might just be a Brad.
Might just be a Brad.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what was the logic behind there is that they leaned too much into what their trainer said of Steve Nash, and then he was like too far gone physically. And hey, but look, I think this is a different scenario. In that scenario, they were like, here's your take it or leave it offer. I think in this scenario, there might just be another suitor that's like, I'll just give you more money. And
Sure.
they're like, well, I guess you got to
Are we Jalen Brunson and Steve Nash? I mean, we're not talking about the same
I think
caliber.
that's the tough thing. And
that's fair.
I think Jalen Brunson, after his playoff run, entered top 50 player in the NBA for 2022-2023. But we're talking, and I don't want to knock Jalen Brunson.
No.
Jalen Brunson helps you win. Jalen Brunson is a good player. I think you said it, and I agree with you during the run. Jalen Brunson can be your third best player on a championship
Agreed.
team. It might not be the best third player in
He's
the
a
world, but he's
championship
a
three.
But you can, as long as he's your third player or fourth player, but third, you can win.
Yes.
Fourth player, you're probably in really good shape.
Yeah.
But now you're going to pay your third player like $25 million. And I think $25 million you can still, I hate saying this because Brunson, he's probably not listening, but you don't want to say, hey, if we sign him at 25, we can still trade him.
Yeah.
You know, because you don't want to sign a 4 or 5 year contract with the teams, with the organization going, and we're probably going to try to move them to get the star that we really want.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the tough thing. At $30 million, like if let's just say, hey, you give me 5 years, $150 million, I'll turn down the 4 years, $110 million from New York. Well, at that point, now you've ran into the Tim Hardaway Jr. Porzingis situation. Hey, we want to trade Brunson, and all the teams go, here's the deal. You're paying him about $8 million more than he's worth, so we will trade for him. Would you like Dinwiddie and Bertans? You know, and that's where you run into Porzingis, right? I mean, you're like, dang it. Teams don't see him as an asset at $30 million. Now we have to move him, and they're saying, look, because we're taking on too much salary in this player who's a good player, but Tim Hardaway Jr. can play for all 30 teams in the NBA. Unfortunately, 29 teams in the NBA are looking at the Mavericks going, we don't want him at the money you signed him at.
He's right.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I was talking about when we were on G-Bag on Friday, is to me, you'd hate to see Jalen Brunson leave for nothing, right? Because then you're left with, what do we do now?
Yeah.
But the price is getting too high for me. The question becomes, all right, is this still worth it, even if we're overpaying, just to maintain the asset in terms of, all right, we still think we could trade this piece.
Or we're trying to win right now, and Jalen Brunson on our team helps us be
win.
A viable championship contender this year better than without him,
But
right?
if that contract is now too high to where other teams are thinking, no, I'm not taking that contract on for that player, then it's not worth it anymore.
And it's a slippery slope, right? Because when we first heard 25, I felt people were like, oh my God, no. And then we all just kind of accepted, like, well, if it's got to be 25, then that's what it's got to be. And so how much more than 25 are you willing to go? Because right now, if the Knicks go 4 for 110, it's 27.5. Do you draw your line in the sand and you're like, I went all the way to 25. That's as far as I can go. Or if you're the Mavericks, are you sitting back and you're like, well, it's only $2.5 million more dollars.
I've
Maybe
been kind of doing that.
And then are the Knicks like, well, we'll actually do 29. And you're like, well, we were gonna go 27.5. It's only $1.5 million more. Like that is what I'm worried about. Because I'm with you. I hope they have a budget, because when he said it, you can't afford Steve Nash, you can't afford the KP deal. Like, I know that was all drawn down before you even made that trade. You're like, well, clearly we're going to give him a max extension.
Sure.
Well, clearly that was a giant F up. And so you can't afford that either.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting to a place now where I am under the assumption that Jalen Brunson is as good as gone, and I'm hopeful that the Mavericks are constantly on the phone with New York and making sure that, hey, New York, you can't just sign Jalen Brunson right now for $25 million a year. You still have to clear out some stuff.
Yeah.
So let us be that. Let us be that. Let us be the team that you dance with here to make this work. Jalen, you want to go, so be it. And let's at least get something here, because you don't want him to walk out.
Sure.
And the Knicks have to clear out something. Why not it be with you?
To your point, it's been said by multiple places that they have to move either Alex Burks or Nerlens Noel. And Nico has said to multiple people here on 105.3 The Fan when we interviewed him on Friday, their main work in, let's say, free agency is getting another wing. Well, Alex Burke is a wing. I guess Cam Reddish. I don't know how much they're right. He's a wing.
Oh, you'd love Cam Reddish, wouldn't you?
Would I? I could see why you would think that, but I have been at the forefront.
Not a fan?
When he got drafted, everyone's like, well, he might be the most talented of the bunch. And I was like, yeah, but he can't shoot. And they're like, yeah, but if he does learn how to shoot. And I'm like, okay, cool. When is that going to happen?
That's a big if.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big if.
Remember how good he looked on opening night against us? The Atlanta-Dallas opening night game where we got boat raced by like 25 points. I was like, dang it, Cam Reddish. And, at the end of last year's playoffs, he had a run where they put him in the game because the game was over, and then he scored 20 points. He has this flash, right? And so, but to your point, if we need to do this, if Brunson's like, hey, I'm going there, and they're going to figure it out. It might not be on July 1st that they figure out who's going to take Nerlens Noel or Alex Burke or Cam Reddish or however they do it. But I'm going there. I've made up my mind, and they've made up their mind. Then I would say yes. Let's do what we can do with New York. Possibly, I know it probably won't happen, but possibly get back your 2023 first-round pick. We will take Alex Burke, and we don't even get Cam Reddish. Yeah. We will take him back at $10 million if you give us back our 2023 pick. And now at that point, you can do more trades because you have your 2003 pick available, your 2023
at least recouped an asset.
25 pick available.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that's one of the appeals of Cam Reddish, even if you don't think it's that great. Like, I get it. But at least it's a young player that you can say, well,
it's something.
What
do you guys have coming up on the show?
Just pretty much continuing y'all's Frosty talk. Did
yes.
everyone, I missed the back half of it. Did everyone agree that you got to dip the French fry in the Frosty? I missed how the conversation
that wasn't discussed, but yes, I absolutely agree with that.
I didn't hear your Frosty talk. I did drive by a Wendy's, and they have strawberry Frosties now.
They do.
A lot of people were texting that in. I haven't tried it.
I can't try it.
Goodness,
sounds delicious.
Now, in addition to that,
just put it in your mouth and then spit it out.
I could do that.
That's true. Go ahead and mark that. Is at 10:20. Do you care about the Deshaun Watson case enough yet? And does the NFL actually have the guts to suspend him for an entire year?
Cannot wait for that. They are the KMC masterpiece. They got you from 10 to 2. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo. Thank you to Peyton. Thank you to Ryan. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Gaylord Choppy returns with us. Until then, hugs and hand pounds, everybody.
Stick around. KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 469. Love listening to the nose bag in the morning. You will have those good folks all week long. Now, for us, I'm here. Kevin. Mike's here. Reggie's here. Corey is on vacation this week, but we will soldier on in his stead. What I want to know is, what is everyone's percentage at? You gave yours 80% to the Knicks for Brunson. 20% that he stays, because quite frankly, at this point, it feels like all other teams are irrelevant. Like, we'll make sure that plays out, but for me, it feels like all other teams in this decision
Mark Stein kind of
irrelevant.
Talked about that last night. I believe he's like on a Spotify Live or something, and obviously he has great connections around the NBA, great connections with the Dallas Mavericks, and he's pretty much said Indiana and Detroit, who thought to be threats at the end of the season,
Not
are
so
out.
much.
It's between two teams.
So what is your percentage, 877-881-1053, that Brunson stays or goes? Want to hear from you on that. And to go along with all of that, what are the next steps in the saga as we count down to, I guess, Thursday evening now is when we will get word, although you might well get a sense earlier in the week. I realize, this is prohibited, that's prohibited. You can never convince me that these discussions aren't actively and feverishly taking place, or else that's why all these deals get announced at used to be 12:01, now might be 6:31 or whatever the case might be.
I mean, I'm sure New York is having a lot of conversations with teams about trying to move approximately 3 players off of their team to get the 25 to, I don't think they're going to give Brunson $30 million, but 25 to $30 million a year that they are planning to give Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
So if we hear in the next 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, that they've moved Nerlens Noel, they've moved Alex Burks, then we're in big trouble. Right now, I feel like my 20% is just based off of every team says no to the New York Knicks and their trades, and somehow they only have $16 million in cap space.
And I was about to ask you, are you watching which I never would have thought this was the spot we would be in. Are you watching the New York Knicks transaction wire, where if they trade Cam Reddish for nothing, you're like, oh no.
I have a friend of mine who is on Twitter, and I go on his video podcast for New York Knicks. I have, and I've been doing it for a couple of years now. So I kind of have a few Knicks followers on Twitter that I'll ask questions to, as they're Knicks fans. They're not the front office, but it gives you a better idea of people that are covering the Knicks, watching the Knicks on what's going on. And I would say they're pretty confident that they're going to be able to make 1 or 2 more transactions to get the approximately, it sounds like $27 million available to offer Brunson per year.
Now, and that comes from the idea of the Knicks offering him 4 years for $110 million. You've seen other reports of 4 years for $100 million. And this is the thing. You can do this if you want. And then I'm like 99.5% positive that he would stay. From the 817, can't the Mavericks give him a max deal? I would think he would stay here. You could.
He will. If you give him 5 years and $175 million, he will choose us.
You're right. But then the implications of that in the short term being, well, I'm glad I don't have to pay the luxury tax, but also the short term being you bring back the bulk of like the part of your team that you use the most, and then you add Christian Wood, and I feel like you feel pretty stoked about that. Now, how that plays out in future when the luxury tax builds up, when you have a tougher time, if you want to trade Brunson, like there are all kinds of problems that go along with that. I don't think there's any chance that the Mavericks give him a max deal. Like literally zero.
0%.
Yes.
From what we understand, that is not even on the table for the Dallas Mavericks.
Exactly.
I mean, you're not really competing against anybody at that point.
Yes.
Because you would be giving him $65 million more than what I expect the New York Knicks to offer. So if you can get to $27.5 million per year and you add the 5th year, so approximately 5 at 130, I think that's a tough decision for Brunson, honestly. I think right now, if it's 4 for 110 from both teams, it's not a tough decision for Brunson. He's going to the New York Knicks.
And that is probably what leads to this from the 682. So let's chop up this part of it, as the Get Right might say. From the 682, is Brunson really worth all this? I get the fit in Dallas, but as a standalone player. So there seems to be a lot of difference of opinion. If you want to argue to me that you think Jalen Brunson is the 50th to 60th best player in the NBA, I will certainly listen to that discussion. But then there are other people like, he's fine, but that's about it. I've heard some people think he'd be a good six-man or he's a fringe starter. That I do not necessarily agree with. So I think a lot of it comes down to fundamental understanding of how people get overpaid in free agency, as well as how good do you think Brunson really is?
I think he's a good player. He is a different player than Jason Terry, but kind of in the Jason Terry category.
In terms of quality?
Yes.
Okay.
That Jason Terry never made an all-star team. Jason Terry honestly never got close to making an all-star team.
That's still wild to think about, because in my mind,
Derek Harper never made an all-star
I know.
team.
And like in my mind, for both of them, they were like your number two options, maybe.
Right. But there's so many good players.
Yeah.
Jalen Brunson is probably never going to beat out the 10 guards in the NBA that make the all-star team. Whether he's in New York, whether he's here in Dallas, he will probably never be an all-star in his career. Doesn't mean you're not a very good player. I just mentioned two Dallas Mavericks that were very good players. One, his number's in the rafters, and Jason Terry definitely wants his number to be in the rafters, and maybe it will be someday. But I would say at $25 million, you're probably overpaying a little bit when you look at his market value. But I still think at $25 million, you have a player that can help you and that you can trade and teams would want at $25 million. I think once you get over $25 million, you're looking at, we're probably never going to be able to trade him until he gets to the last year of his contract as an expiring deal, but he is an asset on our team. Just from what I understand, Tim Hardaway Jr. is an asset on our team. We can't trade him.
Because he makes too much.
He makes too much money. Teams look at it and go, that contract, the length of that contract, we get it. He can play in the NBA. He could play on our team. We cannot pay approximately $20 million. I know his contract actually goes down as it goes instead of goes up for Tim Hardaway Jr., but teams are like, yeah, we get it, but he's a $12 to $15 million player, and we're not paying $20 million for that.
Now, there does not appear, I'm a little surprised, there does not appear to be a ton of optimism on the fan text, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line about him staying. From the 972-7030 Knicks, from the 214-95-5 Knicks, from the 214-9010 Knicks. And then this, I think, is off base, but worth discussing, from the 808. This is why I laugh when y'all talk about players coming to the Mavs. If they can't keep their own players, why would others take less to play with Luka? So I think Brunson's situation, which, by the way, we don't know that he's leaving.
Right.
Let's just start it with that. But I think Brunson's situation is a little bit different in terms of the Knicks have hired his former agent. He had to become his former agent so he could take the job, as well as his dad. Now, I know
he
that
used his son. Leon Rose's son is now Jalen Brunson's agent.
So Jalen Brunson's former agent is now with the Knicks, and his son is now his current agent. And then the Knicks also brought on Jalen Brunson's dad. Now, I get it. The counterpoint for that is Jalen Brunson's dad has been with Coach Thibodeau at least twice before. So I understand that. But there are a lot of factors at play there. And at the end of the day, this might be a factor that we haven't talked about enough. If Jalen Brunson has something inherent in him that says, I need to be the guy, well, then he's never going to fit here. I don't know that to be the case. Like, I've never heard Jalen Brunson, when he was here, say, I really wish this was my team instead of Luka's. But if there's something inherent in him about, I need to be the guy, well, then it's probably not going to work here.
And beyond that, we haven't said this explicitly, but some of this, I imagine, points to the idea that Jalen Brunson was a second-round pick, and this is the opportunity for him to cash out. Like him, Rick Brunson also have been, Rick Brunson more than Jalen himself, has been pretty explicit that there's no hometown discount. I imagine a lot of that is, this is his opportunity to really make a big jump when it comes to money-wise. So a lot of the idea of, being on, being in a place that's good or whatever, or being in a team that competes, obviously it's going to matter to any player, but I think that for him, more than maybe any other player in this type of situation, he needs to cash out.
And speaking of that cash out, let me ask you a question, Mike, and I'm hoping you can give us some insight about like if these discussions ever took place. And I see people text this in, and I see this on social media all the time. I get it. From the 214, does New York have state taxes? It'll be better to stay in Texas. Look, just hear me out. As a financial nerd, I 100% hear and understand what you're saying. I just don't think it's all about money as much as it is also about status. I very much believe people around the league look at the numbers, and the majority of them don't go, but if you take a look at the actual gross income, like I don't think
agents don't care.
Yeah.
If people can understand this, an agent gets paid anywhere from 2 to 5%. It's negotiated. Usually it's 4 is pretty standard.
Yeah.
Okay. That 4% comes out of
the top.
It doesn't matter on state taxes on that. So an agent is trying to get the most, because when he gets the most for Jalen Brunson, he can go to his next client. Let's just say, I know it's not Jaden Hardy.
Yeah.
Because he's with, Jaden. Yeah. And there's so
got
many
it.
Jalens and Jadens going on in this world now.
Hey,
but
one team drafted both of the Jalens.
yeah. So he can go now to his client and say, do you see what I just did for Jalen Brunson?
Yeah.
I got him $110 million. If you say, hey, you see what I did for Jalen Brunson? I got him $88 million with no state taxes. That's a little bit different, presenting it to an 18 to 23-year-old that you're recruiting to be in one of your clients. So it doesn't really come up that much.
And to go along with that, like, what are the pros and cons in the mind of, I mean, I was always a boring financial person, but for the average person, hey, including the taxes over the span of the 4 to 5 years of this deal, you could lose approximately $8 to $12 million. And you're like, oh man, that kind of sucks. And on the flip side, you could play alongside your dad. You could play in one of the most storied franchises of all time. You could play in the most famous arena in the world. Like, I do see how those things counterbalance that.
Just so people understand this, it's not your whole paycheck. When the Mavericks go to New York, that game, your paycheck is New York taxed. So when Jalen Brunson plays the Rockets and the Orlando Magic and the Dallas Mavericks, there's no state tax on those game checks because they played in a no state tax place. So when you're a professional athlete, and if you don't know, I used to be one, but I played professional baseball for 5 years in the major leagues, you have to file taxes for every state that you play in, unless it's a Texas state, because you don't have to file state taxes. So at the end of the day, I'm filing in like 14 to 20 different states at the end of the year. Now, it's a little bit different because half your games are in the state you're playing in. So half of those games are in New York, or half of the games are in Texas, that you can do that. But I just think that's not going to be a big deal. The thing that I can't get over is if the Mavericks had more of a 50-50 chance, which I felt like that after the draft was over. I thought it was probably 80-10 Dallas, and then the draft happened and they traded the 11th pick for crap.
Yeah.
And then they were just like, we're going to disregard getting better. We're actually going to get worse. We're going to make our future worse. The Knicks literally made their current and their future worse to go get Jalen Brunson.
Right.
In that room, to do that over a discussion of weeks, they have the father of Jalen Brunson, the agent, former agent of Jalen Brunson, and that guy hired his son to be the agent. There's great conversations in the history of sports. I don't know. There might be a case in the history of sports in a room where you're going to recruit and go after a free agent. Have they ever had the father and the agent in the same room having discussions on, if we do this, will this work? I don't think in the history of sports it's ever been this way. So I know people have said, well, Rick Brunson could lie to his new employee, to the head coach who hired him, to Leon Rose, the president of basketball, and say,
I'm here for it.
He's coming to Dallas. I mean, he's coming to New York. He's coming to New York. Do everything. Unload all assets to go get him.
Yeah.
And then say, played you guys, got him $27 million in Dallas.
But would you go back into the room and pretend to be sad, right? Like, sorry, guys. I really thought I had it.
Your word is too valuable in the sport. You lose all credibility, and you'd never be hired again at all in professional sports if you did that. So if people want to understand that, like my father does this for scouts and he does this for colleges, and his word is his word. If the kid's not good, he's going to say he's not good or he doesn't work hard. And it's no knock on the kid. That's what he did. He did that. I didn't do that. And if the kid works really hard or he thinks he has more potential to grow, my dad says that. And he can be wrong as in, man, it didn't play out that way. But your word is your word. If you're Rick Brunson, you have to tell the ownership, your coach, if you're going after my son, I'm telling you, he's probably staying in Dallas. He loves it there and he wants to be there. I'm not saying that he hates it in Dallas, but Rick Brunson is probably giving them an honest to God's truth on if they have a chance. And what they did Thursday night, and then what Mark Stein wrote, has me 80% convinced that he's a New York Knick next year.
For the 817, seriously? Pro athletes have to pay taxes for away games? What they do, and you can help me out with this, Mike, is essentially like if you're a baseball player, you prorate like you 162 games. What percentage of games did you play in Texas? What percentage of games did you play in California? What percentage for all the different states? So he's right.
It's taken out of your check.
Yeah.
So when you get your check in 2 weeks, like if you went on a West Coast road trip, it'll say you paid taxes, let's say in California and Arizona. I don't know if Arizona has state taxes, but just stick with me there.
Yeah.
And then you have to give it to your financial advisor or your tax guy at the end of the year. And then usually I've been audited 3 times because of that.
Wow.
Because the IRS is like, wait a second, we need to check this. You filed for 20 different states. So as a professional athlete, you are getting audited quite a bit because the IRS, like, this is a little bit of funny stuff here.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Deshaun Watson case is about to begin, at least in the NFL courts. Are you invested? And will the NFL actually suspend him for at least a year? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
33750.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Rubin and Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS credit card or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to living life again. So call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The NFL case with Deshaun Watson is about to begin. Are you invested? Do you care? 877-881-1053. And will the NFL actually suspend him for at least a year? This has been a wild turn of events in this case, and that starts tomorrow. We saw reports floating around this weekend that the NFL is, and maybe this is why these discussions broke down to begin with, but Sports Illustrated is reporting that the NFL was seeking to suspend him for at least a year, which I didn't know they had the guts to try to go for that.
I guess I did. I
always thought he should be suspended for a year, or I thought the consideration should at least be there depending on what evidence and research they've done to go along with the civil cases, the New York Times and everything like that. But I just assumed they would cop up and be like, okay, 6.
I hear you. I guess that they've just been more stringent on things. I mean, I guess looking at it from a Cowboys perspective, I know it's years ago now. It's 2017 for Ezekiel Elliott. But I mean, Zeke, I don't want to say did similar things, but they're different, but they're in the same category. And it was a few. And really it was, I guess you might have been, and it was at Ohio State. He wasn't even in the professional level yet.
I believe that is correct.
Right? Yeah. All that stuff happened in 2015. And they're like, well, we know that there was a not guilty there, or it didn't even get to court. I honestly can't remember everything about Zeke, but there was it didn't even get to court, I believe. Just like kind of this Deshaun Watson thing. Like, still 6 games, deal with it. And that was one person. So this is 24. Do I have the number right? I think it's probably going to be a year.
And then that's 24 in terms of the civil suits. The New York Times had it at 66, and the thought was that the number could be even higher. So the hearing will be before the NFL and Players Association's jointly appointed disciplinary officer, Sue L. Robinson, which
is that the same lady?
No, this is actually a change that the NFL made with the CBA. So when you talk about 2017, that was actually a fairly different structure when it came to discipline. So now they have this jointly appointed arbitrator, and then if they're the NFLPA or whatever so wants to, they can appeal to Roger Goodell or an appointee of his. But yeah, this is rather different than the way that it went in 2017 with Zeke.
From the 469, just a gut feeling they go 6 games, suspension reduced to 5 for Watson. I like this. There's all kinds.
Didn't Lyle Collins what did he get for not peeing?
Oh, crap. I should remember.
I mean, maybe that's more because it's a drug thing.
Wasn't that 5 games?
Yeah, that's what I think it was that.
And I think they tried to negotiate for 2.
And
we
botched that negotiation because it ended up going higher when he went to the independent arbitrator, which, by the way, if you think the front half of this is fascinating, just wait for, well, don't mark that. Just wait. Don said, don't mark that. Just wait for the rest of this, because once the ruling is handed down, Watson has the option to appeal, at which point Roger Goodell could rule on that appeal himself or get another independent person to rule on the appeal. I am curious what people's, I guess.
Let me ask you this. Do you think anybody's going to, well, I won't say anybody. The majority of people that will be upset will be Cleveland Browns fans if he gets 1 year. Or 10 games, or right? Yeah. They'll be upset. Yeah. What do you think NFL fans in general? We're NFL fans. We're Dallas Cowboy fans. Do we think that it'll be unfair? What would be unfair to you and be like, I'm standing up for Deshaun Watson?
Yeah, I don't. That's a great question, because I'm really stuck on this as well, and I see people texting in. Like, I see people texting in and they're like, well, there are no criminal charges against him. Now, there is a variety of reasons for that as well. But on the one hand, if you want to make the argument that no criminal charges for Deshaun Watson logically means he committed no crimes, like, I understand that line of logic. However, I'm also pretty big on if you have a certain level of money and fame, you can work your way out of all sorts of things without having to involve the justice system. So I just find it hard to believe. And it's the same thing with, like, if we're really going to blow this thing up, it's the same thing with Bill Cosby. Like, at some point, I find it hard to believe that this entire systematic group of people who have nothing in common, or a lot of them have nothing in common, have just decided to take this person down. Like, I just have a hard time believing that all 24 people in the civil lawsuit were lying, and that all 66 people in the New York Times things were lying. But then that's what it comes down to. How many of them were telling the truth? Were all of them telling the truth? Was he harassing them? Did he do something worse? And if it was harassment, how do you punish that? Like, does the NFL have a good track record on determining what that is? And what happens if it was 40 of those people, 66 of those people? Then don't you have to punish accordingly? I don't know, Mike. I felt like I said a lot of words and didn't give you a definitive answer, because I am flummoxed about this as well.
Probably if they were to say, for me, 2 years, I'd say that's probably too harsh. But if they said, hey, he ain't playing in 2022, I wonder this too, and I know that it's a different deal, but I still feel like NFL players don't have many rights. I mean, if Trevor Bauer, who has way more rights as a player than an MLB player, has way more rights than an NFL player does. All NFL players want to do is not practice.
Yeah.
Right. I just don't know how he's going to truly fight this when the NFL comes down harshly on him.
I know
you just said it just goes to Roger Goodell. In the end, it goes to Roger
Goodell. Yes, it can.
And
I know people will tell you it has nothing to do with it, but I'm seriously asking you guys, when you saw what Major League Baseball did and how they broke down the Trevor Bauer thing, do you think that has any insight or impact into this? I realize the cases and humans are different, but Major League Baseball is like, you're on leave until we get this figured out, and then drop the freaking hammer on him.
Yeah, and made sure, because they're like, well, you got paid last year, you're 40-something million, right? Well, you're not going to get paid these next 2 years. You're, I believe, a little over $60 million that he was owed on his contract. And I just have a feeling it's going to be the same. And if people aren't following that one, Trevor Bauer was not criminally charged, did not have to go to court for those two situations. I believe now it's somewhat civil than it is criminal, right? Because criminal's a lot harder to prove than civil. And so that was a 2-year suspension with nothing. As in criminally, nothing.
Yeah.
And Major League Baseball said, you know what? It's 2 years. So I don't think they're going to be as hard on Deshaun Watson in the NFL, but I do think it's going to be a year.
And as you probably could guess,
I wonder also how mad they are. I wonder how much the NFL offices are mad that he got everything he wanted to.
What do you mean? Like in terms of the contract and
he got
the
out of
trade
Houston, he got to Cleveland and got the biggest contract.
Yeah.
Didn't he get the most guaranteed money in the history of the NFL?
He did.
I wonder if that ticks
fully guaranteed money. Yes.
I just wonder if that, obviously I know
with Mahomes
got
and
what, 400 million, but it's not guaranteed like that.
All right. So I see, this is interesting to me. Like, and this just shows how divided people are about this. For the 817, anything beyond a full season is excessive. And then same time from the 214, minimum 1 year for Deshaun Watson. So just think about how much outcry this is going to get one way or another. One person says it has to be at least a year. Another person says anything more than a year is excessive. And then I saw a couple people just use the word, it's harsh for somebody that's just kind of a pervert. All right. And this is where it gets really dicey, right? Because this depends on which story you believe, what degree you believe. There are some of these things where if he was just like texting somebody and they're like, hey, can you give me a massage? I'm just kind of looking to see what's up. Like, I get it. That is weird. And that is potentially predatory behavior, depending on what the person's situation was and everything like that. If it was just that, I could see how the argument would be there for different levels of suspension. But when you read some of these things, like he's in the room with these women, and he starts to touch them like without any sort of consent, where he starts to do other things in that room. He goes into solo player mode without their consent, and in some cases even worse when it comes to that woman. That goes beyond like he might have just been kind of a pervert or whatever. Like that's a different level of like, that is a level of assault.
And his own lawyer came out and said, yes, happy endings happened.
Yes. But if you don't pay for it, it's fine. And some of these instances, I don't know how many of these massages have actually taken place. Some of these instances, sure, I'm inclined to believe that they had a conversation and it's like, hey, you're attractive or you're famous or you're whatever. And they were like, let's do this. You're probably right. I mean, you're probably right. But it sure as hell sounds like there was a lot more beyond just that. And we've talked about this before. I am fascinated to see what suspension he gets, and I'm fascinated to see what the outcry of it is. Because, like, let's say he only gets 6 games. Do, like, women's rights groups and other activists, like, descend upon Cleveland by the time we get to week 7? Does this become a national story about why the NFL doesn't care about women? Because make no mistake, you go back, I am very much of the belief that they don't particularly care. But it wasn't until the national media, outside of just the sports media, took note of Ray Rice and took note of that video that the NFL's like, whoa, this is wrong. We need to do something about it. And I wonder, like, if he got 4 to 6 games, if people would be like, what the hell? If NFL would be like, well, hold on now. We need to go ahead and fix this.
And supposedly I read where Deshaun Watson already knows what the suspension is going to be handed down. Like you have to tell them 10 days, this is what we've kind of come up with, and now we need to hear more from you or something, and then in 10 days we'll tell you if we're sticking with that or not sticking with that.
Oh, so they had like a preliminary judgment, and now they're arguing for or against that judgment?
I swear on Twitter, one of the people that follow the NFL said, here are the rules on this. Like Deshaun Watson already knows what his suspension is going to be. But there's this 10-day period of maybe trying to get it reduced.
And that's essentially what this disciplinary hearing could be about, is kind of your almost like de facto appeal happening right now.
Here's where we're at. Here's what we're giving you. You tell us why you shouldn't get this.
Interesting.
But I'm not 100% sure on that.
I think I'm going to go out.
But I'm pretty sure because I did read it on Twitter and from like a blue check mark person.
My prediction, I do think he ends up getting a year. Like I am surprised when I started to hear the rumblings that the NFL was going to push hard for this. So I will say that he ends up getting a year. You think a year?
I think 1 year, yeah.
Okay. Reggie?
Yeah, I'm in lockstep. I think that especially when you're talking about a different cultural time than previous and with a different disciplinary like MO, like the whole apparatus has changed in 2020. I think that they're going to err on the side of trying to not embarrass themselves in front of public.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And my takeaway from the fan text is apparently a lot of people care. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Guess the Rangers shouldn't play bad teams anymore next.
Coming up in the next G
Right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, relax and enjoy the difference really means something. It's rooted in making buying easy and offering classic deals like that max value for your trade and never charging over MSRP. So find new roads at Classic Chevrolet and get your classic deal today.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, if the Rangers would have just played on Saturday, it would have been awesome. Like this from Adolis Garcia.
Trust me, it's going to happen. You're just going to have to wait.
Right-hander set. And here's the pitch. And there's a high drive, deep left center field. Back goes Robles at the wall. That ball is history. This game is over.
Adolis Garcia has won it. The Rangers in those retro uniforms stream out of the dugout and await the arrival of El Bundy at home plate.
Now, I was actually listening to this, Mike, and I was listening to an interesting breakdown in the postgame and in extra innings with Jared Sandler where he walked through how Adolis fits with Woody, how Adolis fits with this team.
Yeah.
It was really fascinating breakdown by Jared.
Give me a little bit of that, because I'm going to go into also, don't comment on this yet.
Okay.
Is that then a person tweeted me and said, man, Adolis Garcia, is he our next Juan Gonzalez? But don't answer that yet.
Okay.
Tell me about what the positives of Garcia, because I'm happy he's on our team too.
Okay, and so one of the positives is you see the different approach that he brings to the plate in terms of, look, would you like his on-base percentage to be better? Of course you would, but he's probably never going to be a high walk guy, and he has a different kind of approach at the plate than a lot of baseball players do today in terms of his, I might term it as hyper-aggression up at the plate, which leads to a lower on-base percentage, but also leads to situations like this. And Jared described him as like a perfect baseball player for Woody and for this current iteration of the team, because he does bring that different skill set and because of some of the other things that he can do. And so kind of the discussion became, how much more comfortable do you feel thinking that Adolis will be part of this team going forward than you did after the season last year? Because after the season last year, you're like, which Adolis Garcia do you get? Do you get the one that flamed out in the second half, or do you get the one that took Major League Baseball by storm in the first half? And I feel like I'm starting to feel more comfortable that he can be part of your team next year and the year after.
Yeah, he's in between what we saw in the first half and second half.
Which, it's okay. You got him for nothing.
I love Adolis Garcia. He's a fun player to watch. Now, I don't know how many Ranger fans, maybe young Ranger fans, just don't know, and I understand, because I got this, man, Adolis Garcia, he could be our next Juan Gonzalez. And I said, no, he can't.
Juan Gonzalez is the second best player in the franchise history.
Last year, Adolis Garcia made the All-Star team at 28 years old. So did Juan Gonzalez at 28 years old. At 28 years old, Juan Gonzalez had 50 doubles, 45 home runs, 157 RBIs, batted .318, and won the MVP.
Yes,
that's
Reggie,
a
that's
little
good.
bit different at 28. At 21, he was hitting 27 homers, 102 RBIs, and 800 OPS. Then when he was 22 and 23 years old, he led the American League in home runs at 43 and 46. Just to give you an idea of, he was at age 26 to 28 hitting 40 home runs every year. His low RBI total was 1997 at 131. To give you an idea, I think Adolis Garcia can be good. And he's made the All-Star team at 28 the same way that Juan Gonzalez did. But when you really look at what Juan Gonzalez was, he was arguably the best player in the game for a 6-year span. And, he did win. He won 2 MVPs. Right? He won in 1996 and he won in 1998. So just to give you, I love
he sparked the team getting to the playoffs for the first time.
There's just a little bit different factor. And it doesn't mean I'm not taking a shot at Adolis, but when people kind of throw out there, I just want to say, hey, great player. Adolis Garcia, love him on the team. No, if you want to be Juan Gonzalez, you need to have 40 doubles, 40 home runs, 120 RBIs, 100 runs scored,
and be
bat
feared.
around 300, and be an MVP candidate.
Fair to say he was feared every time he walked up to the plate.
Yes,
Most
I mean there were
every time.
times where he would get a
yeah.
little bit swing happy.
Yeah.
Right. But at the same time, it's weird because you're like, man, he struck out a lot in his, year where he struck out the most was 143 times. Sorry, when he was 22 years old. But that same year, he also had an OPS of 833. So, which, he had a couple years here and there where it was MVP like, and some other great years. His career did flame out sooner than you would think. By the time he was 32 years old, for some reason, it went way downhill. I don't know. I played with him in 2001 when he made the All-Star team again and had 140 RBIs for the Cleveland Indians. So I don't know why after that year he came back to Texas and it just started going downhill in a hurry. Maybe it was injuries. Maybe he was disinterested in playing baseball. I don't know everything that goes into Juan Gonzalez's career at 32 to 35 years old.
Can we just mark the first part of that where Mike says, I don't know everything? Let's keep that. We might need that in the future.
All right. So, unfortunately, they didn't just play on Saturday. They played Friday and Sunday. I was a little bit concerned, even though Friday's loss was not about starting pitching. Dane Dunning did great. But going into the series, if you remember Friday, I said the only thing here is in this series where you're a better team, you should win this series, I'd love to sweep it, is your two best starting pitchers are not in this series at all. And you're going with a bullpen day, and you're going with Glenn Otto, who's coming off of COVID, who did not have a good outing in Round Rock when he was coming back, and he took that Round Rock appearance and then had a worse outing in the major leagues. Because he's not a rehab guy. What I want you to understand by this is when John Gray, Martin Perez, a guy like that goes on a rehab assignment, they have 6 years in the major leagues. They're not just, hey, you're just going down there to rehab. That's what they are doing. When you have Glenn Otto's going down because of COVID or because they got hurt, they still are proving a lot. Glenn Otto has not proven he's a major league starting pitcher. He's proven that he can do it at times, but not that he is a major league starting pitcher.
With you.
And so Glenn Otto has a rough start. Taylor Hearn, he
was
great.
good, yeah.
And unfortunately, after he did good, they did send him down to the minor league. So he is going to work as a multiple inning relief pitcher in the minor leagues.
But we still think, correct me if I'm wrong here, we still think there's the potential for him to have a role with this team going forward.
Yes, but I think the Rangers are saying it's over as a starting pitcher because they're not sending him down to AAA to work on his starting pitching.
Is that fair, though? I think at this point, that's probably fair.
I think his ERA, I'd have to break it down, but his ERA is a mid-6 as a starting pitcher in Major League Baseball for his career.
Yeah.
And his ERA as a relief pitcher is much better. I think it's around a 3-ish. It's somewhere in the 3s. So there's a major difference between him being a starter and him being a reliever.
And that's like stuff related, isn't it?
Yes. And also, I do think there's mechanical things there, but yes, stuff related. And what I mean by that, Reggie, is I think his stuff could be better if he threw the ball a little bit different. I think, like what I've talked about, he's way too sideways on his mechanics. And what I mean by that is he works left to right instead of, let's say, up to down. And so his stuff gets flat, meaning that there's not a lot of downward trajectory to his ball.
Okay.
And so you want your stuff going more Ferris wheel than merry-go-round.
Huh. Is this like accepted? Is this the way people actively discuss?
Yeah.
I'm not disputing it. I'm just fascinated by this terminology.
Yeah, I mean, there's different ways, but people will say, yeah, you want more. You're not going to get 12 to 6 or north to south, but you want your stuff being more north to south than you want it being east to west type of deals, right? So I can give you different merry-go-round Ferris wheel, north to south, east to west.
Fascinating.
So for Taylor Hearn, the reason that I talk about that, I'll go into mechanics just real quick with him. He wraps the ball behind his back. For most pitchers, a drill that the Bassick family likes doing. For example, we put you up against a wall. When you take the ball out of your glove, if your hand hits the wall behind you, you're wrapping the ball behind you. It can happen and be okay. Madison Bumgarner does it, and he's been okay for his career. He also had major arm issues too, and I think that's part of his issue too. A guy that like is Dave Stewart was able to do it. and be very successful doing it. Rick Sutcliffe was able to do it in his career and be very successful doing it. If you look at most other pitchers, whoever it is, Pedro Martinez, Roger Clemens, Nolan Ryan, all these guys, their hand would not hit the wall. So if you were to put your back against the wall and as you take the ball out of your glove, your ball is going to stay on your front side. It's not going to wrap behind your back side.
Okay.
And so you want that ball to not wrap. And when it does, it's very tough to get your fingers on top of the ball, to get back on top of that ball. You're almost going to work sideways on that ball. That's what Taylor Hearn does. I'm not saying that that's what they're trying to fix. I don't know what they're trying to fix. I'm not the pitching coach. I'm not the pitching coordinator of the Texas Rangers. I'm just telling you what I see and what I would try to fix. If I had him, I'd say, we got to stop wrapping the ball behind our back so much. That being said, I think that's part of, let's just make him a reliever, because if he's going to do it, the more you fatigue, the tougher it is to get good depth on your ball to execute your pitches doing that.
Yeah.
So if we make him a reliever, so what? Wrap the ball behind there. Just throw it as hard as you can, 20 times. Let's spin the ball 20 times and let's see what happens out of the bullpen in 40 pitches. Now, let's go to Ezekiel Duran, who got optioned down. Loved watching him play this year. He's going to be back up in the big leagues for you. I found this interesting. They're going to work him in the minor leagues, some in center field. They have Bubba Thompson, a first-round draft pick who's hitting well, and Leody Taveras, their number 1 overall prospect a few years ago, who's 23 years old in center field. I'm not saying he's your future center fielder, but it's interesting to me because I know that they want him to work left field. Left field's a very open position in the future.
Do you ever feel like this is a product of what the Rangers do when they try to get that position flex on? Because I feel like sometimes out of necessity, we've seen this a few times, so it could tip you off about what they think about those other two that you
That's
mentioned.
what I'm wondering.
Okay.
Are they saying that Leody and Bubba might not be as future of players as we maybe hope that they are? He's still going to play some third and some shortstop to keep his position flexibility. And really, he's a middle infielder who their middle infield has $1 billion, not a billion, but close enough.
Yeah.
So you're not going to play
billion.
second base and shortstop on the Texas Rangers anytime soon. So they're looking at it going, well, where can he play? Well, third base is pretty taken because Josh Smith looks pretty good, and you drafted a dude 8th overall to play that position if he ever is healthy.
Okay, Josh Smith, I hear what you're saying, smaller sample size, and Josh Young.
He's played 12 games.
Yeah,
in 3
and he's
years.
gotten hurt. So is there any concern about, we're doing some projecting on both of them?
On Josh Smith?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I guess you always have to project on Young. I'm a little bit confused. Explain more.
I'm just saying when we're like, well, you said it's probably taken.
Yeah.
So we're all on board with one of the Joshes is going to take over pretty confidently.
Yeah, and then Josh Smith is better at third base than Ezekiel Duran.
Okay.
When you watch them play defense, at least what I've seen in the major leagues, I haven't seen their minor league careers at all, but what I've watched in the major leagues, I'd say Josh Smith is the better defensive third baseman. But also they believe right now Josh Smith might be the better defensive left fielder. Ezekiel Duran can play in the major leagues. I really believe that, and he's going to be in the major leagues for a good 5 to 10 year career.
Yep.
If it's going to be with the Texas Rangers, I think they're looking at it going, it sounds like it's going to be either in left field or center field. Left field, I can understand.
Yeah.
That's a very open position in the future. Center field is just a little bit surprising. We didn't get to it. Maybe I'll get to it in Mike Likes It. The big brawl in LA versus Seattle.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. I look forward to that because that was wild. Coming up next, besides just Brunson, what are the other big storylines heading into NBA free agency? We'll talk about it next right here on the Fan.
Blasting out 100 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Damon Amendolara with your Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Indeed. Attract, interview, and hire at Indeed.com/credit. Arch Manning's commitment to Texas comes with big ripple effects. The Big 12 gets a massive boost in relevance. The SEC's upcoming $3 billion TV deal gets another star actor. And Sark gets massive job security. Can't fire him now. This is Damon Amendolara.
Yachts are here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn.
Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. That looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with expertise and tools with Windows 11 to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. To do more with a Latitude laptop, Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
All right, Tolos, let's talk about how I'm feeling. I'm feeling great because of Men's T Clinic. My guy Kelly, he's staying on top of my needs at Men's T Clinic in Addison, and all kinds of different therapies that they have going on there. They have 5 DFW locations. Go to menstclinic.com to find the place that is closest to you. It's time to edge up and get to Men's T Clinic today. Look, they get an $80 value for free. The in-body composition, it helps you learn what you need to do with your weight, where the weight's at on your body, improving your muscle mass, and more. It's a great baseline read and value. You just mentioned my name, Mike Bassick, and you get it for free. Insurance. Yes, they take it. A lot of people ask me, how much is this? Yes, they take cash. They also have insurance options there, flexible clinic times, including early mornings and weekends, and select locations make it easy to get in, get out, and get back to being you. You can go to menstclinic.com or give them a call at 972-GO-MENS-T. That's 972-GO-MENS-T. I'm going today to the Addison location. Let's get back to being you through Men's T Clinic.
It's time to turn up your summertime fun with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is a smooth, refreshing, real brewed tea with 5% alcohol. So whether you're camping, fishing, or at the beach with friends, don't forget to fill your cooler with those bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Your home is your castle, and keeping our families healthy and safe has never been more important. Let Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric help. Call now and get a free estimate on HEPA and UV air filtration systems and eliminate over 99% of viruses from the air you breathe.
Call 214-342-1171. Baker Brothers makes great service fun.
Some restrictions apply. License number TACLB0052136E.
Okay, open wide. Good to see you've been flossing. What's on your chest? Oh, that's just my lentil soup. It was supposed to be here an hour ago. I'll say it's unprofessional. We should have ordered through Easy Cater. Food shows up on time as ordered. Yeah, it really burns me up too. Oh, the soup. Oh, hold my crackers. I'll go get the lead apron.
Some food just doesn't work at work, but Easy Cater just does. Food for work on time and as ordered from over 85,000 restaurants. Order 24/7 at easycater.com.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
An Odyssey station.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan as we get ready for free agency Thursday evening. It's not just all about Jalen Brunson. I know it feels like it's just about Jalen Brunson because how much we love the Mavs, but
that's the day I go, crap.
No, it's the great day because you're like, I knew it. We did it.
What day has that been in in Mavericks history? It could be also Cowboys history too, or we did anything in free agency.
I think it's still been free agency. It's just been for a different reason.
Yeah. I'll have to get back to you on a whole lot of historical positives for that. But I wanted to know, is there a player or is there a story that you are most fascinated with free agency-wise outside of Brunson?
I think the number one free agent in the market is DeAndre Ayton, and I have no clue what's going to happen to him. It seems like he doesn't want to be in Phoenix anymore.
No.
Phoenix doesn't seem to really want him back. And so you look at it and go, well, they do have the right to match. So can he get Detroit, who just with their 9th overall pick or whatever, I can't remember.
That's what I think.
I know they made a trade. It might have been at 13. I think it was at 13 with Charlotte. In fact, I know it was that they got Duran, if I'm saying his last name right, from Memphis, the 18, 19-year-old center. So how much do they want to max out DeAndre Ayton? And then does Phoenix just match it? And then he's ticked off going back to Phoenix. I have no clue what's going to happen with DeAndre Ayton, except my assumption is Phoenix is going to try to get something back in a sign and trade.
Okay. I also remain very fascinated because of the exact reasons, because I thought that's what the Pistons were building up for, so they could make that move.
And maybe they still will. They did take a very young center.
Absolutely. And so maybe that's not the case, but you're talking about a number one pick. You're talking about a number one pick that we had Ryan McDonough on a lot in the past that might have kind of wrecked part of that front office, and to see him maybe go on down the road. And he is a quality player. I'm not saying he's great, but he is a quality player, especially a quality big. Now, you said you think that could be the top free agent. I know that this situation is more complicated, and I heard a lot of people don't want him here, and I'm not even saying I
know I like this conversation because you might be right.
I'm not even saying in the context of him coming to Dallas, but how fascinated are you by what will happen next in the saga of Kyrie Irving?
I am very intrigued. I don't think he's going to be a real free agent. I don't think he's going to opt out of $36.9 million with what's on the market. I don't think he wants to go to Detroit. I don't think he wants to go to Orlando. I don't think he wants to go to Indiana. I don't think he wants to go to Oklahoma City.
Well, you mean opt out to become a true free agent?
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Because he might opt out in order to facilitate his move.
His max trade, or his max deal as well. But yeah, your move, you might be right.
Reggie, do you think he is opting out of his player option?
I think that he will, because it seems like all of this has been structured around he wants a long-term deal, which it seems like Brooklyn has staunchly said no to. They do not want to give him a long-term contract.
Because why would you, right?
And I cannot blame them one iota. But that is what he seems to want, and that is what he seems to be clamoring for. And Kevin, we were just talking about this a couple breaks ago. You seem pretty confident that somebody will be willing to give him a long-term deal.
People in sports do not learn lessons. You know why? Because it's just like, it's the same thing in life, whether it's a job, a person, a relationship. I can be the person to change them. How many people do you know in your life that like, I am the person that I guarantee you, I guess I should rephrase
That's coaching
that.
hubris everywhere.
I believe to my core that there is a coach or a front office that is like, well, that's because he hasn't been here. We can fix it. I do think he's going to get, I don't know exactly what the specs of it will look like or if it'll be a true max deal. I think Kyrie will get a giant contract because they're going to be like, we can fix it.
To your point, it probably will happen, but it's the same way as if a spouse cheats with three different, like they've been married three different times. They've gotten divorced three different times because they cheated on their spouse.
Right.
And you're like, I should marry this person.
Yeah.
And you would say, all your friends would look at you go, that person has gotten divorced three times. In every case, they slept with somebody else. They cheated on their spouse. Why are you going to be the person that person is not going to do the same thing to you?
Because we're different. That's the answer that you get. And I will concede, And I bet we'll get some fantastic.
You did conceive. You're having a baby here soon.
Concede. Yes, that's true. Look forward to seeing you soon, Noah. I will concede that in some of those instances, it probably worked out. But I bet in a lot of those other instances, it ended the same way.
You won't believe what happened 2 years later after I married that person.
Because people will be like, well, our love is different. Okay, your love is different. Your job is different. Your team is different. And on and on and on. I get it. Everybody thinks that they're different. And in some cases, you're definitely right. But I think somebody's going to give him all of the monies.
Okay.
I don't know how that's going to work out. And I'm not going to lie either.
Well, the thing is I worry, honestly, Kevin, that and I also think it's a win, but let's just say if Brunson on Thursday night
goes to the Knicks,
says, I'm going to the Knicks, what type of desperation does that put on the Mavericks? And that Jason Kidd and Kyrie have a great relationship, supposedly, and that it could work out here, according to some Mavs people, that all of a sudden they turn their attention to, we have a superstar available.
Right.
With all the warts in the world, and we know he's going to cheat on us, and we know at some point he's going to quit. But let's go all in on Kyrie.
Hey, man, I get it, because as much as I just gave that speech about it's not going to work, in the back of my brain, there's that little annoying part that's like, what if you had two of the top 15 players in the league? Like, I don't know where you slot Kyrie, and if you think that's too low, too high, or whatever. But for the purposes of this conversation, I'm going to say Kyrie's top 15. And part of me is like, what if you had one of the top 5 players in the league and another top 15 player in the league, and you still got Christian Wood? My dumb ass will get run away with all the possibilities, even though at the end of the day, what I know is really going to happen is we're going to get 40 games in. It's going to look awesome. And then something is going to happen, and he's going to be like, yeah, I need to take a break.
Or you get 40 games in, and he's only played 10 of the 40 games.
You might be right. I do not think it will work here, there, or anywhere else long term. Now, could you get that magic season out of him? For sure. I definitely think that's possible. But I think more likely you'll get magic chunks of season and be like, this was dumb.
You know how we, as a fan of the NBA, don't know what's going to happen with Kyrie Irving? And it sounded like, I know you don't know exactly who's going to draft who, but it sounded like when we interviewed Nico, like they have a good idea on how a lot of things are going down on the draft before they happen.
Told us that.
How much do you think like a Nico, who has a great relationship with Kyrie through his Nike deal, he already knows pretty much what Kyrie's thinking and what he's about to do in the next, let's say, 48 hours? We don't know, but he knows.
It's wild speculation, but didn't at the end of that interview, Nico Harrison say enjoy the heat?
Yes, he did. Now, people have read a lot into that. Some people are like, I think he was just saying because it's
hot outside, sure.
But then like other people are like, that was a coded message that he's going to the Heat. There are a lot of players that I believe Nico and the rest of the folks in the NBA know exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
If you tell me you know without a shadow of a doubt that what Kyrie is going to do and you're not Kyrie, I do not believe that is factually accurate.
But you know one thing I can say for Kyrie that I marveled at in this past season? And Mike, I think you can speak to this. As an athlete, you're a creature of habit, and like you kind of need to build routine. And what he did in not being able to play at home in these games, that is wild in breaking up your schedule. Except every time that he showed up to play, it was still amazing. And that was like something that I found incredible, that he was able to remain at the level of play that he was with the inconsistent schedule that, mind you, he put himself in.
Yeah.
But the fact that he was able to remain, like, he is still an incredible professional basketball player. And I do use the word professional there intentionally.
You're right. And that is,
to your point, they did go 4-1 in April when he played. Now they got swept by Boston. So, I mean, they went in where people are like, well, heck, to Reggie's point, maybe they are going to win this all because he showed up finally to play in home games, and they win 4 out of their last 5 games going into the playoffs.
And that is what makes this even a conversation, right? Because if he wasn't good enough, all of these other things, you'd be like, don't care. But when he goes out there, you're like, my God, he's amazing. Like, I saw somebody go top 15, you're crazy. He's barely been top 50 his career. I think that's a wildly inaccurate portrayal of his basketball career. The thing is, he goes out there and he is awesome. And that's what makes it all appealing. Even if you know at the end of the day, he's either going to stifle younger teammates like he did in Boston, or he's going to decide he needs some personal time like he did in Brooklyn for the people who are asking that have nothing to do with basketball. And by the way, nothing to do with vaccinations is, at least some of that, is he will walk away on you. That is 100% going to happen with his new teams, just like it happened on his old teams. All right, let's go from that. It seems like a lot of the intrigue behind Bradley Beal is gone, depending on if you believe these sources, it looks like he will opt out of the player option, but only for the purposes of re-signing the long-term max with Washington. I know, shocked indeed. Would he play for $36 million or $250 million? Who can believe it? And now we're talking about non-Mavs entities as well, because I'm not here to tell you like DeAndre Ayton was going to be here or Bradley Beal was going to be here. I'm just fascinated by some of the other folks that are doing their thing. Do you care, or are you monitoring at all what's going to happen with Kevin Durant in terms of there are some people that firmly believe this is the start of Brooklyn having to tear it all down, whether they want to or not, because Kevin Durant might try to force his way out next if Kyrie is on the move.
Yeah, what's amazing to me is Kevin Durant just signed like a new 5-year, $5 billion contract. So, like, and I forget, it's about 45 to 50 million per year.
Right.
You're like, but you're kind of committed to us. But in the NBA, contracts really aren't a commitment to the organization. It's a commitment to, I'm getting paid in the NBA this much money. And if I don't want to play for you, there's nothing you can do about it. You have to move me.
Yeah, but this will be the first year of it. And just to help you out here, 4-year, 194 average salary of 48 a year. But like I said, this next season would be the first year of it. And typically when we talk about stars forcing their way out, it's 1 or 2 seasons remaining on a deal. It's hard for you to say, I'm just going to sit out for the remainder of this contract, because that's the next 4 years and likely the remainder of your prime and some, a good portion of whatever remains of your career in general.
Yeah, he'd be close to 40 by the end of this contract.
So I think that, he'd be ending his 37 season by the end of this contract. So I just wonder if that gives Brooklyn a level of control in this where they can dictate how this goes and where he goes in order to maximize whatever rebuild that they might end up being in if they feel like that's where they want to go.
I know this got into a more Kyrie Irving discussion, and maybe this is for tomorrow. If Jalen Brunson leaves for nothing, he signs with New York, they worked out other deals. Like, look, we're not doing sign and trades. We're taking Jalen Brunson. You guys live with the situation. What would you trade for Kyrie Irving then?
Honestly,
would it still be the same?
I still think it would be the same.
Trash?
I still don't think that changes my opinion overall. I really don't. By the way, just as a quick aside, since we are talking about basketball, did you see the LeBron James triple logo man card, what it sold for?
What does that mean?
Okay. So it's whenever you get, the Jerry West, the logo.
Yeah.
All right. So the logo man, they have this in cards, that's the logo part of the jersey. Like just specifically, and so they call it the logo man. And so there's a LeBron James card that came out of 2020 Panini Flawless. It's a 1-of-1. It has a logo man from one of his jerseys with the Cavs, with the Heat, and with the Lakers. So all 3 of them. It's a 1-of-1.
How do they fit that on a card?
Yeah, well, the logo man is actually pretty small.
Okay.
And so sold for $2.4 million. It's the most a card has ever sold for in the same year it was found. Because we've heard all these other cards are sold for $6 million and this and that. And that's it took a while to build up for that. For Honus Wagner, it took a while to build up for that. Somebody opened this Flawless this year, got it authenticated by PSA, and it sold in the same year for $2.4 million. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, inspired by a swim coach What is the most heroic thing you've ever done? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Got something to say?
less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. If you want to get involved in our conversation, what is the most heroic thing you have ever done? I'm going to give you that story in just 1 second in case you haven't heard it yet. But also, I'm not saying this is at the same level, but it was still pretty awesome. Is Shaq was DJing in Buffalo and donated $50,000 from that appearance to the shooting victims from almost a month ago now, at least several weeks ago. And so I always think that's really cool when people give their money to a good cause and try and help out folks who have been through that level of tragedy. Now, to go along with this, a few days ago out in Hungary, Andrea Fuentes prevented a tragedy at the swimming world championships, and she saw an artistic swimmer, Anita Alvarez, sink motionless to the bottom of the pool during a solo routine. And she just dove in and swam down to Alvarez, put her arm around her, lifted her to the water surface, where another person helped them get out of the pool. Alvarez, who's been in the Olympics twice, had fainted. And Fuentes had an amazing comment afterwards. She goes, it was her best performance ever. She just pushed through her limits and she found them. And like, she was kind of joking. And I was like, well, you know, if you save that person's life, I feel like you probably have a little bit more leeway to make those kind of comments. But it was incredible. Like, she saw something happening, was the first to notice it, bam, dove into the pool with all her clothes on, helped save somebody who obviously they had fainted and they could have died.
Did you read that as a joke? Because I'm not sure. It really might have been. It makes me think of how, like, the strain that athletes put on their body and how close they are to, like, pushing the edge, the limits at any given time.
I definitely hear you. The writer for the Associated Press said the quote was in a joking manner. To be fair, you're right. I did not hear that specific audio, but the writer for the Associated Press noted in a joking manner. And so I thought that was incredible. Thought that person needed to be spotlighted, especially since I think this is the second time that this has happened before. And so we asked the question, 877-881-1053. What is the most heroic thing you have ever done? Because I told you one day when we used to be on at nights, I thought I was going to get my chance to be heroic. Now, luckily, the trained professionals came in and I was like, well, that's for the best. So there was like a tiny part of me that was sad that I didn't get a chance to do something amazing. But when I saw who the fire trucks and stuff pull up, I was like, well, that's probably for the best. Is going home on 30 after our show. And I can't remember if this was a show where we got off at 11 or if it was a post-Ranger show when we finished up at 1 o'clock. But like, it was at a time when there's usually little to no traffic rolling home. And all of a sudden you see all of these red lights ahead for people's brake lights and everything. And I'm like, man, what is the deal? And you're usually thinking it's like an accident or something like that, especially if it's not a Friday. Sometimes Friday a little different, but like and so I'm slowing down and then you see there, I don't see anything immediately, but these cars are like stopping in the road. And so I pull around, go on the right side where there does not seem to be as much of a backup. And all of a sudden I see somebody to my right side ahead is running down the side of the road. And I'm like, what in the world is happening? And then I see further ahead, there's a car on fire on the side of the road. And when that person was running, I was like, oh my God, is this like happening now? I had no idea how long this had been going on or anything like that. So I pulled my car over to the side of the road, got out of the car, like started to go down in that direction where the running person was going. Well, I guess more directly where the car on fire was at this point. Now I can see it. And then a police car. And then eventually you could hear a fire engine was coming up. And so, of course, I just backed away because those people are trained professionals. They know exactly what they're doing. And I was just I thought I was going to be like a stranger who helped this other stranger in this car that was on fire. And I thought that was going to be the moment to do something heroic, but luckily the heroic people from the police department and the fire department swooped in and I assume saved the day. I actually never heard anything about it on the news. So that was the closest, but if you look back, I didn't actually do anything in that scenario. So do y'all have a heroic story to share with us?
None that come to mind. I wish I did.
Are we going to be the show of no heroes?
I mean, the one that comes to mind for me is similar to your situation where we were in place to do something, but we didn't actually end up doing a lot until like first responders happened to come about. I think this was when I was in Houston when I was young, and we were at a stoplight, and so I think the light turns green. One of the cars ahead of us begins moving forward, and then a driver runs a red light, smashes into the car, and then hit and run. They take off as well. So the car that gets hit, a lot of us, thankfully, and this is where, you have hope in humanity, a lot of people get out of their cars to, check on the people in the car, and come to find out there is a pregnant woman in this car as well. Oh my God. So, we get them out of the car. Thankfully, no one was like seriously injured immediately. And then first responders got there and were able to, really take care and make sure that everything was good, because obviously you're dealing with a pregnant woman, making sure that everything is good there as well. But yeah, so this is one of those instances where I didn't feel like I did anything personally, just, being able to get there and console people, make sure everybody was good. But yeah. That's the one thing that came to mind. But apparently we have a lot of heroic totals on the Twitch or on the truckwreck.com text line.
Real quick, Mike, because I know you have another incredible story. I did want to shout some of these people out from the 214. I took my boat to Houston during Hurricane Harvey and saved people stranded in rising water situations. That's from Instacart John in Flower Mound. And from the 903, this chick flipped her car 4 times in front of me, landed upside down in the middle of the road. I cut her seatbelt and pulled her out. Those are the kind of incredible situations that I don't know what happened after that, but was that car going to explode? Was another car, was there traffic? If so, was a car going to stop or just run into her if you weren't there to help save? And those are the kind of situations where I would legitimately think, did I help save someone's life? Which is incredible. And I always think a bond that those people would carry going forward.
Well, Kevin, I think you're talking about this in almost this movie scene type way. But I think that this from the 682 would also open you up to some of the other ways that you might be a hero yourself. From the 682, at my last job, I had a coworker who came in one day and was considering suicide. As someone who also suffers from suicidal depression, I was able to help him out and get him the help that he needed. And Kevin, I think there's a lot of people listening that would look at you in a similar way, because you've been very open about your struggles. And one of the things that I'm always fascinated by is that you will give people your number and they can contact you if they need help. And I think that's one thing that a lot of people will look at heroically.
As funny that you said that, I'm not going to give the person's name, but somebody I was talking to this morning, and they said, hope you had a good weekend. Hopefully it was better than mine. Have you ever had something that's bad or negative and everything that just snowballs? And I said, yes, absolutely. I think everybody does. And this is one of the people that I've talked to that have suffered through this. And then luckily I had the opportunity to email somebody who said that their wife was struggling through depression. And he said, I don't know what to say, and I don't know how to not make it worse. Because I get it. People, when they would talk to you and they're like, oh, just cheer up. And you're like, yeah, thanks. I hadn't really considered that before. And so I do want to say that again, is whether it's email. If you follow me on social media, obviously you could just message me on social media. I'll do my best to get back with you and talk you through it, or direct you to NAMI North Texas and who to talk to there, whatever the case may be. But if you are listening right now and you feel like you do not have anybody to talk to, or you feel like that exact situation describes you, text in at 877-881-1053. I will give you my phone number. I can be the person who you can talk to. I like this. This is lower scale as well, but this is the closest I probably have ever come to this from the 469. The most heroic thing I ever did was dig an ingrown toenail out from my 11-year-old daughter. It was emotional and suspenseful, but she can now kick a soccer ball again. I was always really impressed at my ability to make up a story on the fly. Is when my son played basketball, him and this other kid were going for the ball. Other kid got there first, lifted his head up and hit Brandon in the nose. And his nose just started opening up like a faucet. There was blood everywhere. And I ran out there because they like stopped the game because they were kids. I ran out there and put my hand under his nose, and it was just filling up with blood. And he looked down and he said, "Is that my blood?" And I was like, "Oh no, I just cut my hand right before this," and like rushed him off to the bathroom. I don't know if he believed that or not, but I felt like I might have helped in a little bit of a way. Now, Mike, you were about to bring up something that I guess I am not familiar with.
Yeah, I saw this yesterday on the internet, is that in Colombia, there was I guess you can call it a bullfight.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But it wasn't just one person. I don't know. There's like 20 people or so in the arena with a bull. And then a whole stadium, like a whole fourth of the stadium collapses. And at least 5 people died. I haven't seen updates, but I know at least 5 people died and like 500 or 300 people seriously injured. So if you look at this on Twitter, if you just type in,
it's in Colombia?
I believe Colombia, you will see that there was like, because you're talking about what, you know, I mean, people are trying to get because then when the whole stadium collapses, or not the whole stadium, but part of the stadium collapses, the bull goes over there too. Of like, well, here's something new. I can maybe try to ram or something. So people are trying to get the bull away from all the people who are laying in the debris and everything.
Yeah,
so
I had not, holy moly.
Yeah, isn't that
I had not
crazy
seen that this morning. And they also show the aftermath. And there is one person out there, or I'm sure there's probably more than one, but I see some people out there like trying to lead the bull. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I just saw the video of the part where it like collapsed.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Like part of it had broken off, but I just saw the part where like this whole side of it comes tumbling down. Holy crap.
Yeah.
That is
so I'm sure
horrifying.
People had to do a lot of things that they were not prepared to do that day, as they thought they were having fun at a bullfighting situation, and then had to try to save people's lives and pull people out of debris and probably bad cuts. And obviously there were at least 5 dead. At least that's what I see.
Yeah.
I don't know how many more.
I saw in the video people running away because they saw it start to tumble. And from the 817, I don't want to downplay this all. Most I've done is donate blood, man. Especially in the last 2 years, is because Jess and I will go donate blood. I was about to say quite a bit, but that probably sounds medically irresponsible. Whenever the window is that we're allowed to donate blood, it depends on the type of procedure. I think it's every 4 months or whatever. Is they have told us like a lot of that went down during COVID. And you know when it spiked back up is when the blood donation people would say they could give you an antibody test to let you know if you have had COVID or not. And so people were going there to donate blood, but also as kind of a de facto COVID test. And so, yeah, if you're donating blood, I know it might seem lower level, but absolutely that's a big deal. From the 214 and super helpful. Lady choking on a flight next to me, I gave the Heimlich maneuver and saved her life because for some reason the husband and flight attendants were useless. Like if you know the Heimlich maneuver, I would probably like defer to you. I know the Heimlich maneuver, but like from a long time ago, if you just took a class or something, that's amazing. You saved that person's life. And
does everybody now need to go brush up on the Heimlich maneuver so everybody can remember?
Right? I mean, it's been a long time since I took that class with the CPR dummy and everything. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we ask the important questions of the day. Where's Sunday ticket going, and how much would you spend on a diamond chain?
$5.
We'll do it all next right here on the Fan.
Knife Plano, D Magazine's best steakhouse in Dallas. You got Top Chef's award-winning John Tesar steaks.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Buttermilk, please God, let Jaden Hardy be the next Bradley Beal. Biscuits.
Hey, he did accept his invitation to Summer League, so got to start somewhere. We talked about Deshaun Watson earlier in the show. we talked about Deshaun Watson earlier in the show. Now, Tony Busby has put out a press release that said, today we filed the first case of what likely will be many against the Houston Texans.
Oh, so they're actually still going along with that?
Yes.
Because that was a question I had.
They are.
Obviously, we've talked about it here in Gridiron Gravy, and you mentioned it before the settlements started happening. And then when the settlements happened, I was like, I wonder, are they still going to pursue it? And the answer apparently is absolutely.
They are. So, unfortunately, we will keep an eye out on that as well. But let's go, if you need something to brighten your day, let's go to Mike Tomlin. Did you see?
He said Jalen Brunson's coming back here for $22 million a year?
He did not say that. Oh. I will warn you, I do not believe any of these gridiron stories will have a direct link to Jalen Brunson.
Why not?
We will get back to it at 12 o'clock. But there's my spoiler alert, is people were talking about Antonio Brown being a free agent, and somebody brought that up to Mike Tomlin, and he said, quote, y'all know that ain't happening, which feels like the only logical response to, well, come on.
If anybody has dealt now with Antonio Brown, they're pretty much going to give the same answer, right?
Yeah.
It has to be somewhat, I know they're very different.
Yes.
In Kyrie Irving. But it's like you have to have no direct contact with that person to want that person.
Yes.
If you had direct contact, like, you can't do it anymore.
Yes. No, absolutely. Big news for the Bengals. They have sold out of their season tickets for the 2022 season.
I'm glad you bring this up. You know when Mike asked all the football questions during the football season?
I love that segment.
I was thinking about the Bengals. They are one of the most unpopular teams in the NFL.
To your point, I have a stat that backs that up.
Okay.
Did you know that the Bengals were one of 13 teams in the league before the season without a waiting list for season tickets? So they are one of the 13 most unpopular teams in the league.
This is a great question that I didn't even know that. And now that they've sold out the season, do you think they'll be a popular team going forward? They made the Super Bowl. They have Burrow. They have Jamar Chase.
Yes, I do.
I was wondering, we tried to jump on the bandwagon. TJ Hushmanzada let us jump on it.
Yeah, we need to play that. We got another one of those video messages. We need to play that.
So I'm just thinking, are the Bengals going to become a popular team to follow over the next 5+ years?
I think they will, because Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase have all kinds of swag, whether it's Joe Burrow's cigar or just the pure flat-out awesomeness of Jamar Chase. Clearly, you got to keep doing well, but I think the potential with the personalities is there for that team to pick up some traction for sure. But yeah, so there were 13 teams with no waiting list for season tickets, but you can cross the Bengals off of that list.
In your face.
Whose face is that in?
Kentucky.
Okay.
Yep, they don't even have a football team.
I think Cincinnati, I think the Bengals operate as their football team, no?
Yeah, that's the team they would follow.
Absolutely
got their whole state. They have to follow another city/state.
Ha!
Jumps.
And the Kentucky Wildcats probably won't be good this year.
Ooh,
so in your face.
Tough day for Will all the way across the board. But you should still listen to him on the weekend.
They got that kid from right Richardson who's a good player.
Oh, yeah. No, that is true. All right.
Football.
Now, Reggie, you bid way too. You bid way too low.
Oh.
How much would you pay for a diamond chain?
You know what? I'll go up to $13.
Okay, $13. Mike, how much would you pay for a diamond chain? It's got diamonds.
I guess that if it's a deal, right? And you feel like you can resell it at some point.
Are you getting this from Diamond Factory Dallas?
Yes.
Yeah, the Diamond Factory.
It's going to be a good deal.
Yeah, if you get it from there and you're just like, man, this is a heck of a deal. Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. So your price probably would not go up to $50,000, which is the
I do
amount
not have
of-
$50K to spend on a diamond necklace. I'm
I mean,
always
you
interested
could
in the
if
people
you
that
liquidated your cards, but
I just don't have $50,000.
oh well.
I wonder how much
You're
people get if they ever resell the very personal, personal.
Okay, well, let's
where it's it says Dez 88.
Well, let's talk about that because I do think there's a market for that. Micah Parsons turned his jersey into a diamond chain with a miniature Parsons 11 jersey on it. It has 30 carats of diamonds, and it went for $50,000. I don't know what that market would be, but I think there is some sort of market.
He bought it for $50,000?
Yes.
Okay. And
There's got to be some sort of market. Like, he's not looking to get rid of it. He just got it. I'm just saying, in the future, if things didn't go the way we wanted it to, like, maybe he would sell it.
Are these lab-grown diamonds, Kevin?
No, they are natural diamonds.
That's better than a grill where you get diamonds in that, because then it only fits your mouth.
Would there be no part of you that, like, if for some reason, I know this is an insane thing to say, but if some reason Roger Staubach would have had a grill, just hold on.
No,
Hear
I
me
like
out.
where this is going. Let's be quiet for this one.
If Roger Staubach would have had a grill, you wouldn't have put it in. Well, hold on. You wouldn't have used the grill for your mouth, but you don't think there would be a market for that? Come on.
Roger Staubach's grill would be like a Webster. Like, he's cooking meat on his grill, not putting it in his mouth.
All right, but like Kobe or
You
some
know what?
more
To your
contemporary
point,
athlete. If
this
that's what you're
isn't
looking
jewelry,
for.
but like Steph Curry's mouthpiece from Game 6 of the NBA Finals where he wins the MVP. Somebody's probably paying $10,000 or more for that mouthpiece, right?
I can see that. Reggie, you can be disgusted all you like. That doesn't mean the person's going to... Are you more disgusted because you think it's gross or because you think that person's going to put the mouthpiece in their mouth?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll tell you what. If I had that...
You're going to put that... Well,
I'm definitely...
stop trying to entrap me for this masterpiece of the week. You're going to use that mouth guard is what I'm going to say. That's twice I've almost gotten in trouble.
Does it lose value once you put it in
Yes,
yours?
Mike! If you put it in Steph Curry's mouthpiece, it's not the same. Because now it's Mike Basic's mouthpiece.
But it
Don't
was
turn that
his for
music
Game
down.
6.
Okay, but like also you put the mouthpiece into your mouth.
If you could
Makes
have
sense.
one person's grill or mouthpiece, whose would it be?
I mean, clearly I've established it would be Roger Staubach. I feel like I've established that.
He probably wore a mouthpiece at some point.
Yeah.
Or maybe he didn't. That's why he had concussions. I don't know.
I think Steph Curry on the mouthpiece because he's one of the more like modern, I mean, I'm sure athletes have done this forever, but he's one of the modern athletes that like I took note of. And he chews on it and everything. So, yeah, I think that.
Sometimes those NFL ones look more like passies.
Yeah.
Like they're using a pacifier.
Yeah. How long has it been since you said the word passy?
My youngest is 12. So 10 years approximately.
Oh, man. I just had a thought, and this might be an off-air
Maybe I say
conversation.
passy when like I had my nephews or something.
Your wife is a pediatrician, right?
Yes.
Are you going to be offended if she is not our baby's pediatrician? Or is she busy?
No. So a
you
lot of
about to
times,
make a pediatrician
first of all,
deal
you want
right
a
now?
good pediatrician. I think she's the best pediatrician in the world.
In your face.
Second, a lot of people will have a pediatrician that's closer to home.
Yeah.
As
and
in
that's
like
kind
driving
of,
30 minutes for a
You won't
pediatrician. People
drive
do
for the best
do that.
I
for your
do.
child?
I will drive further to get the best pediatrician in the world. All right, we'll talk later. I don't know why that just kind of came into my mind. All right, I'm gonna move into the no joke zone real quick because this would be sad anyway. But hasn't Alex Smith been through enough? Did you see the story about his daughter?
Yeah.
This is awful. So he said on Instagram over the weekend that his daughter Sloan was taken to the emergency room on May 10th because she was having stroke-like symptoms. They didn't know what it was, did an MRI, revealed a large brain tumor, and the surgery lasted 10 hours. It's awful for the kid, at least in that instance, and I use at least like very, just for the context of this, you get sedated, but I cannot imagine for the parents, for the rest of the family, for the loved ones, just like sitting in that room for 10 or sitting in the hospital or thinking
I'm
about
sure
it
they
for
give
10 hours.
updates in the 10 hours.
Yeah.
They don't just say,
yeah.
we're dealing with something and you have to sit there for 10 hours. I'm sure somebody comes out and says, here's what is happening. Here's how much longer we think we're going to have her under.
Good news. The report is they removed 100% of the tumor, and Alex Smith said as of right now, she's a rock star and she's acting like she did not skip a beat, but still just awful news right there. Congratulations to his daughter, Sloan, the youngest of their 3 children. All right, let's go from that to how does the NFL continue to make all of the money? Here's how. Disney, Apple, and Amazon are the 3 organizations currently bidding on Sunday Ticket. All right. So Sunday Ticket is going to move on because it was at DirecTV for about $1.5 billion per year. The NFL was like, we would like to get twice as much. And DirecTV is like, yeah, we kind of lose money on this deal anyway, so no dice. So in swoop, Disney, Apple, and Amazon, one of which is expected to pay $2 billion for the rights fees. And I know what you might be thinking. You might be thinking, well, maybe if it goes to one of those organizations, I'll be able to get it for a cheaper price. What if it went to Disney Plus? Ha ha ha! Not so fast, my friends. So because of their TV contracts with their over-the-air broadcast partners, there is writing in the deal that they cannot significantly lower the price tag of Sunday Ticket.
Oh, so this is because of like Fox and whatever being haters?
Exactly.
Jerks.
Now, they would tell you because they're protecting their investment for watching the broadcast games. But I think you've boiled it down to something more essential because they're haters. And that's why. Although, I will tell you this, I would find a workaround if I was Amazon and Disney and Apple. Because think about it. DirecTV, I have Sunday Ticket for free this year because they're like, oh, you're a loyal customer, blah, 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 blah. All right, I would be like, well, if you sign up for a year of Apple TV, or hell, you sign up for 4 years of Apple TV, that is still going to be cheaper than paying full price for the Sunday Ticket. I wonder if they can find a workaround like that. But if you're just looking for a standalone price of this package, it probably will not be significantly cheaper. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll go back to Brunson, what a potential sign and trade could look like, and maybe some of those other implications. We'll talk about it all next right here on The Fan.
All day, every day. station. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Can I tell you one of the many, many reasons I love our audience is I am now getting recommendations for pediatricians. Like we had two that our doctor along the way had recommended to us, and now I'm getting other recommendations for pediatricians, and y'all are just super kind and super helpful, and I very much appreciate that. Just remember all the nice things I said coming up at 12:20. All right, now.
Uh-oh. You gonna take shots at people?
No, I'm not. That's when we're doing Arch Manning, and people.
Oh, so the UT people?
People freaked out last time, even though I felt like we said a lot of positive stuff. All right, back to Brunson. In this scenario, let's go off of two different ideas. What the luxury tax implications could look like if you kept Brunson, and then what a potential sign and trade could look like if you did not keep Brunson. Now, I'm well aware that you might be in an instance where the Knicks clear the rest of the salary they need, or they just don't want to do it in general, and they're like, well, not interested. But we've seen this all the time where a lower level sign and trade happens. What would a sign and trade, a reasonable sign and trade look like, you think?
For the Mavs?
Yes.
And for
the Knicks
to send Brunson to New York because he's decided that's where he wants to play.
Or, you know what? Can I ask you a question about that real quick? Do you think there's a scenario where maybe he is leaning towards the Mavs at numbers that are starting to make them a little bit uncomfortable, and the Knicks know he's leaning towards them, and then the Mavericks lean into that, and they're like, hey, let's see if we can leverage this a little bit and go ahead and do the sign and trade, even though he was going to come back. Does that make sense?
Yes and no. What I wouldn't understand there is Jalen has all the power in the world here. The Mavs really don't have any power over Jalen unless they wanted to say, well, we're not offering you anything.
Yeah.
And then, or we're offering you the same 4-year, $55 million contract that was available around the All-Star break. And then he would go to say, well, I'm just signing with New York. Unless New York would then go, well, because we now know that it's 4 for 55, we're only offering you 4 for 80.
Yeah.
And so I don't think the power is really all in Brunson's hands, and there's no power in the Mavs to kind of say, well, we're going to send you to the Knicks, if that makes sense.
And we're probably not in a scenario where everybody does what's the best for everybody else, and Brunson goes to the Mavs, and he's like, I've really appreciated my time here.
Yeah.
I can tell them I'm coming back here if you can shake them down.
Okay.
That probably won't happen.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
So I will say this. I was obviously thinking about this a lot this weekend. I don't think the Mavs have any interest in Julius Randle.
Let's tell me more about that, because we have discussed interest in Julius Randle, but we also have other sources that are more inside with the world of basketball and with the Mavericks.
I don't know. I don't absolutely know why. They just don't feel like he's a good fit with our team. With a Luka Doncic team, they don't think Julius Randle is a good fit. That's from what I understand. That was from previous regimes, and it seems to be with also current regimes. So I'm not saying our source is directly from Donnie Nelson, and now our source is directly from Nico Harrison. It just seems to be that they are not that interested in Julius Randle's game in Dallas. I could be wrong. I'll put this. I hope I'm wrong. I think Julius Randle could come here and efficiently give you close to 20 points, close to 10 rebounds, and close to 3.5 assists. I get the ball would be in his hands less.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing more like 3 to maybe 4 assists rather than kind of the 5 to 6 assists he's had the last 2 years in New York. Now, that being said, I think it's unrealistic. There is a trade kicker there, so he makes $23.7 million next year. And I believe it would go up 15% because of a trade kicker he has.
That's like, what, another $3.5 million?
Yeah, right. So it gets a little bit over $25 million you'd be better with that number there. So maybe closer to $26 million next year. That being said, I think that's unrealistic. Realistically, in a sign and trade, I think realistically what you would hope to get is Cam Reddish and Nerlens Noel. And that's it works financially. That works. I've talked to my guys in New York, and they said financially, Nerlens Noel and Cam Reddish work for everybody.
Now, if that's the case, putting aside like that would work, how disappointed do you think Mavericks fans would be in that return? Like, I get that might be the world you're living in.
Yeah.
But how disappointed do you think Mavs fans would be?
I think most Mavs fans would be disappointed, but I would try to tell them on Friday or next week, hey, it's nothing or that.
Yeah.
So you have a pile of nothing in one hand with no money available to spend, which, once again, we'll explain this 1,000 times to this day. If he were to sign for however much money, the Mavericks have $6.3 million to spend in free agent money. And that is it. You can sign as many veteran minimum guys as you want. But,
looking at you, Goran Dragic.
Right. But you literally, whatever Jalen Brunson does, you only have $6.3 million to spend because you're over $150 million payroll without Jalen Brunson on the team. And when you hit the $150 million mark in the NBA this upcoming year, you get $6.3 million to spend as a taxpayer mid-level exception. You get no more money when Jalen Brunson signs. So if you're like, we'll have him sign for $25 million, and then what do we get? You get absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
So I would say to the people, Cam Reddish is a 22-year-old wing player who's shown flashes of being a good player in the NBA. Overall, he's been a very, I don't want to say unproductive. That's could be a good word to use with him. He's been a guy who scores 10 points, but you don't really like the efficiency that he does it at. Because you're like 10 points on 40% shooting. And I'm not talking about 3-point shooting. I'm talking about overall shooting.
And
so
those numbers were actually up this last year from the first 2 years.
So you'd hope that would get a lot better. But the Mavericks desperately want wing depth.
Yeah.
So you would get a wing that would give you depth. You're not exactly sure how well he would play on your team. And then you would get Nerlens Noel, who's a skinny center who blocks shots and dunks basketballs and rebounds some. You've had him here before. He was okay here. He's been okay other places. He would be your backup to Christian Wood, and he would probably get 20 minutes a night on your team. It would pretty much, you would maybe be easier to trade Dwight Powell and I wouldn't say Maxi Kleber because he's very different than Nerlens Noel, but
would you not particularly see very likely combinations in which they run out Wood and Noel at the same time?
They could, but I don't know how true this is. It sounds like, from stuff I've read in Houston, that Christian Wood likes playing the 5. He likes the matchup of playing against other 5s, which we've heard that before from another skinny dude who played that position.
Right. Don't beat yourself up about it, or don't get a negative mindset before it's even started.
I am excited about Christian Wood. I think he's going to be 2010. I think he's going to compete for an all-star spot this year in, I would say, the Western Conference, but then it all gets jumbled up into the practice team of LeBron versus the practice team of whoever else. But that's, to me, realistic. Or you can just go Alex Burks. Alec Burks is a realistic just by itself. But I mean, if they got desperate, maybe it'd be Alec Burks and your 2023 first round pick back from the trade that you made for Porzingis. But I think I'm getting a little bit optimistic that they're going to throw in a future first round pick in this.
I think that would have to be one of those scenarios where it really was up in the air. You know, like it really was up in the air. And he's not a restricted free agent. He's an unrestricted free agent. And so he can choose, Brunson can choose to go where the hell he wants.
I have seen people bring this up on Twitter, and I would like to say, talking to my buddy in New York, not that he's the general manager, but the word is no chance in hell that you're getting Obi Toppin or you're getting Emmanuel quickly in a sign and trade with Jalen Brunson. They're not giving away $5 million players that they like that have room to grow, or a $2 million player in Quentin Grimes who looks like he's going to average 20 points a game in the right situation.
Yeah.
That sixth man of the year, the way that we just played against Jordan Clarkson, let's say in Utah, we're like, damn, like you can't really stop him offensively. They feel like they have drafted a guy in Emmanuel Quickly who is going to be a guy who's going to give them 15 to 20 points on their team, and a good team. And I'm not saying he's going to be a star at all, but we're not getting those guys in this sign and trade if it happens. I think you're getting, they brought this up to me. Would we want Derrick Rose? And I don't want Derrick Rose. He would be on a 1 year, $14.5 million deal with a team option the next year at $15.5 million. Would you want in a sign and trade nothing, or would you want Derrick Rose on a 2 year deal where the second year is non-guaranteed?
I think I would take that.
Okay.
Because at least
that's an option.
Yeah.
That's a realistic option.
And unfortunately, from the 214, because we talked about this player quite a bit, Bassick, no Mitchell Robinson. And from the 940, what about RJ Barrett? Like, RJ Barrett this last year took a step up, and I think that's why
They're trying to build their team around him.
Yes.
They think he's the better player than Jalen Brunson. Make no mistake, they don't think Jalen Brunson's leading them to a championship. They think Jalen Brunson is a desperate piece they miss because they can't figure out point guard for 5 years in New York. So like, screw it. We're not going to try to draft one anymore. We're not going to try to develop one anymore. We are going to get a guy who looks like can play the point guard role
and
in
that
the
ain't
NBA.
Barrett. Yeah.
And it's not Barrett. They don't want Barrett, and they don't want Julius Randle handling the ball as much as they've been handling the ball.
And Mitchell Robinson, it feels like just from a financial standpoint,
you get into the base year compensation, and signing and trading a player for a sign and trade player becomes, I will say, almost impossible. It can work, but it becomes almost impossible that Mitchell Robinson is a free agent, and then he signs and trades over here. And how much does he count on their sign and trade versus how much we take in? We have to take in it all. So let's just say it can maybe work. My buddy told me it can maybe work if New York gets far enough down, but it is really tough to sign and trade a player to a team that is signing and trading a player to you because of all the different numbers that happen. That I know that's very general, but real quick, if he does sign for $25 million to the New York
Knicks
is in the first year of his contract, we can take back $14 million in salary, approximately. It's half. It's 50% plus like a 20% thing.
And I want to run through this because sometimes people are legitimately asking. They're not trolling or anything, but why these things won't work. From the 972, can we ship Powell and Bertans out in the deal? Remember, we're saving them for the Kyrie deal. No, I'm just kidding. But seriously, like, what is it would be different if the Knicks had to have us sign off.
Yeah.
They don't.
Once they win, they win.
Yeah, and that's what's tough about this is the Knicks don't need your help with anything. That's why we're going like low. Like somebody, for example, said, hey, could it be Powell and Brunson for Barrett and Noel? Is like the Knicks would have no
They're not trading
interest.
Barrett.
Yeah.
If they're trading Barrett, to give you an idea, if Kyrie Irving gets traded and then Kevin Durant says he wants out and they've signed Jalen Brunson on July 1st, I'm not saying this will happen. You know, all those future picks that they have kind of 8 picks. They have 7 first rounders in the next 4 years. The New York Knicks are going to take all 7 first rounders that they have, and they're going to say, Brooklyn, here is 7 first-round draft picks. This is when people say, hey, can you get Kevin Durant? I guess if he chooses Dallas.
If he said, I will only go to Dallas,
then
or
maybe he will.
Out. Yeah.
But like the New York Knicks can offer 7 first-round picks, RJ Barrett, Obi Toppin, and Emmanuel Quickly.
Yeah.
And they're like, all right, what do you guys think? Now go to Dallas.
You only got one thing that can trump that, and you ain't trading Luka.
Yeah, you're not trading.
Like,
so,
that's the only thing.
So RJ Barrett is not going to be part of the deal. Obi Toppin, I mean, I could be wrong on Obi Toppin, but I'm pretty sure from what I understand, he is not part of the deal. So Julius Randle could be, but from what I heard, Dolan doesn't like Julius Randle. Dolan was really upset with how it was handled. Leon Rose and Thibodeau stuck up for Julius Randle last year after having, to try to be like, look, we still believe in the guy. We still really like the guy. We think he can be part of a winning situation here. Please don't get upset and just dump him for nothing.
And from the 214, are y'all saying there's like little to no chance of Jalen staying? I'm still at 70-30. This is just an exercise of what the sign and trade could look like. Like, we have not gotten report or anything. It's just, when you look at the draft, when you look at the offseason moves, when you hear the rumblings from the experts, it seems like it's moving in the direction of Brunson going to New York. And unfortunately, you're in a situation where they're close enough or they're about to get enough cap space that they don't need you to do anything or sign off on anything.
They're at, what I understand, they're at pretty much $16 million in cap space. As soon as
I had seen 18, but I got you.
Release Taj Gibson. They're gonna renounce his rights, which that gets them to right around 16 to 18 million. And then they need to obviously open up another $9 to $12 million. Well, Alex Burke is $10 million, and Nerlens Noel is $9.2 million. If you look at Cam Richardson, he's 5.9. Okay. So They have options. Evan Fournier, they would probably love to move. He's in the Tim Hardaway Jr. situation, where if you want to trade Evan Fournier, you're going to have to give us at least one first-round pick, if not more.
And that's a different deal when people are like, well, can we get this? Can we get this? If you're taking awfulness with it, sure, but it doesn't come with RJ Barrett. Like, you can't be like, hey, can I get RJ Barrett and other things? No, it has to be, can I get I'll take Evan Fournier.
Who's owed $18 million next year, $19 million the next year, and $19 million the year after that.
So they can actually create another $2 million by just renouncing the cap hold on Ryan Arcidiacono as well. So like,
that probably gets into the 18.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to admit, I 100% did not know that.
You're welcome.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Thanks, Reggie. Don't forget to listen to the Get Right, 7 to 11 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan when we're not keeping Reggie for ourselves. But coming up next, what does history say about how great Arch Manning is going to be for Texas? I want to hear from y'all, Texas fans and non-Texas fans. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan. But
the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Rubin and Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS, credit card, or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to living life again. So call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Got word that Jake Fisher of Bleacher Report had an exclusive that sources he tweeted out at Jake L. Fisher. Sources with knowledge of the situation have increasingly believed Kyrie Irving's willingness to opt out of Brooklyn, sign the $6 million taxpayer exception with the Lakers, where Irving can then re-sign long-term in 2023. Man, you talk about teams of fascination. Not that the Lakers aren't already fascinating because of their status in the league, but you add him to Westbrook, LeBron, Anthony Davis, the possibility for catastrophe is high, but if for some reason they stayed healthy and all got on the same page, I would love to see that too. Well, actually, I wouldn't because I want the Lakers to fail, but I mean, it would be fascinating to see.
It will be fascinating to see. I'm just looking at it going, what a crazy show that would be.
Yeah.
I mean, the NBA would love it, right? And I guess as fans, we would love it as in, I'd hate it if it actually worked out, but I would not put it as a big percentage that it's going to work out with Westbrook, Kyrie, LeBron, and Anthony Davis all on the same team. But it would be fascinating if it did, and it makes all the sense that Kyrie would be the one person who turns down $30 million in 1 year.
That's what I tell you. If somebody tells you they know what he's going to do, I call shenanigans on that.
I have something on that for tomorrow.
Okay.
Based off of our Jalen Brunson situation and the possible, maybe we'll know more 24 hours from now about Kyrie and what he's really going to do.
Now, let's talk about Arch Manning. And I'm seriously asking, what does history say about just how great Arch is going to be for Texas? And so I've got a list I want to run through for you guys, but I'm not surprised, but I was a little sad on Friday to learn that listening comprehension was a struggle for some Texas fans, and all of the great stuff we said, they discounted it all with the idea that, like, you guys are idiots. Everybody knows this is going to work out perfectly. And I was like, great. I'm really excited for you that it's going to work out perfectly. And Arch Manning is still in high school for one more year. And then he's going to redshirt. And in those 2 years, Quinn Ewers is going to dominate everything. And then he'll be able to go to the NFL. So there will be no controversy. There will be no NIL issues. There will be no transferring conundrums or anything like that. Everything's going to work out perfectly. Awesome. Now, just real quick to go along with that, there's betting odds. Will Arch Manning redshirt his freshman year? No is minus 2,000. Which would mean you would have to bet $20 to win $1. It is a 1 to 20, not a 20 to 1, a 1 to 20, which means the gambling community thinks it's overwhelmingly likely that he will not redshirt his freshman year. So take that for what you will.
Okay.
But
has there ever been, I don't know this, help me out, college football fans, has there ever been a number one overall quarterback out of high school that has redshirted and they're healthy?
I feel like
I'm sure it has happened, and I'm sure people like these 1,000 guys did it. But I feel like I would say at least in the last 20 years, it's rare that the number one overall big-time quarterback then redshirts his first year, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, and I think that the unique nature of this situation is that these two guys were both like number one recruits in their respective classes. So this would be a number one recruit coming in behind who was somebody who was a number one recruit.
And not to be lost in all of this, but Hudson Card is the number 2 quarterback recruit from the year before all of that. Now, since you said 20 years, I have a list for you. We can discuss them. You can count them up in your head. Here is the top quarterback recruit for every class in the last 20 years. Now, I understand.
Is it me?
It is not you. Okay. Well, hold on. I got to tease it right. We'll see.
Ooh.
Right? Well, to be determined. I get that Quinn Ewers and Arch Manning are different because they share this distinction with Vince Young as being the only 24/7 quarterback prospects to be a 1.0. So there's just 3 of them in the last 20 years.
And for those who aren't familiar with those ranking systems, typically it's almost like what
if you're the best, you'll get like a 0.997, 0.996, but like a 1 is, as we just set up, very, very, very rare. All right, so here's the top quarterback prospects for the last 20 years. Like I said, we can discuss. Fan texters, you can count in your head and then text in the number at we get to the end, but this will give some insight. All right, we start in 2002. Vince Young. Well,
great.
Thumbs up. From there, he committed to the University of Miami. Kyle Wright.
I don't remember him.
Exactly. 2004. Rhett Bomar for Oklahoma.
I remember him. He had a fake job, right?
Yes.
From Grand Prairie or South Grand Prairie?
Yes, he did have a fake job. I do also believe he redshirted, which might have facilitated that fake job. This one was a little tough. Mark Sanchez with USC.
Didn't he not play until his senior year?
That is correct.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, on the one hand, like he went to the NFL, had some success. I get that, but like just judging strictly from a college perspective, if you're the number 1 recruit in the country for quarterbacks and you don't start until your last year, I don't know if I consider that a success.
But he was good in that last year, though.
No, he was very good in that last year. You're right. Matthew Stafford in 2006 with Georgia.
Really good at Georgia.
Jimmy Clausen with Notre Dame in 2007. Now pretend you're not Mel Kiper when figuring this out. Terrell Pryor with Ohio State in 2008.
I will always remember being in Columbus in 2008, getting to go to a practice in August, I will say, or it might have been late July, as being on the AAA team, and I got to go see Ohio State practice. Like, dude, this guy's the number 1 quarterback in the country. We just got him. And I was like, then how come he can't throw the ball 10 yards? I was amazed. I was like, he can't throw a football, but he could run. Yeah. It was amazing. You're sitting there going, wait, who ranked him number 1?
Yeah.
The person who didn't care about throwing a football is.
Also, from the 5.73 is a good point. Quinn Ewers literally was, recruited as the top recruit at Ohio State and then redshirted.
Yeah, I think that's
weird because he was a senior in high school.
Yeah, he skipped his senior year of high school.
That is true, but he should have been a senior in high school.
I think that situation is a little different, but I understand their point. Matt Barkley. 2009, USC.
So many of these guys have to try and forget their NFL portions to just remember the college, because Matt Barkley in the NFL was laughable.
Well, get ready for this one.
He wasn't great in college either.
That's fair. Phillip Sims of Alabama in 2010. Exactly.
Oh man, that was the time period where you just had a whole bunch of SEC quarterbacks where you had to create your own SEC quarterback.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Jeff Driscoll, 2011, Florida.
Okay.
Jameis Winston, 2012, Florida State.
Yeah, it's a whole different level.
Absolutely. So, but I'm going to keep going through the rest of this list. Keep your tally going. But I think you're probably understanding my point along the way. Max Brown with USC in USC in 2013. Kyle Allen with Texas A&M in 2014. Josh Rosen with UCLA in 2015. Shea Patterson with Mississippi in 2016. Now
after
hero
leaving Michigan
of the USFL. Davis Mills, Stanford, 2017. Trevor Lawrence, Clemson, 2018.
He was all right.
Yeah, that seems like that's worked out pretty well. Spencer Rattler, Oklahoma, 2019. Has not worked out as well thus far. Bryce Young, Alabama, 2020. Already won the Heisman Trophy. And then Quinn Ewers, Ohio State, 2021. Now, I gave a we'll see for Spencer Rattler and Quinn Ewers, and I already gave the thumbs up to Bryce Young. He already won the Heisman Trophy, so he gets a thumbs up. Going down the list, out of those 20, I gave 7 thumbs up, 11 thumbs down, and 2 to be determined. So I guess my point is less than half of these work out. Do you think that is indicative of the odds of Arch Manning, or do you think, and Quinn Ewers to a certain extent, or do you think the level of prospect? Because Arch Manning, some people think, is the best quarterbacking prospect in a generation. So
that's Trevor Lawrence, correct? That's what everybody's saying.
Some people think even better than Trevor Lawrence.
And that's great. So I will say, yes, there's different levels. He's going to be good to great wherever he goes. It might not be his freshman year that he throws 40 touchdowns and 4 interceptions or the crazy numbers that you put up in college. But I just think that he is at a level. It's, we can't remember. I can't remember, hey, Matt Barkley's the number 1 player in high school and what I really thought or what people really thought of him back then. But hearing those names, I'd say there were certain people where you're just like, yeah, they're going to make it no matter what. And he's picking right now, I guess he could be picking the worst school out of all the schools he could possibly go to. And I hate saying that for UT fans. What I'm saying is most of the other schools you would say are national contenders right now, right?
Yeah.
That he'd be going to a school that probably you'd look at and go, oh man, they won 9 games. They were in the national championship. Like if you pick Clemson, I'd say, well, he's going to be successful. Yeah.
His other options, I know Clemson and Georgia were high up on the list. Also Virginia. Virginia would fit that mold, but we talked about some of the connections there. I remember being really...
Wait, for Arch?
Yeah.
Alabama as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, and the rest of those all make sense. And I know we talked about the reasons for the Virginia connection, but when I saw a next 3 years top 25 that ESPN put out, they did not have Texas in the top 25 at all, which I found to be fairly stunning. So it just kind of depends. Do you believe, by the way, over the weekend, University of Texas did add 5 commits for the class of 2023. So was this just always going to be part of their junior days? Was it a bump from the Arch Manning effect where everybody wanted to be there? I'm not sure about a lot of that stuff, but that's why I was curious because somebody, maybe they were joking, maybe they weren't, from the 469. Arch Manning, goodbye 5-7. Hello, 7-5. And I know that is the concern that some people have, but I want to make it very clear. I think this is a huge get for Texas. They don't always have the best track record of developing these. Although now that we look back at USC quarterbacks, sometimes you can make that argument about them as well.
And I think the development point is a great one, but I think that this is distinct from some of the history. The reason why you go and get Steve Sarkisian is because he knows offense.
Yes.
That's the one given.
He does.
Now, we are not certain that he can be the full head coach, and especially in the way that the University of Texas requires you to be a head coach, almost politician and all these other things. But the one thing that he should be able to do well, and we even saw it just not consistently last year, was coach up offense. So the idea being you get that level of talent, you get additional talent like you've already talked about when it comes to the recruiting that they're doing thus far. I think you do that, and they've also done a really good job of making sure to get offensive line recruits as well.
Yes, thank you,
that
Pancake
offense
Factory,
should come
for
together.
That. Could you envision a scenario in which the offense really clicks, Arch Manning thrives, or Quinn Ewers thrives, if that's your preferred, because it's all going to work in harmony, and maybe the team still doesn't get to that elite level because you just mentioned it, Sarkisian has struggled mightily as a head coach. So could you envision a scenario where Arch or Quinn, they thrive, elements of the offense thrive, but Texas is still even your 8-4s, which is good. But
I assume that's what's going to happen at this point. Just like the Seattle Mariners, which I'll be talking about here pretty soon, I will always pick Texas to be an below average football team until they prove otherwise.
Maybe once you get to the SEC, I think while you're still in the Big 12, if you could scheme up offense, you can make this go. I think the SEC provides just a little bit different of a challenge where you're going to need to do this both ways. You're still going to end up playing Ole Miss where you've got Lane Kiffin scheming up a whole bunch of offense and trying to just gun this thing. But, I mean, with that level of quarterback play as well, they should have a good time. I don't know that I could see both the quarterbacks being great with what we know about football and how much the quarterback matters, and then, the defense being Manny Diaz against BYU bad, right? I'll never forget that. He had to pack up his stuff because he let, what was it? Was it Taysom?
Yeah,
was it Taysom run up on him?
Oh, my God.
Because it was back-to-back years, wasn't it?
That might be why he's still in the league, because they saw that game highlight, and they're like, we got to keep him around. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, how about some Mike Likes It?
How about LA and Seattle get into a fight that looked like it would never end until sunflower seeds were thrown? All right, let's talk about this month.
Rangers baseball. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference really means something at Classic Chevrolet. It's rooted in making buying easy and offering classic deals like max value for your trade and never charging over MSRP. So find new roads at Classic Chevrolet and get your classic deal today.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, how about some Mike Likes It?
Mike Likes It is going to be a continuation of Baseball Nuggets because there was a lot of things happening in baseball over the weekend. One thing that happened yesterday is two very disappointing teams decided to fight each other. And that
Do you think that being disappointed had anything to do with the fight?
A little.
Okay.
Not a lot. If we're cutting the pie, why did we fight? Well, one, because we both stink at baseball. And once again, Seattle, my God. Are you guys ever going to be good at baseball?
Stop believing it. Never believe it.
I think I said this year, I'm never going to pick Seattle to be a playoff team or to be good until they actually do it because something always happens. You looked at a piece of paper this year and you saw last year, I believe they won 90 games last year. And you're like, Seattle's going to take another step. This Julio Rodriguez kid is coming up. They made a few moves to get better, and they're way worse. They always underachieve. When you think they're going to underachieve big time, like last year, like, hey, maybe next year they can do something.
Nope.
And then they pee it away. So I do think this. I do think there's frustration with losing more than you're winning. So when you say, does losing hurt or like, is this one of the reasons? Yeah, I think LA losing so many games, Madden getting fired, they're not really bouncing back the way Philadelphia did, right? Philadelphia
took off after
right. They
that
fired
move.
Girardi. They're doing pretty good. Somehow the only team that beat them consistently was the Texas Rangers in 2 games. Too bad we had to play the Washington Nationals this weekend. So when it comes to LA, why did this happen? Well, the night before, they buzzed the tower of Mike Trout.
Oh.
So that's where it all started is, okay. And you play these guys a lot, right? You play them 18 times a year in your own division. And so there's like, okay, well, you know, with plenty of time to get you back. And yesterday there was the opportunity. And the hit by pitch was in a good area. It was kind of the upper thigh area, which if you're above the knee and below the shoulder, hey, it's somewhat fair game in those situations. I know people are like, oh, hitting people, it shouldn't be part of the game. Well, it is, and it probably always will be. And it's rare that you intentionally hit somebody, but you do have to throw inside. You do have to bat guys off the plate. You do have to move their feet to try to open up areas where you want to get them out. That being said, then Winker which is a weird last name, by the way.
Why?
I don't know. It just,
Have you ever had somebody wink at you, Mike?
He's a long line of winkers, man.
Yeah.
I'm sure I have. I'm sure I've had plenty of people wink at me. I don't know. Maybe I haven't had a lot of people. Who's the last person that's winked at me?
I don't know. And
Who's
also,
the last person that's winked at you?
I see. That's what I was thinking. And what do you take away from the wink? Is it somebody trying to say?
It's probably Corey.
It's usually nice.
Yeah.
Because Corey always goes, wink.
Yes, he does.
Okay, so.
Is that person at the casino in Vegas?
This started a huge brawl.
It was a huge brawl.
And it wouldn't stop. And so instead of Winker charging the mound, he's kind of upset. He doesn't charge. And then he's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to walk quickly to the other team's dugout, but not really quickly like the crazy person who was the reliever for the Pirates a few years ago, which I give him all the credit in the world. He went dead sprint into another team. I think it was the Reds. He went dead sprint into a dugout. I'm like, that is 26 on 1. And I'm like, thumbs up, man. Like, you wanted it. There's so many times where Winker didn't want it. He wanted to kind of talk about it and push.
Yeah.
And then I guess it was, if everything goes in the way that I'm trying to say, because I've watched it multiple times, I guess who kind of then started the action a little bit was Anthony Rendon, who is out for the year, getting $245 million not to play baseball. Thank God we didn't get him.
Yeah, you're right.
But he pushes, and then that starts a whole thing. And then after they get kind of all that broken up, then another thing starts, and then another thing starts. And it just kept going and going and going. And 8 people got ejected. And then you get Iglesias, the pitcher, who beautifully takes the bucket of sunflower, not a bucket, what would you call that? What would you call kind of
a pail?
It's not even a pail because
like a pail
it was rectangular or squarish where you keep all the sunflower seeds. A lot of times the gum is in there too, but it didn't look like gum went flying out of this bucket-like deal.
Sure.
It's plastic, but it was just this perfectly thrown thing where it just stayed perfectly still.
Okay.
And never flipped or anything until it got right to the foul line, and then all the sunflower seeds that were in bags went everywhere, and they had to pick that up. But it was a good brawl, and now Mike likes it. Go ahead.
Can I add here? Because apparently there were two really interesting things that happened around this fight. One of them was a little girl named Abigail, whose family are Reds fans, even though they live in California. And a year ago, she went to a game where she wanted to see Joey Votto, and he got ejected early in the game.
Yeah.
So he sent them a baseball. And they were at this game where, she wanted to see Jesse Winker and Eugenio Suarez, and then Jesse Winker gets thrown out of this game for starting this fight. And so she misses out on the rest of his plate appearances.
And flipped her off afterwards, too?
Well, I don't know if it was specifically at her, but, that also didn't help. So she got a note from Jesse. Another thing was apparently a Mariners fan in Arkansas saw this and decided to send a pizza to Jesse Winker in the opposing clubhouse.
Oh. I saw that. I didn't know if that was true, or I saw I'm going to send him a pizza or something like that.
100% true.
It really happened. That's awesome.
She DoorDashed it. The DoorDasher took the order, took it to gate 6, I believe, and then talked to security, and the pizza ultimately made it to Jesse Winker in the clubhouse.
Good deal.
Wow.
He'll probably get suspended a few games for this one.
But he got a pizza out of it.
Yeah, that is true.
He did apologize to the women and children for the flipping/flicking off.
Yes.
Whichever one you like to say.
Because you prefer flicking, right?
I usually say flicking for some.
I say flipping.
But flipping, they make sense to me.
When's the last time you flipped somebody off?
I like doing the Friends thing where I do the knuckles together.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
sorry to
no. I remember. I'm not going to say who I did it to. But
was it me?
No. I don't think so. It was out of school.
Oh no!
But I did the Friends thing. Okay, so moving on.
You could tell he really wants to tell his story.
Moving on. So there's the fight. Both teams stink. Still, the Rangers are ahead of those two teams right now in the standings, just barely though.
Yep.
All right. I couldn't believe this, and maybe this is a deal now. First of all, congratulations to Ole Miss. First ever national championship in baseball for them. And then Mississippi State won it the year before. So Mississippi State / the state of Mississippi dominating baseball right now. How about this?
How many other things is Mississippi the best at?
Poverty.
Oh my God.
I don't know if they're the best, but they're definitely up there.
I did not think you were really going to answer that.
Isn't it?
I don't have a list of things that Mississippi
I feel like I've read that on USA Today.
I'm pretty sure
something.
You're right, but let me Google.
Like unfortunate. I'm not saying that's good. I'm just saying. You said what are they number 1 at?
Yeah.
Maybe they're number 50 in that. It's just a matter of how you rank it.
And you got me there. Holy cow. Mike likes it.
Minnesota Twins pitching coach
not wrong.
Wes Johnson. I thought I was right. He's leaving the Minnesota Twins. He's their pitching coach.
Yeah.
They're in first place. He's going to be not the LSU Tigers head coach. He's going to be their pitching coach. He's leaving a major league pitching coach job for a college pitching coach job. He's 50 years old. It says returning to his roots. I just find this amazing. Now, I had my...
I'm surprised by this.
People are doing this. People are leaving MLB jobs to become college coaches now. Usually college head coaches, but here's a pitching
pressure
coach.
level at all?
I don't know. I don't know. It says, reading stuff in here, it just talks about thank you for his time. His influence and impact will continue to be realized in Minnesota through the pitchers and staff members he helped mentor. It doesn't have in this article a quote from him.
Okay.
It just kind of says, thank you for your time. And he's leaving. So I find this amazing that maybe there's more money in college baseball than I know. Did you see this? And I don't have his name in front of me. Sorry. I should be better at this. I believe there's a Vanderbilt commit who in this year's draft, high school kid, I believe is going to be like a top 40 pick in the draft,
Yeah.
which is almost an automatic sign.
Yeah.
You're pretty much going to get $3 million or
Right.
more. And he's like, don't pick me. I'm not going. I'm going to college. Now, I know this happens a few times here and there, but supposedly because not that he can make $1 million something playing college baseball, but now because of, hey, do you want to ride buses and make $8,000 a year? Or would you like to go to Vanderbilt, be at this beautiful campus, go to this great school, start your education, usually get 3 years worth of credits where you just need a year to a year and a half more to graduate college, and also get paid some money to do it too, where you're going to get paid not the signing bonus. The signing bonus will trump obviously what you would get playing minor league baseball.
Now,
but
it's going to be huge.
Go ahead.
I wanted to ask a question. Do you feel like pitching coaches have like job security in the majors? Because I do wonder how much that would factor in. Where
I feel like when you're in first place, you do.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And now I know that's always a little bit different. It matters who hired you, Reggie. It's a great question because if you're connected to a manager on the hot seat and you're in first place, you could be a little bit concerned. Like, hey, if we end up losing this and we don't finish in first place or we don't make the playoffs, I could be gone. So to your point, it still could be, even in first place, there's a little bit of uncertainty. But I don't know everybody's contract in Minnesota and where they're at managerial-wise, contract-wise, and all that stuff. But I feel like they just made a managerial change.
Yeah.
So
that's an intriguing question.
Yeah. So, yeah, I forgot what I was talking about, the other thing. What was I talking about?
Pitching money in college baseball?
What was I talking about before that?
The last time you flipped somebody off and how good Mississippi is at things. Did you think of more things?
Vanderbilt. I wonder how much you get paid to play baseball at Vanderbilt.
I mean, is that not the marquee or one of the marquee organizations in college baseball?
Yeah, so that's what I was forgetting. Like, I need to start looking at this. Is there more money in college baseball than I know of? I know when I went to that A&M game, they're selling now the kids' jerseys at the game. I don't know. Is it $5,000 the good kids get at major schools? Like, are A&M kids making $5,000?
From the 662, Mike just couldn't make it through an entire show without being a jerk. I live in Mississippi, and it's great. Way to go, Mike. I will tell you,
I have family that lived in Mississippi.
What do you think about them?
They're great.
Okay. They're in
Hattiesburg.
There were a lot of other people in the fan text that had less flattering things to say about Mississippi.
Well, it was USA Today. Reggie confirmed I was right.
Yeah, but I mean, and that's just like on poverty rates. But hey, some of those things that you might be saying about Mississippi, it does not have by any means a monopoly on those
Man,
things.
I want you to do a Mike Likes It where you power rank the best 10 states and the worst 10 states. That is what I would like to hear. Coming up next. Did Luka change his body this quickly and also recruiting this player? Got it. Plus our Rangers ticket giveaway. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Station.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about Luka and if and how his physique has changed. But, before we get to that, I feel like there's something else pressing.
Let's
give something away.
Give something away.
Caller number 10
now
will win a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play the Twins July 9th at Globe Life Field. And by the way, on July 9th, the first 15,000 fans that are there will get the first ever Corey Seager Rangers bobblehead. That's presented by Medical City Healthcare. You can buy tickets right now at Rangers.com/tickets, or you can win them for free. A 4-pack of tickets, July 9th. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. We will be doing this giveaway all week long.
That's a Saturday.
Yes, that is a Saturday. That is correct.
What, Reggie?
What?
He was just agreeing with you, I'm sure.
Okay.
Now, let's move back to basketball. And
yes!
I want to get to something real quick before Luka, because the Associated Press put out information that Brittany Griner's detention in Russia has been extended. So she was arrested more than 4 months ago. Russian court has set the date for July 1st, which I believe is Friday. And she has been ordered to remain in custody for the duration of her criminal trial. She could also face 10 years in prison if convicted on charges of large-scale transportation of drugs. And I know a whole lot of people are questioning the legitimacy of maybe the charges, the legitimacy of the trial, and everything like that. So, just wanted to give everybody the update on that.
Here's a Maverick update that I didn't know, and it was from Kevin Gray of the Get Right here on 105.3 The Fan, and really an unbelievable Dallas Mavericks insider. I didn't know this, but Keith Grant announced his retirement today after 42 seasons with the organization. I think that's day one, right? I guess so.
I
think he's been with the organization
like right at the beginning.
So he's the Mavericks assistant general manager. So it's confirmed that the 2022 NBA draft was his last duty as a full-time member of the Dallas Mavericks front office. I'm not saying he made the pick or anything, but
that's
man.
pretty wild.
Congratulations on an unbelievable career.
Oh yeah, that is pretty wild to hear. Now,
and the Royals and the Mariners made a trade, not for a whole bunch.
Sticking with basketball and maybe with the Mavericks is, if you saw the photo, and we posted it up on the KNC the KNC Facebook page, is Luka's on the sidelines. Looks like he's about to shake hands with somebody or high five somebody. He looks jacked as hell. I've seen some comparisons to Ivan Drago, in part because of the haircut and the arm muscles. Do you think that he has wildly changed his body already? Because I've seen Kevin Gray post all those workout videos and everything.
No, because then you can see other photos of him playing in the game, and he's changing his body. He's not changing it in 3 to 4 weeks.
Right.
Like, he's changing it a little bit. All of a sudden, you're not going to look like the Greek freak in 3 to 4 weeks.
Right.
But he is working hard. I do like that picture where, you know how you can make pictures. It's not Zion. Zion intentionally look, I kind of look thin in this picture. Throw it out, and don't throw out any other pictures ever of me. Well, then Luka played in the game, so you can literally, I went to Luka Doncic. Kicks. DONCIKIC. I quit.
That's a different. Don't go to what Mike said, because that's a different. You're gonna get a totally different thing right there.
So
get it together, Mike.
You can see him posting up in the game, and his arms look normal, as in they're not jacked up, and one arm is flexed, but it's not like, oh man, there's a bulging bicep right there. He's like, okay, I can see that he's working hard. He's getting better. But I think that one picture of, oh my God, Luka's now turning into Michael Jordan or Giannis or something like that, that's not happening. It was one picture. I'm glad that picture turned out great. It's that one where you take 20 photos with Santa Claus and then you pick that one that actually turned out perfectly.
Right.
That's what that picture is. But hey, if we want to go with yes, now he's super jacked. After 4 weeks, all he's been doing is biceps and triceps. Then yes, he did it.
But I think
it's a good sign.
I was going to say, I think your point remains the same, is it is a positive. Now, to go along with that, we saw the opening MVP odds is top 5 goes like this. Jokic, 10-1. Kevin Durant, 9-1. Giannis, 15-2, so essentially 7.5-1. Joel Embiid, 13-2, so essentially 6.5-1. And Luka leads the pack at 5-1. I know it's way early, but when we talked about how exciting it is that he looks like he's taking the conditioning aspect seriously and everything, what do you think about him being installed as the MVP favorite?
I get it because he's such a triple-double machine and he's kind of a 30-10-10 guy for the most part.
Yeah.
I wonder this. Obviously, we'll know a lot more on Thursday. If you do lose Brunson and you're bringing back a team that's a different team, maybe it can be as good, but a different team, and they finish, let's just say 5th or 6th in the Western Conference. I don't know if Luka can win the MVP if you're not one of the top 5 records in the NBA.
Okay.
It's tough. You can do it. Obviously, it's been done. Recently, Russell Westbrook did it by putting up the first ever triple-double in NBA history not first ever, since Oscar Robertson.
And it had been so long. I also would have given him the MVP for that just because I thought that was so amazing.
Then he did it again.
Yeah.
But that being said, I wouldn't put money on that, even though I do think, once again, he's going to finish top 5 in MVP voting. I almost feel like it's tougher to win the MVP as the favorite going into a season.
Okay.
I think that then the voters are like, all right, let's see if you can really be the best player in the NBA from the start. And the sign that you show that you're maybe not the best player, they're like moving on. I think we kind of want in our lives, we want to kind of root for the underdog.
Sure.
And when you're the favorite, like Luka has been last year and now this year for the MVP, I think he has to exceed expectations. And when you're the favorite to win the MVP, it's tough to exceed the expectation.
Which one of these do you like better? Ja Morant at 11-1, Tatum at 12-1, or Kawhi at 25-1?
I would like Tatum out of those 3 because of health.
Okay.
I think that,
which is why Kawhi's so
Kawhi's
low.
going to miss 30 games. Like, he's going to probably play in 52 games, maybe 60 at most, to watch his minutes, right? And watch his knees and everything. And then Ja has gotten hurt quite a bit in his career. I love Ja. I think he's great. And they have a chance after putting up the second best record, maybe to do it again, maybe put up the best record in the Western Conference. And that would give him a big advantage, but he has to play, I would guess, a minimum of 72. If you miss 10 games, I still think you're somewhat eligible.
Oh, yeah, no, I absolutely
But I
believe
think
that.
once you get to, hey, he's missed 15 games or 20 games, I think it's really tough to win the MVP at that point.
Now, I still find this fascinating. Number 14 on the list is Zion for MVP voting. He's ahead of Jimmy Butler. He's ahead of DeMar DeRozan, Bradley Beal, Donovan Mitchell, Kyrie, which, by the way, if we could circle back to that Kyrie situation.
By the way, there's a Zion picture out. What do you know? There's a Zion picture where he looks good.
Hey, he's healthy. Everybody loves everybody. And we're going to work on, there's plenty of people right now who are like, I want to win those Rangers tickets. We're working on that. Apparently, we might have had some sort of phone issue. And we'll get back to you. Maybe we'll have to do the giveaway again. But for Kyrie, it's fascinating because he put out his list of teams that he would consider or he would be interested in the sign and trade, assuming he opts out. And of the 6 that we heard, supposedly the Lakers were the only one interested, which would mean not the Mavs. And there is a working theory going around there that he will opt out. He will slide in to the $6 million taxpayer exemption for the Lakers and go play there next year for $6 million with the idea that after that, he will get a long-term deal. What are your thoughts about that?
I think it matches Kyrie Irving's personality and his career perfectly.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, there's a lot of motivation there because there's no guarantee. If you go out there and you finish in 7th place, like Brooklyn, you get to the playoffs and you get swept in the first round or you lose in the first round, do you think that the LA Lakers are like, yes, all right, man, here is your 4-year, $160 million contract?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they're going to go, no, Kyrie, you missed games because of injury, or you missed games because you had these things that you felt like you needed to miss games for. And we didn't go anywhere further than the first round. So Kyrie would be betting on himself that the Lakers would, I would say, at least make the conference finals.
Okay.
Because if they lose in the second round, and I don't, it matters how he plays too. If he's their second best player, if he's their third best player, obviously Anthony Davis is a great player when healthy. It's just rare that he's healthy. LeBron is coming to the end of his career. He's still great. I think LeBron is still arguably a top 5 player in the game, but he can't carry a team in the regular season. He just can't. And Kyrie doesn't seem to want to carry a team in the regular season either. And Anthony Davis has proven for his whole career
he's going to get hurt.
He had Drew Holiday.
Yeah.
He had some decent role players in New Orleans, not a championship team. He couldn't carry a team because of health and maybe a little bit because of not a leader type of player. So what you're asking is for, and I'll put, I guess, Russell Westbrook on the team too, is none of those guys at this time in their career look like they can lead a team in the regular season to a good seed, if that makes sense.
Now, back to Luka and the Mavs. Slovenia did beat Italy. Doncic had 12.7 rebounds and 5 assists. Also in that game, they played together for the first time since September of 2017. Goran Dragic scored 11 points. And so do you think he continues to recruit Dragic to come in here and sign the vet minimum contract to jump on with the Mavs? Because at a vet minimum, I think I'd be pretty stoked about
100%,
that.
yeah. He wasn't as bad in Brooklyn as I thought he'd be. I thought his career was kind of coming to a close. I'm not saying he's good, but if you have Goran Dragic for 12 to 15 minutes off the bench, I think that's a really good role for him. I think if you start asking more than 15 minutes at this time in his career, you're probably asking for too much. If you're asking him to be on your final 5, what I mean by that is you're the last 5 guys on the court for the last 5 minutes, you're probably in trouble.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We told you about who won the College World Series, but the Stanley Cup Final is also in the book. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 10 right here.
2 seconds, 1 second, it's over! They did it! They did it! The job is done! The Colorado Avalanche are Stanley Cup champions! And they will lift Lord Stanley a mile high! They're pouring off the bench. Colorado has defeated Tampa in 6 games to claim their 3rd cup. Ladies and gentlemen, the cup is coming back to Colorado.
I saw this really idiotic headline, and it said, Vasilevsky, while he's not being interviewed, dropped the F word on the way back to the tunnel, the goaltender for Tampa. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. If you lose in the championship series, saying the F word makes a lot of sense to me. Now, Colorado was the favorite at the beginning of the season at 5-1 to win the Stanley Cup. They are victorious. They are also the favorite to win the Stanley Cup next year at 4-1, almost twice as good or twice as bad, depending on your opinion. Betting odds for Tampa Bay. Now, for the Dallas Stars, they're not first, second, third, fourth, fifth. They're not in the top 10, but they are in the top 14. They're tied for 14th with the Kings, Islanders, and Capitals at 35-1. So if you want to get your money in now, you believe on the hire and the new hire for the Stars, you believe the changes they're going to make. They're keeping Jim Nill around for the time being. They are tied for 14th in the betting odds to win next year's Stanley Cup at 35-1. We're the KNC Masterpiece, and coming up next, college athletes getting paid. If you're not at least a second-round NFL pick, would you go ahead and stay in college for these reasons? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan.
Piece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
Can't see Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, so we're going to do a lot of stuff here. We're going to talk about college athletes getting paid. I've got a note for you about a crazy parlay. But then at 1:35, we are going to do our Rangers ticket giveaway. We had a bit of a snafu with the phone line. So at 1:35, we will do our Rangers ticket giveaway, okay? And then we'll be doing that giveaway all week long. If you miss out today or if you miss out tomorrow, we'll be doing it all week long. Now, quick note for you is, did you see who was most excited about the Avalanche to win the Stanley Cup last night? I know you might be thinking.
Kyle Freeland.
Ooh.
I follow him on Twitter. He was happy.
Okay.
He's a pitcher for the Rockies.
He might be happy, but I don't know if he was as happy as this guy. So outside of the Colorado Avalanche, their players, maybe even some of their fans, but definitely not all of their fans, is BetMGM was doing a promotion where you could use a free $500 bet on a 3-team championship parlay. All right? So you got a free $500 bet to kind of get you in the door, and you could make a 3-team championship parlay. Well, one bettor picked the Rams to win the Super Bowl at 10-1. Also picked the Warriors to win the NBA title at 6-1. Also picked the Colorado Avalanche to win the Stanley Cup. And his free bet turned into $269,000 as of last night from BetMGM.
They didn't make him pick baseball?
They did not.
He didn't really do that good then.
Wow.
No, that's pretty awesome.
And it was part of a free promotion. Well, we have Quinn Mayo on here on Thursday. I'm going to need to ask him, hey, do you have to work some extra hours for free because of this free promotion? But yeah, $269,000. Congratulations to you. However, that is nothing compared to the amount of money that Jaden Rashada is going to pull down for his commitment to Miami. He is going to make an NIL deal worth approximately $9.5 million for the new Miami recruit. Now, what's interesting about this is that is not the most amount of money that he was offered. Supposedly, the Florida's Gator Collective offered him $11 million, and he turned it down. He said, I'll take $9.5 million to go to Miami. So when we're talking about this, you brought up an intriguing concept. If you're a not first or second round draft pick in the NFL,
right?
Do you stay in college knowing the amount of money that's being thrown around?
Yeah.
This is a kid. Like, I get it. He is a blue chip recruit, Rashada is, but he has not played in college at all. Miami brokered it, got it set up, $9.5 million.
Yeah, I think this is going to be interesting to watch over the next 2 to 5 years, let's say, because it's just pretty much starting now. Right, I know that there was NIL money last year, but I feel like even going to
Bryce Young got some money.
Yeah, going to A&M a couple weeks ago to the baseball tournament, I was like, oh wow, now they really are selling players, jerseys and everything, and that wasn't happening when I went and they played in November. That wasn't happening at the team shops yet. So now it is happening, at least in Aggie land, and so I'm just wondering. We looked it up. It's what, 900,000 to about 1.5 million if you're a third round pick, approximately what you get in your first year in the NFL. And then, right. And then it would be probably 900,000 to about 600,000, somewhere in there in the fourth round. So you start looking at it. And if you're at a major school, let's just take the two major schools here in the state of Texas, UT and A&M are going to have a lot of money to throw around. How much are they paying for their offensive line at UT?
I thought it was at least $75,000 per person. And that's for all offensive linemen. Come on in and you're set up via the Pancake Factory.
And so, let's say it just gets a little bit more. Let's say there's another 50,000 on top of that. So now I have to
imagine if you're elite, there's different
and there's
numbers.
Probably
way,
but
you're
I'm
right.
I'm going to put it at a conservative number. You're a first team Big 12 offensive lineman at a major school. Yeah. and I know they're going to the SEC, and you're going to make like, let's say $125,000 to $150,000 to play college. You are getting the education. Hopefully you want it. You don't, you have to pass, right, to play, but you're getting that. You're getting $150,000. And so you had a good year and you talk to your advisor / agent and you say, hey, I'm thinking about coming out in the drafts. This is a real possibility. And you talk to teams and they're like, hey, you're somewhere between a 3rd round pick, probably not going to be there, but maybe if all your workouts go great, probably looking at more 4th or 5th round. Well, at this point, should I just go back to college, make another $150,000 and try to win a national championship, improve my stock up to a second or third
enjoy your year
round?
in college.
Now, all of a sudden, I have this choice of, I don't need to go because I have to help out my family with this one-time bonus.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of players in the NFL that get to the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round. They don't even make the team their rookie year. They're on the practice squad. And I don't know how much of that money's guaranteed out of the draft when you're a 4th through 7th round pick and you don't make the team.
Can I ask you a question to go along with that? Because I'm intrigued by this hypothesis. Do you think the stakes could get even bigger? For example, there's a good shot you're going to go in the 1st round. You just go straight to the boosters and you're like, what do you got? What will you do to buy me out of the 1st round for 1 year?
I'm sure there is that's going to happen. I know that's a totally different case, but from what I understand with the owner Hicks, Tom Hicks of the Texas Rangers, he's a big UT fan, football fan for UT. And Ricky Williams was part of the Philadelphia Phillies minor league organization. Do you remember that the Texas Ranger Rule 5 drafted him?
I don't believe I do remember
They
that.
did. Why? Because now Tom Hicks could legally pay him to stay at UT. Does that make sense? So this is what happened. So to your idea of like, I don't know exactly how it all works, but this is over 20 years ago in 1998. If you just look up Rangers Rule 5 Ricky Williams, you'll find the article. But in the article, what it won't say is then Tom Hicks gave him a $150,000 signing bonus, not to play 1 day of baseball. He gave him $150K to go back to UT for his senior year. Now, that's a long time ago. Does that, how do you get around stuff like that? Tom Hicks figured how to get around to that.
Yeah.
Now you don't have to get around that.
Wow.
You can just do stuff like this. So yeah, I do think that there's going to be boosters and people that we can't lose this kid. What could we give him to stay? And I think, it's interesting we talked about offensive linemen with a quarterback now. And I know Kellen Mond comes to mind. I was talking, before the show, but let's just say a guy who has 1 more year of eligibility, the school would like him back because they're a competitive team. Like, man, we'd rather have a senior than start a freshman or sophomore who hasn't played or try to get a transfer in here. You're only going to be a 3rd round pick. Maybe a 4th round pick. You don't know how this draft's going to turn out, but you're already been told you're not a 1st or 2nd round pick, which means, you know what? You're not the future franchise quarterback. You have to prove a lot. Dak Prescott got, the opportunity and proved a lot in that opportunity his rookie year. But if you're Dak Prescott and you had another year and Mississippi State said, we'll give you $1 million to come back for 1 more year, or maybe more than that, maybe $3 million because you're the quarterback. You're a SEC 1st, 2nd, 3rd team quarterback. You're one of the best 3 quarterbacks in the SEC. You're not much of a pro prospect right now. You could make it in the pros, but probably not. Why not come back for 1 more year, help us win? Maybe you improve your stock, and then you made another $2 million playing quarterback for us.
I think you're onto something here, and I've seen a couple people saying, yeah, but if you're that low, are you really going to make that kind of money? Here, I'm going to use an example. We got to go back a little bit. Dat Win. All right, Dat Win was the heart and soul of Texas A&M football. He was a 3rd round draft pick. So I get 3rd round is good for sure, but it's not like NFL people were like, you must run, not walk to the NFL. But if you could have had a scenario where like, hey, we keep Dat Win here. Like, I understand what they're saying in terms of NFL draft value, but let's not pretend that always translates the exact same way.
The kid that's with us, that's the LSU linebacker right now. Great
Jabari Cox?
Yeah. He was a great linebacker.
Jabril Cox.
Jabril Cox. He's a great linebacker at LSU, but his pro status was a little...
Drew Timme right now for Gonzaga. I know this is basketball now.
Great call.
How huge is it that he's going back there? He is a fringe second-round pick at
He will probably
best.
win the Naismith Award for best college player next year.
And he might get drafted.
And to your point, it would be pick 40 through 60 if he does get drafted next year.
So I think there is some viability for that. Like, I understand if you're one of the top 10 picks or whatever, that can make a difference.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying I think if you get advice and you feel like it's good advice from the NFL, from your agent, from your coach, you're going to be one of the first 64 picks in this draft. Whether you're pick 1 or whether you're pick 64, you're going to be in the first or second round. I get, hey, it's time to come out. You're going to get $1 million sign-in bonus. They've invested a pick into you that's saying, no matter what, you get to play. No matter what, Tyler Smith and Sam Williams will start for the Dallas Cowboys in their first 2 years in the NFL. It doesn't matter how bad they look in practice. The only thing that would stop them is if they had a major injury in training camp and literally couldn't play football anymore.
Yeah.
If you're a first or second round pick, you get pretty much automatic statuses. You get to play in the NFL no matter how bad you look in practice. Now, after that, it's a little bit more earning your way.
Yes.
Because, in baseball, we call them bonus babies. If you're a bonus baby,
you
get a free ride. Because we have to make you look good because we've given you so much money. We don't want to look bad on this. So at least we can say you started or you made the major leagues. And so I would say it's going to be interesting. Maybe I'm totally off on this because I think there's going to be more guys stay in college now, especially at the Alabamas, LSUs, UTs, A&Ms. I'm not saying the first and second rounders, the blue chippers. But I think if you're kind of that borderline draft pick, 4th round type of guy after your junior year, it might be financially more advisable to stay in college.
If you want to know something really wild about Jaden Rashada's deal with Miami, there's an NIL 100, so ranking like the approximate values they think some of these players are going to get. He ranks 60th on that list. And he got $9.5 million. Now, keep in mind, they also had his valuation way lower than this, but you're going to see some numbers. Like, the Arch Manning number is going to boggle your mind.
Well, and it's worth noting when you bring up that list can't account for, like, relative value. They're trying to make everything in this very, in a vacuum. But Rashada is getting paid in Miami, a program that hasn't been able to do these things a lot. And I think he's like the actual NIL deal is with like one of them TV lawyers, like one of them personal injury lawyers.
The Texas Hammer.
Yeah, basically that dude, but for Miami. And like that is a very particular thing. For that guy, having Rashada at Miami means something that can't be quantified on that list. That's really what we're talking about with any of these boosters and all the booster culture in general, right? Like this means more than what you can quantify. So I don't even know how you can try and assert somebody's value because it's all very relative.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I made a promise. Now it is time to deliver.
Let's give something away.
There you go. Caller number 10 right now will win 4-pack of tickets. There we go. 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play the Twins Saturday, July 9th. And remember, the first 15,000 fans will take home the first ever Corey Seager Rangers bobblehead as well. You can buy tickets at rangers.com/tickets, or you can win them for free. This time for certain. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. And real quick, wanted to tell you one more story because this just warmed my heart. Is Raiders player Jonathan Abram. He donated beds, sheets, pillows, all of this to a Las Vegas family this month as part of his Jonathan's Journey for Better. But not only did he just donate them, he's gotten really into home improvement and construction. So he showed up at the house with the Las Vegas family and helped them build the beds for those kids to sleep in and everything like that. So not only did he donate the stuff and the materials, he was like, bam, showed up, helped build them. I just thought that was a super, super cool story. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Your home's over 10 years.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now brought to you by D&M Leasing. It is time for a chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is it today?
Awesome, Hagee. How are you?
I'm good, and there's less of y'all today. We saw the rest of your team this morning holding it down for the morning
bags.
show.
Well, Chuck and Chiafalo, they have Sean and RJ duty all morning, all week.
Do you think it's eventually possible that of the 4 people on the show, one of them will be deployed to take over every single one of our day parts, so it's just G-Bag domination all throughout the day?
Stick around. Yeah, before too long. Before too long.
All right.
Wouldn't be surprised at all.
All right. Absolutely. Now,
it's a fluid situation. What I've learned.
Hold on. Don't start that. People are going to run with that. We talked about it earlier that the Lakers and Kyrie would have mutual interest and maybe he would opt out. He would go sign there for the $6 million taxpayer MLE, and then he would get the long-term deal outside of that. Now, Cody Mallory on Twitter put out, the Nets are putting out there right now, they're prepared to lose both Kyrie and Kevin Durant. So if we think, well, first of all, do y'all think Kyrie to the Lakers will happen? Not if it'll make sense, but if it'll happen. And then what about the futures of Kevin Durant then?
I really think Kyrie Irving is going to go to the Lakers. I think they'll probably trade them back Westbrook and some other asset, but
you don't think it'll be the mid-level exception?
No, I don't think so, because I think the Nets in the end are going to be like, well, we need to get something, and the only way to do that is to facilitate the trade, right? So we got to take Westbrook back. Maybe we'll buy him out like the Rockets are about to do with John Wall. He'll be going into the final year of the contract. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if anything happens, though. I do think Kyrie's pretty unpredictable, and there's that. And then With the Kevin Durant situation, it's fascinating because we know he's not going to go back to Golden State. He's not going to go to Los Angeles. He doesn't want to be guilty of piggybacking a championship again. I don't think they'd want him with the Clippers. So any number of teams, I think can feel involved. And I'm pretty excited about this idea of Damian Lillard photoshopping something on his Instagram story of Kevin Durant with the Trailblazers. I think that's very possible.
I want to go back to the Trailblazers 1 second, but you said not piggybacking a champion. I know he said all the right things. He seems to insinuate or just flat out say that he doesn't care what people think about his Golden State championships. You think he does care and he wouldn't want to go into another advantageous situation where people will knock him for that again?
Yeah.
Twitter
that's
burner
him coping.
accounts. He cares.
Yeah, he cared. He's coping with it the best he can, and I think he's probably in a much better mental health place than he was when all that was going on. But if you remember when that story came out, he texted his agent, "What did you let me do?" in the weeks following that decision to go to Golden State, because he did not like the reaction. He was always loved KD. He had never found controversy anywhere, and it changed who he is as a person.
Oh, for sure.
I think he's doing a pretty good job of rolling with the punches now, and even giving some back to the world. But there's no doubt that experience changed him, and I don't think he wants to go through it again.
As our Portland expert, what would some sort of Kevin Durant deal look like?
Well, they just had the 7th overall pick.
Sharp?
Yes.
Right? Out of Kentucky?
Yeah.
Well, sort of out of Kentucky.
And I don't keep as up to date with their payroll as I do with the Dallas Mavericks anymore. But they still do have Eric Bledsoe and Josh Hart, who could take you right to $30 million immediately. And Anthony Simons is a young, exciting guard that played a lot after the McCollum trade and the Lillard injury, and he had quite a few games scoring in the 20s. So I think Simons, the 7th overall pick, and a combination of 2 of their bigger contracts would get the Durant thing done. It would probably also represent the most value the Nets could hope to get.
They're in that's an organization too. It's in a trust, and it's about to be sold. So that might be very inviting for somebody to make that as nice as possible.
Oh, you trade for him and then sell the team?
Yeah, very much.
Oh, your value just went up, baby.
Yeah. Well, look what happened with the Denver Broncos with Russ Wilson.
Yeah.
Same thing. All of a sudden now you get a record for for an NFL franchise, you know.
Can I ask you a question about that, Broadus? I bet you could have some unique insight in terms of scouting. You also knew a lot of these players. Did you ever get the sense that they were like finally attuned with the ownership situation, since clearly that could affect their money?
Oh, no, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. These players know, they know the situation. Their agents know the situation. So, yeah, I mean, I with all my heart, I believe that Dan Quinn had the Denver Bronco job until John Elway and Joe Ellis stepped up and said, no, we're not going to hire a defensive coach for this job. It has to be an offensive coach.
Yeah.
And so that's where and you have to make things look really more inviting for people that are going to spend billions of dollars. Again, that, the Vulcan, I think it's Vulcan Ventures. Am I right about that, Gavin? The Vulcan,
Vulcan Inc.
Vulcan
Inc.
Like that.
Yeah, it's named after a Star Trek thing.
Yeah, that's
that makes sense.
It's the nerdiest thing ever.
That's Paul Allen's trust, and he basically he was very specific to the family that you're going to liquidate everything I have and give it away, and so they have to honor that. So that's why the Seahawks and the Trailblazers are both right now in that type of mode. But yeah, you're very familiar with what's going on with ownership with your teams.
Now, as we circle back around to the Mavericks, we asked this earlier, and I would love to know where you are as we enter the week of free agency. What is your percentage breakdown of Brunson with the Mavs versus Brunson with the Knicks? Because that's all I've got it down to. And if you think I'm off base and we need to include another team, let me know.
I'm going to say 70% with the Knicks and 30% with the Mavericks.
That's exactly where I am.
Yeah, I know.
Which I don't know if this is great. I would like him to stay, but
and Mark Stein did say you can pretty much eliminate all other teams. It's a 2-team race here.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of feel like though that 70-30 is a good number. Talking to people over the weekend, there is a push within the organization that is saying, well, listen, we're going to get to a certain number, and that's it. We don't feel like, there's
for the Mavs.
Yeah, there's people in that organization that we've all watched Brunson play and like, oh, nice player, good guy, great guy to have. And there's people within the organization that are like, if he gets $25 million, that's ridiculous. That's something, we might have to move on from that. So the more I talk to people over there, the more it's like, if it gets out of hand, gets crazy, where it's beyond what they feel is the right value for him, they're more than comfortable letting him walk.
They were already kind of him and Han about 14, right? 4 and 55. They were kind of non-committal on that.
Well, think about what they offered. They didn't want to pay him the initial contract.
Yeah, whoops.
They didn't want to pay him. What was that?
How many? 4 for 55.
4 for 55. Yeah, they didn't want to do that, and so you think they want to give him, they want to give him what the money that he's asking for right now. I would say 70-30 is really a good number.
Okay.
For that. But again, the more I dove into it, the more it's, and Gavin and I, we talked about this last week on our show, this is a team not falling in love with its players. This is a team that, we have to do this. We have, no, they have an idea what they have in the player. And then, if they have to move on, they'll move on.
I think the other thing too, just kind of reading the tea leaves, is there's no way as an owner, since we were just talking about ownership, there's no way as an owner, I think in the first time in the history of sports, I don't know if this has ever happened before, you literally have an assistant coach who is the guy's father, who they're best friends. This isn't like, Austin Rivers and Doc Rivers aren't best friends. In fact, I remember reading an article where Austin Rivers was kind of like, nothing against my dad. I love Doc, my dad, but my dad wasn't around much. He was coaching and playing, and we never really had a whole great relationship, like father, son, then friend relationship. So you have that relationship. You're sitting there as an owner. You can talk to the father right there. Do you think we have a chance? What's the chances? Then the former agent, who's known him his whole life, whose son is the now agent, like Dolan's sitting in a room going, if we're going to screw up this draft, and we're not going to take
apologize, right? Did you see that the Knicks put out a statement basically apologizing what happened on draft night?
They made multiple trades to get worse. They intentionally got worse. The only way you intentionally get worse is in that room, you have the father of the player, the agent of the player, and they say, if we do this, we got him.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing I'm hoping for really is that the Mavs get some sort of value back, and I don't know, do we understand, does New York want to do that? Do they want to give anything back, or are they accumulating assets?
Right now they would have to, if they can't find another team to play with. They have to trade approximately $10 million of player away and get nothing in return. They can attach draft picks to make people take those players, and if you're not to Broadus's point, Broadus, you made a great point. If it's true, if the Mavericks we're not going past this number.
Yeah.
But the Knicks need to get to, from what I've been told, is they would like to be able to get to 4 years, $110 million to kind of blow it out of the water. Mm-hmm. Mavericks aren't going to compete with that number. Well, if you have to do that, you have to trade approximately $12 million worth off of your team. Well, if you need to do that, and we're not going to do that, well, we'll take our 2023 first round pick back from you that in the Porzingis trade. We'll take on Alex Burks, who makes $10 million. Supposedly we desperately want another wing. We just got it. We got another wing. We got a $10 million wing on an expiring contract. We got our 2023 first round pick back to maybe do some other trades as the season progresses, or the off season if you want to do it quickly. And we have our $6.3 million still left to spend on another player too. All right.
You're talking about using the trade exception?
Yeah, no. That expires today. If that's going to happen. But I'm saying our mid-level exception is at $6.3 million.
Okay. Oh, so you would take back Burke.
You take back Burks, the first round
help
pick.
Them get
now they got
threshold.
It's a sign and trade that we did that.
I thought you were talking about doing Burke and the pick for the trade exception today.
No. I mean, you could. You could if you wanted to, but I think if you could also wait on that, if you do it today, you're really conceding. It's over.
Yeah.
But if you wait on July 1st and they're like, crap, the teams that have these trade exceptions didn't use them with us. Boston doesn't want Alex Burke, or I think the Clippers might have one too. They didn't want to take on $10 million of our players. So you could say, well, we can, because if it's a sign and trade, we can take back approximately $15 million of player. We'll take back $10 million worth of player, a pick. You got your Jalen Brunson. We got our wing. We got our pick back. And we still have $6.3 million to spend on a player. It's not the best in the world, but if you have to do it, you have to do it.
I think Alec Burks would help you maybe win just as much as Jalen Brunson.
Woo! Holy goodness. Those are the kind of hot opinions you're going to get on G-Bag. What else do you guys got coming up?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. Cy Young, 420. We got the DeLorean.
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Wimbledon, Kevin.
Wimbledon.
Good night, Kevin.
Download the
Station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. Hope you're having a solid Monday afternoon. Let's talk some sports here with you. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The 469 texts in, no nosebleed pals. Okay. Yeah, that's right. They're out today. And we appreciate you sticking around here at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, YouTube, or just listening over the regular old-fashioned radio. You guys have a good weekend, Brian, Lucius? Everybody doing good?
Yeah, it was great.
You relax?
Yeah, I mean, again, finally got the air conditioning thing sorted out. You know, I tell you what, when I was a kid, like, I don't know how I lived without, I'm not saying I didn't have air conditioning, but like hot days didn't bother me.
Yeah.
Now, the older I've got, the more it could be slightly, like it could be 3 to 5 degrees difference. And I'm like feeling it. Like I'm going, I can feel it in the house. I can feel it. Doesn't feel right, kind of a thing. But no, got that thing all squared up and happy to do so. And yeah, just did a lot of cooking. Love to cook on the weekends. Love to make some dishes and things like that. Working on some tortellini recipes, cheese tortellini recipes and stuff like that I'm trying to develop. So
wow.
Just having some fun. Having some fun, yeah.
You get new glasses?
I absolutely did.
They look good.
Yeah. I didn't know who I was working with.
Clear frames?
Yeah, I didn't know who I was working with for 3 years. I could see like you now.
Oh, you need a new prescription too?
Yeah, I had to have oh my gosh.
Wow.
You go in there like, and by the way, the doctor, he's a Tolo. And so when I walked in, he's like, we sat there an hour and talked sports before he even looked at my eyes.
Okay.
So it's like, I'm like, okay.
You bill him for that?
Nah, it's all good. But no, he enjoys listening to us. And I said, Doc, you got to help me with these eyes. Mm-hmm. He goes, well, I know you got to get ready to scout these players and stuff. I'm like, yeah. So
maybe you won't miss on quarterback so much now.
I tell you what, I'm getting better on those quarterbacks, man. I'm guessing better. on those quarterbacks.
They are tough.
They are tough.
Well, we do open with a huge week of news for the Dallas Mavericks, and there's 3 pretty big storylines cooking along right now at 877-881-1053 if you would like to respond to any of these or share your thoughts. Like the 817 sounds to me like the Mavs are about to bleep their fan base again. Hello, 2012. I think it'd be more like 2004 when they decided to let Steve Nash go. Although, Steve Nash, a significantly better player than Jalen Brunson is. If they just let Brunson go, I would be surprised. I like to believe that there's still a pretty good chance they're going to end up, doing what it takes to keep Brunson, because it just doesn't make sense that you would let him go and have nothing in return for him. So if the Knicks do manage to get $27.5 million per season under the cap, and you got to match that, but you are willing to go to 24, are you going to let your only other ball handler, your only other guy who took over playoff games, walk over $3.5 million? It doesn't make sense. I think what the Mavs want to do is play their hand close to their vest, see if they can get him signed outright, make the Knicks do whatever is possible, and try to make a trade happen if he really wants to go to New York. But I don't want to believe, Brian, that actually letting him leave over the difference of $3 or $4 million is a serious consideration for them right now.
No, I don't think it is at all. I think that if you, again, talking to folks over there, they have an idea of where they are with this player, And again, I applaud teams that don't fall in love with their players. It's easier to set your roster. It's easier to build your team when you don't have that connection. For so many years, it was Mark Cuban, that connection with the players. And it's like, oh, no, he's a good guy, kind of guy. No.
They were good at it in the 2000s, bad in the 10s, and hopefully back to being good. That's a great point.
Yeah, that's what I want them to. I want them to be a little tough about it. And I almost used a bad word about it, but a little tough about it. I don't want them, they're not interested in giving away players or just letting players walk, but they also know the value of the player. And I think that teams
have to be detached a little bit.
Teams that don't know their team, front offices that don't understand their roster or team, are the ones that fail. Yeah. They build their team the wrong. And I think with Nico and what they've done, with Mark, stepping back a little bit with Kidd.
So what you're saying is they're being honest with themselves about Jalen Brunson's shortcomings.
I think they are.
Yeah.
I think they know that he's probably not the greatest passer. He's a short guy. There's things about him. Here, this is a guy that, now think about this. Look at the number of 3-point shots that he takes during a game. How many does he take a game? 3, 4 3-point shots a game on average?
I don't know. I'd have to look that up.
That's what I'm saying, though. Think about that. I mean, there's a guy that doesn't take a lot of 3-point shots a game.
Yeah, he gets a lot of his field goal percentages by not taking bad shots from distance. Now, he will take some pretty hard to the hoop.
Yeah.
He attempted 3.2 last year. That is a great point, Brian.
There you go.
Yeah.
You're going to give
You're
a guy,
on fire today.
You're going to get I just try and talk to smart people.
But he takes wide open threes, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
He doesn't go step back crazy. I'm going to make a three.
Yeah.
He is taking what the defense gives quite often.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, are you going to pay a guy $25 million a year to take just 3-point shots a game?
I need you to go take away from the defense.
Boom.
I don't need you to let the defense dictate to you how you're going to play.
Boom.
Yeah. So I think those are good points. And that's why Jalen Brunson isn't an all-star. But at the same time, you still can't let him go. Yeah. I think both schools of thoughts are true. Let's not talk about Jalen Brunson like he's a max player or even an all-star. He's a really nice piece because, the defense, the vision, the passing, those sorts of things. Yeah. But, man, I still can't imagine a team that's trying to take the next step, letting their next best guy who can take over a game walk. That'd be rough to me, Brian.
I think the thing about that we love Jalen Brunson is because we saw 2 playoff games that he was outstanding in. And you're thinking that's who he is, But
against bad defense.
Overall, though, I mean, the player has developed. Yeah. The player has developed. He has developed all along. And to me, I'm okay with that. If you tell me, hey, well, hell, we'll draft another guy. We'll find a way to develop. I mean, I'm okay with that. I don't want to get in a situation with the Mavs. Think about all the shows you did, Gavin, where you're sitting there talking. You go, that Porzingis contract hard to trade.
Yeah,
it's hard to trade. That contract's not tradable. We've had NBA executives. McDonough comes on our air and he said, "Man, that Porzingis contract's a hard one to take. That's a hard one to trade." Do you want to get in a situation where all of a sudden you have an asset and you're trying to move it along and you can't trade the contract? That's another thing you have to think
That's
about.
a good point. I've assumed that Brunson at 25 or 27.5 million, 30 million. I think that's a tradable contract still.
Yeah.
I don't think that's so outrageous that it would be like Porzingis' contract. You're just holding your breath that he has 2 good weeks and somebody makes you an offer. I don't think we'd be there.
Yeah.
But I like that the Mavericks are, being honest with themselves about how good of a player Brunson really is. I think that's important. And, after a decade of watching Mark Cuban buddy up and give extra money to guys like Wes Matthews and Chandler Parsons and stuff, just because he was friends with, I don't know what that was, but I'm glad that era appears to be over.
Yeah, when you start to talk about with Nico and then Kidd and what they've done, I think they're on the right path here. I will say this though too about with this when you look at Brunson and all that. I mean, there are things that they absolutely love about him. There's a lot of things. I mean, all these things we talk about, teammate, coachable, all those things that for forever would have got guys paid with the Mavs. That's great. But how about the real things that matter? How about the passing? How about the ball handling? How about the shooting? How about the defense? It's not just, he's a good guy, let's pay him. What are his skills? Mm-hmm. What are his skills? And, there's a lot of talent in that guy, but there's also a lot of concern. And so when you're paying that money, I always like to say, hey, have a little bit of those concerns. I think that's a good thing.
940 says, sounds like Brian's optometrist knows what's up. Yeah, is that your source? Was he breaking all this stuff down for you, your eye guy?
Oh, no. I mean, the eye guy was, the eye doctor's a good dude. He listens, trust me. He was asking me, he's more Cowboy than he was Mavs. More Cowboy questions. That Mavs stuff, though, man, I do my best. I got a lot of good guys and gals that are friendly and like to kind of talk this stuff up.
708. So we're just going to forget Brunson was the main reason we were in the conference championship. Okay, he was the main reason you beat Utah, you know. And then against Phoenix, it was more like him or Dinwiddie, like who's the best secondary player. But I don't want to take anything away from Brunson. It was Donovan Mitchell and Mike Conley who were too uninterested or too old or whatever it was to play.
Worst perimeter defense you're going to play against.
Yeah. And he did. He took a couple of those games over, and we have him to thank for it. But what Brian is saying is you don't want to get emotionally attached to 2 games and say, well, this is who this guy is, and we must have him because of how he makes you feel. Yeah. You can't go off of that. You have to have more of a calculated approach to what the value is.
They're not. Yeah. They're not getting all warm and fuzzy. They like the player, don't get me wrong. But they're not feeling all kumbaya with this guy.
Well, and another reason to not feel all kumbaya is he obviously is, flirting with other teams. Yeah. He's been talking about teams in the Northeast, and it's like, well, does Brunson even want to be here? That's another thing to consider. And I think his dad is saying, yeah, he would want to be here if you go way above the value that you had in mind, which was, I don't know, around $14 or $15 million, and now we're talking about doubling it. I hope ego's not involved. Let me say that, Brian. I hope Mav's ego is involved. Like, no, we gave you fair value. We were willing to do a deal at what we thought you're worth, and now you have one good playoff series, and we can't double it. If the market says that's his value, that's kind of what you have to pay. Especially considering you don't get that money to spend on other players. Mm-hmm. It's Brunson or nothing. So I hope this is real sober thinking they have going on, and they do have a great plan for if they let him walk and don't have another ball handler.
I trust what they're doing over there far more than I did this time last year.
Right on. Okay, Luka's in better shape with Slovenia. He had a huge opening weekend in their competition.
Was that a doctored picture of him with all muscled up and stuff? What was going on there?
I think it was a good angle. Oh. You know the flex that he did against Phoenix or something where it made him look like he had a spare tire?
That he didn't have like a loaf of bread on his arm or something like that? Yeah.
I think that was the worst possible angle you could get on Luka, and Saturday's picture in the Slovenia jersey was the best possible.
Yeah, they got those jerseys tailored right for him.
Yeah, I think so.
Good.
I mean, it made his arm look a little ripped, but if you watch the full highlight packages that are available from that game.
Kind of looks like Luka, right?
Yeah,
It kind of looks like Luka playing ball.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe he lost 5 pounds or something like that. He did hit some great shots, though, had some great passes. The thing that I noticed looking at the highlights, when he's on the Mavs, there's so much anxiety that when he makes some of those plays, there's like a relief, like, okay, we got a bucket here. That's 3 points. Now we're only down by 4. Or, okay, now we're up by 8. I'm thinking in more of math. But just watching him play for Slovenia, to me, it allows me to just appreciate how genius the stuff that he's pulling off is. It's ridiculous at this point.
Yeah, I think the most, when you watch a guy play, and then you could tell like that though his teammates too, and how much they appreciate just how great of a player he is.
Yeah,
you kind of marvel at it almost as a player, like, oh, he made me. It's like they're not surprised by the passes and stuff anymore. They're kind of like, oh, be ready, here it comes. But yeah, I mean, I think Luka's one of these guys that until he moves, I've said this, until he moves to the United States, and I know people are going to kill me for saying this, until he moves to the United States full-time and working out full-time, his way of getting in shape is going to be playing basketball. That's what his way of getting in shape. That's his. Okay, I play.
It's a great way to do it, by the way.
Yeah, I run, I play.
A couple hours of cardio, you're drenched.
Yeah, exactly. He's not going to, we saw him pushing the sled and stuff like that. But, Luka is going to, his way of getting in shape is going to be playing games. And then when those games are over, his way of getting out of shape is like a bad diet.
Yeah.
And that's going to affect him. And then he's going to play games again and he's going to get in shape.
I do. You said you trust the Mavs front office. I think I trust the Mavs medical team enough to say, let's just keep playing all these summer competitions because it's obvious that he's inspired to get in the greatest shape possible to play for Slovenia. And if the Mavs people are there and they're reading his levels and being like, whoa, you're way fatigued here. You need 2 days off to get your body back to a point where you're not going to be in an injury risk. I think they're going to be very hands-on in managing this situation. My only concern would be that if he does start getting hurt at some point and that becomes a serious issue, you think about using this as more of a downtime as he gets later on in his career.
But I think the later it gets in his career, it's going to have to, the change is going to be, I can't play as many games, so now I have to think about fitness and diet, and that'll be the difference.
Lakers and Nets are talking trade with Kyrie Irving. We'll have more on that. Apparently the Lakers are the only team that wants him out of the 6 that he gave that list to the Nets. Nobody else is trying to make a move. We heard over the weekend the Mavericks are out on that. And so far the Nets don't like any of the Lakers trade package ideas. So they're talking about maybe him opting out and just signing with the Lakers for their mid-level exception of $6.3 million, which would be an unbelievably massive story. But this NBA is going to change significantly in this offseason, and we'll be all over it for you. Free agency is Thursday at 5 o'clock. Of course, we have the Expressway every afternoon, starts at 5:20 with 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. So please tune in every evening in the 5 o'clock hour for that, but especially on Thursday where we can give you all the latest news and our thoughts on it. Rangers visit the Royals tonight, 7 o'clock first pitch. Chris Young is coming up at 4:20 right here on the Fan. We'll talk with the Rangers GM. They did drop 2 of 3 over the weekend to the Nationals, scored just 8 runs, but they pitched pretty well. All righty, when we come back, G-Bag Nation. Of course, Lucius has your G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30 for you, the best audio. But Cowboys Twitter, a couple interesting roster stories. Does this Cowboys secondary now belong with the top 10 defensive backfields in the NFL? There's a ranking for that. We'll give you thoughts on it. Then again, the G-Bag of the day, 2:30 here on The Fan. You know, we hear it so often, though. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. So much great text and Twitch and YouTube activity in the chats regarding the conversation around Jalen Brunson. We'll be back into that before too long. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 7 minutes. Segment here, we'll do a little Cowboys Twitter. And it's brought to you by Rubin & Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS credit card or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders, get you to live in life again. So call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS. We go to the Twitter account of former Cowboys quarterback, current radio analyst, Babe Laufenberg. And he tweets, greetings from Colorado. He's there in a shallow river, standing there on the rocks. Looks like he's there with his son, and he's got a brown trout right there, and he's pulled it out of the net. You ever do fishing like that? You like to go river?
I'll tell you what, I've never been fly fishing because it takes tremendous coordination to set that fly. I mean,
well, you're a Division I long snapper, Brian.
I was a terrible athlete. And
okay.
The people that can fly fish, and I love to watch videos of when they fish like in the Keys and they're fishing, they're bone fishing and stuff like that, where they're throwing those flies.
Yeah.
Like, and it just, they're spotting them, spot them and trout. I mean, that right there is a lot of work. And when you land one of those with a fly rod, congratulations.
I can't tell from the picture. Is he fly fishing? Do you know that for a fact? He might be using lures or something.
I think if you're probably on a river in Colorado, they probably got you with a fly rod.
You're up there on a vacation to get the thing done.
Yeah, that's because again, with all that, it might be a lot of cover. I haven't seen the picture, but it might be a lot of cover. You got to kind of work around stuff. You have to be.
Oh, dude, it's a lot of technique.
Very creative to do that. Stuff.
I only tried it once, and I didn't have the patience for it. And I felt like, man, if I kept going at this, my arm would be super sore all day just doing that in the air. Lucius, I know you're a fisherman. Do you do the fly fishing? You ever done that?
Not with a fly rod, no sirree.
Yeah.
I just mastered the open face. What the hell am I talking about? You know what I mean? Cane poles and the little zip codes.
Yeah.
That's my kind of fishing too.
Yeah, that fly fishing though, it is they when you talk about though being out by yourself though and the stream and all that, it's super relaxing.
Serene. Yeah,
it's just you're taking everything in.
That's the kind of fishing where you're way up there. You got onto like a gravel or dirt road for the last 5 miles, and now you're up.
You probably had to walk to get to that where that water's moving.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I feel like one good cast and it just fuzz up on you. Just
yeah.
Now you got 45 minutes trying to detangle this.
Yeah. And that is one of my main annoyances with fishing. That's probably why I don't do it more.
The backlash,
the bottom snags.
Oh yeah.
No, I don't know much about the backlash.
The backlash is like if you like Lucius is talking about too, the open face, and then it's like some of these bait casting reels.
Yeah.
That if you try and throw it too far, and the line doesn't catch up to, and all of a sudden it turns into a big like nest.
Yeah.
And now you're
I do the opposite. I do the reel that's on the bottom.
There you go. Well, that's what Lucius was talking about. The open face. You flip the bail and then you.
Okay, that's the open face.
Yeah.
That's the one we usually do in the Northwest because I don't know, for whatever reason it's easier for working lures through rivers and stuff.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the kind of fishing I would get done at 877-881-1053. We're taking a look at Cowboys Twitter. Went fly fishing in Montana last year. Took a while to get it down, but finally got the hang of it the last day I was there, and I can't wait to get back 9 for 0. Yeah, I bet once you get the technique down and then you get one to bite, it would be very addicting. That would be a feeling you'd want to chase.
Yeah, that's
again.
the thing, because you're what they call stripping that line. So you're pulling it, and then you catch one, and now you're really you're trying to pull the line and then get it all in. But yeah, it's once you get, it's very much a rhythm way of fishing, because it's the back, the forward. You got it, and every time you take it back, you take it a little further, and then boom, you throw it, and then you try and lay it on top of that.
Back and to the right.
So eventually with the fly, you let it lay there for a while?
Yeah, you let it lay there, and then you just pull it a little bit, and then that gets that.
Dawson, you got to turn on fishing on Saturday mornings, bro. Early in the morning, just turn it on and just let it sit in the background.
Yeah,
you'll learn some things.
Outdoor channel or something like that.
You can at least load up your tackle box, everything they try to sell you.
Yeah, that's fun. I mean, that's one of the most fun parts, all the different gadgets and stuff. Top 10 secondaries in the NFL here. We got a couple of minutes for this, Brian. Kind of a sobering thought if this is true. This is from Pro Football Focus. Top 10 secondaries. Cowboys not on the list.
Okay.
Ravens, Tampa, Browns, Packers, Dolphins, Bills, Saints, Chargers, Rams, Bengals, yada, yada, yada. I think the Cowboys secondary is pretty dang good. And I think it has the chance Diggs and Brown, good corners. Yeah. Safeties should be good. I mean, I'm not going to predict that Malik Hooker's going to stay healthy, but I don't think you should have to with Curse, Diggs, the leading INT guy, and Brown, another good graded corner. But that's what they base their rankings off of, their Pro Football Focus. So maybe they don't care that much about Anthony Brown's stats. I don't know.
I tell you what, though, that's kind of interesting because Anthony Brown, wasn't it Pro Football Focus had him, or it might have been NFL.com, had him as one of the top corners in the league when you look at him statistically.
Yeah.
So that's surprising that, because I thought Pro Football Focus had both Brown and Diggs as highly rated guys.
Yeah, maybe they're looking at the big plays the Cowboys gave up last year. I'm not sure how exactly some of these things can be ranked, but to me, that's your path to having a good defense, is the defensive line playing well, as Brian has recognized here from the workout so far. But that secondary's got to be top 10, and I think their goal should be significantly higher. Okay, and then Blogging the Boys, relative to the other teams in the NFC East, the Cowboys don't have a ton invested in the wide receiver position. $16 million now. The Giants and Eagles are sitting at $30 and $32 million they're spending on their wide receivers. Do you think you have to spend a bunch of money on your receivers to get good production, or is our cupboard too empty?
I'll tell you what, it was one of those things where Bobby Belt and I did a show today, a podcast that'll go up tomorrow, and we were talking about positions, and the wide receivers group was one of them. I have a feeling that when we get to Oxnard and we sit there and watch, I'm interested to hear what their plan is about. I do feel like, though, I kind of feel like, though, that we'll see what happens with Gallup. I think he's not going to miss as many games as everybody's talking about, 2 or 3 games. He might miss 1 game. I mean, he just physically, he looks like he is. I know they have a plan and all that, but they need to get him back, get him going. A lot of it's going to have to be on what's going on with Tolbert, too.
It's a completely different conversation if you have Gallup, though.
Yeah, it is. It's a completely different conversation. But if all of a sudden it's, you got Tolbert, who everybody absolutely loves, the problem is he cannot miss any practices. He's got to be out there the whole entire time. If they're going to throw him out there and let him play, he has got to be ready from the word go. And what you worry about in training camp is him getting wore down, doing a lot of running. These receivers,
he already had an OTA injury.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. And he does not need to do that. Jerry and Steven will figure out if this receiver crew doesn't look right, they're willing to spend the money to go try and get one, or the draft picks if they have to.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius.
Yeah. Here we go. G-Bag of the Day. Happy June 27th, people. When we last left off, it was a baseball announcer for the Guardians radio broadcast. He kept it a buck. He kept it real. He kept it 100 about a player.
Miguel Sano, he's not hurt. He's just fat. I mean, that's as brutally honest as we can be. He's down in Fort Myers
eating,
trying to get in shape.
At the wing bar.
Yeah, we played that for Eric Nadell at 5:20 on Friday, and he absolutely loved it.
Oh, that's amazing right there. Good audio. Great audio.
He said that's what that guy does.
Yeah.
Kind of a shock jockey type of dude.
Oh, okay.
The people of Cleveland love it.
Okay. Shout out to Cleveland, man. Yeah. Stand up.
Cleveland rocks.
We got a lady right here that tells her son that she's going to have a baby, basically. So he's going to have some siblings. He's not a fan of this.
Oh my God, Mama, come on! You already know I don't want to have another sibling. James, cause I don't even cooperate with y'all other kids. What you mean you don't cooperate,
bruh?
Because your kids get on my nerves and they be stressing me out.
Your kids.
Your kids.
These are my brothers and sisters right here. But today they are your kids.
They are your
I didn't
kids.
ask for these people. You brought them along here, Ma. I was here first.
Yeah, that's tough.
Wow.
Yeah, some of those kids, they get pretty jealous of the other.
I mean, wow. I used to love when my parents gave all the attention to my other siblings. I'm on my sister or whatever. Good.
Yeah.
I'm about to go creep out of here. I'll be back. Yes.
Man, Abby had 2 cousins over for the weekend, and there were some fantastic magical moments, right? Like I'm teaching this little 5-year-old girl how to swim in the pool, and she's figuring it out. It's a lot of fun, but when they get to bickering at each other and just I'm like, oh my goodness.
Intense.
Oh.
Yeah. We used to, the fights get real. We used to fight each other, and they used to break it up. Hey, y'all family.
I remember once I was arguing with my brother and sister. Brother's 2 years older, sister's 3 years younger, and I'm like 10. He's 12, she's like 7. And we've just been going at it for like the first month of summer vacation. And my mom turns and looks at us and says, I absolutely cannot wait until you visit Grandma and Grandpa in 1 week. And I just looked at her, and I could tell she believed it with every cell in her body. I was like, dang, Mom, we made you feel that bad?
Yeah. Get out of here. Let's go to Phillies radio. We got a reaction to Bryce Harper getting banged in the hand. You see, it went towards his face, but it got his hand. I know that hurt. Listen to this.
And the pitch. Ooh, up and hit him. Oh, my goodness. Bryce Harper gets hit up, and he's clutching his hand right now. I don't know how he got his hand in the way of that, but he is in some pain right now.
So, yeah, my man apologized later.
Yeah.
He apologized a little later.
I think that's good radio.
Can't believe I actually said that.
Yeah. It was an honest reaction.
Yeah.
You know, it was like it wasn't considered vulgarity when David Ortiz said, this is our bleeping city.
Yeah.
Because he was like talking about something and everybody enjoyed it.
This is our effing city.
It was a reaction to the Boston Marathon bombing.
Here we go, Pete. Hold on.
Good journalism.
St. Louis.
I think a word might have slipped out there. I was
Yeah. Might have slipped out. What do you mean slipped out? Hold on. It looked like it just jumped out. Slipped out my behind.
Brian, you know anything about that? Cussing on air on accident?
You know what? Sometimes you just have to cuss on air. Sometimes you just have to.
You guys pick up hitchhikers? Have
You know
your pops
what?
ever picked up a hitchhiker?
You know what?
Like that?
Back in the 70s,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Today,
In the 90s.
absolutely not.
Yeah, 100%. When my dad had the truck, he'll pull over and pick you up. Get in the
1970,
back, brother.
yeah.
Just let me know where you need to get. Hit the top of the roof.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
In the 1970s, we did it all the time. This day and age, no way.
Yeah.
I did one in 95.
Wow.
How far'd you go?
About 3 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I was visiting some friends in Seattle. I was driving home to Vancouver, Washington. And on the exit, they were just sitting there. I was like, well, looks like a pretty good deal. They had a little dog. So I picked him up. Yeah. It was just like a spontaneous thing.
Was this in the Datsun car you had?
This might have been no. This was not the Datsun 510.
It was the Volkswagen
I would
van
not have
for
trusted.
sure.
I would have not have trusted the 510.
The Scooby-Doo van.
Yeah, it was a van for sure. Volkswagen.
That was no. I had
flowers on that joint.
I did have a 95 Ford Econoline
Joplin.
150 conversion van a few months later.
Joe Baez.
But I believe this would have been the Ford Escort or the 86 Accord. I'm not sure.
86 Accord.
Ford Escort GT, by the way.
Oh.
By the way. Yeah, but no, that was a decent ride. You know,
Okay.
they were pretty good company.
Okay. Well, hey, you took a chance.
They got a little needy. You know, they were asking for food and for me to take them to their friend's house. I was like, man, I just told you I'd bring you to Portland. I didn't say I'd take you.
As soon as you
I'll pick you up off the street. I'm not here to help you.
So as soon as you hit the Portland exit, did you pull over and to get out?
Yeah, I was like, yeah, here we go. I got you to Portland. They're like, well, actually, we were kind of hoping to get down there. And I'm like,
Nah.
no, I took them the rest of the way.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, why not?
You
I
took
didn't have
a
anything
chance.
else to do.
You
Yeah.
took a chance, like this man right here in this audio.
So I just picked up a hitchhiker, and he seemed like a nice guy. And after a couple minutes, he said, "Aren't you worried that I might be a serial killer?" And I was like, No, the chances of two serial killers being in the same car.
That's a good joke.
Yes.
Yes. Baseball announcer on Miguel Sono, who's just fat. Lady tells the son, I'm having a baby. Son did not appreciate it. Phillies radio reaction to Bryce Harper getting pegged. Oh, bleep. Or the hitchhiker. Aren't you worried I might be a serial killer? I'll go with the champ there. Nadell's guy in Cleveland, Lucius. How about you?
Lady tells the son she's having another one.
We're tied at one, Brian.
Having my baby.
Yeah, that's a good one right there.
Lady tell son?
Absolutely.
By a score of 2-1, you have a new G-Bag of the Day champion. Tune in every afternoon, 2:30, as Lucius will roll out the challengers and the champ. And every evening about 5:40, 5:45, he replays that bad boy for you, the champion, in LA Live every night about 5:40, 5:45. Okay, when we come back, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that, sir?
When a pizza makes a lot of sense. We'll talk about that next.
Oh, I love this story. I want to talk to you about
Uncommon James, and Texas Truck World. For more information, head to irvingevents.org.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like the buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation. Here he is with Krusty's Corner. Broadus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that, Lucius. Both of you guys. Before I talk about when a pizza is really a good thing, I ran across something on TikTok.
Oh, what's that? You just got to show me.
45 minutes later.
Yeah, it took me an hour and 15, Lucius, to actually come up with this, but I got there eventually. They had a TikTok that said they created the worst possible running back in the NFL.
I like it.
The worst. So what they do is they're taking pieces from other running backs, and they're making them part of this worst running back. So I thought
it's like a bad running back golem, if you will.
Golem?
Yeah, golem.
Is that? I mean,
my precious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, golem.
Yeah.
Okay.
A golem is like a beast that like a wizard would make out of different parts of others.
Golem.
Oh,
you know,
I got it wrong too.
I'm always wrong when you start to talk about like
I'm thinking of that little
make believe
little
stuff
guy that looks like E.T. but all snotty, and he's like, my precious. Am I wrong? That's not a golem, right?
A golem. Okay.
I don't think
Scott
so.
a golem. I work. Scott a Golnick. Scott a golem. But okay, here we go. While you look that up, the worst possible running back. See if you like this one.
Okay, so what I would be talking about would be a flesh golem.
Okay.
A golem is actually an animated being made entirely from inanimate matter. So these individuals would have had to die, and their parts would be inanimate, and then you would put them back together as a flesh golem.
Let's call him a golem backs then. We'll call him that since it's since you.
Sorry to get distracted there.
Not at all.
No, it's facts.
Had a word jump into my mind from my Dungeons and Dragons days. Just thought I'd fact check myself.
Was that game fun?
It was when you were like 12 or 13 and you were staying up all night eating pizza and drinking soda with your buddies. It was all right.
So,
but to go back and play it now would be a beating.
Is it just it would be too boring?
Yes, it would be too boring and too make believe and stuff like that. Okay. I mean, video games became great.
Yeah, and that one got passed up a long time ago.
Yeah,
right?
Gollum is the name of the creature from Lord of the Rings. That's different than a golem.
Okay, see a little technology right there. Golem, Gollum. Hey, come on, man, trying to get you slipped up.
There you go.
Glad somebody was here to check him because I had no idea what was going on there. All right, the worst running back possible. How about if we take Le'Veon Bell's free agency decision making? That would be the brain, the head for the guy. How about Trent Richardson's vision? Woo! Some of those days of Trent.
Is that why he couldn't do it? The next level?
Yeah, that
was pathetic.
He had a lot of problem. I mean, my man could run to darkness better than anybody. I mean, he did not see gaps or creases or anything like that. He would run into blockers.
Just go.
Yeah, just go. That's exactly where he was at. How about this? Darius Geis's temper. Okay. Melvin Gordon's holdout ability.
He did hold out pretty long, didn't he?
He did hold out pretty long. Chris Carson's fumbling ability.
Oh, that was next level.
That was next level. This is all the worst possible running back. We're building the worst possible running back.
He was the Dave Craig of running backs.
Yeah. Eddie Lacy's diet.
Oh,
hey, didn't Franco? Yeah, that's a hell of a diet. Didn't Franco Harris have a whole lot of fumbles too, though? Wasn't he like a fumbling machine at one point?
There was just back in the day. I'm trying to remember.
I remember watching some documentary.
Yeah, he was.
And Franco Harris puts it on the.
Wow,
it's always like it's
90 career fumbles.
Way to go, Lucius. I was trying to think, Mike, if I say yes, is it going to be true? If I said no, I was kind of struggling because I've seen him play a bunch of games.
Okay, his fumble percentage was only 2.7%, though.
Yeah.
So his totals, like he accumulated a lot of fumbles, but his fumble rate wasn't that much higher than others.
Awful?
Wasn't that bad?
So the narrator just wanted to cook him for the sake of it.
They wanted to cook him, yeah.
Hey, put him on the turf again.
It's the same guy that does the broadcasting for the Guardians. That guy just transferred over.
Tear your ass up.
How about for the worst running back possible, we take Todd Gurley's knee?
Oh, yeah.
Would that be a thing? How about
you got to give this the Cowboys front office too, so they'll never move on from the guy because he's got a big name.
How about the Shoney Michel, his elusiveness?
Was he non-elusive?
He's got none.
You guys were excited about him coming out of the draft.
We were, but it was like
they gave him big holes to run behind. Was it Georgia?
Yeah, is it Georgia? David Johnson's contract, worst running back possible. Maybe Zeke might have been there too on that one, right? And then Jay Ajayi's speed. That's the worst possible running back you could build.
He had a bad knee.
Yeah.
Frisco's own Jay Ajayi,
He
by
did.
the way.
He had a really bad knee. So, yeah.
Played through it.
All right.
Got himself a Super Bowl.
All right. This is when a pizza actually works out. You guys hear about this?
The delivery?
Yeah. Jesse Winkler.
Yeah.
Jesse Winkler. He made headlines on Sunday afternoon in the Mariners matchup against the Angels. He was plucked by a pitch in the second inning, and Winker started a brawl. I mean, like a big brawl.
Freaking Winker.
Freaking Winker.
What are you doing?
Come on, Mike.
Winker was injected. You want to make a joke about that? Any jokes?
He was ejected or injected?
Ejected.
Y'all need to relax. Y'all need to relax.
Jeez.
Did I say it wrong?
Yeah.
I said ejected.
Okay. I must have misheard it.
Did you?
Yeah.
You think you did?
No, I don't think I did. No, I'm trying to get you to go along with the story here.
I got you. And he was not allowed to return. So he flipped off the Angels crowd as he left the diamond for good measure.
Nice.
After the game, one Mariners fan rewarded the outfielder for his early exit by ordering him a pizza.
Mm-hmm.
The fan is now going viral on social media. And they had you could all check that out. They have a big thread about this. Her name is Sophie. Sophie is a Seattle supporter. Thought that Winker deserved the slice after the game. She placed an order for a pepperoni pie at Mountain Mike's Pizza in Anaheim.
Okay.
And so the pizza was then delivered to Angels Stadium. Okay, now, would you be this thoughtful to do something like this for an athlete? Do you feel like that you would say, you know what? That guy deserves, or that gal deserves me buying them. Would you be that thoughtful at this point?
I think I could be. It sounds like a fun bit to try to pull off. You've gotten kicked out of the game, and somebody says, wouldn't that be awesome to do that? I think I'd go along with it. I don't think I'd have the idea myself, though. That's a pretty rare idea.
I would kind of feel like that. I would think that knowing what I know about how now I have a story real quick about this, because when I was in the league, Jim McMahon used to give, I never could figure out why he would give $100 bill to the clubhouse or locker room attendant at these stadiums we played at. I never could figure it out. And then finally at halftime, I figured it out. He was giving money to the attendant to go buy the quarterbacks
a beer,
not beer,
a hot dog.
Hot dogs,
okay,
po' boy sandwiches, Philly cheesesteaks.
So at halftime, they'd be
pizza.
grubbing?
Yeah, like they would be like Brett Favre, Detmer, they would all be sitting there making adjustments, and they had like 2 or 3 pizzas in front of them.
Wow.
And like Favre.
The coaches were okay with that?
Yeah. Like Steve Mariucci, Marty Morningwig, and those
Plays
guys.
got grease all over.
Yeah, like they're up there.
Thumbprints, can't tell what it was.
They're up there making adjustments to the halftime, and Brett is like powered down like 4 big old slices of pizza to go back out there for the second half. So I know how hard it is to get food into the locker room.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think I would try and pull this off. I don't think
I'd do it for a $100 tip either from your guy Jim McMahon, because if I break the rules, aren't I out as like a clubby or something like that?
Yeah, but I think these clubbies, a lot of them work on tips.
Huh.
So I mean, I think that's kind of like when you came
and
in
with no accountability.
Like But that's the thing that like McMahon knew most of these guys around. So like he was like, yeah, hey, you know what the deal is. So like seriously, we'd be sitting there like at a game in New Orleans, and Brett would have they'd be all having like shrimp po' boys.
That's
like
awesome.
munching down, like shoulder pads off and munching down these things.
I figured that'd be against the rules for the coaches. They didn't mind though. Whatever you needed to fuel up.
No, whatever you needed to fuel up, they didn't care. But
some people can play full. Like I used to hoop with this guy. He'd show up with a bag of fast food and be like, "I'll be ready in 20 minutes," and sit there and scarf it all, and then go out there and hoop. I was like, wow.
So that was his way of like justifying eating the fast food.
No, I think he wanted the energy. I think it didn't mind him to have like a full stomach. It would make me feel bloated and like, dude, I want to go take a nap.
Yeah, I got a truck. You got a trucker's good.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I got to be nice and clean and ready to move.
But the pizza was delivered. It made it, and but Sophie even offered to double the delivery driver's tip to ensure that it got to the clubhouse safely.
I love this story. She said, just go up to any gate and say, this is for the visiting clubhouse. And it was kind of like on faith that they were going to be able to get it down there.
Yeah.
But afterwards, she got confirmation, right, via direct message from the player.
Yeah, she did. And what's funny about it is they asked the player about it, and he gave like the review of the pizza and how good it was.
Yeah, a lot of people on the text are saying Mountain Mike's is incredible.
I've never had a Mountain Mike's. I've been out and we've been out to camp a bunch like that. I mean, we
got to try it out at this point.
We have to try it out at this point. But yeah, the Mariners, for Sophie's effort, they decided to give her a jersey from the team store. So she made up by thinking about Winker. By sending him a pizza, the Mariners said, "Hey, I want to help you out for you being so thoughtful here."
It's like a $200 jersey.
Yeah.
Shoot.
So anyway, but it worked out good. But yeah, they had some brawls going on this weekend in baseball.
Yeah, quite a scene. I'm looking forward to asking Chris Young about that and what his strategy was when one of these brawls breaks out. He'll join us at 4:20.
Well, that's the whole thing. If you're out there in the bullpen, you got to come flying. I mean, they've shown like guys coming over the fence and stuff like that. You can't be the last guy out or you get fined.
Really?
If you don't run out from the bullpen to be part of a fight, you get fined. So, yeah, that's part of it, though. But
yeah, I don't know what my strategy would be. Like, I guess you'd have to run really hard, but then you got to
stop.
You got to veer off at some point and get behind somebody who's trying to make people stop fighting, right? Like one guy's trying to make everybody stop fighting. I'm trying to get behind him and hold him back.
I've seen a whole lot of that. A whole lot of grabbing each other.
Like a hockey fight?
Yeah, I'm holding you back. Not a whole lot of swinging to the fist.
No.
Just a lot of grabbing. I got you, you got me.
There's only a couple of people that like to fight and know how to, and they're like, yeah, this is awesome. Let's fight. And everybody else is like, dude, what's going on?
Yeah.
Can we just chill? Well, we got to make this end before I look like a complete coward.
The people that get hurt the most in fights, these baseball fights, are when the pile hits the ground. Like people get stepped on with the spikes and stuff like that. So you're dealing with a lot of that. So, well, good for Sophie for getting the pizza off. Good for her getting a jersey and good for Winker to getting his pepperoni pizza. That's an all around win right there for the.
Yeah, really cool. A fan successfully sent a pizza to the visiting dugout. I love it. We got to go. 1 hour down, 3.5 to go. It's a G-Bag Ask Us Anything at 877-881-1053, and we are back here on The Fan.
Odyssey Station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now for a G-Bag Ask Us Anything at 877-881-1053. The truckwreck.com fan text is open. The Twolo Lounge is open on Twitch. Brian's always looking at that and interacting with you. But this is your opportunity to ask us anything, about the Cowboys, about Mavs free agency, about the show, whatever you'd like answered. The avenues are open for you to do just that. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. And Zach and Eric are out this week. You'll hear him every morning during Sean and RJ show, 5:30 to 10.
I listened to him this morning.
Yeah.
They did a good job. They did a good job. They really did.
Right on.
They're a good little pair together.
Well, of course, we're big fans of them, and they will return next week. Okay, 214. Let's jump right into these questions, and a lot of Cowboys questions are flying in for you already, Broaddus. Will DeMarcus Lawrence make it to the Ring of Honor one day, or does he have to do more?
Man, that is a really good question. I am going to say that Tank probably does make it to the Ring of Honor. I'll say that. Yeah, I doing more. They've compensated him like he's done more. There's the way he's played. I think that Steven and Jerry really do like him a lot for what he's done. I know it drives fans crazy that they don't feel like that he's done enough for what they compensate him for. But my gut feeling is what I know about the Joneses and what they feel about him, that they would probably put him in the Ring of Honor one day. But I'll tell you what, man, there's been some great players, and I talk about this all the time. My favorite Cowboy player, one of my favorite Cowboys player was Harvey Martin, and he's likely not ever going to be in the Ring of Honor, and he's one of the Cowboys' all-time leading sack leaders, before they kept the sack stats. But man, it's a very difficult Ring of Honor to get into.
Yeah, I don't know if Tank's going to get in there. I think it's pretty close to call. 214. What's your favorite Corvette body style?
Stingray.
How old's that one?
That goes back to the 70s. My mom had a 77 that was a T-top that was beautiful. That was burnt orange. It's funny.
Oh, kind of like that one.
Yeah, that's it right there. Yeah, exactly. It was more of a burnt orange though to it with a white top.
How about that 60s Stingray? I love that.
Oh yeah, I tell you what, you could go back. Some of the they're just beautiful cars.
Absolutely.
Back in the day, hard to insure because it was all fiberglass.
I remember that.
So if you bumped into something, pieces would chip off,
and it was really hard to repair.
The
70s has like the banana looking joints right there. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some good ones. I'm perusing, but I tell you what, the last two designs, 2020 and up, and then 2004 to like 2014 to 2020, these look like actual sports cars compared to the rest of the world's sports cars. Like those older ones, they look like the best America could do, if you ask me.
We race in IMSA, the sports car series. We race against Corvettes. And they're beautiful when you walk by them. I mean, you get Lamborghinis, you get Ferraris, you get Mercedes.
Yeah,
those Corvettes are beautiful when you walk by and just look at them.
You get a nod of the head when somebody sees that. Like,
man, yeah. I mean,
you're doing it.
Yeah, and
it's like a nice watch.
They've done a great job. They have done a great job of those cars, in racing and stuff.
Yeah. The truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. It's an Ask Us Anything, literally whatever you want. 817 says, I am a visitor in a visiting clubby at AT&T, and we're asked for food regularly, very regularly. Yeah, I could imagine. Before the game as a coach, I wouldn't have any thoughts about why that might be weird. But at halftime, it just seems odd because we know they're not allowed to eat in the dugout or on the sidelines, Brian. But I guess they just don't want fans watching you eat. It's just seemed unprofessional or something like that.
They don't want you in the sidelines eating. I know we had that thing, during the Pro Bowl and stuff like that with the hot dogs and stuff. But in the locker room, they have power bars and things like that. But McMahon was like, no, we need full-on meals here. And that's what they were doing. They were bringing in full-on meals.
Are Sean and RJ on vacation? Sean is. RJ was just out today. He'll be back tomorrow, right?
Yep.
But they're still keeping both of our guys.
They are.
Which I was confused and
Troy's
minorly irritated
too.
by. But yeah, that's the other piece of info. Troy's out as well.
Yeah.
Okay. at 877-881-1053. Ford or Chevy trucks?
I currently drive a Chevy one, but I drove a Ford one for a long, long time. And I tell you what, I just like trucks. I'm not trying to ride the fence. I loved my Ford truck. I mean, the F-150, the Raptor, I loved all that stuff. Eric Chiafalo sold me before he came on board. So he was working in the car business. He sold me a Silverado truck. I've loved it. I've absolutely, and I don't love filling it up right now, but the roominess you have in it. I just like trucks in general. Yeah. I just do.
I don't think there's any trucks I'd be out on.
No.
Some of the old Dodge Ram ones, they were like built weird and they had like this monster dashboard, and I would have never got one of those. But now the Rams are amazing.
Yeah.
The Nissans are great. I think the Toyotas are great. If I've always wanted an F-150. I've never had one, and I will have one before it's said and done. To me, there's just something cool about that brand that I want to experience, but I like all the trucks.
I really, really enjoyed all those years of getting to drive a Ford truck. Trucks in general, the fact that you can throw stuff in the back, if like me and my crawfish stuff, I throw all my equipment in the back, throw those sacks of crawfish back there. Don't have to worry about them getting in the car and all that with me.
Yeah.
So it's just super convenient to drive a truck.
Now, I don't know if I'd want the Honda Ridgeline truck. Now, I like Honda products a lot, but I'm not a big fan of that truck. It's a little too different, looking. But maybe the Tesla truck as well. I don't think I'm ready to go full electric yet. Hell, if these gas prices get any more expensive,
it's starting to go down a little bit here.
Come around to it.
They go up $1.50, then they come down 10 cents, and everybody's like,
no,
it's the relief at the pump.
No, seriously, did you feel like the other day, like it was damn near $5, and now it's like $4.50. I filled up at Buc-ee's. It was $4.37.
Yeah,
at Buc-ee's.
That's how you do it. You run it all the way up to the top,
and
then bring you back down a little bit. Then you're happy that it's down. Like, thanks.
It's like 95 degrees, feeling nice.
Yeah.
I think I feel a breeze.
My Saudi friends are telling me things. We'll be all right here before long. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
214 4th of July plans. I don't have any right now. It's next Monday, right?
Yeah, I'm always down for the fireworks show. I'm kind of an ooh and ah guy. Ooh, ah. I'm one of those. I used to go out to the lake on 4th of July is what I do.
Do they have a show out there?
They have a show, yeah. We have a gentleman who's retired from Benny Keith, who does the Anheuser-Busch products and stuff and does a lot of food product stuff here in Dallas. Benny Keith, big company. But he's retired, and he spends about $5,000 on a fireworks show.
Oh, does he bring a guy out and everything?
Oh, he's got it's professionally done.
Oh, that's fantastic.
It is seriously well done.
There's nothing better than watching that fireworks show out on a lake.
Professional fireworks, yeah.
Or sometimes they roll barges out on a river
and
just blast them like that. Yeah. That's pretty fun too.
I've been Las Colinas. There's a fireworks
show. There's a good one there.
Las Colinas, because I live right around right there on the Lake Carroll. Mm-hmm. So yeah, and we're advertising it too here, and it's great. I've been 2 years in a row.
Yeah,
all right,
it's pretty cool.
It's some of the golf courses at Lucius. Do they have it on the other side of the golf course?
No, they have it at the little pavilion.
At the pavilion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brian's podcast information. I heard you on my way in today. You were doing that with Bobby Belt, right?
Bobby and I are doing a podcast. It's on all the. It's on Odyssey. It's on all your different platforms and stuff. The first one was last week, so there should be one up, and then there'll be one posted tomorrow morning during the off season, which we're only about 4 more weeks of off season, to be honest with you. 2 times a week, and then when we get during the season, Bobby and I'll do 3 times a week on the podcast. So check it out on Odyssey, and then all the other all those things, all those platforms that you can watch podcast. For the love of the star is what it is.
Okay, 424. Where's Roy from New School? I'm not sure, but I see him on social media, and he's still mixing it up out there. You can find him RW3, I think, on Twitter.
I think he does stuff with blogging the boys kind of thing.
Is that right?
I think he does some stuff with them. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn there.
214, Dawson, how much did you spend on your engagement ring? Why are you asking me some personal question like that? About $9,000. Brian, how did you get in the sports business?
I went from playing into college recruiting at LSU. So to finish up my degree at LSU, I got in recruiting, went to Texas A&M to the World League to the Green Bay Packers. So that's how I started. It just, I finished my college career, had a few more hours, stayed around, helped to get my degree, helped in recruiting, and that's what got me started in sports.
So it's really right place, right time with something like that.
Totally.
You had extra time.
There's
hanging out.
There's absolutely nothing I studied that got me into sports.
Okay, brought us. I know you're big on crawfish boils. Have you ever smoked a whole gator for one of your boils? I did earlier this year, and everyone loved it.
I've seen people do the gator things, and I've had gator before. Not a big fan of it. It's a little bit too rubbery for me.
Okay,
but smoked gator. There's people down in South Lafourche and all those places down there that really, I mean, they're into that stuff. And I've been a part, like say one or two, but I love the crawfish boil more than that.
Okay, at 877-881-1053. I did eat gator when we went down to the Daytona 500. It was just some bar gator.
Yeah.
Like some gator nuggets.
Uh-huh.
And I thought it tasted good.
Decent.
You know, with some fries and a cold beer.
Yeah.
It was kind of just like a chicken basket or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Who will have the best offensive and defensive rookie seasons for the Cowboys? That's the 806, Brian.
Best offensive. Okay, so defense, if you think about it, Sam Williams would probably be a guy that you would think that maybe will get a lot more playing time with what's going on and maybe a defensive rotation. Offensively, you got to hope that Tolbert's going to have to at least initially play some games, and you hope that he doesn't just completely fall off the map. Like 1 or 2 catches a game. Maybe he could find a way to get 5-6 catches a game. They spread that thing around pretty good, but I would say that Tolbert and then Williams would be my 2 guys. How
about Ridgeway? Defensive tackle.
Ridgeway, I think where Ridgeway will help will be his ability to hold up blockers and things like that. His stats will not come as something that will be eye-opening. It will be how he plays to help others around him have success.
Okay, if Arch plays bad in college at Texas or wherever he goes, does that hurt his draft status being a Manning? Asks the 469.
No, I think he'll be evaluated. The Mannings have a great history, though. I mean, all the brothers and all of them were picked in the top 4, I believe, of the NFL draft. So yeah, he'll have his opportunity. Hopefully at Texas he doesn't turn into what happened with Chris Sims. Highly touted, comes in and then is kind of doesn't play well enough to really feel like that he's going to have a great pro career.
214 says, bro, you said ask you anything. That's fair. That was a bad reaction by me. I just really didn't want to answer it. It seemed weird and personal, but hey, I did say ask us anything. 214, Gavin, do you still talk to your original partner, Greg Hansen? Actually, it was Greg Henson. And no, I haven't talked to him in a while. How much does the average radio guy at the Fan make per year? Seriously curious. Well, it depends. If he averaged out all of the full-timers and all of the part-timers, it'd probably come to about $14,000 a year. Okay, at 877-881-1053. Have you had the new Jack Harlow meal at KFC? Was not aware it was even a thing. 682, Broadus, who's the best coach you've ever worked for?
Oh, I loved working for Mike Holmgren. I mean, if the coach that says the most skins was Parcells. Parcells was brilliant. He really, really was. We got him late in his run, but I loved working for Mike Holmgren. I absolutely loved that.
Yeah, it sounds like there was a great staff just all the way around.
Yeah, great staff. I mean, if you're talking about head coaches, yeah, I mean, John Gruden is one of my dear friends. I mean, I've worked with some great coaches. Sean Payton was a great coach. He was a young guy like me at the time. I just knew he was going to be great. But Andy Reid was another one. I mean, Mike Lombardi and I got Andy Reid the Philly job. I mean, I wish we could have stayed around and worked for him. That would have been fun because Andy and I had a great relationship from Green Bay.
Okay, General, who would you want to replace Brunson if the Mavs can't re-sign him? Well, I would hope to get a sign and trade done with the New York Knicks, and I'm thinking I want Alec Burks and maybe Derrick Rose, maybe Evan Fournier, Cam Reddish. I heard they are looking to deal him, the small forward. There's a number of options, I think, on the New York Knicks roster that would be very attractive to come in and play alongside Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock on the perimeter and, contribute to those wings, the 3-and-D type of guys who have pretty good skill level. Okay, so I think the Knicks are a great type of team to be trading with. If, in fact, Jalen Brunson wants to go there and New York does want to do some sort of a sign and trade. Favorite meal for dinner? New York strip and a baked potato or a ribeye. One of those two.
Yeah, I tell you what. I mean, you have to go steak, but there's some like I love like enchiladas too, like cheese and onion enchiladas are one of my favorite things to eat. I mean, But I think the steak is probably my most favorite thing. I'm not a big potato guy, but like steak and cream spinach, stuff like that, I really love.
Have you had turkey tetrazzini?
That's excellent.
That's me right there, bro.
That's excellent.
Really? I like pastas and stuff. Yeah, I like pastas.
Would you ever put that over toast?
Yeah, I sure would.
Yeah.
I 100% will.
Yeah.
It sounds amazing.
Garlic toast too?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Just put the turkey tetrazzini over toast. That's
turkey
what I would.
tetrazzini.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever had that. I love the name.
That's me, man. 3 times a week I get it from Whole Foods. Not Whole Foods. What's the place over there? Eatsies. And I should not be getting it, but I still do it.
Yeah.
817 Dawson, have you played the new Rebirth map on Call of Duty? I have. I think it's outstanding. Gavin, why did you stop drinking? It became bad for my health. I did it way too much for about 20 years. And it just got to a point where I knew it wasn't going to end well. And my daughter was getting old enough that I was like, I don't want to be hammered in front of her every evening. That's just as honest and as real as I can get with you. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation. Ask us anything. We'll do more as training camp approaches here. And thanks for everybody's great text feedback and questions. We'll answer as many as we can whenever we do it. We do have the 6 o'clock sound off coming up at 6 o'clock for you, where you get a chance to compete with fellow Tolos to have the best take of the day. That'll be over the phones, and that's coming up at 6. But Oxnard is 30 days away now. What things need to happen for the Cowboys to be better than they were last year? I'll ask Brian about a collection of things and see if they can come true. That's next on 105.3 The Fan. But hey, I want to chat with you for just a moment about my friends at Men's Tea Clinic, because you want to talk about optimizing your health. It's the stuff that Men's Tea Clinic has. These guys are out.
Come see the difference at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Relax, enjoy the difference.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. Adrian Peterson is in talks with Le'Veon Bell for a boxing match. That's amongst the developing stories this afternoon. Would you have interest in watching that at 877-881-1053? We're going to talk Cowboys and the things that we need positive answers to for them to be better than they were last season. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again, and those trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that won't settle for less. Frankel and FrankelTruckWreck.com. Brian, you throwing down the pay-per-view, Lucius?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
100% will. Nick Young is fighting a rapper named Blue something.
Okay.
Hell, I can't remember that fool's name. But
Little
anyway, yeah, Lil Blue. Yeah. Nick Young is fighting a guy. So, yeah, of course I'm watching. I watched Black China and another girl fight.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like the battle of the BBLs.
How was that? Was it a good scrap? And what's a BBL?
It was a pretty good, the Brazilian butt lift.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That sounds like
a scrap of the BBLs.
Yeah, I think it's cool that these celebrities have another way of monetizing their brand. And if they want to fight a little bit, I think humans are most often interested in, who would win in a fight between a couple of individuals. It's good stuff, isn't it, Brian? I don't know if I'll get the pay-per-view, but I'm interested in this kind of stuff.
I'll tell you what, I'm one of those guys that'll probably somebody will say they got the pay-per-view, and then I'll just go over.
Yeah.
I don't think I don't know if I would be interested. It's amazing to me with Adrian Peterson. I mean, I don't think there's anything that guy can't do, athletically.
Yeah.
I mean, he's always just like in tip-top shape and stuff like that. So, boxing, that's a different animal, man. I mean, there's people that boxing that's you get in there ring and stuff like that, and then you walk out, you're kind of like, man, that was a lot tougher than I thought. I'll be interested to see how he handles that.
In order to be good at it, you have to have like a commitment, right? Because there's timing and reads, and you gotta hone your instincts over a period of years to be able to put on a good show. Or just be very aggressive against a guy with bad defense. That's the only way it's going to be that entertaining.
Don't make it too aggressive, because that's how you get knocked out.
Yeah.
You're leaving yourself wide open, you're reaching and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get some good hits off of Cat then.
Yeah.
Happened to Nate Robinson.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it sure did. Boy, he got the lights turned out on him. And there's always the possibility when that happens, especially amongst amateurs.
Yeah, to me, that, like I say, I never wanted to believe that YouTubers, those YouTubers could do. I mean, I thought, oh, what a joke.
Jake Paul?
The Pauls, yeah. I'm like, I'm sitting there thinking, what a joke initially. They're now kind of moving the needle for boxing.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it's like, wait a minute. People like me, they're like, oh, those dudes are a joke. It's
good for the sport.
You're now going, wait a minute. They're bringing people to talk about the sport.
It's getting guys paid. It's bringing attention. And those guys are actually pretty decent boxers.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, I just thought it was just, we don't care, but they do care. Yeah. They want to train. They want to be better at it. They don't want to embarrass themselves.
Yeah.
They're competitive. And I thought all along it was a joke. I'm the joke for believing it was a joke.
I think the joke might be like Evander Holyfield against Mike Tyson, where they're just going to be like, we're old.
Yeah.
You got to be able to like have some snap to you and, go a couple of rounds without falling into cardiac arrest, I think, for me to really. But I enjoy the different parts of sports, that's for sure. 972, if Tyson were to fight Logan or Jake, I would pay for that 2 to 3 times over. Yeah, I know a lot of people would. And I just hope that like Mayweather or Tyson or whoever was actually fighting the guy would actually be trying to fight him and not just trying to get eyeballs. Because once the fight starts, all the pay-per-viewing has been done. All the money has been made. And I felt like when Mayweather caught Logan or Jake or something like that, he kind of held him up.
He held him up
a little bit. Yeah.
That was awful.
I want to see one of those Pauls hit the canvas hard.
I'll never pay for another Mayweather fight. I say that when he's done fighting, but look at me. I'll never pay for another
What a showman, though,
Oh, great showman.
He promoter, draws it in.
Yeah. Cinco de Mayo, he's got a sombrero on.
Yeah.
He's talking about he's the can man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But those Pauls, they're actually getting us to talk about boxing. I mean, it's amazing.
Let's talk Cowboys right here for you. Training camp is now 30 days away, Brian. Are you excited?
I am ready.
What are the things that need to develop for this Cowboys team to be better than last year? The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. I'll give you a thing. You tell me if you agree that it needs to improve, and give a verdict on if you think it'll be better than what it was last year. Biggest thing by far is Dak and we believe Dak's going to be better than last year, right?
Yes.
There's no way he's going to be that bad.
No, better. Never worry about it. I've said this before. Never worry about the physical side of Dak. Mentally, where are he and the offensive coordinator right now? That's what I want to know. I don't want to go through 8 games of guys and gals that watch tape that tell me, well, simple things are kind of shutting down the Cowboys right now.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
I don't expect that to change very much.
Okay.
I think you could kind of bet on a streak.
Yeah.
It's been 29 years of Dak on this planet, like 33 of Kellen Moore on this planet. And what they had last year under crisis is what we're likely to see this year to start. They didn't think it was so big they had to reinvent anything or go searching for answers. They just Jason Garretted it and said they needed to execute better. So I don't think they're going to have a big mental adjustment going into next year. Let me ask you this, though, Brian. After Dak, the biggest thing is the protection of Dak and the running game.
Right.
And we're talking about offensive line. Their run block win rate was actually pretty good last year.
Yeah.
If I'm Kellen Moore and Joe Philbin, I'm thinking our jobs are on the line right here.
Yes.
So like your motivation is at an all-time high, and I hope it's going to be significantly better than last year. Adding Tyler Smith, taking away Lyle Collins, I don't know if we should believe that it actually will, though.
I don't. I mean, to me, I am worried. I am worried at a couple of spots. I'm worried what's going on at left guard. And if the left guard situation, if all of a sudden it turns into Connor McGovern is the starter there, that they had this change of plans of how they wanted to play it, then Tyler Smith, I hope you're competing at right tackle, because I think he's a better player than what we get from what you get from Terrence Steele over there. I would hate to believe that he's not good enough to be on the field.
Okay. Next thing, make up for the loss of Randy Gregory.
I think they'll be fine with that.
Really?
I do.
Last year's pass rush was incredible. I felt like in probably 3 or 4 games, it was the reason they won.
They might have to do it in numbers. It might have to be a combination of guys, but I think they'll make up for it. I think they'll find a way. Was it 6.5 sacks, 7 sacks, something like that?
Yeah.
I think that's. I mean, I am buying Dorrance Armstrong this year.
It's more than just the raw production of the sacks, though. It's a feeling the quarterback gets when he sees that blur happening off that blind side.
I feel like that we're going to see an emergence of Dorrance Armstrong. That's one of my. Last year we were talking about with Cedric Wilson. And we thought about Cedric Wilson as a player and all that, and guys are telling me this and that about Cedric Wilson, and you kind of watch him play, and you're like, oh, okay. But I do believe that you're going to see a player that makes a big jump is Dorrance Armstrong.
That would be huge right there. Dorrance on a play-to-play basis last year gave you about 2/3 of what Randy Gregory was, but it was a big jump for Dorrance, and maybe he can do that again.
Yep.
Okay, consistently get the ball to the wide receivers, I think, has to happen. Last year, way too many games with Amari and CD barely doing anything, and defenses rarely had, really had their number when with the coverages they were calling. This one kind of goes back to Kellen Moore as well. The wide receivers aren't going to be better, but if you could run the ball, I could actually see the defense having to play you honest, and you actually end up having more success with your wide receivers. So I'm going to say this one is actually pretty possible if you can get that running game going.
Yeah, I think that it's such a bad state that they went ahead and they got rid of the wide receiver coach, and they got a new one there. They feel like they need more juice in the room. So we will see. But I am not enthusiastic until you get the healthy bodies back.
Yeah, and we're not really gonna know what it's like until maybe October, right? Until you get Gallup back.
Well, I tell you what, I haven't talked to Britt Brown or anybody like that over there about Gallup, but just from my own 2 eyes, watching him move and go through drills and stuff like that, I think he's a sooner than a later. I really do. They might have a plan where like, oh, well, he's going to miss 2-3 games, whatever. Man, if he misses the first game, I can understand that. The second game, I wouldn't be surprised if we're starting to hear him work his way back into this into the rotation.
Wow, that would be awesome. How about the 254 quoting me? No way he's going to be that bad. And then the reply, man, he just was that bad. Expecting something else at this point isn't going to pay off. Well, that's the mindset or the line of thinking I had when it comes to Kellen Moore, Joe Philbin, Dak Prescott's mentality. But when it comes to the physicality, last year Dak was compromised very significantly. He always was going to be coming back from that catastrophic leg injury, and then you added the calf and a shoulder, as he's making his way through the season and in training camp, and he was physically compromised significantly. I think last year was about 70% of the player that Dak Prescott's going to be this year. Higher or lower than that, Brian?
I think it's going to be higher, but because I've already seen from him, just looking at him physically, he looks great.
Yeah, that's what everybody's saying that was at OTAs.
Yeah, and he's moving around. General, I think last year when you and I were at camp, and you said, "Man, he's limping." I mean, he's limping already. I mean, he's walking out. He's limping. Why? I mean, and then you watched him run. It was a struggle.
Yeah.
Initially, it was a struggle, and then the calf injury, that was a struggle too. I think he's got all these things behind him. I think you're going to see a different player.
On that first step, it's really tough when your lower legs are out of whack.
Yeah.
Now, once you start running and your quads and all the rest of your body is moving, you're like, okay, I'm kind of flying through this, and you just kind of stay on the balls of your feet. But when getting out of that to take off running, I think really killed him against that shell coverage. Yeah. He should have been going for 80 yards a game on the ground the way that defenses were playing him last year. And he really needed to because his running game couldn't take that yardage. Once he takes that yardage or the running backs do and the defense is playing you honestly, I think Dak is going to find a lot more opportunity to pass the ball into the secondary. Yeah. Okay, speaking of that secondary, can they be elite? I can see it happening. I don't know why there isn't more talk about this Cowboys secondary. Getting Malik Hooker back, Jalen Curse coming off a big year, Trevon Diggs. I mean, and then you look at the quarterbacks they're going to face. There are only like 15 quarterbacks in the entire NFL that can beat you. The Cowboys only have games against 5 of them next year, so they get a huge break. Each AFC West team is going to play 6 quarterbacks that can beat you before they even get out of division. So hopefully this secondary can feast. Hopefully this pass rush can make it happen. And, the Cowboys can, I think at this point it would be unexpected actually get around to some of this unfinished business we've been talking about for 2.5 decades. It would be majorly unexpected. Okay, we got to run. When we come back, Nation, we'll have a little bit more Cowboys for you. How do they go about fixing one of their biggest problems from last season when it came to the yellow laundry hitting the field a little bit too often? We'll discuss that, some of the other bigger stories from around the world of the NFL today. That's next in the Nation.
Miss anything from your favorite fan show? Check out the podcast page at 1053thefan.com or hit the rewind button on the Odyssey app.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by Baker Brothers.
Purchase and install a new generator with Baker Brothers and get a free whole home surge protector.
Call 214-342-1171. Baker Brothers makes great service fun.
License number TEC L33750.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Pro hockey season is over. Colorado's the champion and the favorite to win next year at plus 425. Toronto up next at plus 900. Tampa at 10. Florida at 11. Vegas and Carolina at 15. Edmonton at 17. And New York, which went to the Eastern Conference Final, at 20. That's it.
Last time 6:30 tonight, right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Thank you, Lucius. I do think the Cowboys have already done the biggest thing they could in cutting down their penalties, Brian. And that was to get Connor Williams out of here. And I know he's got a lot of friends and family in the area. He might even be listening himself. So salute. He did his best. I think the refs were picking on him at times last year. But when you want to get rid of penalties, I think you need to get better players who aren't out of position and having to cheat in order to make up for the fact they're getting whooped.
You get broke down.
Yeah.
Penalties are caused because you get broke down. An offensive lineman, it's difficult when you don't play with knee bend and you struggle with power and you get knocked back, and then you're thinking that the quarterback's sitting right there in the pocket off your right shoulder, and now you're having to try and hang on, tackle, hook, whatever you do, and hope you get
Give
away
it a
with
shot, right? Maybe you can get away with it. Yeah.
Hope you can get away with it. But when your technique is really poor, and then you struggle with power, that's a bad combination right now for offensive linemen to deal with, especially for a guard.
They don't want to call it. So if you're getting hammered for it, it's a big old red flag about.
Yeah.
Because holds across the NFL for linemen are way down over the last 2 years. So if you have a guy that's going way up, but here's the story. The Cowboys are adding extra officials at practice. We've seen them with officials in the past. Now, I don't know if they're doubling down or adding 50% or whatever, but they're looking to catch more and give more feedback to the guys.
I never get the feeling that unless I am missing something completely watching the practices on the field, the only officials, the only practice that we got to watch during the mini camp, they had the NFL officials were here. And so, that you actually saw flags and you actually saw the practices stop with the NFL officials. When you have the Mountain West officials or the Conference USA officials or the, whatever officials, Big 12 officials that work here, practice doesn't stop. They throw a flag and it doesn't stop. It doesn't, there's not the explanation of, what just happened. Oh, offsides, lined up in the neutrals. Okay, practice now stops and you see the correction. But when you have these college or high school officials here, practice continues on.
Well, that's good information. I feel like if you're stopping things down, that's a moment for the player to be held accountable and think, I really don't want this to happen again. I got 90 guys looking at me.
Don't see practice stop. Just see, just see the series go to the next play. There's no, and never see Mike McCarthy walk over to the side judge or the line judge or the back judge and say, what was the call?
Yeah.
Holding. Okay. Thank you. Okay. There's no correction on the field. Now, maybe there's correction in the meeting, but the only time I saw practice stop is when those NFL officials were here doing work at that for that mini camp practice that they had one practice at.
Maybe they're doing more of that. I know Mike McCarthy is fond of saying you kind of get what you emphasize and prioritize, and the Cowboys are making this a priority for this training camp of this summer. What was leading to all the flags in college, though, with Tyler Smith, and do you think it's going to continue to be a problem for him in the NFL?
Yeah, it's not. His is not lack of strength. He's a good athlete, but sometimes what you will see with him is he gets beat with the first move quick. And then all of a sudden it puts you on an off foot or off balance. And now hands, instead of being inside where you can control, like with the way pads are cut, defensive lineman, you want to grab the breastplate of those pads and hold on. And that's where, especially if you're one of those kind of guys, and so that's the thing with you grab that breastplate there and you hold on, and that, that's what like Zach Martin is really good at, is holding somebody. And you will watch it at training camp. When he gets his hands inside, you're not going to move him. And that's where Tyler Smith, there's a couple of times where they've taught him how to get those hands inside. When the hands get outside the framework of the body or on the shoulders, that's when he's going to get called for holding.
I wonder how many grocery bags Zach Martin could take in at the same time, with the plastic bags. Yeah. Do you think he could get like 50 on each arm? Like 4 pounds a bag, 200 pounds an arm? You just line them up there.
Yeah.
Take a whole minivan worth of groceries in one trip.
His grip strength is really, that's the impressive thing. When you're able to get the hands inside and then hold on, and you can't, the defender can't get away, then the ball's gone. These the really good, Nelsons, these really good offensive linemen know how to get their hands inside quick before the defender gets their hands on them.
Another team has a high level of interest in Baker Mayfield. That's another NFL story making rounds this afternoon. Apparently it's the Seahawks still have a high level of interest. The Browns have been struggling to make a trade for him. The Panthers have been viewed as the favorite to trade for him, but now there's another team interested. That's the story there.
Yeah, I would definitely, I've heard, it's been reliably reported to me that Carolina has a deal in place, and they can't get Cleveland to take more of the contract on. So,
it's not a ton of money, right? Is he still on his rookie contract?
What is it, like, $15, $16 million, somewhere like right around there? Yeah. And so, but the Panthers would like the Browns to take more of the contract on if they could.
If I'm Cleveland, I'm happy that anybody will take him off our hands and give us anything back in return. I just, I know a lot of people in the area were rooting for Baker Mayfield. We were at draft parties when he got taken, and it made a huge splash. Like, everybody was so Baker excited at the Pluckers we were at, maybe even close to as much as the Cowboys pick got reaction.
Yeah.
But at this point, like with him and Johnny Manziel, all of the things that we said in college about this guy is not focused. He has way too much of an attitude. And the apologists were like, oh, well, what were you doing when you were 21 years old? I don't care. I don't know. But I'm not getting drafted in the first round to take over an NFL team, which requires an insane level of responsibility. And I think all that's come home to roost with Baker. And now that he's into his mid to late 20s, I don't think it's ever going to change. If my GM came to me and said, I have a plan, we're going to trade for Baker Mayfield, I would consider firing him right there. Like, you've lost it. You're not patient enough. You want to give up assets for a quarterback that's, maybe if we're absolutely perfect and dominant, all of his absurd personality quirks will look charming and confident instead of obnoxious. But we're not going down that path. All right, speaking of quarterbacks, Brian, Colin Kaepernick's agent is firing back at Warren Sapp for his comments about Cap's recent workout with the Raiders. Recent interview, Sapp said he heard Cap's workout was a disaster and one of the worst workouts ever.
The whole NFL is a disaster.
Good point. Kaepernick's agent, Jeff Nolly, disputed the claim to Pro Football Talk. Quote, I spoke to the GM several times, and he said they all thought Cap was in great shape and threw the ball well.
Mm-hmm.
The workout was the first of Kaepernick's in 5 years. He's also held workout sessions with NFL players Tyler Lockett and Justin Fields. So there's that. Have you heard anything about this workout that was a month ago now, or over a month ago?
I have a lot of friends there at the Raiders, and the workout wasn't awful, but they also saying it wasn't to the point where they would like to have signed him.
Yeah,
they talk about they were glad that they got to work him out. There were some things that he did that were NFL worthy, and there were some things that he just absolutely just didn't do well on at all. So Sapp said the workout was horrible. I was told the workout was just okay.
Yeah.
Nothing to be like to the point where you would say, hey, we absolutely have to have this guy. But yeah, I think that Sapp went a little strong on that, but it wasn't as, I know there were people reporting that it was really is one of the, glowing best workouts and all that. That wasn't the case at all. It was just an okay workout from what I was told.
All righty.
Their game was just play that man out, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just keep prolonging. Okay, we'll get you to all your powers basically diminished and say, oh, come on in. And the longer and longer they get away from what they did to Kaepernick, the more apologetic they're going to seem.
Yeah.
Hey, he's our guy. We were wrong. All this other stuff. But they pushed him out.
I would love to work
him. It's awful to see, bro.
If I was an NFL general manager, I would have been one of the first ones to work him out because I saw talent. You don't get to the Super Bowl and playoff games and championship games by this guy. He's an older guy, and to me, the skills are they diminished? Maybe a little bit.
He didn't do anything. They got us caping for people that have felonies and things against them.
I would love to see his workout. I really would.
He didn't do anything.
Yep.
It's so awful to see that. That's why I do not like the NFL. The Cowboys, I do want to see the Cowboys win for business purposes, but I do not like the NFL.
Yeah, I don't blame you. There's a lot not to like. It's gross. At times, you really think of what exactly you're supporting, and then I guess you think of, well, all industries are a little crooked, and all money in America is traced back to some pretty crooked type of things, and I guess you have a decision to make on what you like and what you don't like. But yeah, no doubt, at this point now, Colin Kaepernick's in his mid-30s. Of course, he's not going to play.
33, yeah.
He was a guy that broke an NFL playoff record for rushing yards as a quarterback, destroyed the Green Bay Packers for like 160 yards.
Yeah.
That's the kind of game that he plays, right? You're going to be worried about my running, and then I'm going to throw it over your head for huge plays, and it was working well. Actually, his final season was like 25 touchdowns and 4 interceptions.
Yeah.
So he was still very efficient in playing his game.
The NFL just stopped race norming when it comes to the concussions and how they look at brains and whatnot.
Yeah.
They just stopped that. $1 billion lawsuit. They just stopped it.
All righty, when we come back, Nation, we got 2 down, 2.5 to go. The Rangers pregame's coming up at 6:30. We'll go around the NBA. Huge news out of Brooklyn today that might reshape the entire league and present a fascinating hypothetical for the Mavericks. It's coming up next in the G-Bag Nation.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information no one has right here on The Fan and on the Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The clock is ticking down towards Wednesday and the deadline for Kyrie Irving to make a decision on his player option for next season. This thing is actually one of the more awesome things ever because there is this potential for insanity. Do we get a Kyrie LeBron reunion here in Los Angeles? Do we get a KD Russ reunion in Brooklyn? And if that happens, do we get to see Russ and Ben Simmons on the floor together? Because that offense would be so spectacularly bad, it would be worth the price of admission itself. I'm Jim Rome.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Then call now for this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts.
an Odyssey station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go around the NBA because there's a story out of Brooklyn that has changed the story once again on what we could see with the Dallas Mavericks and the entire association. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus and Lucius Alexander. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Mavs fans, I have a big question for you here coming up in just a second. Okay? But let's get to the story here. Lakers are the only team known to be angling for Kyrie Irving. He gave the Nets a list of 6 teams last week that he would accept a trade to. Then they gave him permission. Go ahead. Totally wide open. Find your own trade. He and his agent couldn't find anything other than Lakers. And right now, the Nets don't want any of the trade packages being offered back to Brooklyn. They're like, okay, no LeBron, no Anthony Davis. That's a big no from us. So it is possible that Kyrie Irving, and they're talking about this in the reports today, could actually decide to opt out of $35 million and instead just sign with the Lakers for $6.3 million. And that would be a pretty big shock to see an athlete. But everybody's saying Kyrie Irving's a different guy. He's made plenty of money, the shoe money, the basketball money. He's set. And, maybe taking $29 million less to get back with LeBron James would be worth it for him. In that scenario, Brian, Russell Westbrook would be available. He would be extra. Would you trade the Los Angeles Lakers, your bad contracts, Tim Hardaway Jr., Davis Bertans, Dwight Powell, and they send you Russell Westbrook back? Now, before you say no, keep in mind, Russell Westbrook only has 1 year left on his deal. Those other guys have 3 or 4. So it could put you in an advantageous position to get under the cap, or maybe even bring Russell Westbrook in and see if you could make something happen. There's your ball handler.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, I know you're talking, yeah, I mean, you just said it, though. There's your ball handler. But I kind of feel like, though, that they're really going to lean on Tim Hardaway this year. I do.
Okay.
I feel like the Mavs are. I just kind of feel like, though, that if something happens where, say they don't get anything back, for Brunson.
Uh-huh.
Say if that's just a go, he's gone. Then I think that what they're going to focus on is Hardaway and Wood. And their thought is that Wood's a better scorer than Brunson.
Okay.
Or better,
you can see that in the stats.
Yeah. So
good shooter.
Yeah. They just want, the thing, I think the most important thing for them is if they lose, then they feel like, well, we'll just go ahead and, we've got Hardaway, we've got Wood, and we'll make this thing work the best we can.
So you see Hardaway as a pretty important piece for how next year is going to go with the rotation.
I just kind of feel like that's the case. If they get absolutely nothing from the Knicks, I think the Mavericks are looking at Hardaway as a guy, as a piece that they're going to need.
Well, I think I do value Tim Hardaway Jr. quite a bit. I would love the idea, though, of getting back under the cap, and Christian Wood's deal is coming off the books, and Russell Westbrook's deal would come off the books in 1 more year. You could essentially have a shot to try to make it work with Doncic and Westbrook. It wouldn't probably. So you trade him, or you buy him out at some point during the regular season, you release him, and he goes off somewhere else. But coming up in 1 year's time, as we're getting ready for free agency 2023, it could be, a more of a wide open thing than if, contracts are just sitting on your books. Bertans is huge, $13 million. Tim Hardaway Jr.'s is big as well. At 877-881-1053, lean on Hardaway, the 214 asks, what is Brian smoking? Well, I don't know if he's smoking anything, to be honest with you. I know him pretty well. But the other thing I know is that he has sources. And when he says something like that, maybe it's not just his opinion that he's firing off his back hip. but maybe something that comes from a well-researched destination.
I think I know quite a bit about football. I think I do. Basketball, I am learning about. It's difficult with all the exceptions and contracts and things. Bassick is brilliant. If you ever listen to Mike Bassick, he's brilliant.
Obsessed with it. Yeah,
he loves all that stuff. So my responsibility is try to talk to people who can steer me the right way.
Huh.
And you're absolutely right. That's not my opinion. That's the Mavericks' opinion. They're gonna lean on Hardaway.
Let's not disparage any smokers, though, okay? Brothers doesn't have to be smoking. How about he sniffing glue? How about that or something?
There you go.
Yeah.
Something really bad for you.
Yeah. Respectfully, bro. That's just,
Absolutely.
What are you drinking? Diet soda?
Yeah,
Diet soda. Yeah. What am I doing? But
Eddie,
no, I just, like I said, I just kind of, I just try and ask these questions. Like, well, are you worried about losing Brunson?
Yeah.
Are you worried? And they're like, yeah, there's a concern there. But okay, well, what's the thought? What's the plan? I mean, that's why they go out and get a guy like with Wood.
So
and
if
stuff
you
like
lose
that.
Brunson, then they'll say, well, we got Christian Wood, who's better offensively,
Yes.
so we're already better than we were in the playoffs.
Yes.
Plus, you add Tim Hardaway Jr. to that rotation.
Yes.
And yes, it stinks to lose Brunson.
Right.
But we're getting two guys in compared to what we had in the playoffs and losing one who's kind of a flawed player.
Yeah.
Now, let's segue from there to a conversation specifically about Jalen Brunson. The news over the weekend is it's now just the Mavericks and Knicks on him. And there's a significant bit of momentum that says the Mavericks aren't going to do financially what it takes to just overcome what the Knicks have put on the table. And the Knicks are going to put somewhere around $25 million on the table. Would you would you take it to $30 million to keep Jalen Brunson? Is he that good to you, or do the shortcomings of his game justify actually letting him walk?
I would be surprised if the Mavs did that. I would be surprised if I think the Mavs have a number. I don't know what that number is, but I don't think it's $30 million. I think the Mavs. Listen to Mark Cuban after the Western Conference Finals. He was like, "Well, we can offer more money," but now they're in a situation where they might be up against it, where the money that they offer, which would be really, really good, is not good enough for everything's lining up against them. So you could say, "Oh, we can offer more money." Well, fine, but if the player doesn't want to be here, that's a whole nother thing. And I just get the vibe, talking to a bunch of people over there, that they would be okay. Like they're gonna take this thing. They love Jalen Brunson, but they also realize though that paying him $25 to $27, $28, $30 million, whatever they're going to have to pay, is also probably not good business for them.
Yeah, you can't think of Jalen Brunson in the context of what happened against Utah, can you?
Nope.
You got to keep in mind all of the other stuff. And maybe you don't make the conference finals if you don't have Jalen Brunson. I don't think you do. That was massive. But there are shortcomings in his game. I still think, though, the best thing to do would be to make a sign and trade happen with the Knicks, isn't it? Like, you don't want him just leaving. You want to get back another player that can help you win.
I think, but what I'm trying to say is, and I think everybody understands that if he does leave, that's their plan. It's not a perfect plan.
Yeah.
But they really do believe in Wood, and they believe in Hardaway.
Yeah.
And I know it, again, to everybody out there, it sounds crazy, but that's the plan if this guy just walks on you.
All righty. Do the Mavericks still want John Collins as we continue to take you around the NBA? We go to Atlanta, where the Hawks are continuing their efforts to find a new home for Collins. In the offseason of 2021, the Mavs wanted this guy. And if Atlanta had decided to let him go, it might have been him and not Tim Hardaway Jr. that got that $20 million. But it is widely expected now Collins will be traded this offseason. Atlanta is looking to clear salary, and Collins and the Hawks appear ready for a breakup now. After last season, they made the conference finals, and they were thinking, well, let's just re-rack everything. We got a good front court. Let's see where this goes. This year was much more realistic of a journey for Atlanta, and they lost in the first round. A source close to the Athletic, or close to Collins in the Athletic, says he's done in Atlanta. He wants nothing more to do with the Hawks. He did average 16 points, 8 rebounds, and a block per game. I wonder if they still want him after the acquisition of Christian Wood, because a trio of Kleba, Wood, and Collins would send you very, very close to the top. Collins is a mobile big man. He can rebound. He can score. He can shoot the three. And if they could get Collins and somehow part with Dwight Powell in any trade, I think that makes you a very, very formidable force and maybe the favorite in the Western Conference, Brian.
Yeah, no, I think that the ship has sailed on Collins. Even though, I mean, I'll tell you what, at that time when we'd had a lot of discussions about him, the type of player, the type of fit, and all that, and it was all very, very positive. But I do feel like that ship has sailed with the Mavs.
Okay, pipe dream time. More on the Kevin Durant perspective in Brooklyn.
Does pipe dreams mean like crack pipe dream?
I don't know. I thought this would be more. It's such an old phrase. I would think marijuana.
I see. It's got to be marijuana.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
It's gotta be cannabis.
Oh, no. We got to change that, bro.
I say it all the time, too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's a pipe dream.
The disrespect is amazing.
That's a pipe dream.
Somebody have to be baked to think this is possible.
Oh, that's a pipe dream.
He's also upset with the Nets front office because he feels like they didn't do enough to understand Kyrie Irving's perspective on things. And, that's funny in some ways.
For a sensitive guy, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Sensitive guy's going to think you didn't think about his what he was going through. You only thought about yourself.
Yeah,
I
don't.
get it.
I think the answer from a business owner or a team is exactly. Yeah. We don't care.
Yeah.
We thought enough of the guy. We considered it enough to give him a max contract to come here, and he violated our trust. He violated the contract every couple of months. And he was unreliable. So, but. Those are just our perspectives. What really matters here is what Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant think. And Kyrie is offended enough, again, because he's sensitive, to want out.
Yeah.
And Kevin Durant is also annoyed enough with the Brooklyn Nets for him to want out as well. So now the story is both these guys are going to be gone. This is a story from Logan Murdoch in The Ringer. He spent time with Katie recently for a story, and I love it because it is a dream situation for the Mavericks, but there just aren't many places that he would want to go. So I don't think we have to rule it out that in some sort of complicated 3-team trade scenario that Kevin Durant could wake up and say, you know what I want to do? I don't want to go to Miami. LeBron did that. I don't want to go to Golden State. I already did that. I don't want to go to the Lakers. That's where LeBron is now, and that would be piggybacking a championship, which I don't want to do. I really enjoyed my time in Texas, so I would like to play with Luka Doncic. And if you have a player like Luka, I feel like that's realistic. That's not pipe dream.
No.
That's like a 20% chance, I feel like.
Yeah, I don't think it's a pipe dream. I mean, if he wants to do that, he ought to go back to Oklahoma City. If he wants to go back and just and Oklahoma City they've got the ability. They've got the draft capital. They've got everything lined up. I mean, if you want to go, we were talking about KD going to Portland. He does not want people to be all over him about stuff. He'd go get lost in the the Northwest, Pacific Northwest. Go get lost, where people watch you play and all that. The media won't be tough on you. Fans will love you.
OKC is that.
Yeah, OKC,
Utah,
yeah.
DFW.
They're not. Those places are not going to be tough on you. The places you're playing, like, Brooklyn and Golden State, they'll be tough on you. So he needs to go where he just mentally will be just fine with it, that he doesn't have the pressure of having to deal with all that.
There is a lot of pressure in Brooklyn,
Heck
probably Miami, Los Angeles as well. But I don't think there's many places that will have the kind of picks or kind of talent that Brooklyn will want to make a deal. And as we've seen, it's become such an agent's league. All the player really has to say is, I'll retire unless you can send me to that spot. And, at that point, the world starts moving for you.
I don't know if OKC's a team. I mean, again, they
have so many picks.
They have so many picks, but they've got some really good young players there too. So it might be one of those things where, it's a rebuilding thing, but with all those picks, I mean, he could keep playing basketball with young talent.
That's the team to facilitate a 3-way trade, I think. I don't know if you want to go to OKC if you're Kevin Durant, because you're 33 years old. You need a player like Luka or Damian Lillard or Jimmy Butler that can help you win immediately.
But you could also be the guy that goes in and kind of turns the franchise around for the better, like when it was when you were a young guy.
Yeah.
But the one thing is that Sam Presti, he's always going to get young talent. He's got all those picks. He's always going to. You're always going to be playing with young, talented players. I don't see that as a bad thing at all.
Okay, and then John Wall is nearing a buyout now after opting in last week. The Clippers, Lakers, and Heat would be amongst the interested teams, according to Yahoo Sports. There you have it, a trip around the NBA. You're up to date as best we can get you. Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, it is time for Rangers GM Chris Young. That's right, the Cy Young Show is next here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about our Yes, sir. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. It's time now for the Rangers GM show here with Chris Young. Yeah, Rangers back in action tonight. They'll visit the Royals. 6:30 pregame here on 105.3 The Fan. It's brought to you by Texans Can Cars for Kids, right off the car, not the kid. And the segment's brought to you by Rubin and Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS credit card or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. One phone call. Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders, get you to live in life again. Call him right now, Mark Rubin at 1-800-LAWYERS. All righty, and here he is now, Rangers GM Chris Young here on The Fan. How's it going, sir?
Hey, guys, I'm well. How are you all?
We are doing well as well. Thanks for asking. I hate to bring it up because it's such an old story, but here we go again talking about the Rangers' lack of sufficient pitching. In your perspective, why have the Rangers always struggled to find quality pitching?
Well, I can't speak to the history of the organization. I'd probably be speaking out of turn if I spoke about just the organizational philosophies. I mean, I do not think moving forward, we're going to struggle to find pitching. I'm very encouraged about what we're doing from a developmental side within the organization. Pitching's hard. There are a lot of organizations that are struggling to find pitching right now. It really is tough. Hitting is hitting's very good, and throughout the big leagues, I know offense as a whole is down, but there are a lot of hitters that do a lot of damage right now, and if you don't have quality pitches or just a little bit of inconsistency, hitters in today's game make adjustments and they punish you for it. So, certainly I think we have a young pitching staff, at least in the starting rotation. Our bullpen guys have thrown very, very well. I think we have some young players that have thrown well in the bullpen. I think starting is hard. When you face a lineup for the third time, it makes it really challenging. Hitters make those adjustments, and that's part of the adjustments that starting pitchers have to go through. And the best starting pitchers are able to get through a lineup 3, sometimes 4 times a night.
Chris, does it make it hard when your minor leaguers, guys that the pitching that you've, have down there and are not really throwing all that well right now? Does it make it difficult to think about, okay, we've got to make maybe some decisions about our staff on the major league level? Does it make it hard when those guys are maybe kind of scuffling around a little bit down there?
Well, I think to some extent, you want every player to perform well, and that's not realistic. There are players that are going to perform well. Some are going to have down years, both in the minor leagues and the major leagues, and so I think we have at AAA, we had some of the players that we were counting on as depth early in the season got off to slow starts. And I think it's a good lesson for me not to take for granted that player development happens at different paces for different players. And these guys are not finished products just because they're at the upper levels of the minor leagues. They're not finished products when they get to the big leagues, that we still have to continue to develop them. And sometimes the best thing for their development is simply experience, is just getting out there and failing. And then all of a sudden it clicks and you realize, okay, these mistakes that I learned from in the past are now serving me well because I've made the correction. And you really can't replace experience. So, I don't look at it as these guys have struggled and they're, putting us in a bad spot. It's just simply their development is taking a different path than maybe we had hoped in terms of everything going according to plan. That said, we are seeing some good things. There are a few pitchers who have made some adjustments in the last 4 to 5 weeks, and we're starting to see those things pay off, and we're excited about the progress they've made and hopeful they'll become options for us soon.
Our texters say you sound like JD. Have you ever heard that?
I have not, but I don't know if that's a compliment or not. I hope it is. I think that philosophically we're aligned in terms of what this means. I certainly have experienced this as a former player, so I feel like I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Chris, as watching this team and a lot's being made about, the starts that Marcus Semien have gotten off of and Seager. And I kind of feel like, though, that this team is a lot like them. They're capable of absolute brilliance. And then there's that stretch where you're like, oh, what the hell? It's kind of like really, I watch these guys play and I think, man, what beautiful ball players these are. And what great, and you're just, and they, they're capable of hitting streaks and things like that. And this team's capable, but it's like you just can't get over the hump when you really need to get over the hump. How is it? Am I completely wrong about that?
No, I think that's an accurate statement. I mean, I think that we have played very good baseball for 2 or 3 games at a time, and then we'll take a step backwards and have a series like we did this weekend with Washington, where we felt like they were winnable games. We felt like, from a talent standpoint, we were on par, better than the opponent, and didn't win 2 or 3 games, and we feel like to some degree it was a lost opportunity. That said, it's part of the development of our group, and we're not a finished team by any means. We know that coming into the season, we were not a polished roster, so to speak. We weren't going to compete for at the top of the division, or the top of the American League, given where we are. That said, we felt like we were going to take a significant step, and it's hard to step out of the weeds right now and assess where we are, but I think it's an improvement over last year, but not even close to where we want to go. And we're not going to stop until we get to where we want to go. And that's, part of the process and the journey that we're on. That said, I think that, we've lost some winnable games. And if you look back on those, I think we could be a better team in terms of our record had we capitalized on those opportunities. And I think that's the part that, can drive you crazy a little bit. But again, big picture perspective, we're going the right direction, and we're going to get there.
And Chris, I also want to ask you this question about, with you talking about roster and player development and stuff like that. With guys like Durant, we're hearing him going back down. I know he didn't have a lot of at-bats in minor leagues, and maybe you guys were trying to stay ahead of the curve here on getting him some more at-bats and some more opportunities. The fact that you have so much money tied up in your middle infielders, does that make it difficult of the middle infielders you do have, the young guys, and trying to find spots for them? That, are you trying to get ahead of that right now?
No, I think we knew that when we signed Marcus and Corey, that while we had a surplus of middle infielders in the minor leagues, one, it doesn't guarantee anything in terms of what type of players they're going to become at the big league level. But secondly, it provides us a luxury of versatility and moving some guys around, trying different positions, and seeing how they respond, seeing how they do. And so I think that's where we are with certainly Duran right now. We're gonna we moved him down to AAA. We're gonna ask him to play multiple positions. We did not think it would be fair to him to try that in the big leagues, especially in the outfield, to ask him to play a position he's never played at the highest level and perform as well. So I think this is long-term the best thing for his development. We get to find out about a player who we think has great potential and really could help us fill a hole or an area of need at another position because he has versatility and was able to do this at the AAA level, and he'll be prepared at the big league level.
It's Chris Young here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Team's calling you about Duran? That was pretty impressive there for a little bit.
Teams have called about a number of our prospects, so we are very happy with our system. We're very happy with the way a lot of these guys have played, and certainly Ezekiel came up and did a tremendous job. He just the poise he showed, the energy he plays with, the aptitude to make adjustments, especially defensively. He struggled his first couple games defensively at third base, and then all of a sudden got really comfortable over there and was made some really spectacular plays in my mind for a player who hadn't played a ton of third base and was doing it at the big league level. So very, very excited about Zeke and a number of our other players.
Hey, Chris, okay, I'm going to ask you a draft question because you haven't invited me to come see your board yet, so I got to make sure that I get these questions.
I was just down in the draft room a few minutes ago. We're just getting the board up, so it's too early to invite you.
Yeah, if you need somebody to tilt those tags for you, let me know. I'll be happy to do that. I'm pretty good at doing that. Okay, right. When you look at in the NFL, we always the questions we always ask are, what are the deepest positions in drafts, and where maybe there's where you can maybe go a little long, or maybe you can wait around or on guys and stuff. Are there certain positions in baseball in this particular draft that might be a little deeper than others that you can kind of tell our listeners about?
Well, there's probably one area I feel confident in saying it's not as deep, and that's the older pitching. I think the college pitching this year, at least at the top, has there were a number of injuries that impacted that. I think in terms of overall depth, really the way I look at it as their primary positions, which are catcher, shortstop, and center field, and those seem to go faster than other positions that where there is more depth. So I think that the primary areas of focus are positions where you need athletic players that can both play offensively and defensively, that can have an impact on the game, on both sides of the ball. And I don't know how that compares to the NFL, but those are the primary positions. And then obviously pitching, but as I said, the top of the draft with the pitching is a little different this year as compared to last year, just simply because of the injuries at the college level.
It's Chris Young with you. Pretty good brawling division last night. You see that?
I did. I saw the highlights of that.
Now, what was your strategy during a brawl? Were you ever in a good one, and what were you looking to accomplish?
I regret that I was in one, and my strategy was at the time I didn't even know what was going on. It happened so fast, and it just, in the snap of a finger, I felt like it was over. And so, I think a lot of times these are big misunderstandings. It's a heat of the moment type of situation where, there's a misunderstanding or something happens that, and players react differently, and there's emotion, there's adrenaline. And certainly it's not a good look for baseball. It's not a good look for individual players. But they do happen, unfortunately. And so I think the most important thing is that nobody gets hurt, and the guys come out of it. They learn from the mistakes of it, and move on and focus on playing baseball.
Now, Chris, it's a good look as an executive to say all that. That was very professional. I think you put forth the messaging that MLB would appreciate. As a player, did you ever feel like, man, forget this guy, I'm going right after him, and if he charges the mound, I want all the smoke? Did you ever feel like that, like a guy got in your number a little bit too much, or maybe you picked something?
No, I say that, I truly say that as someone who, and I say this now because I was in one, and now my kids can Google it and see pictures and say, Dad, what were you doing here? You're doing the things you tell me not to do.
Yeah.
So,
very good.
I do, more importantly, as a parent, I really see the downside to this. And looking back on the brawl I was in, fortunately no punches were landed, but, had a punch been landed, it could have really jeopardized my career or the career of any opponent that I threw a punch at. So I do not condone it. I don't think it's good, just from a health and safety standpoint, much less the example you're setting for kids. So I truly, the words are truthful when I say it. I know there's entertainment value for fans when these things happen, but it's really not a good look for the game. And, I think players realize that, and they regret it after the fact. Nobody wants to behave that way in public. You do that on the street, you get arrested, right? You do it, in an arena, we call it sport. I don't think it's good for the game, and I think that, the most important part is you learn from it and you move on. But as I said, they do happen.
I just brought it up on YouTube. This Derek Lee guy's about to come after you, isn't he?
I knew if I brought this up, you'd find it. And, but it was a heavyweight fight. It's something I regret. It was a misunderstanding at the time, but it is the emotion that comes along with playing this game at a high level. And you kind of get that fight or flight mentality at times. And, it's what makes these athletes great. It's also at times can be a negative and not a good look for the game.
All right, Chris, I know we've wore you out about this, but I got to ask, is there a rule that teams follow, especially the pitchers? Because I've seen these fights, and those guys are flying out of the bullpen. I mean, they're coming over the wall. So do you get fined by the kangaroo court for not being there quick enough? Or do you kind of take your time getting out to that spot?
Well, I think most importantly, no bullpen member wants to be the last one in there. He doesn't want to look back on camera and see him, 30 feet behind his teammates who are first in there. So I think that's why they're so fast to get in there. But It is kind of silly when you talk about the bullpen, flying in there. Nothing good can come from those guys coming in there. They just I don't think it's a good look.
It looks like you're watching Braveheart, like they're coming down the hill. Everybody ready to attack.
They're coming fast and furious. Those guys are a little crazy to begin with. Anybody in the bullpen is already a little bit different. So they come in. They're coming in from behind. You just don't know what to expect. So they should just lock them in there, keep them in the bullpen, and keep them out of the mess of the fight.
Yeah, Carlos Zambrano looks like he's coming in here taking his belt off like he's going to whoop somebody.
He was the starting pitcher that day, so I don't know exactly why his belt was off.
Well, listen, from reviewing this video, I could say you comported yourself honorably and like a man, and I'm glad nobody got hurt, and we appreciate you answering our questions about it.
No, absolutely, guys. Thank you, and look forward to talking to you again soon.
There he goes. Thank you so much. That's the Rangers GM, Chris Young, former player, an absolute hoss on the mound.
Yeah.
Like, Derek Lee came out. Like,
Derek Lee's a big guy.
Yeah, he was beaned, and Derek's like, he gets up off the ground like, what happened? And he was about to take his base.
Yeah.
But Chris Young walks over to him like on the baselines, like, what the hell is this all about? Yeah. And that's what sparked Derek Lee to go after him.
Yeah.
He booted him up pretty good. He did. It's always interesting how much we change when we get between the lines, and at some point, Chris Young's kids are going to underright that if you get in a fight on the playing surface, it doesn't mean you're a bad guy. Things just got a little elevated. Mm-hmm. All righty, when we come back here, it's time to go around the NFL. We'll get you the top stories from pro football here in the G-Bag Nation. 105.3 The Fan. I want to talk to you about my friends at Diamonds Direct.
It is an all-out sprint to finish number 1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because of number 1, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Let's do it. Let's go around the NFL. Brought to you by Metter, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram.
Let's go around the NFL. G-Bag style on 105.3 The Fan.
Thanks again to Chris Young for joining us. That was fun. I hope it wasn't unprofessional to ask him about fighting.
No, he tried to put it out there like, listen, and he worked in the league office, so
yeah, he's a dad now. Yeah, he's going to go high road for sure.
Yeah, it's part of the game, though.
I mean, come on, it was like 2 or 3 fights this weekend.
Yeah,
he's got to have one question ready for it. I mean, yeah,
and it's a pretty good fight with him and Derek Lee back in the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's pretty decent. It's very quick.
I'm gonna do my Googles.
But the way that the confrontation happens, like Chris Young looks like a badass.
Okay,
he really does for how that went down. Real quick, Deshaun Watson updates. The team is getting sued now. Houston is getting sued, saying they enabled the behavior. Negotiations broke down because the league insisted on a 1-year suspension. Charles Robinson, Yahoo, reporting a belief inside NFL circles is that they made a big display out of pushing for a full season. So when the arbiter comes back and only does a partial season, they'll look like they really wanted to be tough on him but couldn't. So this all might be kind of a dog and pony show, wagging the dog or whatever it is, but a big part of the NFL's approach is they want the public to know, hey, if these guys mess up, we're really going to come down on them with severe punishment. They believe it's important for a big part of the fan base to look at it that way. So that kind of gets you updated. I guess at this point, I don't expect Deshaun Watson to start the season. And maybe come back around November or something like that, or December, if I actually absolutely had to make some sort of a prediction on it. I think for Cleveland, they already made the decision. They're going with football over character or whatever it might be. And I think they still win the trade, even if they got to sit a full year without him, because he's that good. Yeah. All right, second down here, John Machota, our buddy in The Athletic, a great Cowboys media member, has published Cowboys position group rankings, Brian.
Like this.
Number 10 comes in, okay, this is 10-1, at tight end. If Dalton Schultz is worthy of getting the franchise tag, he's the best tight end you have. Nobody is even close, and they're essentially the worst position group on the entire team. That tells you everything you need to know, doesn't it? And I'm sorry if I'm too tough on Dalton Schultz, but I feel like that's an accurate rating, and I salute John Machota for doing it.
Yeah, I think it's more about the guys that are behind Dalton Schultz is what he's trying to say. When you look at the position, if you look at the overall position,
McEwen and Sprinkle and Ferguson.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we'll see what Ferguson they drafted in the 4th round. We'll see, Hendershot, they really liked this kid, who was a college free agent. Ian Bunning is another guy. I mean, there's just a lot of names, but we'll see who the other 2 are behind Dalton Schultz. I think it's more of an indictment on them
when you say
on Schultz.
When you say those names, sorry to cut you off.
Yeah,
I feel like you're the teacher in Charlie Brown, just going wah, 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 wah. Ian Bunting, Sean McEwen. Like somebody's got to impress me. Number 9 on the list.
That's why they're number 10 on the list.
Yeah, number 9 on this list. The second worst position group with the Cowboys. Safety.
Oof.
I like Curse Hooker Wilson, but maybe we just like that they're tryhards and they're not as horrible as the safeties they had for the previous decade.
Yeah, I think when the interesting one will be what happens with Bell, the kid that they Marquise Bell that they got from. He's a transfer, I believe, went to Maryland and then ended up at Florida A&M. But they like him a lot. And then Tyler Corral is a guy that they've also liked as well that showed up in some of these practices. So this might not be a baddest group, but I think the first 3 are fine. Curse, Hooker, and Wilson, I think, are fine. It's finding that 4th one, I think, is going to be the trick.
Number 8 on Machota's list, power ranking the top 10 position groups. You've spoken highly of these guys in off-season workouts, Brian. He has that vaunted D-line number 8.
I'm surprised about this because that is the one group that when I watch them work out, I kind of feel like they're the best coach group out there. And I feel like when they go through the drills and stuff, when they work together, there's some good camaraderie and there's some good technique together where they do.
You'd have an eye for that.
Yeah, I like the defensive line myself. I thought the defensive line was better than the offensive line, but he's going to put this offensive line somewhere.
Yeah,
number
okay.
7?
No, number 7 is a group that I feel like we've been hyping over the last couple of weeks, couple of months. That's the corners.
Yeah.
He's got corners at 7 with Brown and Diggs. I mean, Joseph and Lewis and Wright and Bland, they don't really blow your skirt up or anything like that. But, yeah, number 6 is where you're going to find the offensive line.
Well, that's you're banking on what's going to happen at left guard, and you're going to try and figure out what's going to happen at right tackle. But, man, to me, there's questions at left tackle with the health. We'll see. He'll probably play his 12 to 13 games, and then you'll have to figure out that. Is Connor McGovern gone from being in the doghouse to being the starter at left guard? And now did you draft a guy that you have no spot for with Tyler Smith? You know?
That story went away awful quick after the draft. It lasted like 24 hours that he was a project. Then everybody started saying he's the second coming of Zach Martin plus Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
Number 5 is special teams. Whatever. Number 4 is wide receiver. There's some love for Gallup and Tolbert and Washington and Fehoko to go along with CeeDee Lamb.
Well, I tell you what, I haven't seen it yet, Johnny. I mean, I hope he's right. When Gallup's there, Lamb's there, James Washington, man, I mean, we'll see. That's a guy that, a lot of people, his game was a lot of vertical. Yeah. And we'll see if he can come back. There's also a lot of drops in his game there, too.
Look at you watchdogging Machota here. You do not agree with this list.
No, I'm just saying, I mean, that's the great thing. He put his name on a list.
Yeah.
And if you're going to do that, I appreciate that more.
Number 3 is running back. I don't know about that. I think it has the potential to be top 5 on the team, but if you're going to start Zeke and give him so much, he better be healthy and damn good if he's going to be the 3rd best position group on the team.
Yeah.
Number 2 is linebacker. Parsons, Cox, Damone Clark.
Quarterback number 1.
Leighton Vander Esch. And yes, your quarterback, Dak Prescott plus Cooper Rush, is number 1, according to the Athletics' John Machota.
You need to circle back. Let's take this list. Maybe tomorrow you and I take this list and we'll rank them how we think. How about that? We'll do our 1 to 10. We'll put our name on it and let people rip us if they want to. Or I'll do it maybe during Krusty's Corner tomorrow.
That sounds like a plan. 2:40 tomorrow. Get Brian Broaddus' top 10 position group rankings. When we come back, of course, the Expressway fires up at 5:20. We'll give you 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. But we have some Cowboys news of the evening. Top Cowboys storylines, including the newest piece of Cowboys jewelry you might want to pick up. That's next to the fan.
Stick around.
Odyssey station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yes, sir. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared Sandler is in studio. He is hard at work getting you set for the pregame show, which is coming up at 6:30. Rangers and Royals tonight, Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. You got Lucius Alexander. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, let's do this. Let's take a look at the top Cowboy storylines here on your home of the Cowboys as we are 30 days away from training camp. Blogging the Boys has a headline up here, a name that many Cowboy fans will think of very admirably. A reunion with Anthony Hitchens for the Cowboys could make sense. Should the Cowboys give a call to their former linebacker? I feel like they need depth at that position, Brian. They're relying on a couple of young guys who haven't proven much at all. I think if Anthony Hitchens was brought in, we saw him in Oxnard, I'd be happy about that.
Yeah, I feel like, though, that they're going to, the first probably week to 10 days, they're going to evaluate where they're at with their team. I think they're going to battle right now with the guys they've got on the roster. But we'll see what happens with some injuries or things like that along the way. But it's always that first week to 10 days that you sit down and you look at your team and you have those meetings and you say, listen, we're very deficient here. We need to go add a guy here. You know, that's where I think that the Anthony Hitchens and guys like that, those veteran guys aren't really interested in going to camp those first 2 weeks. But then, maybe we get a little bit further along in camp. Camp breaks, comes back to Texas, then maybe you'll see some veteran guys sign. But I just don't see them doing anything big or making moves until they have that week to 10 days that we get done watching practice.
And you have a couple of rookies. You have Jabril Cox, Leighton Vander Esch, Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
That's about it. That would be wild, I think.
That's the number, but John Machota had them as the number 2 position group in his rankings. So
I guess because you have Micah Parsons, but Leighton Vander Esch, he had a good, healthy year last year. And it was amazing to see. Yeah,
he played well in the games they lost. But Vander Esch, Parsons, we'll see Jabril Cox coming back. I mean, he's still kind of working on the side. Devin Harper, I really liked watching him work out a little bit. When I saw him, the guy can really, really, really run. So, you're right. Young guys coming off injury, a couple of veteran guys too. That it might be, but like I said, I don't see them making any types of move until after the first week or week and 10 days myself.
All righty. Are you a fantasy football guy, Brian? Have you ever played?
I have not played. No.
Daily fantasy?
No.
Very okay.
I don't even give advice. I'm scared to give advice.
Yeah, it's hard.
No, I just don't want somebody to lose money because of my advice.
Yeah. Well, then we'll go to the Landry hat. They have the top 5 Cowboys who you should have on your fantasy football team if it makes sense. Number 5 on the list is Tony Pollard. I think that could be an amazing value drafting later on. Not only could Zeke get hurt, as he showed that might be developing last year, he could get more involved in the passing game. He's a breakout player. He might be able to help you on special teams a little bit there, that running back, Tony Pollard.
If they play him.
Yeah. He might be the most underused potential star in all of the NFL.
There's teams around the league that are asking why.
Yeah.
Why does he not see the field more?
Well, give him a year and they might be able to sign him with
they will.
a lot of tread left on the tires.
Somebody will.
Number 4 on the list, Dalton Schultz. I think that's easy. Mm-hmm. He had touchdowns. He's a completions guy, especially if it's a point per reception league or whatever they call that. I don't want the Cowboys to give him a big contract. Don't get that mistaken. But he should have tons of targets and plenty of completions. He's Dak Prescott's new security blanket. You got to go Dalton Schultz if he's on the board. Okay, number 3 on the list is Dak Prescott. Yeah, good value there. Not a lot of turnovers. They take points away if you turn the ball over in fantasy football, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Should produce, I think, quite a bit of stats.
Maybe some running touchdowns this year, too.
For sure. Number 2 on the list, Ezekiel Elliott. Now, here's an interesting thing with this team. We'll talk about it a little bit more later. I've been picking up through reading the tea leaves and reading between the lines in their comments. They're going to get more committed to getting back to the run this year, aren't they?
I think they are, yeah.
And if that's the case, maybe Zeke has another, 300 attempts or something like that in the running game. And then number 1 on the list, the 5 Cowboys that you need on your fantasy football team this year.
Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
You had it. It's just a matter of how high you take him. Second or third round, something like that.
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to be force-fed the ball and end up with tons of stats that we can't even imagine right now? Or is it more likely that the defense is able to focus on him and take him out of the game plan now without Amari Cooper?
Yeah, force-fed the ball, though. Is that just the same play over and over and over again? Same routes over and over and over again? Is that force-feeding him? I'd like to see some creativity. I would say he would be absolutely number 1 on my list. I don't trust the coach with creativity to get him open.
Yeah,
I really don't. I'm sorry. I mean, you're better off. You're talking about running the football. They're probably better off doing that. But there were some things in the OTA practice, minicamp practice, where I saw him. They're moving him in the slot, moving him around a little bit, some option routes, things like that. If they're trying those things, great. That'll be productive. But you know how coaches are. They like to tinker with things, and then they get in the season, and they revert back to the very thing that's probably going to get them fired.
Yeah, under pressure, you go back to what's familiar.
What you know, yeah.
Todd Archer has a story up about the kicker here. That's the next headline in the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening.
Our idiot kicker.
Yes. Speaking of idiot kickers, it's so great to be out of the Greg Zuerlein business, isn't it? That was just a disaster.
That was. Every extra point was an adventure, though, too. You were just like, oh, wow, he can make one from 53, but just miss this extra point, though, too. 901's
hating on my guy Zeke. Yeah, LOL, 300 rushes at 2 yards an attempt. It was 4.2 last year, okay? It's not like it was horrible, and that was an injured 4.2. So Todd's piece is that in all likelihood, the Cowboys are going to add another kicker to compete before camp starts. And the undrafted rookie out of Texas, Jonathan Garibay, is a significant and serious candidate. He's been impressive. Coach McCarthy says he's just young. So let's put him in some pressure in some preseason games and see which one rises to the top.
The games that we saw when there was no rush, no snap, just him warming up, it's 50, 55 yards easy. Yeah, but then you put a little pressure, you get the snap, having to rush him out there and stuff. He had a couple misses along the way. I think they're smart to go and get a guy to at least give him some competition along the way.
Yeah, a little competition at camp. Nothing wrong with that.
Nope.
Blogging the Boys has a piece about what kind of a defensive performance the team is going to need, and they did a study looking at the last 20 years, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
What's more predictive for winning? Is it
scoring more points,
takeaways, or preventing touchdowns? What's more predictive for winning for these Cowboys over the last 20 years?
I'm going to say it's the touchdown aspect.
You are correct.
Yeah.
Every single double-digit win season going back to 2001, the Cowboys have enjoyed happened when the defense also finished in the upper half of the NFL in points allowed.
Scoring defense, yeah.
Takeaways proved to be much less of a direct predictor. It's funny how sometimes we go down these paths of getting very smart, advanced stats, but in the end, sometimes the most simple one, which is just points allowed, and you can get there in a lot of different ways. Are you buying or selling that the Cowboys have a really good defense next year if they don't get the takeaways? Would you bet on that?
I would bet on it because I feel like, though, again, I like the defensive line. I do like what they have at linebacker. I think they can cover on the back end. So yeah, I mean, they might not get as fortunate with the turnovers, but I have a feeling though that I know one thing in watching their defense play red zone defense against their own offense. Cowboys offense had a hard time. Dak Prescott, quarterback, throwing against that. Now you can say what you want. The wide receivers weren't great, but you look at overall though. I mean, there were. It wasn't as open and clear as some of these practices. It's like just working against air. This defense did a pretty good job of having guys covered down there in the red zone. I know there were 4 trips down there. Dak got 2 trips. Neither time got a touchdown out of it, and then the other backup quarterbacks didn't either. So I think Dan Quinn and them's got a pretty good plan how to play defense in that red zone.
All righty. The text is getting mad at me for saying that Garibay was an undrafted rookie out of Texas. I must have
Texas
misspoke.
Tech.
Yeah, obviously Texas Tech and the Red Raiders. So that's my bad. I apologize to all of Red Raider Nation, and guns up. All right.
Guns up.
CeeDee Lamb on the 5 wide receivers he models his game after. He was on Mike Silver's podcast, going national a little bit. Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, Pierre Garçon, Reggie Wayne, and Odell Beckham Jr. It's weird how a guy that's hurt so much and hasn't really had that many complete seasons can be so respected. But he was outstanding, for a brief window of time from like 2013 to 2014. Odell Beckham Jr. absolutely
He made
lit
the
world on
one-handed
fire.
catch like his thing. You know what I mean?
It was.
He does it in warm-up all the time. Yeah,
you got to Odell it.
You got to Odell like being mossed.
Yeah. Pro Football Focus did a story of the top 32 team-friendly contracts in the NFL. It's our next headline here in the C-Note, the Cowboys news of the evening.
Tyron Smith has got to be the Cowboys.
Yeah, Cowboys actually managed to get 3 of them.
Yeah.
They have 3 of the 32 most team-friendly contracts in the NFL, which definitely shows they're getting some benefit on their strategy for lowballing their own guys. Maybe that's why they keep lowballing everybody, because a couple of them, every now and then you get one to agree. There's 2 others beyond Tyron Smith. Both have been executed this year in one way or another, Brian. Who are the other?
R.I.P.
Who do we got? It's,
well, you had one restructuring that was a big favor to the team.
Oh, that
they
was
were about to move on.
Tank.
Yeah, Tank Lawrence brought his cap number way down.
Yeah.
That was an all-time, that should make him a fan favorite. If that doesn't, I don't know what will. Well, 15 sacks would do it. And then Michael Gallup. See, I think that was an incredible deal that they got. I thought as the season was going on last year, once he was in there, 15, 16, 17 million. If the top wide receivers are getting $30 million and you get Michael Gallup for what, 12 and a half, something like that, an incredible deal. I think it shows you that some players just aren't worried about getting every possible dime, and they just want to stay on the Cowboys. They're comfortable here. They got friends, family. They like the team. They don't want to go do something else.
He's coming off an injured season, though, too. Remember, he got hurt, and then he came back and got hurt again. So might have been a little bit of a favor. Okay, maybe I'm gonna do this contract and then show I'm worth even more than that.
Yeah, maybe. And he's young enough that at the end of this one, he could go out and maybe get another huge contract.
Yeah.
But, you're at 30 or 40 million bucks. It's just such ridiculous cash that, these guys are set. It's interesting that some guys are like, yes, I'm set for life. I'll take it. I get to be a Cowboy. Awesome. Others just can't stomach the idea of taking anything less. And you end up, talking to yourself into moving to flipping Jacksonville or Buffalo or something weird like that either is not ideal for one reason or another. But
it's funny, the teams you used to say, like bad teams, it's like, Buffalo, Cincinnati, they're like really good teams now.
Yeah. I saw Cincinnati just sold out.
Yeah.
They sold out their entire stadium for the first time in decades.
Yeah.
I still wouldn't want to go to Buffalo, though. Forget that.
The last road trip I ever made in my NFL career was to Buffalo, and it was done after that.
Once we're after Halloween, it's like we're all talking about our best coping mechanisms for playing in 15 degrees.
It's it gets dark. I mean, you might see the sun for about 3 hours, and then it's done.
That's miserable right there. It'd take a lot of extra money for me to go to Buffalo.
What they call that, a winter weather woman? Is that what it's called?
Well, yeah, witchy woman is what that's called. Yeah.
You're like, is that 2 parkas on, or have you just been
what you got going on?
Insulating yourself this
you just
winter?
missed me. What's happening?
Got a hockey sweater on and everything. Yeah.
What are you, a squirrel? You storing nuts in those cheeks, lady? Crying out loud. Micah Parsons contracted with a Miami jeweler to make a 30-carat pendant and chain that's pretty amazing looking. I don't know if this is some sort of a sponsorship deal or something like that he got, because he was always talking about being super frugal.
Yeah.
But maybe this is one of his biggest expenditures.
He knows he's about to get paid.
Yeah, he knows he's about to get paid, and he's going to make a little bit of a splash. And the thing looks amazing if you Google it. The jeweler, by the way, if you like it, Christian Johnston, he has received permission from the NFL to do a scaled-down version for fans this upcoming season, so you can be on the lookout for that. It's got to be awful scaled down. You know what I'm saying? Like a single carat of diamond is well outside of most budgets. But congratulations there to Micah Parsons for enjoying the fruits of his labor a little bit and getting himself a pretty sweet-looking pendant and chain. All righty, G-Bag Nation, I see your activity on the truckwreck.com fan text. The 817, maybe when the O-line cannot prevent a 3-4 rush, they'll obviously have an issue. It's not Dak. You have no eye for a quarterback. You're just hurt. And Dak is better than what you rated him when he was getting drafted. Yeah, I think there's a lot to setting up Dak to be in a good situation, but at the same time, you have to acknowledge that he was part of the problem last year. There were a lot of throws that were just flat out missed.
Yep.
And throwing with the anticipation into traffic is such a weak spot of his that last year's shell coverage completely took away their passing game. So you can say, well, you got to be able to run the ball, you got to be able to protect, but I mean, there's a lot of excellent quarterbacks that have played in the NFL that if you take away their running game, they're just going to beat you with ball placement in the short game. And in shell coverage, the short game should be there. But if you can't consistently throw to a ball carrier who's on the run and give him a chance to burst as soon as he catches that, what you're going to end up with is a lot of, short passes. And that's what the Cowboys had last year. They really had no answer. And I don't know how anybody could look at the last 9 games plus playoffs of that and conclude that Dak wasn't anything other than a part of the problem. And that's not to crush him. Big fan of his. I think he does a lot of stuff well, but we got to be more realistic about this. You can't honestly go into a football conversation where quarterback is the most important position in the entire sport, no matter what level that you go to, and see a team completely fall apart like that. Actually be able to witness yourself horrible decisions to throw the ball. Ball's 8 yards from the nearest receiver and say, oh yeah, it's all the running backs' fault, or all the offensive linemen's fault, or all the coach's fault. You can at least contribute part of that to the discussion, or you're just a part of the problem.
Yeah.
You're just a part of the problem in the communication breakdown between the Dak supporters and the Dak critics. We got to run. When we come back, it's time for the Expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Bobby Belt's going to join you at 5:30, and then we're back here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's talk about my friend Mark Rubin, Rubin & Associates at 1-800-Lawyers. Oh.